The amnesiac youth, Chen, awakens outside an antique street in accident or fate. From that moment on, Chen, endowed with the extraordinary ability to read minds, unveils the hearts of countless beautiful women and discerns numerous rare treasures. Observe how Chen embarks on a quest to recover his memories and reclaim his pinnacle. Chapter 1. The Amnesiac Youth. Sir, please wake up. A gentle, moist breath caressed his face, akin to a beam of light piercing through the darkness, instantly rousing Chen from his slumber. As he gazed around, Chen found himself in an unfamiliar world. You're finally awake, beside him. A pair of lively, lustrous black eyes sparkled, gazing intently at him. This was perhaps the most exquisite pair of eyes Chen had ever encountered. As his gaze drifted lower, he beheld a visage as fair as snow, radiating elegance and grace. Anyone who laid eyes upon this face would be compelled to marvel at the divine artistry that could forge such unparalleled beauty. Your heart seems to be in poor condition. You should visit a hospital when you have the time. Perhaps due to their proximity, a faint blush tinged the girl's cheeks, her voice as soft and delicate as a pastry. Upon hearing her words, Chen instinctively placed a hand over his heart, which was beating vigorously within his chest, contrary to her observation. Yet, he could distinctly sense that something was amiss within him. It was his memory. He endeavored to comprehend this world, but the scenes before him left him utterly blank. Not only that, but even his past, lineage, and family seemed to have been erased, leaving his mind a void, regardless of how hard he tried to recall. The only image that lingered in his memory was of himself seated before a beautifully crafted, hollow porcelain vase, which was only half intact. The front displayed a breathtaking scene of the four seasons, adorned with flowers, birds, and fish, while the reverse side bore cracks and damage. He could see himself holding a brush, meticulously restoring the shattered side, as if he were bringing the vase back to its former glory. Was he restoring antiques? However, as he attempted to focus on this image, a sudden throbbing pain erupted in his head, forcibly pulling him out of his reverie. Perhaps I should visit a hospital, he mused, rising to his feet only to remember he had no idea where he was. He turned to the girl. Could you kindly take me to a hospital? Just drop me off, please. The girl hesitated. Would you mind waiting for me? I need to take care of something at the antique street ahead before I can take you there. Although Chen was the one in need, the girl appeared apologetic, as if she had committed a faux pas. Chen smiled and nodded. Perhaps his misfortunes had not yet reached their peak. Though his memory was lost, he had encountered a kind-hearted individual. Then follow me, it's still early, and the streets aren't crowded yet. If we wait too long, I might lose sight of you. I feel the girl's surprise. She noticed that Chen's gaze remained fixed ahead, his eyes clear and sincere, devoid of any ambiguity. He seemed quite different from other men. Not many girls your age are interested in antiques, Chen suddenly remarked. It's my father who insisted I come, she replied with a wry smile. His business partner just acquired several pieces of porcelain, and I'm here to settle the accounts before someone delivers the items. Normally, antique transactions require immediate payment upon receipt, and the method of settling accounts before delivery is rather insecure. However, since she mentioned a business partner, Chen refrained from further comment. He shifted his attention to the increasingly numerous stalls lining the street. Perhaps his solitary memory tied to antiques was the reason he felt an inexplicable familiarity in this antique street. The lavishly adorned shops and the modest, simple stalls coexisted harmoniously, yet relying on the appearance of a stall to judge the authenticity of antiques would be a grave error. In grand shops, one might find heaps of ancient coins and an abundance of porcelain, yet genuine treasures could remain elusive. Conversely, a shabby stall might just yield a true gem. After walking for a while, both Chen and the girl simultaneously expressed confusion. They exchanged smiles, standing before a small stall, their gazes fixated on a particular object. The girl's exclamation was drawn by the vividly lifelike appearance of a small celadon ox, while Chen was intrigued for another reason. The sudden jolt of content felt as if it had been forcefully thrust into his mind. Chen averted his gaze and scrutinized the nearby trinkets. Noting that the peculiar sensation had dissipated, he rubbed his eyes. Bewildered, he recognized this celadon from the Gukiln, renowned among the 5 great kills, and it was one of the more enigmatic varieties. What's wrong with you? The girl inquired, sensing his unease. Chen quickly feigned nonchalance and smiled softly. You have an excellent— I don't understand these things, I just think it looks nice, she replied, her beautiful eyes curving as she crouched down to ask, Excuse me, how much for this little ox? The vendor was a frail old woman, appearing quite pitiful. Not expensive, 3,000 yuan. Chen couldn't help but frown at her words. The restoration of damaged celadon is notoriously challenging given the extent of damage to this little ox, Its value had diminished significantly, making 3,000 yuan a reasonable price. Oh, you have any of the broken pieces from the ox? If so, I'd like those as well, the girl inquired. Catching Su Chen off guard, it was rare for someone to actively seek the fragments of a damaged antique unless they were a professional restorer. Could it be that Su Chen was an esteemed figure in the world of antiques? After all, he had never heard of anyone in the antique trade who could spontaneously generate descriptive narratives about artifacts. Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, a mocking voice interrupted. Lan Qing, this Celadon ox is in such disrepair, are you buying it for charity? Su Chen furrowed his brow and looked up in the direction of the voice. A young man with slick-back hair and flamboyant embroidered attire stepped out from a shop named Guxing Zhai, clutching a string of dark green prayer beads that seemed ill-suited to his demeanor. His narrow, fiery eyes fixated on the girl. Behind him loomed a burly figure who impatiently gestured at the old woman's stall. You dim-witted old hag. Miss Lin Wanqing is the girlfriend of our manager He. How dare you try to deceive her? Do you want to be banned from the antique street? He Tian, who's your girlfriend? Please don't let him speak nonsense. The girl, Lin Wanqing, retorted, her brows furrowing in annoyance. To her surprise, Su Chen, who had been standing behind her, now stood firmly in front of Lin Wanqing, protecting her from the looming threat. Chapter 2. The Descendant's Nail. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the sight of Su Chen's broad shoulders sent Lin Wanqing's heart racing like a frightened deer. In the realm of antiques, Lin Wanqing's family background could be deemed of moderate standing. However, when compared to the ordinary populace, she was undoubtedly a member of the affluent second generation. Possessing both beauty and wealth, suitors flocked to her as if they could fill an entire street of antique shops. Yet, she had never anticipated that she would feel a flicker of affection for a complete stranger. Ah, he has come with bodyguards. The ostentatious man named He Tian remarked with a smirk, sizing up Su Chen with a gaze laden with disdain. However, one must have the capability to act as a dog. I doubt your slender frame could even lift the esteemed, welcoming statue here. The welcoming statue he referred to was a bonsai displayed prominently in the center of Gusheng Zhai, featuring a splendid cypress tree with twisting trunks reminiscent of a soaring dragon and phoenix. Its verdant branches reached out, evoking the image of a celestial being greeting visitors, inspiring an impulse to enter and indulge. Such bonsais are commonly employed by grand merchants and establishments, easy to maintain, yet exuding an air of sophistication and cultural depth. However, Su Chen cast a casual glance at it, all the while suppressing his astonishment. The sight of that bonsai triggered a vivid recollection in his mind, accompanied by an intricate textual description that caused him to frown. He Tian's countenance darkened, and his burly subordinate lunged towards Su Chen, preparing to strike. You insolent brat, looking for a fight, are you? Su Chen remained undeterred, taking a step forward. Don't! Lin Wanqing exclaimed, startled, as she swiftly grasped Su Chen's arm. He Tian's family is powerful and domineering in this area. Do not engage in this feudal conflict. I will settle the bill, and we won't linger here for long. Su Chen paused, realizing that the ostentatious young master was the very person collaborating with Lin Wanqing's family. Reluctantly, he shrugged, conceding, all right, I will heed your words. Although swallowing his pride was somewhat irksome, Lin Wanqing's grip around his arm inadvertently pressed against him, and even through layers of clothing, the sensation was electrifying. Thus, he chose not to stoop to He Tian's level, accompanying Lin Wanqing into Gusheng Zhai with the intention of completing the transaction and departing. However, while he decided to refrain from further conflict, He Tian simmered with fury, awaiting an outlet for his pent-up anger. As the young steward of the He family, He Tian had pursued Lin Wanqing for 3 months. Not only had he failed to hold her hand, but he had not even garnered a kind word from her. Witnessing her closeness with this disheveled fellow was intolerable. His expression darkened rapidly, and a cold smirk escaped his lips. I suggest you curse me once, and we can pretend this never happened. You are rather naive, aren't you? He Tian, you were the one who insulted first. Lin Wanqing interjected hastily. I am here on behalf of my father for business. Please do not make things difficult for my friend. He Tian clicked his tongue, mockingly replying, friend? So you're saying this fellow is not even worthy of being called a dog? Of course not. How could a dog ever be compared to my friend? He Tian burst into hearty laughter, drawing a number of patrons from the store, who gathered around him, amused by the commotion. Kid, did you hear that? In Wanqing's eyes, you're no more than a dog. Don't spout nonsense. Lin Wanqing, unfamiliar with insults, was at a loss for how to respond, standing there awkwardly with a flustered expression. The tension caused her chest to rise and fall dramatically, attracting the gaze of several onlookers who unabashedly scrutinized her. Su Chen glanced up and fixed a glare upon these individuals. Strangely, his unremarkable eyes emanated an unspoken authority that quelled their lecherous stares, rendering them too intimidated to continue their scrutiny of Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback before suddenly bursting into laughter. This implied that He Tian was indeed the dog in question. Not only did this deftly alleviate Lin Wanqing's embarrassment, but it also effectively silenced He Tian's words. As expected, He Tian's expression darkened immediately, his voice chillingly cold. Kid, you've successfully incited my ire. If you don't appease me today, you shall not leave this antique street. Sanner, the man referred to as Sanner, stepped forward, his imposing figure blocking the exit, clearly indicating his intent to confront. An elderly woman selling trinkets nearby, concerned for Su Chen's safety, weakly advised, Manager He, the young man is thoughtless. Please don't stoop to their level. Get lost. He Tian retorted sharply, then pointed to a prize bonsai. Move that specimen 3 steps away. Today's matter will be settled. However, this is a fine imperial cypress, and the pot is a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, unearthed 5 years ago. It is a treasure acquired by the old man overseas. Even the bronze nail supporting its branches is a valuable item. If you so much as mar any of these, not only will you not escape this street, but you will also owe me for the rest of your life. He Tian, do not bully me too much. Lin Wanqing, her complexion pale with anger, was about to retort when she felt a warm grip on her icy hand. Su Chen held it firmly, offering her a reassuring smile. He then raised his gaze, his expression icy. Leave? Oh, quite defiant, aren't we? He Tian snapped his fingers, and a loud bang echoed as Sanner brandished the door latch, declaring, If you want to move it, let Sanner give you a few hits. Just 5 will suffice. The latch was a hefty wooden stick, thick as a calf, and the thought of 5 strikes was alarming. Unfazed, Su Chen smirked and said, I want to move it, not out of fear of damaging your imitation porcelain, but rather to avoid the bad luck associated with your cursed bonsai. After all, if you're indifferent to misfortune, I still wish to avoid my own. You're asking for it. He Tian, growing furious, gestured violently to Sanner to begin the assault. However, Su Chen was quicker. He darted to the bonsai, kicked the long nail from the soil, and with a series of ringing sounds, it clattered against the floor. The descendants' nails, once utilized by our ancestors to fasten coffin lids, are now employed by you to support bonsai trees. In the entire realm of antiquities, I have yet to encounter anyone with such audacity. Su Chen's voice resonated, seemingly modest, yet penetrating the hearts of those present. This nail bears the character Liu, while your surname is He, indicating that this descendant's nail is entirely unrelated to your family. Do not be surprised if your business falters. Once the roots of this imperial cypress completely decay, the repercussions will surely rebound upon you and your esteemed elder. Chapter 3. A flip-flop. Dead goods? Mind your words, lest you provoke Master He's displeasure. That object is known as a Mingqi. Is it not the same? The issue lies in whether that bronze nail is truly a coffin nail. Su Chen's reprimand swiftly stirred a commotion among the onlookers, causing the circle surrounding He Tian to broaden. Regardless of the veracity of Su Chen's claims, no one dared approach He Tian too closely, fearing the potential misfortune that might befall them. While the antiquities community may not be superstitious, there are still numerous conventions observed. At the very least, few are willing to handle such so-called Mingqi. Mingqi, or funerary objects, are items buried with the deceased in ancient times. Even if they are treasures, many collectors prefer to avoid such items. If this bronze nail is indeed a coffin nail, it is something that must not be touched. Words must not be spoken recklessly. He Tian had not anticipated Su Chen's outburst. His face flushed with embarrassment, and upon witnessing the expressions of the onlookers, he feared it would jeopardize his family's business. He immediately shouted, I acquired this item at a high price from the countryside. It is a demon-slaying nail used by military generals during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, possessing immense collectible value. How could it possibly be the descendant's nail you speak of? Although my eyes may not be as discerning as my elders, I am nonetheless well regarded in this circle. Who will you trust, him or me? Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to waver. Setting aside He Tian's character, his eyesight was indeed impressive. On this street, anyone possessing antiquities they cannot decipher would come to Gusheng Zhai for his appraisal. Here, He Tian is renowned for his golden eyes. Seeing the audience's expressions soften, He Tian finally exhaled in relief. After all, good news travels slowly while bad news spreads like wildfire. If the matter regarding the descendant's nail were to circulate, The reputation of Gu Sheng Zhai would be irreparably damaged. Lin Wanqing, observing this scene, felt a twinge of panic. Her previously warmed hands grew cold again. Shall we leave? Abandon the business? Su Chen cast her an amused glance. Teaching him a lesson will ensure he is more cautious in the future and refrains from selling such tainted items to your family. There is no need for further observation. Merely by interpreting the literal meaning, one can discern the purpose of the tomb-guarding beast. He Tian, feeling the chill crawl up his spine, stammered. If you still have doubts, take a look here. Su Chen declared, plunging the descendant-s nail into the bonsai and forcefully digging, astonishingly uprooting the roots of the imperial cypress. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. The imperial cypress appeared lush and vibrant, yet its roots were revealed to be rotten, resembling a charred blackness that ascended inch by inch. It was evident that within a mere 10 days to half a month, this decay would inevitably spread to the soil above. The crowd had completely lost faith in He Tian's words. Observing his pallid complexion and the beads of sweat adorning his brow, they began to reflect on the recent murmurs regarding Guxing Zhai, the venerable establishment that, despite being the largest in the street, had reportedly suffered a decline in business. It was evident that Su Chen's assertions held a grain of truth. In an instant, the crowd recoiled even further than before. Those who had previously admired the imperial cypress, often caressing it upon entering the store, were now scrubbing their hands in distaste. Some of the elder patrons even gravitated towards the exit, eager to escape the premises, fearing to linger for even a moment longer. Alas, how unexpected this turn of events was. At that moment, He Tian suddenly slapped his forehead, a look of vexation crossing his face. After all the time spent learning from the old master, he had failed to see the obvious nail before him. Ladies and gentlemen, he exclaimed, it seems this nail may indeed have been accurately foretold by this young gentleman. I'm not one to shy away from humiliation. I concede to your insights, young man. Sanner, please take this ominous nail to the temple and seek the wisdom of the masters there. Sanner hesitated at the entrance, realizing He Tian's genuine alarm, and quickly ran to Su Chen, attempting to retrieve the nail. What do you call this? He Tian inquired, his eyes suddenly glimmering with intrigue. I beg your pardon. I do not quite comprehend what you're saying. Enough, Su Chen sighed, weary of further discourse. Wanqing, settle the payment and let us depart. Oh, Lin Wanqing nodded obediently. But as she prepared to retrieve her card, she realized her small hand was still clasped in Su Chen's. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson. Let go of me. After acquiring her bank card, Lin Wanqing presented it to He Tian. Please charge this for the current order. As for that nail, I believe you should still place your trust in it. After all, it has proven accurate thus far. There is no need for Miss Lin to meddle, He Tian retorted, his expression darkening. How could you be so fickle? With no payment made and no goods received, it was clear this transaction had fallen through. How could he accuse her of being inconsistent? A hint of a sardonic smile crept across He Tian's lips as he turned his gaze to the remaining onlookers. Ladies and gentlemen, I acknowledge my misjudgment, yet rest assured, this nail shall be enshrined properly in the temple and will not bring misfortune upon you. Moreover, our shop has recently acquired a selection of fine items. Though they may bear some flaws, they are of high quality. If you are not in a hurry, I kindly invite you to linger and examine them. Should the price be agreeable, I might just part with a piece as an act of goodwill. Despite the atmosphere being tainted by the ominous nail, He Tian's quick wit soon turned the tide, his heartfelt appeals managing to win over some of the spectators, effectively mitigating the damage to his reputation. The remaining patrons, emboldened, exchanged glances, understanding one another's silent agreement. After all, the ill fortune associated with the nail would likely only affect the imperial cypress. The newly arrived items surely could not bring any harm. As he beckoned the individuals to enter, He Tian turned to Su Chen with a provocative smile, saying, Young man, you possess a keen eye. I must thank you for discerning the origins of the Zisending. However, regrettably, you have also disrupted the Lin family's business. It appears that the fate of 1S enterprise is indeed uncertain. Would you not agree? Chapter 4. A remark that stunned all. Although He Tian directed his words towards Su Chen, they were, in reality, intended for Lin Wanqing. He was confident that, despite her lack of acumen, she could not simply stand by while her family's business crumbled. Before long, she would have to set aside her pride and come to him, the wealthy heir. In desperation, as his words hung in the air, He Tian deliberately cast a glance at Lin Wanqing, his gaze rife with blatant desire. Lin Wanqing, already fraught with anxiety, felt her face flush under his impudent stare, a mix of shame and anger swelling within her. This insufferable rogue made her want to turn away and leave. Yet, what of her father's business? A shiver coursed through Lin Wanqing, causing her to dare not dwell on the thought. At that moment, Su Chun's warm hand unexpectedly grasped her delicate arm. When one reaches the end of a road, there will always be a glimmer of hope. Do not worry. A solution will present itself. While his words were meant to comfort, Lin Wanqing found herself inexplicably calmed. Her cheeks flushed as she allowed the warmth of his touch to envelop her. What value of antiquities does Uncle require to salvage the business? She pondered aloud. After a moment's contemplation, she estimated at least around 500,000. Su Chen inquired further, what type is needed? Jade, coins, bronze, or porcelain? Porcelain. The artifacts we entrusted to the He family are Northern Song Dynasty Celadon pieces. The Northern Song era spanned a lengthy duration, and the quality of the excavated Celadon varies significantly. Perhaps what he possesses is not of high caliber. Su Chen smiled, shifting the conversation, his gaze drifting outside Guxingzhai. If you trust me, lend me 3,000 yuan, and I will procure the Celadon worth 500,000 for you. At this statement, Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. 3,000 yuan to acquire items valued at 500,000? Although she was not well versed in antiques, she understood that this was a fantastical notion. While there were indeed many hidden treasures, who would be foolish enough to sell a 500,000 yuan item for merely 3,000? He Tian, overhearing this, erupted in laughter, looking at Su Chen as if he were a fool. I previously thought you had some knowledge, but it seems you are merely a naive child with fanciful ideas. Do you believe this is a game of chance, where 3,000 can yield 50,000 worth of goods? What nonsense! Ignoring their jeers, Su Chen fixed his gaze on Lin Wanqing. Do you wish to believe in me? Despite the absurdity of his claim, his eyes were clear and sincere, untainted by any deceit. Lin Wanqing bit her lip, retrieving 3,000 cash from her pink purse and placing it in Su Chen's hand. Thank you, he said with a gentle smile. Before turning and departing from Guxingzhai, the onlookers murmured in agreement. Young master, he is right. Look at how hurried he is. He must be fleeing. I thought he had some insight into the Zissending, but it turns out he is a charlatan. The antique street has become increasingly populated with individuals of dubious intent, and among them, one has demonstrated a rather cunning art of deception, accurately identifying the flaws in the Emperor Cypress. A voice, tinged with amusement, remarked that when this bonsai was first acquired, its placement had already been scrutinized. The Emperor Cypress thrives in sunlight rather than shade, and its current location might hinder its growth. Yet, my esteemed elder found it visually pleasing here, disregarding other concerns, reflecting on it now. This seems to be the root of the issue. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, and as the conversation progressed, they further belittled the elusive Su Chen, reducing him from a connoisseur of antiques to a mere fraud with a superficial understanding of horticulture. Lin Wanqing, listening to these intolerable remarks, felt her face flush with indignation. Her lips slightly parted as she contemplated defending Su Chen. However, a flutter of anxiety surged within her, for she realized she did not even know his name, yet had unhesitatingly handed him 3,000 yuan. It was not the money that troubled her, but rather the fear that her fleeting kindness towards Su Chen might ultimately lead to her own detriment. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lin Wanqing's beautiful eyes as she beheld Su Chen cradling a small green porcelain ox, his right hand grasping a cloth bag, the contents within shrouded in mystery. Lin Wanqing's mouth formed in astonished. Was that not the very green porcelain ox belonging to that grandmother? Indeed, after being frightened by He Tian, she had sought another stall and expended considerable effort to locate this piece. With a smile, Su Chen extended the porcelain ox to Lin Wanqing and then unfurled the bag, revealing that the shattered fragments of the ox's body were all intact. With minimal restoration, its value could multiply several times over. The moment the word restoration was uttered, the entire shop fell into a hushed silence. All eyes converged upon Su Chen, a mixture of shock and skepticism evident. The notion of minimal restoration raised eyebrows, for the field of artifact restoration demands a level of expertise that is exceptionally high, often requiring knowledge across multiple disciplines, testing both patience and perseverance. To simplify, a professional conservator invests years honing their craft. Understanding the spectral analysis of artifacts alone necessitates 3 to 5 years of dedicated study. This young lad likely had no comprehension of what spectral analysis entailed. After a brief pause, laughter erupted in the shop. He Tian, almost in tears from mirth, exclaimed, "Did I hear correctly? You intend to restore it? Young man, you've certainly amused me." Here, essay proposition. Once you're done, I'll pay 5,000 for your green porcelain ox. With a cold glare, Su Chun retorted, get lost. He Tian's expression froze, feeling as if he were being scrutinized by a bloodthirsty beast, involuntarily shivering. However, this chill was fleeting. Just then, a commanding voice resonated from outside. The crowd turned to reveal an elderly figure, their demeanor shifting to one of reverence. In unison, they proclaimed, Old Master, he has arrived. With a calm nod, the elder spoke lightly, He Tian, retrieve my set of restoration tools and lend them to this young man, so he may demonstrate his skills. Su Chen paused, casting a thoughtful glance at the venerable elder. Chapter 5. The Art of Restoration, a Divine Skill. The elderly gentleman adorned in a traditional Tang suit stood tall, exuding vitality. However, there lingered an air of arrogance about him that was reminiscent of He Tian. Suddenly, Su Chen recalled that this elder bore the surname He, his father. Indeed, in the next moment, He Tian's voice echoed, that set of tools you possess is from the prestigious Tian Shuntang in the capital. The entire collection is worth as much as 5 exquisite blue and white porcelain calves. Are you truly allowing this young lad to practice with them? He Lao's expression remained serene. It's merely a set worth around 10,000. Take it and use it as you wish. However, the implied pause piqued everyone's curiosity. At this, Su Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. Though his countenance suggested he was in his 20s, his presence matched that of the elder He. A $10,000 tool is merely an entry-level piece in my eyes. With that declaration, the audience gasped in astonishment. Yet, the glances cast upon him were rife with schadenfreude. Who among them was unaware that Tian Shuntang was a renowned establishment in the northern antique market? Anything that passed through their hands, be it antiques or tools, was invariably of 2 words: exquisite craftsmanship. And here was Su Chen, not only showing disdain for Gushangzhai, but also tarnishing the illustrious name of Tian Shuntang, a truly audacious young man. At that moment, they all anticipated witnessing Su Chen's humiliation, envisioning him being cast out of the antique street like a rat, forever unable to hold his head high. He Lao frowned, surprised that he could not intimidate Su Chun, which led him to regard Su Chun with newfound respect. He then let out a derisive snort. You young man, I hope your skills can truly live up to your grandiose claims. With a wave of his hand, a sycophant named San Air promptly hurried into Gu Shangzhai's inner hall to retrieve the tools. Seizing the moment, Lin Wanqing hurried to Su Chen's side. Tugging at his sleeve, perhaps we should reconsider. Let's not go through with this. Don't back down. He Tian, ever watchful of their every move, interjected immediately, drawing the attention of the crowd. Wanqing, if you leave now, it would be akin to slapping your own face. You'd still struggle to find your place in the antique street. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed with anger, her voice trembling. You shouldn't speak so recklessly. Just then, San Air emerged carrying a box. With a crisp snap, he opened it, revealing an array of restoration tools to the astonished onlookers. A spectrometer, drawing paper, specially formulated glue, various types of files, gilding materials, and pigments for final touch-ups. The assortment was dazzling, leaving the spectators in a state of bewilderment. Eventually, someone broke the silence, exclaiming, I only knew that He Lao was the finest appraiser on Antique Street, but I had no idea he was also an expert in artifact restoration. He Lao stroked his beard appreciatively. As for artifact restoration, I am merely a self-taught amateur. I cannot claim the title of expert. Hearing the mindless flattery directed at He Lao, Su Chun merely smiled with a hint of mockery, placing the blue and white porcelain calf on a nearby glass cabinet, alongside a bag filled with shattered porcelain pieces. He then retrieved 3 files and a tube of glue from a box. He Lao sneered, indeed, a pretender who knows not what he claims to understand. How so, He Lao? Someone inquired. He Lao remained silent, merely casting a knowing glance at He Tian, who instantly recognized this as an opportunity to showcase his knowledge. He began to eloquently expound. In a restoration of cultural relics, one must first conduct a spectral analysis to identify the precise locations of damage. This fellow, upon starting, simply applied glue for repairs, demonstrating a level of skill that barely qualifies him as a novice. He treats the restoration of artifacts as if it were merely a puzzle game. Understanding dawned upon the crowd, who, while praising He Tian's extensive knowledge, seized the moment to denigrate Su Chun. Lin Wanqing clenched her small hands in helplessness, unsure of how to respond. The entire exchange unfolded with effortless grace, like water flowing in a stream. He Lao emitted a soft sound of intrigue, his previously scornful gaze suddenly alight with a hint of interest. The porcelain shard was merely the beginning. In truth, He Lao's assertions were not without merit. A thorough restoration of artifacts indeed requires adherence to processes such as spectral analysis, mapping, and adhesive application, each step indispensable. The crux, however, lay in his extraordinary vision. When he concentrated on the restoration, the details accessible to his eyes became increasingly profound. He perceived imperfections at the horn, a deficiency of 15, and recognized the need for adhesive repair on the damaged edges of the shard. Such insights surged through his mind, akin to a finely tuned computer guiding him meticulously through the restoration process. In other words, with just a glance, he could vividly recreate the spectral analysis of a damaged artifact within the confines of his mind. As for his remarkable skills in artifact restoration, he could not articulate their origins, yet one thing was certain. The vivid image of the restoration he witnessed upon awakening was likely a genuine past occurrence. Father, why do I feel there is something special about him? He Tian, too, sensed the oddity and leaned closer to He Lao, inquiring in a hushed tone. However, He Lao was utterly absorbed in the restoration process, his gaze unwavering, oblivious to He Tian's words. The onlookers couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. I say, this lad appears to genuinely understand artifact restoration. Though distant, they struggled to discern the quality of the Celadon ox, yet conservatively estimated it to be an item from the Longquan kiln of the Northern Song dynasty. If he can restore it to 70%, it could fetch the price he mentioned. At this proclamation, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Immediately, the speaker smirked. However, I've heard that the difficulty of restoring Celadon is exceptionally high. 70% seems arduous, unless it's those masters from the Palace Museum who attempt it. Chapter 6, A Miracle. This statement from He Lao left the audience in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, they had confidently declared him a fraud. How could He Lao's stance shift so dramatically in an instant? What was his heavenly hand? While they spoke eloquently about antiquities, most were merely seasoned denizens of the antique market, with few possessing genuine depth of knowledge. In the end, Master, he merely revealed a bittersweet smile. In truth, my expertise in artifact restoration is akin to a vessel half filled with water, only swaying about. I have heard esteemed masters in the field mention that in ancient times, the restoration of antiquities was not as methodical as it is today. The only resources at a restorer's disposal are their own keen eyes and skilled hands. The technique known as seeking the remnants refers to a restorer's ability to discern the flaws and extent of damage in an artifact at a mere glance. There exists a master in the Forbidden City who specializes in this craft. He is the true golden eye of the antiquities world, capable of distinguishing authenticity and imperfections at a single glance. The audience gasped in astonishment, their expressions betraying their shock. Was it possible that this young man possessed such remarkable insight? As these words echoed, all eyes converged upon Chen. Who exactly was this young man? They regarded him as if he were a towering mountain, and the sensation of gazing up from such proximity was nothing short of dreamlike. Beside them, Lin Wanqing appeared spellbound, her mind swirling with bewildering thoughts. Why would such a master exert himself to assist her? At this moment, her heart tightened, and her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Unbeknownst to them, He Tian had quietly sidled up behind Master He, his expression one of indignation as he remarked, "Surely you cannot be mistaken, can you? How could such an obscure young scoundrel possibly?" He Tian pursed his lips, hesitant to speak further. At that instant, Chen, with an air of calmness, affixed the final shard of porcelain, casually discarding his tools as if even the slightest touch would tarnish his hands. "These tools, worth thousands, are hardly suitable," he remarked nonchalantly. Master He's reaction left the audience utterly astounded. He approached with a wide smile, inquiring, "How can my humble possessions possibly catch the master's eye? I am eager to see the true form of this small ox you have restored." With a cold snort, Chen complied, turning the green porcelain ox to reveal the side he had meticulously restored. A collective gasp escaped the assembled crowd as at least 7 or 8 individuals, after a moment of shock, fervently rubbed their eyes. Before them stood a flawlessly restored green porcelain ox. From one angle to another, there was no discernible difference whatsoever. The level of restoration was not merely 70%. It was likely a staggering 90% or more. "Impressive, truly impressive," Lin Wanqing exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape, embodying an enchanting charm. At that moment, Chen lifted the green porcelain ox and presented it to Lin Wanqing. "With this, your family's business will be saved." Just as Lin Wanqing accepted the green porcelain ox, "Master," he interjected, "I am willing to offer 4 times the price to purchase this exquisite piece from you." Miss Lin. I sincerely hope you will consider parting with it. 4 times the price. That amounted to 2 million. Many gasped in disbelief, casting incredulous glances at Master He. But soon, they began to comprehend his earnest intentions. If one could forge a connection with a restoration expert like Su Chen using this 2 million, then the ancient sage studio would indeed be aligned with a great benefactor. Not only would it garner immense fame in the antique street, but the entirety of Jinan City would resound with its reputation. To put differently, the restoration level of this Celadon calf is conservatively estimated to be at least 90%. While it may not reach the lofty price of 2 million, selling it for around 150 to 160,000 would be entirely feasible. The several hundred thousand spent by Old He would be an exceedingly wise investment. Once the deal is struck, it would not merely be a transformation of 3,000 into 500,000, but rather a miraculous conversion of 3,000 into 2 million. No one present harbored doubts that Lin Wanqing would refuse the transaction. After all, quadrupling the amount left no room for rejection. Lin Wanqing was evidently taken aback by such a turn of events, pausing for a few seconds before her gaze fell upon Su Chen. What should I do? This Celadon calf is now yours. Whether to sell it or not is entirely at your discretion. Su Chen smiled softly, seemingly unconcerned. Yet, Lin Wanqing could not shake the feeling that he was testing her in some manner. What would he choose if he were in her position? Lin Wanqing pondered silently. Miss Lin, is my offer still insufficient to sway your heart? Old He, anxious, pressed again. I have given it some thought. After saying this, Lin Wanqing discreetly stole a glance at Su Chen. Coincidentally, he was looking back at her. His clear yet fervent eyes brimmed with admiration and appreciation for her. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed once more. Old He's expression stiffened momentarily before a new scheme emerged. How about this? We could include the items originally meant for you in the deal. Would that entice you into parting with it? Including the batch of items that He Tian had reneged upon? If combined, the value of the Celadon calf would soar to a staggering 2,500,000. Old He seemed to believe that by offering this astronomical sum, he would win the calf. But who was he insulting with such figures? Chapter 7. A Star Transformation. No wonder the master rejected Old He, setting aside the prior insults and provocations from He Tian. Who would dare to approach such a contentious issue with the Zissin nail laid bare? At that moment, no one continued to believe He Tian's fabrications. Upon realizing the truth, they instinctively retreated several steps, positioning themselves behind Su Chen. The master had imparted his wisdom. Old He, noticing the crowd's reaction, felt a burning shame wash over him but dared not speak, merely nodding repeatedly. I shall promptly deliver this Zissin nail to the Liu family as per the master's instructions. Su Chen waved his hand nonchalantly and turned to leave. Initially, he had merely offered a word of advice. There was no need to oversee Old He's actions. The priority was to find a remedy for his amnesia. Dad, should we really follow his advice? As Su Chen walked away, He Tian hurriedly approached, whispering, Shut up, or I swear I'll deal with you. No. I'll find someone to box it up immediately. He Tian, sensing the mood, nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains and swiftly left with san air. However, no matter how fast he moved, he could not outpace the speed at which news spread. Certainly, the antique circle is ultimately a small enclave. Once detached from the antique street, news resembles a kite tethered by a string, unable to soar far for the time being. Within a cream-colored BMW Mini, Su Chen appeared as a transient, incongruous with the world around him, gazing vacantly at the rapidly passing streetscape. Everything felt alien to him. Aside from the scenes of him restoring artifacts in darkness, he was devoid of knowledge. Lin Wanqing was driving, occasionally stealing glances at Su Chen during moments when she assessed the traffic behind. Seeing him in such a state inexplicably tightened her heart, prompting her to stammer in an attempt to ease the atmosphere. So, have you truly forgotten who you are? Huh? Su Chen was roused from his stupor. Flashing a wry smile, it's not that severe. At least I still remember my name, Su Chen. Lin Wanqing repeated the name in her mind several times, etching it firmly into her memory. Thank you, Miss Lin Wanqing. There is no need for such formality. If you consider me a friend, just call me Wanqing, as my father does. At this juncture, Lin Wanqing's heart raced, fearing that Su Chen might reject a request. Unexpectedly, Su Chen appeared momentarily stunned. Just as he turned to utter Lin Wanqing's name, a voice echoed in his mind. Lin Wanqing, 21 years old, female, height 173 centimeters, measurements 90, 60, 90, menstrual cycle on the 15th of each month. What if he doesn't call me Wanqing? Will we not become friends, and will I ever see him again? This pair of eyes possessed the uncanny ability to read a woman's heart. Su Chen was utterly astonished and somewhat amused, as if reading minds wasn't enough. How could he discern such personal details about her? Su Chen, just as he was laughing, he suddenly heard Lin Wanqing's timid voice. The girl appeared flustered, as if she had encountered her most dreaded outcome. Su Chen quickly responded with a smile. All right, from now on, I shall call you Wanqing. Lin Wanqing's face brightened with joy, her sweet, radiant smile akin to a gentle spring breeze, momentarily stealing the breath away. By the way, since we left the antique street, I've been meaning to ask you, that Zisending you mentioned, can it truly bring misfortune to the He family? Su Chen chuckled. Such matters depend on belief. If one believes, it exists. If not, it does not. Moreover, my words are not devoid of scientific rationale. The Zisending indeed originated from a coffin, long steeped in the miasma of decaying corpses, fostering a breeding ground for bacteria. The Emperor Cyprus, being a delicate entity, would naturally suffer rot when in proximity to the Zisending. Additionally, the business of Gu Shangzhai has undoubtedly been disturbed by our commotion. The origins of a Zisending are likely already common knowledge on Antique Street. If they refuse to heed our advice, who would still dare to patronize their shop? Fearing misfortune? Lin Wanqing listened with her mouth slightly agape, completely unprepared for the intricate logical explanations underpinning the supernatural claims. As they conversed, a sense of boldness emanated from Su Chen, causing Lin Wanqing's heart to flutter once more. After approximately half an hour, Lin Wanqing parked the car in front of an office building and pointed to a nearby establishment, saying, "Look, that is my family's shop." Upon hearing this, Su Chen gazed at the shop. Although it was modest in size, its location was exceptional, situated at the focal point of the entire office building. The decor exuded an understated elegance, embodying a refined sophistication that stood in stark contrast to the opulent establishments that flaunted their wealth. It was evident that Uncle was a man of great character. "How intriguing. You are the second person to describe my father in such a manner," Su Chen remarked casually. "And who was the first?" Lin Wanqing parked the car and replied with a smile. "It was the esteemed client we are meeting today, a prominent figure, a visiting professor at the city hospital, renowned throughout the nation, Grandma Jianghui. Her granddaughter, whom I am arranging for you to meet, is the distinguished neurologist, Dr. Jiang Qinyu. In a short while, Grandma Jiang will be here to collect the items, and it would be a perfect opportunity to discuss your situation with her. With her assistance, I believe you will soon secure an appointment with Dr. Jiang Qinyu." Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a surge of anticipation. He was also curious. Does the doctor take her surname from her grandmother? How fascinating. Su Chen nodded, expressing his eagerness to meet Grandma Jiang. Chapter 8. Healing with Porcelain after parking the car. Su Chen followed Lin Wanqing briskly into the shop. Named after Lin Wanqing herself, Wanqing's studio harmonized perfectly with the shop's aesthetic, which continued the theme of understated elegance, embodying a sense of low-key luxury. Before a glass display case, a middle-aged man was meticulously polishing several ancient coins, presumably Lin Wanqing's father. The man possessed a dignified appearance, especially his striking eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a remarkable presence that explained how he could father such an exquisite beauty as Lin Wanqing. Raising his gaze, he appraised Su Chen with a smile, saying, "So, young man, you must be a valued guest of our little shop. May I inquire your name?" "Just call me Su Chen," he replied, nodding. "Strictly speaking, it was Wanqing who discovered me on the antique street. She is the one deserving of that title." Lin Wanqing quickly exchanged glances with her father, Dad. Su Chen is referred to as Master by the esteemed Lao. He wouldn't want to showcase his talents at your request. If you're truly interested, when Grandma Jiang arrives, perhaps you could discuss it with her and see if we can arrange for Dr. Jiang Qinyu to take a look at Su Chen's amnesia. "Haha, that won't be a problem," Lin Xiongyi replied cheerily, readily agreeing to take on the task after hearing his daughter's words. Su Chen smiled and, after expressing gratitude to Lin Xiongyi, took a seat and idly surveyed the items in the shop while attempting to test his extraordinary vision. The year 34 silver coin of the Beiyang era, damaged, with slight wear on the surface. The Ming Xuande copper cup, damaged, with significant wear on the left side and minor damage at the base. The cloisonné enamel goblet, damaged, with severe color loss on the body and cracks at the rim. Interestingly, as he examined the collection, it seemed that only the damaged items elicited a response from his eyes, while those in pristine condition failed to captivate his attention. Could this indeed be the seeking flaws vision referred to by He Lao and Lin Xiongyi? Grandma Jiang has arrived. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing exclaimed with delight. Upon hearing her voice, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that earlier in the car, he had discerned the young lady's thoughts, which likely had little to do with the search for remnants. Turning towards the sound, Su Chen beheld a spirited elderly lady entering the shop. Though she was dressed modestly, the amber beads adorning her wrist were anything but ordinary. It appeared that Grandma Jiang was indeed a seasoned connoisseur of antiques. "Grandma Jiang," Lin Wanqing called out, eagerly taking the old lady's hand. "You have finally arrived. I have found an exquisite piece of porcelain for you." Grandma Jiang nodded with appreciation. "My dear girl, you are thoughtful. I was hoping for these items, and you have already brought them to me early this morning." I must apologize first," Lin Wanqing said, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. "I only managed to find one piece for you, but its quality is exceptional, far surpassing the few you had initially chosen. I assure you, it will meet your expectations." Just moments ago, she had presented the small Celadon ox to her father, Lin Xiongye, who had praised it highly. Despite its difference from the previously discussed items, she felt confident in her choice. However, upon hearing this, Grandma Jiang's expression grew somewhat uneasy. "Is not one of those pieces?" she asked solemnly, with her kind visage. A sudden shift to a stern demeanor exerted considerable pressure on those around her. The atmosphere in the shop became tense, as if the very air had thickened. Observing this, Lin Xiongye quickly clapped his hands and smiled, attempting to alleviate the tension. "The porcelain may have changed, but I assure you, it is far superior to the items we initially agreed upon. How about I present it to you now for your appraisal?" "No need to rush," Grandma Jiang declined, grasping Lin Wanqing's small hand as if clinging to her last shred of hope. "My dear girl, I ask you this. Is it replaced porcelain from the Jin dynasty of Jingdezhen?" Lin Wanqing hesitated, yet could not bring herself to deceive. "It is from the Southern Song dynasty." "Then that is that." A glimmer of hope in Grandma Jiang's eyes vanished, and with a heavy sigh, she lamented, "I only collect the blue and white porcelain from the Jin dynasty of Jingdezhen. Items from other periods, no matter how valuable, do not currently pique my interest." While he understood that Grandma Jiang would not intentionally tarnish the reputation of Wanqing's studio over such matters, he was aware that she might not keep this information from her family. Once the word spread, it could be exploited by unscrupulous individuals in the antique community, potentially tarnishing the reputation of Wanqing's studio. Grandma Jiang seemed on the verge of speaking, but hesitated, as if burdened by unspoken concerns. At that moment, Su Chen, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly interjected, "Are you seeking porcelain for medicinal purposes?" "How do you know?" Grandma Jiang turned sharply, her gaze fixed incredulously on the young man before her. Unbeknownst to her, as she had sighed helplessly moments before, Su Chen had already activated his ability to perceive thoughts, fully comprehending her inner turmoil. Jiang Hui, 79 years of age, female, height. After a series of utterly unremarkable personal profiles, the subsequent content jolted Su Chen's spirit. He lamented, "My poor little grandson, you must endure alone in the ICU. Your grandmother is of no help." Unable to locate the exquisite Jingdezhen white porcelain of the Jin dynasty, Lin Xiongye's assertion held truth. During the Jin dynasty, Jingdezhen was merely in its nascent stages. Although the white porcelain of that era had indeed elevated the craft of porcelain making, it paled in comparison to the advancements achieved in the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. Consequently, the surviving artifacts are considerably diminished in value. However, Grandma Jiang's intention was to save a life, not to acquire treasures. Thus, the value of the porcelain was of little concern to her. Chapter 9. Ancient Remedies. Porcelain, a means to heal? Despite Su Chen's revelation of Grandma Jiang's intentions, the juxtaposition of these seemingly unrelated concepts failed to convince Lin Xiongye and his daughter. Particularly for Lin Xiongye, a well-versed figure in the antiquities realm, he had never encountered any porcelain reputed to possess medicinal properties. This was sheer fantasy, or perhaps there were hidden truths. Lin Xiongye contemplated a possibility and inquired, "Professor Jiang, when you speak of healing, do you refer to ailments of the heart?" Many antiquities enthusiasts harbor a deep attachment to specific items. Some are so besotted that their inability to acquire such treasures leads to melancholy and insomnia, resulting in various ailments. This aligns with the Buddhist concept of the suffering derived from unfulfilled desires. If this were the case, Lin Xiongye could indeed empathize. Horrified by the plight of such a young child, Lin Wanqing instinctively covered her mouth. Lin Xiongye expressed, "I can appreciate your feelings and recognize that your traditional Chinese medicine encompasses numerous miraculous remedies. However, the notion that porcelain could treat burns is simply too far-fetched." "I am left with no other choice," Grandma Jiang said, her brow furrowed with worry. The child is only 4 years old and cannot endure such severe burns. He is currently receiving treatment in the ICU, with a dismal recovery rate of merely 30%. Hence, I perused ancient texts and discovered this remedy, though I remain uncertain about its authenticity. Lin Xiongye sighed, at a loss for words of comfort. If even the city's most esteemed physician acknowledged a mere 30% chance of recovery, the child's condition was indeed dire. At that moment, Su Chun, with a firm voice, declared, "Grandma Jiang is correct. Porcelain can indeed treat burns." What? The three present were shaken to their cores. Grandma Jiang's eyes widened further, her curiosity about this young man intensifying. Not only had he discerned her innermost thoughts, but he now confidently asserted the veracity of her claim regarding porcelain's healing properties. Could it be that he, rallying her focus, Grandma Jiang asked, "Young man, do you also possess knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine?" "Not at all," Su Chen replied, shaking his head, yet maintaining a serious demeanor. "However, I am well versed in antiquities. The remedy you referenced originates from the Shangji Lu, which instructs to grind Jingdezhen porcelain into powder, mix it with water and tung oil, and apply it to the affected area." Grandma Jiang, whose previously dim gaze began to sparkle with renewed vitality, declared emphatically, "You are indeed correct. It is the Shangji Lu. However, the issue lies in my need for Jin Dynasty porcelain from Jingdezhen, and the items that Lin girl presented to me are utterly useless. I am sorry, Grandma Jiang." Just as she lifted her foot to depart, a slender shoulder was gently restrained. Su Chun shook his head lightly. "There is no need to go. I have examined those porcelain pieces, and while they are indeed from Jingdezhen, they belong to the Song Dynasty, not the Jin." Lin Wanqing was taken aback. Tian previously informed me that they were Jin Dynasty porcelain vases. Such an uninformed individual, it was hardly surprising he misjudged. Su Chen maintained his composure, explaining that Jin Dynasty porcelain from Jingdezhen is characterized by its monotonous colors and rudimentary craftsmanship, and the remaining pieces are likely scarce, making spontaneous acquisition rather challenging. Alas, these words struck Grandma Jiang like a thunderbolt, shattering her faint hope. Initially, she held a glimmer of optimism regarding this ancient formula. Even if she could not procure Jin Dynasty porcelain, it would not have been a significant loss. Yet, upon receiving Su Chen's affirmation, her confidence in the ancient formula surged. And now, the inability to acquire it felt akin to plummeting into an abyss of despair. After a few exchanges, Grandma Jiang appeared to age several years, her facial wrinkles deepening visibly. "Grandma Jiang, do not be so quick to abandon hope." Observing her expression, Su Chen shifted his tone, stating, "While complete Jin Dynasty porcelain is indeed elusive, it does not imply that the shard market lacks pieces from that era." The shard market? As these words fell, Lin Xiongye and Grandma Jiang both lifted their heads in unison. They had been so absorbed in their lamentations that they had overlooked the shard market entirely. Indeed, Lin Xiongye exclaimed with a clap of his hands, "Professor Jiang, since you are utilizing porcelain for medicinal purposes, you naturally do not concern yourself with its completeness. The broken porcelain vases and bowls are as medicinal as intact pieces." Grandma Jiang nodded earnestly. "That is a valid point. We have been bound by our conventional thinking." "Lin boss, might you possess any ancient porcelain shards?" "Of course. Please hold on for a moment." With that, Lin Xiongye retreated to the inner room, emerging shortly with a large box filled to the brim with shards of various shapes. With a smile, Lin Xiongye remarked, "I intended to recruit a disciple, and these shards were purchased for them to practice their discerning eye. Today, they have fortuitously come in handy. For beginners, sorting, comparing, and appreciating these broken pieces is the fastest way to enhance their skills." However, Lin Wanqing asked with a hint of concern, "Father, I recall that these ancient shards hold little value. Will there truly be Jin Dynasty pieces among them?" "That I cannot ascertain," Lin Xiongye shrugged. "Fortunately, as the shards are broken, the underlying clay quality is clearly visible, and the difficulty in counterfeiting them is exceptionally high. Should we find any Jin Dynasty pieces, they would undoubtedly be authentic. Without further ado, let's commence our search." With that, Lin Xiongye wasted no time, laying a blanket on the ground and tipping the box over, releasing hundreds of ancient porcelain shards in a chaotic cascade. The collection included Song Dynasty Shadow Green, Yuan Dynasty Blue and White, and Qing Dynasty enamels, among others. Su Chen and Lin Xiongye are both adept in this field and swiftly categorized the ancient porcelain shards. However, when it came to distinguishing the Qingbai porcelain, Lin Xiongye's pace inevitably slowed, as the criteria extended beyond merely the Jin Dynasty. It also required the pieces to originate from Jingdezhen. While discerning the dynasty from the shards may not pose much difficulty, identifying their provenance necessitates a meticulous examination. Some particularly challenging shards even require specialized instruments to analyze the clay body and reconstruct the patterns, enabling the discovery of their origins. Launching, bring me my glasses. I need to scrutinize these closely. After a moment of surprise, Lin Xiongye realized that his precious daughter's attention was entirely fixated on Su Chen. This girl. Lin Xiongye chuckled softly, yet when he turned his head, he was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. In stark contrast to his slow and cautious approach, Su Chen examined each porcelain shard in less than a second. Not only was he unable to discern its origins, but he likely had no time even to identify its dynasty. Youthful exuberance, Lin Xiongye thought, leaving him with a lasting impression of Su Chen. Chapter 10. An unexpected turn in the hospital. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiongye, Su Chen selected the porcelain shards without examining the clay body or studying the patterns. With a mere glance, he could ascertain their background. However, this extraordinary ability came at a significant cost, as Su Chen soon felt a sharp soreness in his eyes, and his vision blurred, causing tears to flow profusely. Lin Xiongye was taken aback. How could selecting ancient porcelain shards lead to such tears? Witnessing this scene, Lin Wanqing became flustered and quickly produced a handkerchief to gently wipe Su Chen's eyes. Wanqing, thank you. With a soft smile towards Lin Wanqing, Su Chen lowered his head, pointing to the 10 shards he had selected. Grandma Jiang, we are quite fortunate. Among these ancient porcelain pieces, there are as many as 10 that meet the criteria. That should suffice. Grandma Jiang was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that Su Chen could identify Jin Dynasty porcelain in such a short span. Lin Xiongye, feeling a bit awkward, cleared his throat. Well, Su Chen, I know you have a kind heart, but your hasty selection may lead to mistakes. Uncle Lin, it's normal for you not to believe me, Su Chen replied calmly. However, once I arrange these porcelain shards, you will understand their origins. As he spoke, Su Chen picked up the 10 ancient shards and swiftly assembled 3 patterns, akin to piecing together a puzzle. Although the shards did not fit together seamlessly, their original forms seemed etched in Su Chen's mind. After presenting these 3 patterns, Lin Xiongye and the others suddenly grasped the overall shape of the designs, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed." Lin Xiongye trembled with excitement, hardly believing his own eyes. The first image displayed a common banded pattern of white porcelain from the Jin Dynasty, while the second depicted a beast-faced ring handle on a ceramic vase. The third showcased a highly sophisticated technique of open work, exuding a delicate texture that could very well be attributed to the master of porcelain, Zhao Kai. Su Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. Lin Xiongye possessed considerable knowledge, yet lacked the keen discernment. Indeed, this open work technique was remarkable during the Jin Dynasty, but was by no means exclusive to Zhao Kai. While these shards of porcelain boasted exquisite quality, Zhao Kai, revered as the progenitor of porcelain craftsmanship in later generations, employed techniques far superior to these. Naturally, such insights bore no relevance to healing or saving lives, and Su Chen saw no need to display his expertise, choosing instead to remain silent. Granny Jiang, trembling, extended her hand, seemingly incredulous. Mr. Lin, are you certain these are the Jin Dynasty porcelain pieces I seek? Lin Xiongye patted his chest, assuring her, rest assured. These are indeed artifacts from the Jin Dynasty, from Jingdezhen. How wonderful! Granny Jiang exclaimed, promptly producing her bank card. You may name your price. I shall take all 10 pieces. However, Lin Xiongye declined, saying, these ancient porcelain shards are of little value. I cannot accept your money. I shall gift them to you. That will be too much. How about this? You bring out the small green porcelain cow that Lin girl mentioned, and I will purchase it as a token of my gratitude for your assistance in finding these pieces. This matter can wait. First and foremost, we must attend to your little grandson's health. Once he recovers, it will not be too late to admire the green porcelain cow. Without further ado, Lin Xiongye neatly packaged the shards but did not hand them to Granny Jiang. Instead, he said, which hospital? I shall drive you there. Granny Jiang hurriedly replied. But what about your business? Business is of little consequence, Lin Xiongye said seriously, casting a glance at Su Chen. There is a small bed in the warehouse. If it suits you, you may rest there. However, Su Chen shook his head. I will accompany you. Very well, then let us be on our way. The 4 of them quickly boarded Lin Xiongye's vehicle and sped towards the hospital. During the journey, Su Chen kept his eyes closed, allowing them to rest thoroughly. Although he would unlikely have the opportunity to employ his vision's capabilities within the hospital, He sensed that this visit to deliver medicine would not proceed smoothly. It was prudent to conserve energy for what lay ahead. Approximately half an hour later, the group arrived promptly outside the ICU of the city hospital. A doctor stood at the cold stainless steel door and, upon seeing Granny Jiang, swiftly approached. "Professor, is there truly a way to heal Xiao Bei? Let us give it a try." Granny Jiang exhaled heavily, gesturing for Lin Xiongye to hand the porcelain shards to the doctor. "Crush them into powder. Mix it evenly with tung oil, and then apply it externally to Xiao Bei." The doctor took the cloth bag, instinctively opening it to take a glance, and was instantly rendered speechless. Porcelain shards? If Granny Jiang were not the most esteemed professor and physician here, he would have lacked the audacity to consider using such fragments in medicine. "Yes, there is no time for explanations. Please proceed as I have instructed." "That is out of the question." At that moment, a voice thundered, resonating through the air. Su Chen furrowed his brows, turning towards the source of the sound. An elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s, approached with a swift gait, his gaze sharp and penetrating like that of a hawk, exuding an overwhelming aura. Surrounding him were 4 or 5 physicians, mature men in their 40s and 50s, for a hospital is a place that values experience, and at this age, they are likely all department heads or associate chief physicians. Accompanied by such an elite entourage, the old man's presence was magnified tremendously. "Professor Jiang, I comprehend your eagerness to save lives, yet you cannot administer medications indiscriminately. The method of using porcelain in medicinal formulations has been dismissed by us on 3 or 4 occasions. How can you still cling to such delusions?" The old man's words swiftly countered Professor Jiang. The phrase porcelain in medicine echoed through the hallway, drawing immediate attention from numerous passersby, including patients and their families, who began murmuring amongst themselves. "Isn't that the renowned Professor Jiang and Professor Wei? Why are they arguing? It seems to be about the use of porcelain in medicine. Has Professor Jiang lost her senses, daring to employ such a ludicrous remedy?" Yet, they were hesitant to voice their opinions too freely. After all, Professor Jiang was the most esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Jinan City. What if her prescription proved effective? Such words might reach her ears, and one could forget about her treating their families in the future. Even those who defended Professor Jiang did so out of fear of incurring her displeasure. Everyone seemed to believe that Professor Jiang was momentarily deranged. Su Chen observed the scene, his fists subtly clenched. Indeed, the very situation he feared had manifested. Even with Professor Jiang's esteemed status, no one was willing to accept the authenticity of her prescription. The essence of traditional Chinese medicine, which should be revered, was, at this moment, treated with indifference, dismissed as mere folly. Chapter 11. You are unworthy of the title of traditional Chinese medicine. Unlike Su Chen, the physicians led by Professor Wei, having overheard the surrounding voices, displayed an even more haughty demeanor. In the past, they had always regarded Professor Jiang with deference. When had they ever been able to openly refute her prescriptions as they did now? Particularly Professor Wei, whose countenance radiated triumph, as if he were not engaged in a discussion of treatment protocols, but rather celebrating a hard-fought victory. There's an ancient saying, a physician cannot treat himself. This principle applies not only to oneself, but also to one's family. The child's parents, having suffered varying degrees of burns in a fire, were currently recuperating in a general ward and could not emerge to make the final decision. It could be said that whoever was the child's attending physician held absolute authority. Professor Wei, hands clasped behind his back, emanated an aggressive air with every word. What ancient texts? Wei Tiefeng's expression darkened, revealing his anger. You must understand that even in traditional Chinese medical literature, there exist numerous irrationalities. Through generations of transmission, many prescriptions have been dismissed and eliminated. Only you continue to harbor hope for such a recipe. I fear you have lost your reason. This is not healing, it is harming. The assembled white coats rallied in unison against her. Indeed, Professor Jiang, within the modern framework of traditional Chinese medicine, numerous unscientific remedies have been discarded, and your perspective appears somewhat antiquated. It would be wise to heed Professor Wei's counsel, as the attending physician in this instance. He is undoubtedly committed to restoring your grandson's health. Today, for the first time, Grandmother Jiang found herself marginalized among the medical practitioners, her countenance darkening and her body trembling slightly. Lin Wanqing, witnessing this, felt a pang of compassion and hurried to support Grandmother Jiang, only to discover that her hands were chillingly cold. Lin Xiongye also stepped forward, addressing the gathered doctors. Esteemed colleagues, I understand your reservations. Yet Professor Jiang is the city's most distinguished expert in traditional Chinese medicine. setting aside her familial ties to the patient. Her professional credentials alone warrant a discussion regarding her proposed treatment. Should we not convene and deliberate further before reaching a conclusion? Sir, I have already stated that we have rejected this prescription no less than 3 times. Wei Taifeng retorted sharply, his voice resonating with authority. Moreover, the sentiment that Professor Jiang should not partake in this matter is not shared solely by us older practitioners. Even Dr. Jiang herself, please step forward and voice your thoughts. As these words were spoken, the surrounding physicians instinctively parted to create space. At the rear of the crowd, a young and enchanting female doctor emerged. Upon glimpsing her identification badge, Lin Wanqing gasped in astonishment. Su Chun, too, appeared momentarily taken aback. This is Jiang Qinyu, Grandmother Zhang's granddaughter. Jiang Qinyu, with her alabaster skin and exquisite features, wore a loose white coat that, despite its draping, could not conceal her perfectly sculpted silhouette. Yet her demeanor was strikingly frigid, evoking the essence of an ice mountain and instilling a profound sense of distance. Calmly, Jiang Qinyu approached and spoke. Grandmother, I comprehend your sentiments, yet this time, we simply cannot adopt your proposed plan. Qinyu, Grandmother Jiang swayed slightly, and had it not been for Lin Wanqing's steadying hand, she might have collapsed. Nothing could be more disheartening than the denial from her own kin. At that moment, 2 derisive laughs echoed beside Lin Wanqing. The previously silent Su Chun could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward, casting a cold glance at Jiang Qinyu. Dr. Jiang, I understand you specialize in neurology? Indeed, she replied. Su Chen's disdain was palpable as he unleashed a barrage of scornful remarks. To express opinions on matters you do not comprehend is utterly ludicrous. Even more absurd is the assembly of uninformed practitioners you stand amongst. His words struck with a resonant finality, sharply chastising the gathered doctors. 10%. Grandmother Zhang's pupils dilated in shock, anger surging within her. Professor Wei, what did you previously tell me? Wasn't there a 30% cure rate? It appears even she has been kept in the dark. Wei Taifeng raised his head and spoke solemnly. As a family member of the patient and a medical professional, I must conceal the truth from you. Initially, we could achieve a 30% success rate, but as you know, we have internal medications to sustain his life. However, we have yet to find an external treatment. Absurd, Grandmother Jiang exclaimed, nearly jumping with anger. She turned directly to the doctor she had previously contacted and commanded. Quickly grind these porcelain shards in a powder and prepare the remedy according to my prescription. Wei Taifeng stepped forward, attempting to intervene. Yet, he was preempted by the imposing figure of Su Chun, who loomed before him like a mountain. Wei Tiefeng's resolve faltered. What do you intend to do? Su Chun demanded. With such a low cure rate, are you going to do nothing? Wei Taifeng felt an inexplicable sense of guilt as he remained in deliberation over treatment plans. Su Chen's demeanor intensified, and with a cold smile, he declared, You have a ready prescription before you, yet you refuse to acknowledge it while allowing the condition to deteriorate. In my eyes, you are unworthy to call yourselves physicians. On what grounds do you speak so? I will tell you on what grounds. Su Chun interrupted, not giving him a chance to respond. The Compendium of Materia Medica states that porcelain, especially fine porcelain, is neutral and non-toxic. It treats women's ailments, halts vomiting, and stops bleeding. It can be ground and applied to wounds to aid healing. Chapter 12. Grandmother, I am sorry. The Compendium of Materia Medica states. The prescriptions of Universal Relief states that powdered porcelain, when used in tu chien, can be applied with a fingertip dipped in saliva and swallowed to treat all cough-related ailments. The sacred records state that using shards of Jingdajun porcelain, when ground and mixed with tung oil, can be applied multiple times to heal burns. Su Chun articulated each prescription with precision, reciting several renowned ancient medical texts without a single error, as if he were the original author of these works. In an instant, the haughty physicians revealed expressions of shame, particularly Wei Taifeng, who paled slightly, unable to believe that Su Chun could recite so many ancient remedies. You are also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine? Wei Taifeng asked in a hushed tone after a moment. Su Chun could hardly be bothered to explain. This is irrelevant to you. What I must convey is that traditional Chinese medicine is profound and far beyond the comprehension of those with such narrow perspectives. Well said. Suddenly, an applause erupted from an unseen corner. The bystanders spontaneously stepped forward to praise Su Chun, an advocate for Grandmother Jiang. Professor Jiang is a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Even if her prescriptions seem extraordinary, they must possess their own rationale. We trust Professor Jiang's judgment. Professor Wei, do not delay any longer. The patient is merely a child and cannot endure much more turmoil. The appearance of this support finally eased Grandmother Zhang's expression. She turned once more to the doctor beside her and instructed, when applying the medicinal powder, remember to spread a thin layer. It must not be too thick. Also, ensure the ratio of powder to tongue oil is precise. You still remember the prescription I provided earlier, do you not? Allow me to take charge. As the doctor was about to leave, unexpectedly, Jiang Qinyu took the initiative to speak, saying, Xiao Bei is my brother's child. No one could do better than I can. Grandmother Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile of reassurance appeared on her face. Qinyu, I entrust this to you. Rest assured, Wei Taifeng maintained a stern expression, standing with his arms crossed nearby. I shall see what effect your unreasonable antics can have. However, everyone's attention was focused on the child, and no one paid heed to his outbursts. Only the idle onlookers occasionally cast disdainful glances in his direction. Time passed, and before they knew it, an hour had elapsed. The doors of the ICU remained firmly shut. During this time, Lin Wanqing clenched her fists, her palms damp with perspiration. Do not worry, Su Chen said calmly. The ancient remedy is miraculous, and the porcelain shards are genuine. There will be no harm. Lin Wanqing forced a smile and nodded, just as she was about to speak when suddenly, a clear sound of the door mechanism was heard. The cold door finally swung open. Everyone's nerves were taut, their gazes fixed intently. Jiang Qinyu walked slowly towards them, her typically placid demeanor now tinged with remorse. Approaching Grandmother Jiang, she quietly said, Grandma, I am sorry. Many gasped in disbelief. What do these words signify? You see, Wei Taifeng, seemingly anticipating this moment, immediately stepped in front of Grandmother Jiang, coldly admonishing. I warned you that using that porcelain in treatment is a lunatic's method. You two, grandmother and granddaughter, chose not to heed my advice. There was once a 10% chance of recovery, but now it is likely negligible. Professor Jiang, although the patient is your kin, I must inform you that this medical incident stems from your actions. You cannot evade responsibility. His words remained unfinished. Jiang Qinyu suddenly turned, her gaze sharp as ice, instantly silencing Wei Taifeng. He was about to retort when Jiang Qinyu finally spoke. The one who cannot evade responsibility is you. If it were not for your obstruction, my brother might have already been transferred to a regular ward and spared this suffering. What did you say? Wei Tiefeng's expression froze. Behind him, the other doctors also turned pale, some even gasping in shock. Grandmother Zhang's expression shifted as she grasped her granddaughter's hand. Qinyu, are you saying? After applying the medicinal powder to my brother, his vital signs gradually stabilized, the high fever subsided, and most importantly, the areas with milder burns showed significant signs of reduced swelling. Jiang Qinyu, her beauty like a serene winter landscape, finally revealed a glimmer of emotion as she exclaimed, It was your medicinal powder that saved my younger brother. At this revelation, the weight that had burdened everyone's hearts was finally lifted. Applause erupted spontaneously. Startled, several doctors from nearby departments rushed out to manage the scene, urging everyone to calm down. Yet, witnessing such a miraculous event, how could they contain their excitement? Fortunately, there were not many patients on this floor, so such commotion would not lead to severe consequences. In stark contrast, the expressions of Wei Taifeng and his companions were nothing short of spectacular. They were a blend of astonishment and regret. The astonishment stemmed from the realization that a mere handful of shattered porcelain could yield a medical miracle. The regret, however, was deeply personal for Wei Taifeng, the lead physician in this endeavor. Had he embraced this proposal, it would have marked a significant triumph in his medical career. Yet, he had relinquished this well-deserved accolade, casting aside in front of numerous onlookers, thus rendering himself a figure of ridicule. The thought ignited a fiery embarrassment upon his cheeks, prompting him to hasten to the nearest restroom, where he chastised himself with 2 sharp slaps. Wei Taifeng, you are nothing but a farce. Meanwhile, Grandma Zhang's eyes glistened with tears of joy, as if she were still ensnared in a dream. Suddenly, she turned to face Su Chen and bowed earnestly, stating, Mr. Su, the Jiang family owes you our deepest gratitude. Without your pursuit of ancient porcelain and your unwavering support, my dear grandson may not have survived much longer. Rest assured, the Jiang family is committed to repaying this kindness, and I will do everything in my power to assist you. Su Chen quickly reached out to help her rise. Responding with a gentle smile, I merely spoke a few words of fairness. It is your remarkable courage, Grandma Jiang, that dared to explore such unconventional ancient remedies. As you aptly noted, a leaf can obscure the view of Mount Tai. Grandma Jiang smiled slightly, her eyes reflecting an increasing fondness for Su Chen. She then pulled Jiang Qinyu over, introducing her. "Allow me to present the young man who helped me find those ancient porcelain shards. His name is Su Chen, a truly exceptional individual." Jiang Qinyu, feeling somewhat helpless, could only offer a polite smile. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but smirk, wondering why it felt as though he were being considered as a potential suitor. "Sister Qinyu, you must assist Su Chen with a favor," Lin Wanqing interjected, sensing Grandma Zhang's intentions. "You are the most skilled neurosurgeon. I believe only you can treat Su Chen's amnesia." Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Qinyu had initially regarded Su Chen with mere politeness, but upon hearing this, her curiosity about him intensified. Chapter 13, an enchanting scene. Amnesia? Jiang Qinyu turned her head in perplexity, scrutinizing Su Chen closely. Typically, individuals afflicted with amnesia exhibit a dazed demeanor, yet Su Chen appeared resolute, exuding an undeniable confidence in his dialogue and actions, as if he were inherently composed. If he could present such strength despite his condition, what must his true self have been like? Undaunted and decisive. In that moment, her intrigue for the man before her blossomed further. At that instant, Su Chen was preparing to discuss his condition when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Lin Wanqing's inner turmoil. On the surface, she appeared composed, but internally, she was in a state of distress, thinking, "Oh no, why do I feel like I've thrown Su Chen to the wolves?" Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. He had unwittingly garnered an admirer in such a brief encounter. "Sister Qinyu, Mr. Su is our benefactor, and you must do everything possible to treat his amnesia." Grandmother Jiang could hardly be oblivious to Lin Wanqing's sentiments. Having been a loyal patron of Wanqing's studio for years and always fond of the girl's charming demeanor, after sharing these thoughts, she couldn't resist a playful tease. "Lest our dear Lin would not let you off easily." Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she shyly lowered her head. "Grandmother Jiang, what are you saying?" Casting a fleeting glance at Lin Wanqing, Jiang Qinyu remained indifferent to the romantic musings of youth. She nodded and stated, "I understand, Mr. Su. If it is convenient for you, shall we proceed with some examinations now?" "Certainly." Su Chen had already intended to visit the hospital for a brain checkup after assisting Lin Wanqing, and with this opportunity presented, he was eager to comply. After exchanging pleasantries with Grandmother Jiang and Lin Wanqing, Su Chen followed Jiang Qinyu away from the ICU level. The two of them, one mature and composed, the other as cold as ice, walked in silence, devoid of any interaction. It was until they reached the MRI room that Jiang Qinyu finally spoke. "Please lie down." Su Chen discerned that Jiang Qinyu was indeed attentive to his condition. According to protocol, they typically began with standard brain examinations, yet here he was starting with an MRI. It was evident that, having established the persona of a benefactor, he was receiving distinguished treatment. Moreover, a faint curiosity about Jiang Qinyu lingered in Su Chen's mind. Could this icy beauty truly suppress her abilities? As he reclined on the MRI's automatic bed, he found himself lost in such trifling thoughts. "Relax, otherwise it may affect the examination results," Jiang Qinyu said professionally. "Feel free to chat about anything to ease your mind." Her words, rather than alleviating his anxiety, only intensified it. A bitter smile played on his lips as he replied, "Dr. Jiang, in the future, when examining others, perhaps you could refrain from such reminders. It might better soothe the patient's nerves." Jiang Qinyu paused, her expression momentarily faltering as she grasped the implication behind his words. Coldly, she glanced at him and inquired, "Do you understand traditional Chinese medicine?" "I have explained this to Grandmother Jiang," Su Chen replied with a smile. "I do not comprehend traditional Chinese medicine, but I am well versed in antiques, thus I possess a thorough understanding of antiquities related to it." Jiang Qinyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "So you dare to argue with Wei Taifeng, unafraid of the consequences?" "Of course I am afraid," Su Chen responded with a calm smile, "but some things must be done, even in the face of fear." As his words hung in the air, Jiang Qinyu, who was adjusting the instruments while conversing, suddenly halted, her expression betraying a noticeable fluctuation. Almost instinctively, Su Chen activated his ability. In an instant, he was taken aback. This time, his visual ability manifested not as written thoughts, but as vivid imagery. In a fleeting moment, he beheld an unforgettable scene, a surgical table. The lead surgeon was a woman of exquisite form, though masked. Her features unmistakably revealed her to be Jiang Qinyu. Yet, in this vision, she was no longer the frigid figure he knew. Instead, she was drenched in cold sweat, her demeanor fraught with panic. Clang! Her hands, trembling, could barely grip the scalpel, which clattered to the ground. The next scene unfolded as several nurses supported her out, while other physicians stepped in to complete the procedure. The entire scene unfolded in a fleeting moment, yet Chen discerned something. "Are you afraid of the lead surgeon?" he asked almost instinctively. Immediately, he regretted his words. This question unearthed a deeply buried concern within Jiang Qinyu, and his blunt inquiry felt akin to a thunderclap. Just moments before, Jiang Qinyu had silently activated the automatic bed switch. Upon hearing his question, her delicate frame trembled violently, causing her to lose her footing and inadvertently fall onto Chen. In an instant, their chests met, and they exchanged bewildered glances. As the automatic bed ushered them into the magnetic resonance imaging machine. The apparatus was an imposing entity, yet the space accommodating a person was merely a small, rounded opening. With their bodies intertwined, the space became exceedingly constrained. Hot breaths brushed against each other's faces, leaving both momentarily stunned. This proximity to the opposite sex was a first for both of them. While Chen was oblivious to his past experiences prior to his amnesia for Jiang Qinyu, this was undeniably a novel encounter. Flushed with embarrassment, nervousness, and awkwardness, a torrent of emotions surged through her mind. "Do not look at me." After a brief moment of distraction, Jiang Qinyu regained her composure, her voice icy and resolute. Yet in the confined space, it felt even more intimate. Even Chen, with his mature demeanor, was startled. He quickly apologized and averted his gaze. However, as he shifted his eyes downward, he felt a jolt, as Jiang Qinyu's sudden fall had slightly loosened her collar, exposing a captivating sight that pressed against his solid chest, distorting into an alluring form. My heavens! Is this what they call flesh when undressed, slender when clothed? Such a thought sprang into Chen's mind. Chapter 14. All indicators are normal. Close your eyes. Jiang Qinyu, with a woman's innate intuition, immediately sensed where Chen's gaze lingered, her embarrassment intensifying. She scolded him while attempting to straighten herself. However, as she lifted her head, she collided with the inner wall of the MRI machine. Bang! With a crisp sound, Jiang Qinyu found herself sprawled once more. The brief respite for her chest was once again compressed. Soft, was Chen's first thought. Yet, he quickly reined in his impulses, firmly closing his eyes and saying, "I apologize, fair maiden, for my abruptness. Please do not move. I shall not look. Beast, scoundrel, wretch." Jiang Qinyu's head throbbed with frustration, her heart a mix of anger and embarrassment. Even with Chen's compliance, her ire remained unquenched, leading her to unleash a torrent of scolding, uttering every harsh word she could conceive. Upon hearing her outburst, Chen furrowed his brow and, against his better judgment, opened his eyes, unabashedly gazing at the most enchanting sight before him. Jiang Qinyu, in a state of desperation, implored, "Why have you opened your eyes again? Quickly close them." "As I close my eyes, only to be subjected to your scorn, why not keep them open, thus sparing myself a loss?" When it comes to a war of words, Jiang Qinyu stands no chance against Chen, left momentarily speechless by his retorts. Yet, his gaze burns intensely, a heat she finds unbearable. In a moment of desperation, she concedes, "I shall refrain from cursing you. Do close your eyes." Closing them is out of the question. What if Dr. Jiang casts a wandering glance upon me? Chen, increasingly amused by this frigid beauty, quips, "To be fair, I shall gaze into your eyes. Surely, that is acceptable." With that, his candid pupils lock onto Jiang Qinyu's. In that instant, she truly perceives that despite his excessive behavior, the clarity of his eyes is ineffably pure. Strangely, the fury within her seems to dissipate somewhat. Yet, simultaneously, a question arises in her mind. Have you truly lost your memory? Indeed, Chen responds, perplexed by her inquiry. Jiang Qinyu replies earnestly, "It is your eyes. I have never encountered a memory-impaired individual whose gaze is as composed and untainted as yours." "I shall take that as a compliment," he says with a wry smile. "Since I have lost my memory, all I can do is cooperate with the treatment and continue living. Burdening myself with excessive psychological weight serves no purpose." This statement feels directed at himself, yet carries a profound significance for Jiang Qinyu as well. Suddenly recalling a scene before entering the MRI machine, she asks curiously, "How did you know I feared surgery?" "Did my grandmother inform you?" Chen casually remarks, "I heard from others. I find it puzzling. As a doctor, how can you fear surgery?" "Everyone harbors their own fears," she replies. Not wishing to delve further into the topic, she swiftly shifts gears. "And what about you? Are you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Jiang Qinyu responds, perhaps before your memory loss, you were an entirely different person. Perhaps you cannot accept that version of yourself. This is not mere alarmism. It is wisdom born from experience. Uncertain whether it stems from concern or the confines of their environment, Jiang Qinyu elaborates, from a doctor's perspective, I must do my utmost to assist in your recovery. However, from a personal standpoint, I suggest you embrace the natural course of things. Perhaps you, devoid of memories, might live more lightly. You make a valid point. Su Chen smiles, but evasion is not the mark of a true man. Jiang Qinyu purses her lips, falling silent. In this brief interaction, she realizes that her earlier counsel may have been futile. Given Su Chen's disposition, he would not easily relent. A profound silence envelopes them, the only sound in the narrow space being the rhythm of their breaths. Their exhales intertwine, creating a tension that thickens the atmosphere with undeniable intimacy. Jiang Qinyu finds herself blushing uncontrollably. To her surprise, even Dr. Jiang can blush. Su Chen, witnessing this, finds it amusing and teases her. Jiang Qinyu, feeling even more embarrassed, is about to scold him when a sudden beeping sound resonates beneath her, signaling the conclusion of the examination as the automatic bed gently rolls away. The fleeting yet protracted minutes finally elapsed, and as her vision cleared, Jiang Qinyu felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, when she attempted to rise, a tingling sensation coursed through her body. Unlike Su Chen, Jiang Qinyu was far more anxious, her body remaining taut and unable to relax momentarily. Why aren't you getting up? Su Chen inquired with a smile. Casting a vexed glance, Jiang Qinyu whispered, could you assist me? My body feels a bit numb. Of course, no problem, Su Chen replied, grasping her arm but opting not to push her away. Instead, he executed a perfect sit-up, lifting Jiang Qinyu along with him. For an instant, she was taken aback. Despite maintaining an impeccable weight, she was still a person. And the fact that he could perform a sit-up while bearing her weight was astonishingly impressive. Suddenly, Jiang Qinyu shivered. You should lie down a bit longer. We entered together, and the results may not be conclusive. All right then, Su Chen acquiesced, resigning himself to another examination. Although the space was spacious, it felt rather monotonous when alone. Before long, Su Chen concluded his check. Please wait a moment. All right, I'll wait outside. He nodded and prepared to exit the MRI room. The departure was marked by a stiffness that hung in the air. Yet, just as Su Chen reached for the door, Jiang Qinyu abruptly called out, why don't you wait here? It would be ideal if your girlfriend noticed something amiss. Are you referring to Wan Qing? Su Chen chuckled. She was indeed a friend, but not his girlfriend. Jiang Qinyu responded with an "oh," falling silent. For reasons unknown, she felt a subtle sense of relief. Since she had said that, Su Chen decided to remain, but the atmosphere once again descended into silence until the examination results were printed. Jiang Qinyu scrutinized the results repeatedly, her delicate brows furrowing in contemplation. Su Chen. Finally, she set the results down and softly stated, according to this, all your indicators are normal. Chapter 15, Poisoning. From the results, your bodily metrics are all within the normal range, and there are no signs of any damage to the brain tissue. Such a condition is exceedingly rare in clinical practice and presents considerable difficulties in treatment. Although Jiang Qinyu did not finish her thought, Su Chen grasped her implication. Normal indicators? No damage? How then had he lost his memory? Unbeknownst to him, a heavy cloud of uncertainty began to envelop Su Chen's heart, and he resolved to uncover the truth behind it all. Observing Su Chen's troubled demeanor, Lin Xiongye spoke up, Su Chen, recovering your memory is not something to rush. You must understand that haste makes waste. How about this? Before you regain your memories, why not stay at Wanqing to assist? It just so happens that I could use someone as capable as you. Lin Wanqing beamed with delight, eagerly waiting for Su Chen's affirmation. Yet, Su Chen merely smiled faintly and declined Lin Xiongye's kind offer. This indeed took Lin Xiongye by surprise. Although he felt a twinge of regret, he nodded in understanding with a smile. Lin Xiongye remained relatively composed, yet Lin Wanqing was far less serene. Pouting slightly, with a hint of playful charm, she said, fine, you may leave, but before you go, you must reimburse me for the examination costs. With that, she extended her delicate, fair hand towards Su Chen. Su Chen awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, rummaging through his pockets, only to find himself devoid of any money, which left him feeling even more embarrassed. He glanced at Lin Wanqing's smug little face, perplexed by her thoughts. I knew you wouldn't have any money to return to me. Without the means to repay, you must acquiesce to my father's proposal. Oh, this fellow is truly foolish, forgetting where he even resides. yet trying to assert himself. Having perceived Lin Wanqing's true intentions, Su Chan smiled lightly, realizing she wished to assist him. Well then, since that is the case, he might as well agree. It would grant him a temporary refuge. Sighing in resignation, he looked at Lin Wanqing and conceded, "All right, I agree to help at your home. Consider it a repayment of the debt." "Really?" Lin Wanqing exclaimed, her joy blooming like a flower at Su Chen's agreement. Lin Xiongye was equally delighted, stating, "It's wonderful that you agreed, Su Chen. Just in time. We need a manager for Wanqing's establishment, and you shall take up that role." Lin Xiongye held Su Chen's appraisal abilities in the highest regard and felt completely at ease in trusting him with such a vital position. However, upon hearing this, Su Chen felt it was inappropriate to assume such a significant role right upon his arrival, and he persistently waved his hands. No, Uncle Lin. I believe you should seek someone more suitable for the position of manager." Lin Xiongye, puzzled by these words, wondered if the young man found a role beneath him. "Well, Su Chen," he chuckled, "with your considerable talents, being merely a manager does seem an underutilization of your capabilities. How about this? You could serve as the general manager, overseeing all branches of Wanqing's establishment in Jinan City. What do you think?" Su Chen was left speechless, his expression conflicted as he replied, "Uncle Lin, that's not what I meant." Seeing his response, Lin Xiongye felt a pang of concern. Could it be that even the title of general manager was too trivial for him? This was indeed a quandary. Just then, Su Chen spoke up, "Uncle Lin, please do not misunderstand. First, my experience is still limited. To leap into a managerial position might elicit resentment. Moreover, I'm currently suffering from memory loss, which could lead to numerous complications in the future. Therefore, I believe it is best to start from the ground up." Su Chen was certainly uninterested in lofty titles at the moment. Understanding the circumstances surrounding his amnesia was paramount. Once in a leadership position, how could he expect to maintain a leisurely pace? Lin Xiongye, unaware of these underlying reasons, was taken aback by Su Chen's remarks. He had not anticipated that this young man, possessing such remarkable abilities, would display humility and patience, devoid of arrogance. Indeed, he was a rare talent, and Lin Xiongye admired and respected him all the more. Excellent. Young man, your future knows no bounds." Witnessing her father's praise for Su Chen filled Lin Wanqing's heart with joy. Soon, the car entered the elegant and tranquil Yijing Garden Villa district, coming to a stop at a quaint villa courtyard. "Su Chen, forgive me for my impudence in inviting you to our home without prior consultation. I simply could not contain my eagerness to learn a few tricks of gem appraisal from you. Therefore, I would like you to stay here with me for a few days. If you find it comfortable, you may stay as long as you wish. If not, you can relocate to the shop in a few days. What do you think?" Seeing that the invitation had been so earnestly extended, Su Chen felt it would be impolite to decline further. After all, he had nowhere to go, and the surroundings were delightful. He decided to heed Uncle Lin's arrangements. Lin Xiongye was overjoyed and pulled Su Chen into the villa, completely oblivious to the presence of his precious daughter. This was the first time Lin Wanqing felt so disregarded by her father, and she stomped her foot in frustration. Yet, she soon smiled with satisfaction like a little swallow, and followed him inside. As they entered the living room, a woman in her 40s, dressed as a maid, approached them, bowing deeply before retrieving several pairs of slippers from the shoe cabinet and neatly arranging them on the floor. "Yes," the woman responded with a smile, gently bowing to Su Chen. "Mr. Su, how do you do?" In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Su Chen sensed a subtle glimmer in her eyes, accompanied by a barely perceptible smile. Was it merely an illusion? He hesitated, intending to gauge her thoughts, but when he looked up again, she had already gone into the kitchen to prepare a meal. "Xiao Su, come, sit down. I have a small item here. Could you please take a look?" Lin Xiongye eagerly beckoned Su Chen to sit, presenting a set of beast-pattern goblets. "Dad, how could you? He hasn't even had a sip of water yet." Lin Wanqing protested, unable to hold back. But Lin Xiongye interrupted her. Yes, my fault. Wanqing, why are you still standing there? Hurry and get Xiao Su a cup of tea. Make sure it's the finest West Lake Longjing. Quickly." With that, Lin Xiongye donned his glasses and began discussing the artifacts with Su Chen, leaving Lin Wanqing feeling neglected. She pouted in frustration, wanting to retort, but with company present, she refrained from ruining her poised image and complied. Once the tea was served, the two men became thoroughly engrossed, savoring tea while appraising antiques, utterly absorbed in their enjoyment. Before they knew it, dinner time arrived, and Sister Wu called them to eat. Reluctantly, Lin Xiongye and Su Chen set down the goblets, preparing to head to the dining room. "Ah, Master, forgive my boldness, but since both you and Mr. Su enjoy this set of goblets so much, why not use them for a few drinks tonight?" It would certainly enhance your hospitality, Sister Wu suggested. At her words, Lin Xiongyi's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. Xiao Wu, let's do just that. What do you think, Xiao Su? Whatever uncle wishes, Su Chen replied. Su Chen nodded gently, feeling a surge of joy within. Yet, he couldn't help but find the behavior of his sister Wu increasingly peculiar. As a servant, how could she dare to speak so freely? Fortunately, Uncle Lin possessed a generous spirit. Had it been another household, they would have likely dismissed her with disdain already. Father, may I also partake in this ancient wine? Lin Wanqing chimed in eagerly. How splendid. Long live Dad. Without hesitation, Lin Xiongye brought the goblet to the dining table. Ah, Xiao Wu, today you mustn't be shy. Join us for a few drinks. There's no need for formality. Drink as you wish, he encouraged. Very well, thank you, sir. With that, Sister Wu rose to pour wine for everyone. However, something felt amiss. This Sister Wu was undoubtedly up to no good. With that thought, Su Chan focused intently on her. At that moment, Sister Wu smirked inwardly. Drink up. I have already poisoned the wine. Soon, this Lin father and daughter shall meet the king of hell. All I need to do is frame this Su lad for the murder. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen's expression turned to one of horror. He quickly turned to see Lin father and daughter lifting their goblets, ready to drink. There's poison in the wine, he shouted, rushing forward to snatch the goblets from their hands and hurl them to the ground. The goblets shattered, and the wine splattered, releasing a cloud of white smoke that left Lin father and daughter exchanging bewildered glances. Fury ignited within Su Chun as he advanced on Sister Wu. Speak. Why do you wish to kill? Sister Wu, caught off guard by the revelation, fell silent. Indeed, I have treated you well. How could you act thus? Lin Xiongye insisted, pressing for answers. Sister Wu stammered, retreating step by step. Suddenly, her pupils dilated, and she began frothing at the mouth, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. This is dire. It appears she has been poisoned. Lin Xiongye shouted urgently. Wanqing, quickly call for an ambulance. In pursuit of the truth, Su Chen resolved to delve deeper into Sister Wu's thoughts. Yet, her mind was in disarray, and after a prolonged effort, he managed to uncover a crucial lead just before her last breath. Gu Shangjai. Chapter 16. The Police's Suspicion. Gu Shangjai? Su Chen pondered. Was that not the antique shop belonging to the He family? Could it be that someone from the He family had incited the maid to poison? Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing had already contacted the police and summoned an ambulance. Seeing Sister Wu's tragic demise, Lin Wanqing's face turned pale with fear, trembling slightly as she sought solace in Lin Xiongye's embrace. Why, Father, have we treated Aunt Wu so kindly, only for her to wish us harm? Lin Xiongye gently stroked his daughter's back, cryptically remarking, the human heart is treacherous. Su Chen found this statement intriguing and stepped forward to inquire, Uncle Lin, do you have any idea who seeks to harm you? Before the police arrived, Su Chen aimed to gather as many clues as possible. Though this matter had little to do with him, having been caught up in it meant he could not distance himself. Furthermore, such a calamity occurring on the very first day of his visit to the Lin household seemed far too coincidental. Su Chen harbored a subtle feeling that this seemingly unrelated poisoning case had, at a deeper level, intricate connections. He refrained from arguing, instead fixing his gaze intently on Lin Xiongye. From the traces of anxiety etched on his face, it was evident that Lin harbored suspicions, though he appeared reluctant to voice them. Very well, if that is the case, then let us proceed with a breach of decorum. Su Chen concentrated, attempting to delve into Lin Xiongye's innermost thoughts. However, despite his fervent effort, he was unable to glean any insight. It was perplexing. Why was it ineffective? A hint of confusion crossed Su Chen's mind. Could it be that his telepathic abilities had waned? Yet, he soon recalled the crux of the matter. His prior experiences of reading minds had only involved women. Now, faced with a man, could it be that his powers were exclusively effective on females? With his telepathy proving futile, Su Chen resolved to directly probe. Uncle Lin, might there be any unresolved grievances between you and the Guxing Zhai, or have you inadvertently obstructed their financial endeavors? Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Xiongye raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that members of the He family from Gu Shangjai are scheming against the Lin family? Father, that is indeed a possibility, especially since I offended someone from the He family this morning. They may seek retribution, Lin Wanqing chimed in. Lin Xiongye affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, replying, silly girl. Our families have long-standing business dealings, and besides, that young man from the He family is quite fond of you. How could he possibly harm us? Furthermore, you only offended them this morning. It would be improbable for them to retaliate so soon. If anything were to happen to us, the police would undoubtedly suspect them first. After listening to her father's words, Lin Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. It was clear that Lin Xiongye did not believe the poisoning was connected to the He family. By the way, Su Xianzi, how did you discern that there was poison in the wine? Uncle Lin, it is not the wine that is poisoned but rather the goblet, which had already been tainted with poison. I noticed this while we were handling the goblet earlier. A faint white frost clung to the inner surface of 3 of the goblets. At first glance, it appeared oxidized. But a mere scrape with a hard object revealed the flaw. The reason I did not disclose this immediately was to observe into whose hands these poison goblets would ultimately fall. Ah, that explains it. Su-chun, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, my father and I might have having already assisted her immensely during the day, and now potentially saving both her and her father's lives. Lin Wanqing's gratitude towards Su-chun flowed like an unending river, her gaze shimmering with fervent admiration. However, Su-chun merely smiled gently and nodded. Wanqing, you are too kind. Lin Xiong nodded in agreement. Just then, a cacophony of police sirens resonated from outside the villa. Father, the police have arrived. The 3 individuals hurriedly welcomed the guests at the villa, where 2 police cars and an ambulance were stationed outside. A formidable group of uniformed officers and medical personnel surged inside. At the forefront was a robust man in his early 30s, tall and dark-skinned, clad in a striking blue uniform that exuded an aura of authority. His hawk-like gaze, sharp enough to pierce through flesh, commanded immediate attention. Upon entering, he swiftly scrutinized the trio with his piercing eyes. Where's the injured? The lead officer inquired in a grave tone. In the dining room. But the person has already succumbed, Lin Xiongye replied. Lead the way. The group proceeded to the dining room, where the officer leaned over the lifeless body for a meticulous examination. He then issued a directive. Search the entire villa thoroughly. Do not overlook a single clue. Understood? Yes. Captain Liu. The officers responded in unison, promptly commencing their investigation. The accompanying medical personnel also began their examination of the corpse. Captain Liu approached the trio and scrutinized each individual before coldly questioning Su-chun. Who are you? Oh, he is Su-chun, Lin Wanqing interjected. Let him speak for himself. I am a friend of the Lin family, invited by my uncle to visit, Su-chun stated. Very well. Lin Wanqing confirmed and recounted the events in detail. Upon finishing, Captain Liu's gaze shifted back to Su-chun, his smile devoid of warmth as he remarked, This is intriguing. The housekeeper has worked here for years without incident. Yet as soon as you arrive, a grave situation unfolds. You claim the housekeeper administered poison, but with the victim now deceased. Can I not suspect that the true culprit might be someone else, with the housekeeper merely serving as a scapegoat? The implication was clear. Captain Liu was casting suspicion on Su-chun. This prompted not only Lin Wanqing, but also Lin Xiongye to react uneasily, as he hastily defended, Captain Liu, I believe there is no reason to doubt Xiao Su. We have only just met. He has no motive to harm us. Moreover, had it not been for his warning, Wanqing and I might not have been standing here alive. Indeed, you cannot unjustly accuse an innocent person. Captain Liu, Lin Wanqing added anxiously from his side. Rest assured Liu Xinyan, never wrongfully accused the innocent. Yet I will not let a guilty party escape. With that chilling declaration, Liu Xinyan turned to Su-chun. You say your name is Su-chun. Now, where do you reside, and who lives with you? Wait. As it seemed Su-chun was about to be taken away by the police, Lin Wanqing rushed forward to intervene. Captain, what Su-chun has said is true. He is indeed suffering from amnesia. If you don't believe me, I can call the neurology department at the city hospital right now. They can verify his condition. With that, Lin Wanqing promptly dialed Jiang Qinyu's number. Hello, Qinyu, this is Wanqing. Please inform the police that Su-chun is indeed an amnesia patient. No matter how I explain, they do not believe me and intend to take him away for questioning. Please help clarify. Upon finishing, she handed her phone to Captain Liu, who stepped aside to take the call. Yes. As a physician, you must take responsibility for your words. Providing false evidence could lead to criminal liability. You understand? Moments later, Captain Liu returned the phone to Lin Wanqing. Since there is a doctor to testify on your behalf, I shall refrain from taking anyone away today. However, should I uncover any issues within this matter, none of you will escape unscathed. After issuing his warning, Captain Liu turned to Lin Xiongye and said, Mr. Lin, there are a few questions I wish to discuss with you privately. All right, Lin Xiongye replied, and the two moved aside. After a lengthy conversation, Liu Xinyan finally commanded the team to withdraw, simultaneously instructing that the body be placed in the ambulance. The police did not completely depart. Liu Xinyan left 2 officers stationed on the first floor of the villa. This was to preserve the scene, ensure the safety of the Lin family, and to discreetly observe the interactions between Lin Wanqing and Su Chun to see if any new developments would arise. As night fell, despite the gravity of the situation at home, one still needed to rest. Upon collapsing onto the bed, Su Chen's mind was a tumult of confusion, overwhelmed by countless thoughts. What particularly vexed him was that Jiang Qinyu's brain examination results were entirely normal. Why, then, did she choose to conceal this from him? Chapter 17, Playing Tricks. Amidst a mind filled with questions, Su Chun finally succumbed to a deep slumber. She was dressed in a violet tracksuit that was both stylish and appropriate, with a pristine white headband neatly securing her long, lustrous black hair, exuding a vibrant and youthful aura. Even the two officers stationed at the Lin residence found themselves momentarily transfixed by Lin Wanqing's beauty. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the faint shadows beneath her fair cheeks, unmistakable indicators of a restless night. It was hardly surprising. Who could sleep soundly with such turmoil at home? Especially a delicate girl like Lin Wanqing? Thank you. Thank you. The two officers, taken aback by her grace and charm, blushed as they accepted the breakfast she offered. Su Chen, let us head upstairs. My father and I have matters to discuss with you. All right. In the guest room on the second floor, as they enjoyed their breakfast, Lin Xiongye remarked, Su Xianzi, I just spoke with the manager of the Jinbao Pavilion. You can start working there today. I understand your pride, and I wouldn't want you to feel that special treatment is being afforded to you. So I refrained from elaborating on our relationship to the manager. Father, how could you do this? You know how sharp-tongued the manager is. If you do not clarify our connection, he will surely make things difficult for Su Chun. Lin Wanqing protested, expressing her discontent with Lin Xiongye's approach. Wanqing, Uncle Lin's decision was not misguided. In fact, I intended to speak with him about this as well. Please do not portray me as a prince incognito, as it would complicate my work further. Su Chen quickly interjected, genuinely echoing Lin Xiongye's sentiments. Indeed, Lin Wanqing replied coolly. Will you be going alone? Su Chun inquired, his concern for Lin Wanqing's safety evident. After all, it was only last night that someone attempted to poison the Lin family. It seems rather precarious for them to be traveling at this time. Should a nefarious individual seize the opportunity, Lin Wanqing could find herself in grave danger. Observing Su Chen's concerns, Lin Xiongye quickly reassured him, Dear Su, fret not. Wanqing will merely be in Jinbei for 2 days. Moreover, there will be personnel to escort her to and from the station, and once she arrives in Jinbei, she will be accompanied throughout her stay. Surely, even if someone harbored ill intentions towards our family, they would not dare to act brazenly in broad daylight. Oh, is that so? With this clarification, Su Chen's worries began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing, noticing Su Chen's anxious demeanor, couldn't help but smile secretly, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart. After dinner, a considerable number of police officers arrived to investigate the scene, creating quite a commotion within the villa. Lin Xiongye cooperated fully, securing all valuable items in a safe, while allowing the authorities to search the premises freely. As time was of the essence, Lin Xiongye drove his daughter to the station, while Su Chun opted to take the bus to the Jinbao Pavilion. Before long, Su Chen alighted at Central Plaza. After inquiring with a passerby, he located the Jinbao Pavilion, which was conveniently situated at the entrance of an alley by the eastern gate of the plaza. Upon approaching, he noticed the establishment was quite substantial, adorned in an antique style reminiscent of Wanqing Zhai. Without hesitation, Su Chun stepped inside. Inside the Jinbao Pavilion, he was greeted by a plethora of treasures, various ancient jade and porcelain artifacts, as well as scholarly essentials, all meticulously arranged, overwhelming Su Chun with their splendor. In the hall, a dozen employees and apprentices were busily engaged in their tasks, while a man in his 40s, with a rather sharp countenance, lounged with his legs crossed, sipping tea and supervising the workers, occasionally offering pointed remarks. With a slight smile, Su Chen deduced that this man must be the manager Yu. He approached confidently, offering a polite bow, and introduced himself, Manager Yu, good day. I am Su Chun, here to commence my work today. Su Chun? Which Su Chun? Manager Yu scrutinized Su Chun with a piercing gaze, his tone condescending. Taken aback by the question, Su Chun felt momentarily flustered. Uncle Lin had just mentioned him that morning. How could Manager Yu not know who Su Chun was? His deliberate inquiry seemed a ploy to establish dominance and gauge Su Chen's relationship with Uncle Lin. Realizing the intent behind the question, Su Chun replied nonchalantly, It is indeed me, the very Su Chun standing before you. Manager Yu, amused by Su Chen's unexpected retort, mused inwardly that he was not closely acquainted with Lin, or else he would not have been so evasive about their connection. With that in mind, you decided not to coddle him too much and simply assigned him some menial tasks. Oh, now I remember, manager, you feigned sudden realization. So it is you. You ought to have mentioned it sooner. Now, tell me, what skills do you possess? I would like to assign you a task that suits your abilities. Antique restoration, identification, authentication, and valuation. These tasks are within your purview. You may arrange them as you see fit, Su Chen casually remarked. Oh, not only did the shopkeeper you hear this, but the others in the room also caught Su Chen's words, leading to a flurry of hushed whispers. While it was described as whispering, the volume was quite unrestrained, clearly intended for Su Chen's ears. Hey, did you hear that? Another braggart has arrived. Look how impressive he is, a true polymath, capable of anything. But let us be real, it's just talk. In the antique business, longevity is key. Just look at his young age. It would be remarkable if he understood even one aspect. Anyone can boast. I could do it too. Indeed. Nowadays, not only are there many counterfeit antiques, but there are also plenty of counterfeit people. Despite hearing these remarks, Su Chen remained unfazed. After all, does genuine gold fear the test of fire? If those individuals doubted him, the shopkeeper you certainly did as well. With a scoff, he nudged Su Chen and disdainfully remarked, Haha, I never expected someone so young to speak so arrogantly. If you can manage all these tasks, why not take my place as a shopkeeper? I wouldn't mind relinquishing my position to you. Young man, you should learn to be grounded. Everything must start from the basics. Don't always aim too high. Don't you agree? Su Chen, not wishing to engage in a debate, merely responded with a dismissive, You're absolutely right. Good. Recognizing your shortcomings makes things easier. You, the shopkeeper said, gesturing towards a triangular-eyed individual on the far left of the hall. Xiao Cheng, come here. What's your name again? Su Chen. Oh, right. From now on, you will be in charge of training him. Make sure to teach him well. Understood? Start with the fundamentals. Don't let him bite off more than he can chew. Do you understand? The shopkeeper emphasized teach him well with particular weight, and the triangular-eyed man quickly nodded. Yes, rest assured, it will be entrusted to me. If the triangular-eyed man understood the implication, could Su Chen not comprehend? Nevertheless, he was unconcerned, politely cupping his hands to the triangular-eyed man. Master Cheng, I look forward to your guidance. Unexpectedly, Master Cheng was rather dismissive, waving him off. Enough of that nonsense. Follow me. As he watched the two head towards the back room, the shopkeeper you could not help but let out a cold snort. Thinking to himself, regardless of your connection with the Lin family, you must go. I have no desire for more eyes on me. In the storeroom at the back, Master Cheng pointed to a pile of antiques on the left and instructed, move these to the right. Be careful, don't break anything. If you do, you'll owe me more than you can afford. While he spoke in this manner, Master Cheng's mind was already concocting a sinister plan. Since the shopkeeper Yu Wun-Ti allowed this fellow to stay, he wouldn't hesitate to employ ruthless measures. Upon hearing this, Su Chen frowned slightly. Master Cheng, is it really necessary to move them from left to right? They are essentially the same. Hey you, just do as you're told and stop with the unnecessary chatter. If every newcomer were to question incessantly as you do, I would be compelled to elucidate each point, which would render my work futile. The man with slanted eyes bellowed in dissatisfaction. Su Chen, not wishing to engage in a futile argument, decided to accept the situation and set to work. In truth, he was as clear as day that the man with slanted eyes was sent by the shopkeeper Yu to create difficulties for him, attempting to dissuade him from his endeavor. If he could not endure such trivial matters, he would indeed fall prey to their schemes. The man with slanted eyes observed from the sidelines, realizing that this young lad was rather foolish as he complied with the task assigned, seemingly unaware of the ploy to exhaust him. With a sly grin, he approached Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen was carrying a blue and white porcelain vase from the left side of the warehouse to the right. Upon reaching the center of the warehouse, the man with slanted eyes stealthily extended his foot, intending to trip Su Chen. He chuckled to himself, pondering that although the vase was a counterfeit, it still held a value in the 5-digit range. Should it shatter, Su Chen's fate would be sealed. Just as he anticipated, Su Chen stumbled. With an unsteady center of gravity, he clutched the vase, and his body fell heavily toward the unforgiving concrete floor of the warehouse. Chapter 18. A failed scheme leads to misfortune. In that fleeting moment when the man with slanted eyes tripped Su Chen, he was elated, thinking, you little brat, on your very first day, you've shattered an antique. Escaping now will be impossible. Yet unbeknownst to him, Su Chen had already perceived the entire scenario. Initially, Su Chen intended to evade the impending fall, but his body instinctively tensed, and he stepped directly toward the leg that sought to trip him. To his astonishment, When his leg collided with that of the man with slanted eyes, it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. His own leg remained unmoved, while the man's leg recoiled violently. The force was so great that the man with slanted eyes spun around twice before crashing into a nearby wooden crate. The sound of splintering wood echoed as both the crate and the glass lamp within were obliterated, and the man's head struck the ground, drawing blood. Ouch! You little brat! Are you blind? You just crashed into me. The man with slanted eyes lay amidst the shattered wood, cursing vehemently, while Su-chun barely registered his words. What was happening? How had he exhibited such remarkable prowess, effortlessly sending a towering man sprawling? Could it be that before his amnesia, he had possessed martial skills which, due to his memory loss, he had temporarily forgotten? Perhaps in that moment of peril, his body instinctively reacted in self-defense? There seemed to be no other explanation. While Su-chun pondered this revelation, shopkeeper Yu and the other workers in the store heard the commotion and hurried to the warehouse. Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, the man with slanted eyes seized the opportunity to turn the tables. Shopkeeper Yu, you must take my side. You assigned me to oversee this lad, and in my kindness, I allowed him to start from the basics. Yet he showed no gratitude and instead assaulted me, knocking me to the ground with a single punch. Look, he has shattered the glass lamp, and my head is injured. Upon hearing the slanderous remarks from the man with triangular eyes, Su-chun could hardly be bothered to offer an explanation. The innocent need not defend themselves. If they were determined to frame him, no amount of justification would suffice. As expected, after listening to the words of the triangular-eyed man, the shopkeeper did not even bother to inquire with Su-chun. Instead, he launched into a tirade of accusations. You insolent brat. Initially, I believed your arrogance was mere bravado, but now it appears you are nothing short of barbaric. If you dislike performing these basic tasks, you could have brought it to my attention. There is no need for such personal vendetta and violence. As he spoke, the shopkeeper approached and assisted the triangular-eyed man to his feet, feigning concern as he remarked, Look at what you've done to Master Chung. Master Chung, are you all right? Rest assured, I will certainly advocate for you. Most of the staff at the treasure pavilion were the type to follow the prevailing winds, well aware of the shopkeeper's sentiments, and they readily joined in the uninformed uproar. On your very first day to act so brazenly, and even to strike your own master. In colloquial terms, this is akin to betraying one's teacher and obliterating one's roots. Someone like you has no right to remain in our treasure pavilion. Begone, promptly. Yes, begone. How dare you bully someone as honest as Master Chung? Truly shameless. I would never work alongside such a person. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave. Are you waiting for everyone to take action against you? In an instant, the warehouse was filled with a cacophony of voices, creating a chaotic scene. The shopkeeper observed the turmoil with a smile, finally clearing his throat and cheerfully stating, what was your name again? Su. You see, the eyes of the public are discerning. I intended to grant you an opportunity for redemption, but the collective sentiment is undeniable. As the shopkeeper, I cannot go against the will of the people. Alas, I must express my apologies. He found the atmosphere so distasteful that even a minute more felt like an affront to his dignity. Very well, shopkeeper Yu. Since you were so intent on driving me away, I shall oblige your wish, Su-chun said with a slight smile, parting the crowd to exit. Wait, the shopkeeper called out, squinting his eyes as he continued. You cannot simply leave like this. What do you mean? The shopkeeper pointed to the shattered glass lamp on the floor of the warehouse. Though you were introduced by the owner, you broke something and must compensate. If you do not pay, I will have to cover the cost myself. Indeed, the shopkeeper is right. The triangular-eyed man interjected, seizing the moment. That glass lamp is a premium item from the Republic era, and our wholesale price is 80,000. Let us see if this kid can produce such an amount. In truth, Sonny had already discerned that the glass lamp was merely a counterfeit from the early days of the Republic, with a market value not exceeding 2,000. The triangular-eyed man's words were clearly an attempt to deceive. To ignore their provocations only seemed to embolden them further. Their behavior was utterly intolerable. The shopkeeper nodded in agreement. Indeed, this young man appears to be destitute. He likely cannot afford 80,000. However, since he knows our boss, a measure of deference must still be extended. Well, regarding that Su, you might as well just compensate a modest sum of 20,000. 20,000? Su-chun found it utterly laughable. Initially, he had no intention of taking things too seriously, but since some individuals seemed intent on driving him away, he decided to leave. However, their aggressive stance left him no choice. With a cold snort, Su-chun pointed at the surveillance camera above the warehouse and declared, I have never laid a hand on Master Chung. The Liuli lamp was something he attempted to kick towards me, and he accidentally shattered it. If you doubt my words, feel free to check the surveillance footage. The truth will be evident. Both the shopkeeper and the man with slanted eyes were taken aback. How could they have forgotten about the surveillance in the warehouse? It was a grave oversight. However, the shopkeeper quickly devised a countermeasure, retorting, "Oh dear, how unfortunate. The surveillance system has been malfunctioning for the past few days. So your claims are without evidence." Chen furrowed his brow, nearly cursing in disbelief at the shopkeeper's shamelessness. Just then, a timid worker interjected, "But, shopkeeper, that is not correct. I was just in the surveillance room, and the warehouse cameras are functioning perfectly." This statement nearly caused the shopkeeper to choke with rage as he shot a furious glare at the honest worker. What nonsense. If I say it's broken, it's broken. It's really not broken. I just saw it working fine. The worker continued, his expression innocent. Two other workers, whether genuinely naive or deliberately mischievous, chimed in, urging, "What do you mean broken or not? Let us go check the surveillance room." Encouraged by their excitement, others gathered around, heading towards the surveillance room. "What is the matter, shopkeeper? Don't you want everyone to know the truth?" Chen seized the opportunity to question. The shopkeeper broke into a broad grin and approached, patting Chen on the shoulder in a friendly manner. "Oh, we're all on the same side here. Why bother checking the footage? Besides, I was just joking earlier. You were introduced by the boss, so how could I possibly make you pay for something broken? That would be a slap in the boss's face, and I wouldn't want to jeopardize my position here. Let us just drop this matter, and you can go." Seeing that he could not deceive Chen, the shopkeeper attempted to backtrack and defuse the situation, but he miscalculated. Chen had initially refrained from pressing the issue out of disdain for such individuals, and because he considered himself friends with the Lin family. Escalating matters would be troublesome to explain. However, the circumstances had shifted. These people were utterly despicable, and Chen could not allow them to have their way so easily. Moreover, he realized that both the shattered Liuli lamp and the blue and white porcelain vase he was holding were forgeries. In such a large antique shop, the presence of so many fakes was hardly a coincidence. To uncover the truth, he needed to stay. With this in mind, Chen smiled and countered, "Leave? Where would I go? Since I did not break anything, why should I leave?" He well said, "In that case, let us all disperse and get back to work." Wait a moment. The shopkeeper initially intended to downplay a significant issue into a trivial one, yet Chen had a different perspective. "Shopkeeper, the glazed lamp is shattered, and the bill amounts to tens of thousands. Shouldn't we settle this? If the boss pursues the matter, you may find it difficult to absolve yourself of responsibility." Chen remarked, "Oh, by the way, how much did you say this piece costs? 80,000, right? However, Master Chung is a veteran of the Treasure Pavilion. Even if he has not made great contributions, he has certainly toiled. To demand such a hefty compensation from him might dishearten everyone. Perhaps it would be better to have him compensate a mere 20,000. That rascal, he dares to return the favor with the same coin." The shopkeeper's face flushed crimson with indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. The triangular-eyed man, trembling, sank to the ground. His monthly salary barely exceeds 5,000. To demand a 20,000 compensation would be akin to demanding his life. "Shopkeeper, you must rescue me. I am merely acting on your behalf. You cannot let me shoulder this burden alone." The shopkeeper, infuriated, kicked the triangular-eyed man, exclaiming, "If I say you must compensate, then you will. Why all this fuss? 20,000, not a penny less." With that, he stormed out of the storeroom in a huff. Chapter 19. The Art of Suppression. To demand a 20,000 compensation was devastating for the triangular-eyed man. Yet, who could blame him for his self-inflicted predicament? Such is the irony that those deserving pity often harbor their own faults. Chen felt no sympathy for him, casting a disinterested glance at the sobbing, triangular-eyed man. Chen turned to leave the storeroom with the others, to temporarily placate Chen and prevent further trouble. The shopkeeper assigned him a different task, to restore a damaged antique. This task suited Chen perfectly. Upon receiving the assignment from the shopkeeper, he headed to his workbench. The shopkeeper entrusted him with a Ming Dynasty beast head seal. The intricate engravings had long since faded, and the beast's visage had vanished. Even the characters for Great Fortune were reduced to a mere remnant of the initial 2 characters. Listen well, this seal is urgently needed. You must complete it within 3 days. If there's any delay, you shall face the consequences." The shopkeeper declared sternly before retreating to the counter, engrossed in his phone. His demeanor animated as he occasionally made lewd gestures at the screen. It was evident he was likely engaged in a video call with some alluring enchantress. His appearance suggested he was indeed a lecherous fellow. Having little interest in the shopkeeper, Chen noticed the other workers observing him intently. Most wore expressions of amusement. evident from their faces, while only 2 or 3 displayed concern or sympathy. Su-chan smiled faintly, fully aware of their thoughts. Given the extent of oxidation and damage to the beast-head seal, even a seasoned restorer would require no less than a week to complete the task. Yet, the shopkeeper had allotted him a mere 3 days, clearly intending to challenge him. Certainly, all individuals, including the shopkeeper, firmly believed that Su-chan could not possibly restore the seal within 3 days. They were already aware that after 3 days, it would mark Su-chan's departure. Su-chan had never been one to rely on mere words. His character was defined by his ability to triumph through skill. Without further ado, he seized the restoration tools and commenced his earnest work. The apprentice working beside him initially felt pity for Su-chan and contemplated offering assistance. However, upon witnessing Su-chan's deft and intricate techniques, he was utterly astounded. How could this individual possess such delicate and uncanny skills? The areas he repaired appeared as pristine as before. Was he truly just an ordinary employee? Surely, he must be a master of the craft. The apprentice became increasingly captivated, ultimately drawing closer to admire Su-chan's artistry. As others noticed the apprentice shirking his duties to observe Su-chan, their curiosity was piqued, prompting them to gather around. Upon witnessing the scene, all were left in utter disbelief. They even forgot to express their admiration or engage in conversation, fixated instead on Su-chan's remarkable craftsmanship, much like one would gaze in awe at a graceful beauty dancing before them. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, engaged in conversation with his young lover, suddenly realized that the entire room was idle, with everyone clustered together. He bellowed, "What are you all doing? Stop gawking and get back to your tasks." Typically, his commanding voice would send them scattering, but today was different. His subordinates seemed oblivious to his call, remaining motionless. In truth, they were not ignoring the shopkeeper. They were utterly entranced by Su-chan's restoration techniques, completely impervious to his commands. What is the meaning of this insubordination? The shopkeeper exclaimed in frustration as he approached the crowd, peering in to discover nothing. At that moment, Su-chan had just completed the restoration, rising from his seat and presenting the meticulously repaired beast-head seal to the shopkeeper. "As per your instructions, I have finished. However, I completed it slightly ahead of the deadline. May I then have the liberty to manage the remaining time as I see fit?" The shopkeeper stood in astonishment, unable to fathom that a seal with over 80% damage could be restored in just over an hour. What was even more astounding was the result, which boasted an impressive restoration rate of at least 85%. This was nothing short of miraculous. After a moment of amazement, the shopkeeper suddenly exclaimed, "You lot! Did you assist him? How dare you neglect your own duties to help him?" "Shopkeeper, we didn't. It was him," someone attempted to explain, only to receive a sharp slap from the shopkeeper. No one regarded Su-chan as merely an ordinary apprentice anymore. To them, he had become a divine presence. Of course, this perception did not extend to the shopkeeper. As the shopkeeper uttered these words, it was evident that his intention was to undermine Su-chan. However, the workers in the store were undergoing subtle transformations in their sentiments. Although they outwardly supported the shopkeeper, inwardly they had condemned him countless times. Observing everything quietly, Su-chan maintained his composure and smiled slightly. "Your criticisms are valid. I assure you that I will deliver a remarkable outcome next time, one that will meet your expectations." "Let us hope so," the shopkeeper replied, handing Su-chan a severely damaged jade piece, demanding that he repair it. "All right," Su-chan acknowledged, immersing himself in his work once again. At this moment, some individuals began to feel a sense of injustice. They perceived the shopkeeper's treatment as excessively harsh. Not only did he refuse to acknowledge Su-chan's exceptional skills, but he also assigned him the most challenging tasks, which seemed overtly oppressive. The shopkeeper, acutely aware of the shift in emotions among his employees, felt an intensified sense of crisis. Why had the boss sent such a formidable individual, relegating him to the position of a mere laborer? Had he unwittingly uncovered something significant? Surely not. Such matters could not possibly have leaked. Regardless, he resolved that Su-chan could not remain. He must find a way to eliminate him before he jeopardized their grand ambitions. Contemplating this, the shopkeeper cast a venomous glance at Su-chan, and soon a sly grin crept across his lips. At long last, the morning's toil concluded, ushering in the lunch break. As soon as they set down their tools, the employees eagerly surrounded Su-chan, bombarding him with questions. However, Su-chan, fully aware of their true natures, self-serving and opportunistic, felt no inclination to engage deeply with them. The shopkeeper, noticing Su-chan once again becoming the center of attention, felt a surge of anxiety and bellowed, Aren't you all hungry? Do you not require sustenance? If not, I shall cancel your lunch break." Upon hearing these words, the employees quickly recognized the shopkeeper's displeasure and retreated from Chen once more. It was evident to all that the shopkeeper and Chen were at odds. And in such a comparison, the employees naturally leaned towards fearing the shopkeeper, as their livelihoods depended on him. Chen, accustomed to such dynamics, merely smiled coldly and proceeded to have his lunch outside. The Central Ring Plaza is a sizable commercial area, replete with numerous dining establishments. Chen casually entered a small eatery, ordered a serving of braised chicken rice, and prepared to indulge. Just as he turned his head, he noticed another individual entering the establishment. This person was none other than the worker who had sat beside him, the one who had assisted him by affirming the efficacy of the surveillance. "Hey, over here," Chen called out, his impression of the worker remaining quite favorable. The worker, taken aback, quickly approached with a broad smile, ordering the same dish, and soon they were engaged in conversation. Through their exchange, Chen learned that this worker was named Huang Chuan, a fourth-year student in the archaeology department at Jinan University. He was interning at the Treasure Pavilion and had been there for 3 months. As a distinguished student in the archaeology department, relic restoration is naturally one of the essential courses, and it is a subject that Huang Chuan is particularly passionate about. Thus, when he first beheld Chen's exquisite restoration techniques, he was utterly captivated. He could hardly fathom how such a master of restoration could exist in the world. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes today, he would have never believed that a relic damaged by over 80% could be restored in under 2 hours with such a remarkable degree of fidelity. Brother Su, you appear to be only a few years my senior. How have you acquired such extraordinary craftsmanship? Honestly, even our visiting professors lack your remarkable skills. And that professor is already 73 years old, with at least 50 years of restoration experience. How do you accomplish this, Brother Su? To Huang Chuan's comments, Chen remained indifferent. He believed he possessed a certain understanding of relic restoration and could discern strengths and weaknesses within the field. He assumed Chen's humility stemmed from a desire to withhold his secrets, a sentiment not entirely unwarranted, as this domain is often rather conservative. Much like the martial arts manuals and novels, such knowledge is seldom imparted to outsiders. Little did Huang Chuan know that Chen's reluctance to share was not born from a desire to withhold information, but rather from his own ignorance. Soon, their chicken rice arrived, and they began to eat and converse. Huang Chuan, still in awe of Chen's artistry, felt an inexplicable kinship with him, and thus spoke freely. As their conversation unfolded, he divulged a perplexing matter that had been troubling him. Chapter 20. All Counterfeits. Huang Chuan, known for his forthrightness and insatiable curiosity, could not help but voice his confusions after meeting someone as remarkable as Chen. The shopkeeper had expressly instructed that no one was to disturb a certain collection of antiques. Yet, driven by curiosity, Huang Chuan stealthily ventured into the storeroom one day, eager to feast his eyes upon these treasures. However, to his astonishment, each box he opened revealed nothing but fakes. He discovered 5 or 6 boxes, all containing counterfeits. Brother Su, isn't it strange? Why would such a grand treasure house stockpile so many fakes? It truly defies comprehension. Do you think the owner might be passing off inferior goods for profit? Huang Chuan blurted out, only to be hastily silenced by Chen. Do not speak carelessly. Such matters can have grave consequences. If the industry hears of this, how will Boss Lin continue to navigate the realm of antiques? Chen admonished earnestly. Until we ascertain the truth, we must refrain from speculation and refrain from discussing it with others. Do you understand? Rest assured, Brother Su, I feel a connection with you and have only confided in you. I have not mentioned this to anyone else. In fact, I chose to intern at the Treasure Pavilion because I admire Boss Lin's reputation in the industry. Given this situation, I cannot believe it is his doing, but if it is not Boss Lin's show. Chen made a silencing gesture, signaling that this matter should not be discussed lightly. Although he forbade Huang Chuan from speaking, he secretly resolved to clarify the situation in order to honor the trust that Lin's family had placed in him. Upon arriving at the Treasure Pavilion, he commenced his afternoon duties. Initially, the shopkeeper was preoccupied with his mobile phone, but as time passed, he excused himself, leaving the triangular-eyed assistant to oversee the store. Recognizing an opportunity, Chen cleverly began to mock. Tell me, do you think Master Cheng and shopkeeper might be related? With Yu's absence, the atmosphere in the shop lightened considerably, and someone chimed in, Xiao Su, what do you mean by that? I just feel that shopkeeper Yu and Master Cheng bear a striking resemblance, and their every action mirrors one another. Don't you think so? Chen said, deliberately casting a glance at the triangular-eyed assistant. Naturally, The assistant was eager to entertain such talk, for in the treasure pavilion, the shopkeeper was the authority. And if one could establish a familial connection with him, it would be a significant advancement. Xiao Su, you certainly have a sense of humor. The shopkeeper is stout while Master Cheng is slender. The former is shorter and the latter taller. How can they resemble each other? Another voice retorted. Ah, you are mistaken. In water margin, weren't Wu Dalong and Wu Erling one tall and one short, one stout and one thin? Yet they were still brothers. Su Chen continued. You cannot judge kinship merely by appearance. It is essential to observe the spirit. Spirit? What spirit? It is the essence of one's demeanor. Every gesture, every frown, every smile, every glance. This constitutes spirit. Everyone suddenly appeared enlightened. Su Chen then added, if you closely observe Master Cheng sitting at the counter, doesn't he resemble shopkeeper you? Both exude an air of arrogance, looking down their noses at others. However, the conversation took an unexpected turn, as Su Chen's words became increasingly derogatory. The convivial atmosphere soured, and others hesitated to engage, fearing they might offend someone. They sensed that a conflict had arisen between the two, and Su Chen seemed to be seizing the moment for retribution. But why choose this moment, when Master Cheng was the one in charge? Offending him was surely courting trouble. Initially enjoying the banter, the triangular-eyed assistant turned hostile upon sensing the insult directed at him, realizing that he could exploit this opportunity to confront Su Chen. Su Chen, why are you slacking off and mocking me? What gives you the right? What right indeed? I'm merely speaking the truth, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. At that moment, someone quietly urged Su Chen, a wise man does not seek unnecessary trouble. Perhaps it would be prudent to stop. Yet, Su Chen seemed oblivious, continuing to spar verbally with the triangular-eyed assistant. Very well, Su Chen, you have brought this upon yourself. Do not claim that I'm acting out of spite. Since you find the restoration work too leisurely, you may resume your duties in the storeroom. Fine, I shall go. What of it? Su Chen feigned reluctance, storming off towards the storeroom in a huff. As soon as the man with triangular eyes departed, Su Chen busied himself, swiftly opening the antique boxes for inspection. To his astonishment, Huang Chuan's words proved true. The warehouse was indeed brimming with forgeries. What perplexed him further was that each counterfeit bore a label detailing the acquisition date, price, and other pertinent information. While it was clear that these items were indeed fakes, Su Chen found himself questioning the purpose of such meticulous documentation. Surely, each purchase would have been officially recorded, complete with receipts. Why then, the redundancy of labeling? Fearing suspicion from any returning personnel, Su Chen refrained from prolonged examination and hastily repacked the antiques. Shortly thereafter, the man with triangular eyes returned for an inspection, and Su Chen feigned exhaustion, panting as if utterly spent, which delighted his scrutinizer. Whatever, Su Chen retorted coldly, before returning to his duties in the front hall. Several employees, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but stifle their laughter, fully aware that the old lecher had likely indulged in some unsavory escapades. Such occurrences were frequent, and the more seasoned staff were well acquainted with the pattern. Indeed, even in the absence of the manager, the lingering authority of his presence deterred any mischief. The man with triangular eyes refrained from reporting Su Chen's transgressions, not out of kindness, but to enhance his own reputation. Ah, splendid, he remarked, engaging Su Chen in trivial chatter, showering him with flattery that the manager received with evident delight, nodding enthusiastically. Suddenly, the phone rang. Upon answering, the manager's countenance shifted from a stern demeanor to one of subservience, as he expressed obsequiousness over the line. Hello, is that the young lady? What can I do for you? He inquired, before glancing incredulously at Su Chen, then reluctantly beckoning him over. Su Chen, the young lady is on the line. You should take this call. Goodness, the young lady seeks this fellow? How fortunate he must be, murmured the employees. The young lady is renowned for her breathtaking beauty. Surely, she wouldn't be interested in him, would she? Despite Su Chen's modest skills, it seemed implausible that he could win her affections. Ignoring the hushed speculations, Su Chen approached the counter to answer the phone. Hello, what is it? He asked in a nonchalant tone, inciting a stir among those present, including the manager and the man with triangular eyes, who exchanged bewildered glances. Indeed, it appeared as though the young lady was earnestly pursuing him, while he maintained an air of indifference. Why do I suddenly feel an urge to confront him? One onlooker mused. The surrounding chatter made it difficult for Su Chen to hear, prompting him to cover one ear. Unexpectedly, Lin Wanqing's thoughtfulness warmed his heart, though he contemplated declining. Not wishing to overly benefit from others' kindness, his lack of funds left him with no choice but to acquiesce. All right then, Once again, with a simple agreement, Su Chen hung up the phone. From the moment he answered to the moment he disconnected, he uttered merely 7 words, rendering the conveyed information exceedingly scant. With such a dearth of information, the realm of imagination naturally expanded, inciting a flurry of speculation among the onlookers. Particularly, the shopkeeper's curiosity was piqued. He incessantly signaled to the man with the triangular eyes, urging him to inquire about Su Chen's relationship with the young lady. Understanding the implication, the man with the triangular eyes approached Su Chen with a grin, subtly probing, "Ah, Su, my dear brother, what good fortune you have. The young lady personally called the store to find you. It seems your relationship is rather special, is it not?" "Special? I only met her yesterday," Su Chen nonchalantly replied before returning to his tasks, leaving the shopkeeper and the man with the triangular eyes in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 21. The Old Swindler. "Oomph. I always thought the young lady could never be connected to an ordinary employee," the shopkeeper murmured softly after Su Chen departed. "To think he would dare to pursue our young lady. Does he even think himself worthy? Indeed, perhaps the young lady merely called him to run errands or some such menial task. That would be more fitting," the man with the triangular eyes echoed in agreement. Hearing their whispered discussions, Su Chen offered a slight smile, unconcerned. Before long, the workday came to an end. Su Chen exchanged pleasantries with Huang Chuan and hastily made his way to the train station. Upon arrival, he checked the time and realized there were still more than 2 hours until the high-speed train's arrival. What to do to pass the time? As he pondered his options, Su Chen suddenly noticed a cultural artifact square across the street, its considerable scale promising an engaging diversion. Without hesitation, he ventured inside. Indeed, the interior was filled with intriguing items, various antiques, curious stones, and vintage wooden furniture, alongside traditional qipao and tang suits, an eclectic array of treasures. Su Chen wandered through the market for quite some time. Although he did not encounter anything particularly valuable, the lively atmosphere and the myriad of peculiar trinkets were captivating. If only he had the means, he would surely have meticulously searched for hidden gems. He was confident that with a few hours of earnest exploration, he could unearth an item worth 10-fold, if not 100-fold, its marked price. Others might lack such skill, but Su Chen did not. Though the market was sizable, it could not withstand prolonged exploration. After about an hour, he had nearly exhausted all the areas worth visiting. Just as he prepared to leave, he unexpectedly passed by a fortune-telling stall. An elderly man sat there, appearing to sway between sleep and wakefulness, exuding an amusing charm. In such a retro setting, encountering such a character was not particularly surprising, so Su Chen was not overly astonished. However, at the very moment Su Chen passed by, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, whether by coincidence or some other force, and upon seeing Su Chen before him, his expression shifted from surprise to a frown, followed by an intense gleam in his eyes, his mouth agape, and even the few stray hairs on his head standing on end. The rapid and ever-changing expressions, if captured on video, would undoubtedly become the most popular meme of the year. "Young man, please wait," called the elderly man as he chased after Su Chen. "Sir, do you need something from me?" Su Chen inquired, puzzled. However, for reasons unknown, amidst the lingering purple aura, there was an undercurrent of dark energy that subtly suppressed the ascent of the purple mist. This was troubling. Upon noticing this, the old man furrowed his brow even tighter. Seeing the old man staring blankly at him without uttering a word, Su Chen found it strange and asked again, "Sir, do you have something to discuss with me?" The old man instantly wiped the worry from his face and smiled, saying, "Young man, I observe your remarkable demeanor and unique physique. I wish to offer you a fortune-telling. Would you be willing?" Yet, Su Chen had little interest and shook his head, declining, "I'm sorry, sir, but I'm in a hurry. Perhaps another time." With that, he turned to leave, but the old man persistently blocked his path. "Young man, it's just a fortune-telling. It won't take much of your time." Su Chen, feeling helpless against the old man's tenacity, finally admitted, "I currently have no money." He thought the old man would retreat upon hearing this, as such individuals typically seek profit. To his surprise, the old man stroked his beard and replied, "Today, I shall tell your fortune without charging a single coin." Seeing that the old man was so insistent, Su Chen felt it would be ungracious to refuse outright. "All right then, let us proceed with the fortune-telling," he conceded. Upon hearing this, the old man led Su Chen to a stall to sit down. He then grasped Su Chen's hand, examining it closely while also studying his face intently for a considerable time. This was not the end. The old man finally retrieved several turtle shells, shook them in his hands, and tossed them into a small wooden box. Observing the arrangement of the shells, The old man gasped in astonishment and began to calculate with his fingers while rolling his eyes. Su Chen was struck by how professional the old man seemed, and for a moment, he found himself drawn into the experience. Suddenly, the old man widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Young man, this is remarkable indeed." "Remarkable? How so?" Su Chen questioned, puzzled by the old man's earnest demeanor. The old man rose from his seat, clasped his hands together, and declared, "I did not expect someone so young to possess such extraordinary abilities. From the divination, it's clear that you possess skills beyond the ordinary. If I am not mistaken, you are remarkably knowledgeable about antiques, having reached an unparalleled level of expertise. Moreover, your restoration skills are exceptional, capable of transforming a mere relic into a treasured artifact. Truly impressive." Su Chen was taken aback by the old man's words. He had not anticipated such profound insight. He suddenly found himself wishing that perhaps the old man could also discern his true identity, where he came from, and the circumstances surrounding his amnesia. A fleeting impression flashed through his mind as he scrutinized the old man once more, suddenly recalling that he had indeed encountered this individual before. Where could it have been? The old man, somewhat flustered under Su Chen's gaze, hastily motioned for him to sit down, claiming he had deduced other matters. "Wait a moment," Su Chen remarked with a cold smile, finally remembering where he had seen him. If his memory served him correctly, the previous morning, during the incident at Guxingzhai, when he confronted the He family, this old man had been mingling among the crowd, observing the spectacle. Yes, he was certain now. The recollection grew increasingly vivid. Although Su Chen had suffered from amnesia, it did not imply that his cognitive faculties were diminished. In fact, his memory was remarkable, possessing an exceptional ability for retention. "Elder, I suggest you refrain from being cryptic with me. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your attempts at deception? You were indeed present at Guxingzhai yesterday morning, correct?" His words startled the old man, who immediately responded with an awkward chuckle. "Ah, I've been found out. Young man, your keen perception and memory are commendable. I never expected amidst such a crowd, you would still remember this old fellow." Seeing the other party's candidness, Su Chen decided not to press further. However, he pondered why this old man had gone to such lengths to mislead him. It surely could not be merely for amusement. With curiosity piqued, he asked, "Elder, are you perhaps seeking something from me?" The old man's face brightened at this revelation, clearly impressed that the young man could discern his intentions. "Indeed, you are correct. I do have a matter of some importance to discuss with you." "Oh, what is it?" Su Chen inquired, driven by curiosity, as there was still an hour until he needed to meet someone. The old man did not hesitate and spoke plainly. "I am aware of your exceptional talents in antiquities, and I wish to enlist your help in making a profit. There's a newly opened antique shop called Qingfeng Pavilion at the end of the street. I visited it this morning and sensed potential there. However, given my own limited abilities, achieving substantial gains would not be easy. But if we were to collaborate, well, that could change the game." "Not interested," Su Chen replied immediately, turning to leave. Yet the old man was unwilling to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away and blocked his path once more. Young man. Haha, I know someone of your caliber is indifferent to fame and fortune, treating wealth as inconsequential. Otherwise, you would not have assisted that young lady in turning her modest investment into a fortune without claiming any reward for yourself. However, while you may disdain money, one cannot entirely ignore its necessity. After all, who wishes to rely on others indefinitely?" Su Chen paused, considering. Did this fellow know about his current residence with the Lin family and their relationship? Logically, that should not be possible. Nevertheless, the old man's words had indeed stirred something within him. Reflecting on his circumstances, he realized he was currently without funds and entirely dependent on the Lin family. Lin Wanqing had just called to offer to buy him various items. As a grown man, asking a woman for money felt utterly humiliating. Contemplating this, Su Chen acknowledged the necessity of earning some money first. "All right, how do you propose we make this profit?" Upon hearing Su Chen's affirmative response, the elderly gentleman was filled with exuberance, scrutinizing Su Chen from head to toe before shaking his head in disbelief. "Do you still need to change clothes? I must inform you that I possess only an hour's time." "That will suffice. My home is in close proximity," Su Chen replied. As they conversed, the old man ushered Su Chen out of the antique square. In no time, they arrived at the second floor of a nearby residential building, which was the old man's abode. Upon entering, Su Chen was astonished to find an assortment of costumes and props adorning the space. Fortune-telling robes, repairman uniforms, delivery outfits, and bank attire were all present. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that this old man was indeed a consummate con artist. Just as he was contemplating this, The old man produced a perfectly tailored suit for Su Chen to don. A moment later, after checking his reflection in the mirror, Su Chen was struck by how transformative the attire was. It was true what they said, clothes do make the man. The old man chuckled with satisfaction, nodding repeatedly, splendid, splendid. With such a presentation, you have already achieved half the success. Chapter 22. A modest trial of skill, the two quickly changed into their attire and exited the house, heading directly toward the nearby Qingfeng Pavilion. Along the way, the old man introduced himself as Jin Dashin, 59 years of age, and little else was shared thereafter. In truth, Su Chen was not eager to learn more. He was merely here to earn some money and pass the time. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng Pavilion. Su Chen looked up and noted that, while the facade was simply adorned, it exuded an air of grandeur and sophistication. The entrance curtains were crafted entirely from golden silk Nanmo wood, intricately carved in gold paint. Just the facade alone must have been worth millions. Jin Dashin signaled for Su Chen to remain silent, instructing him to follow his lead. With a smirk, Su Chen acquiesced to Jin Dashin's request. The old man approached the entrance, addressing the two security guards with an air of superiority. Are you two blind? The distinguished young Master Su from the Su family has deigned to visit your humble establishment, and you fail to greet him. The guards momentarily froze, exchanging bewildered glances, struggling to recall which young Master Su was being referenced. Jin Dashin, not allowing them a moment's respite, berated them further. What are you still doing standing there? Hurry and welcome young Master Su inside. The guards appraised the newcomers. The elderly man appeared sprightly and authoritative, resembling a seasoned steward from a prominent family. Meanwhile, the figure behind him exuded an exceptional demeanor, radiating elegance and sophistication, unmistakably a scion of a distinguished lineage. However, the specific Su family eluded their recollection. With no time to ponder the trivialities, they could only conclude their ignorance, failing to anticipate that the visitors were, in fact, cunning impostors. Young Master Su, please enter. With no further hesitation, the guards parted to reveal the grand golden silk Nanma doors, slowly drawing them open to usher Su Chen and Jin Dashin inside. It was no wonder they were deemed professionals. They played their roles to perfection, and Su Chen found it hard to suppress a smile. After the two individuals entered, one of the security guards remarked, "Hey, do you know which young master of the Su family this is?" The other shook his head in response, "No idea. But that old fellow does seem a bit familiar." Now that you mention it, he does look somewhat recognizable. They pondered as they fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Su Chen, upon stepping into the Qingfeng Pavilion, was immediately captivated by the classical and refreshing decor within. It was clear that the owner of this establishment must be a person of considerable wealth. Such lavish expenditure on decor could not be easily justified otherwise. Sensing Su Chen's thoughts, Jin Dashin leaned in to explain quietly, "Young Master Su, this Qingfeng Pavilion is a venue for antique trading and auctions, renowned as the finest in the entire Jinan city. The first and second floors are filled with displays of various precious artifacts, which can be purchased directly if one finds something appealing. The third floor houses the auction house, where two auctions take place daily, one in the morning and another in the afternoon. By this time, the auctions have already concluded. So let us explore the first floor thoroughly today." As they entered the exhibition hall, Jin Dashin enthusiastically began to guide Su Chen through the displays, gesturing animatedly. Finally, he pulled out 1,000 yuan, waving it in the air with palpable excitement. Su Chen smirked inwardly, thinking to himself, "You old rascal, you only brought 1,000 yuan? What difference does that make? What can you possibly acquire with such a sum? The odds of making a significant profit here are exceedingly slim. Moreover, in a place like this, how could there not be a few experts overseeing things?" The notion of making a substantial gain with a mere 1,000 yuan seemed excessively ambitious. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen scrutinized the 1,000 yuan in Jin Dashin's hand, appearing somewhat disdainful. He contemplated voicing his thoughts, but held back. Jin Dashin, noticing Su Chen's reservations, chuckled and guided him toward the far right of the exhibition hall. After inspecting a display, Jin Dashin finally settled on a jade bead necklace, exclaiming, "Young Master Su, take a look at this string of beads. The colors are vibrant, and the texture is even. It clearly is a fine specimen. Do you think it's worth acquiring?" With just a cursory glance at the jade beads, Jin Dashin pointed out, Su Chen's face contorted in disdain. "What a piece of trash. It doesn't even catch my eye. You see its bright luster? That's merely due to it being compressed from jade powder, coated with a layer of wax, and then subjected to high temperatures for drying. Once the wax penetrates the jade powder thoroughly, it appears shiny and bright, while also serving to stabilize the jade powder. Such worthless items only possess superficial charm and are utterly beneath consideration. Just look at the price. 880. Huh. For something that can be mass-produced. The cost barely exceeds 80. If you truly wish to purchase it, I shan't stop you. Su Chen's extensive expertise left Jean Dashin momentarily stunned, speechless in awe. Finally, he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. Young Master Su, you truly are remarkable. I've gained insight today. Since this is worthless, shall we look at something else?" They continued along the display, making their way to the west side of the exhibition hall. "Hey, young Master Su, come take a look at this little golden Buddha." Though modest in size, the intricacy of the carvings renders them remarkably lifelike, and at a price of merely 999, it is indeed a most advantageous offer. Su Chan cast a fleeting glance, rendered speechless once more. "Old Jean, your discernment is truly commendable," he remarked. "In this entire room, you have chosen but a few pieces of utter rubbish. Can you not see that this golden Buddha is merely a facade, coated in a thin layer of gold? A solid piece of gold of this size, even in its raw form, could fetch 7,000 to 8,000. Purchasing it for 999 is a clear indication of its impurity. As for your claims regarding the craftsmanship, in my view, it is quite mediocre. Even a mere apprentice could achieve such a standard." "Indeed, Su Xiao speaks wisely," Old Jean replied. "Shall we explore another venue?" "Old Jean, my time is limited. It would be prudent not to test my patience further," Su Chen cautioned, aware that Jean Dasha's tricks would not elude his keen eye. As they approached the southern exhibition area, Su Chen seized the opportunity to whisper a warning into Old Jin's ear. Upon hearing this, Jean Dasha dared not press on any longer and decided to head directly toward the main exhibit. At that moment, Su Chen's gaze suddenly fixed upon an old smoking pipe on one of the southern display stands. The glimmer in his eyes suggested he had stumbled upon a treasure, prompting Jean Dasha to follow closely behind. As the items on the southern side bore no price tags, they were attended to by dedicated staff. Jean Dasha took the lead, approaching the staff member and inquiring, "Our esteemed Su Xiao wishes to know the price of this smoking pipe." The staff member did not immediately respond with a price, but instead scrutinized the visitors, noticing their upscale attire. A smile crept on her face as she held up 5 fingers. 10,000. Jean Dasha, taken aback by the quote, retorted angrily, 10,000? Why don't you just rob a bank instead? "Ah, dear sir, do take note," the staff member replied earnestly. "This smoking pipe is a genuine antique, at least 80 years old, and purportedly belonged to a certain leader." She presented her case with an air of finality, suggesting that negotiation was out of the question. With a cold snort, Jean Dasha countered, "Spare me your tales. Who knows if it truly belonged to any leader? Look at the state of this pipe. It's nearly broken. Demanding 10,000 is outrageous. I say it's worth at most 500. 500. The staff member was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of disdain. The world of antiques is indeed a curious realm. Some individuals, despite their polished appearance, are mere paupers, pretending to be connoisseurs while living beyond their means. "Hey, who are you referring to?" Jean Dasha fumed, his face reddening with indignation. "You'd best speak respectfully. We are from the Su family of Jinan, and this is the esteemed young Master Su." At this juncture, Su Chan calmly intervened, gesturing for Jean Dasha to step back. The latter, resembling a subservient figure, obediently lowered his head and retreated to the side. Su Chan smiled cheerfully, taking a couple of steps forward and politely nodding at the salesperson, who appeared slightly embarrassed by the attention. Observing the man's demeanor, one could easily believe he was the heir of a wealthy family. Indeed, Old Jean was not mistaken in his assessment. The asking price was excessively steep. Although the antique industry is known for its lucrative nature, the practice of inflating prices by such outrageous multiples is undeniably driven by greed. "Come, take a look," Su Chan continued. "This pipe is clearly damaged. The stem is on the verge of breaking, and there are numerous cracks on the surface, not to mention the holes appearing on the underside of the bowl." At this point, Su Chan leaned closer to the salesperson, whispering softly, "Moreover, I know that you acquired this piece while helping an elderly lady move. Selling it here without permission seems to be an attempt to earn a little extra cash, doesn't it? This hardly aligns with the principles of Qing Feng Pavilion, does it? If your boss were to discover this, how do you imagine they would address the situation?" Su Chen's tone was exceptionally gentle, yet his words carried an underlying menace that caused the salesperson to break into a cold sweat. Seizing the moment, Su Chan pressed on, "In my opinion, this item is worth no more than 1,000 yuan. Do you accept the offer? If so, I am prepared to pay immediately." The salesperson was taken aback, contemplating that if this man truly desired the item, he would likely offer no more than 20 or 30 yuan. To his astonishment, the bid reached 1,000. An unexpected and delightful surprise. A 10 yuan purchase now transformed into a 1,000 yuan sale. This was indeed a significant windfall. The salesperson, flabbergasted, asked young Master Su, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely," Su Chen replied, signaling to Jean Dashin behind him to hasten with the payment. Before Jean Dashin could produce the cash, bystanders began to murmur and ridicule. "Look at this fellow. He must have money to burn, spending 1,000 yuan on such a shabby pipe. What a fool." Indeed, if it were me, I wouldn't spend a single yuan on that piece of junk. It clearly holds no value. Well, to each their own. If he wants to squander his money, that's his prerogative, though it does seem rather foolish. The salesperson, overhearing the comments, felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "These rascals are determined to ruin my business. Let them watch, but why spread such nonsense?" Jean Dashin, too, became uncertain upon hearing the remarks, hesitating as he fumbled for the money. The salesperson grew increasingly anxious, fearing that this opportunity would slip away. "Hurry up and get the money." Seeing Jean Dashin's indecision, Su Chen decided to take matters into his own hands, reaching for the cash himself. He tossed 1,000 yuan to the salesperson, satisfaction radiating from him as he held the pipe, admiring it with approval while nodding frequently. "Look, everyone, this lad truly seems a bit daft. He has the item now, yet remains oblivious to the fact he has been deceived. Indeed, such individuals are often described as foolishly wealthy. There's no remedy for that." These comments fell on Su Chen's ears, but he remained unfazed, continuing to appreciate the pipe. At this moment, Jean Dashin could scarcely contain his frustration and ceased to address Su de Shao respectfully. "I ask you, are you genuinely sincere about this collaboration? Purchasing such a worthless item has led to the loss of my hard-earned 1,000 yuan. How am I to make any profit now?" Upon hearing Jean Dashin's grievances, Su Chen remained unfazed. Suddenly, he raised the smoking pipe in his hand and inquired of those around him, "I am prepared to offer this treasure for a flat price of 50,000 yuan. Whoever purchases it stands to gain immensely." The room erupted in astonishment. Goodness, this lad must truly be out of his mind. Spending 1,000 yuan on such a trinket was foolish enough. And now he dares to suggest selling it for 50,000 right before our eyes? Is he jesting? "Hey, lad, while your foolishness may be your own plight, do not presume us all to be fools. If you wish to perform tricks, perhaps the zoo would be a more appropriate venue. This is an antique market." This little scoundrel, perhaps realizing his error, seemed to be attempting to shift the burden of his poor purchase onto others. Just because he is naive does not imply that everyone else is as well. Hearing these derisions, Jean Dashin felt his confidence evaporate completely, consumed by regret over his momentary lapse in judgment that led him to trust this young man. His expertise in antique restoration did not necessarily entail superior discernment, and alas, he found himself in a predicament, having hoped to profit from this venture, but instead facing a loss. Amidst the cacophony of ridicule, Su Chen interjected, "Ah, dear friends, you may be unaware. While this smoking pipe is indeed flawed, it possesses a remarkable provenance that should not be underestimated." Provenance? The audience knew well that the history of each antique significantly influences its value. Some items, despite having little intrinsic worth, may command a fortune due to their extraordinary backstory. Thus, the history of an antique largely determines its ultimate worth, akin to a person's background. Even if one lacks personal merit, having a distinguished lineage elevates one's status. Upon hearing that this seemingly insignificant smoking pipe had a noteworthy history, the crowd's interest was piqued. Drawing from his knowledge of historical records, Su Chen continued, "To be candid, this smoking pipe originally belonged to the notorious bandit Beishan Diao of North China. He fought fiercely against rival bandits for territorial control, and during one such encounter, a bullet struck him directly in the chest. Fortunately, he was carrying this very smoking pipe at the time, which saved his life. The crack at the bottom of the pipe is a remnant of that bullet. Though the item is damaged, it became Beishan Diao's talisman, revered and honored through daily incense, offerings, and prayers. Thus, a smoking pipe of such renown must surely hold significant value in your eyes. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Chen's narrative was so compelling that many in the audience found themselves convinced. However, it was not long before some began to suspect that the young man was merely concocting a fanciful tale to inflate the value of the smoking pipe in a bid to profit from his earlier folly. How contemptible! As this sentiment echoed through the crowd, Su Chen remained calm and collected, turning the base of the smoking pipe outward, allowing everyone to examine it closely. What a curious situation! The young, lacking experience with firearms, might fail to discern the significance of the whole. Yet those of a more advanced age would surely recognize its nature. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with a white beard, perhaps in his 60s, spoke up. Indeed, I once served in the military, and that hole in the smoking pot is undoubtedly a bullet hole. Several others of similar age chimed in, affirming his observation. So what? One voice challenged. At best, it's merely a smoking pot that has been shot. It holds no value. Doubts regarding the authenticity of the story were raised. Come now, what does that prove? Any smoking pot resembling this one could be claimed to be from Beishan's carving. What a farce. The skepticism persisted, with a notable number of dissenters. The onlookers soon divided into two factions. The majority expressed significant skepticism about the pot's origin, while a minority entertained the possibility, albeit with uncertainty. Consequently, no one dared to hastily produce 50,000 yuan to purchase the smoking pot. Observing this predicament, Chen remained unperturbed. He passed the smoking pot around, explaining, "Ladies and gentlemen, please examine the inner wall of the smoking pot closely. Do you not see an inscription? Can anyone decipher it?" A younger individual, armed with a magnifying glass, scrutinized the innermost wall for some time before finally locating a minuscule inscription. In the year of Jimao, the month of Dingqiu, the day of Jiasai, left by Beishan. "My heavens! It's genuine, it's absolutely authentic," came the exclamations of astonishment. Indeed, this smoking pot once belonged to Beishan and had saved his life. Several experts quickly took turns examining the pot, their expressions filled with astonishment. "This is a true artifact," they declared. The inscription, though somewhat faded, clearly indicated its antiquity. "Young man, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure, the very smoking pot that once saved Beishan's life. I have heard this story before, but it has never been substantiated until now." Upon hearing the esteemed expert's confirmation, the previous salesperson stood dumbfounded, regretting deeply that he had not recognized its worth earlier. Jean Dashin, filled with joy, hurried over to reclaim the precious item, clutching it to his chest, as if fearing it would be snatched away. "Well then, everyone, since the smoking pot's authenticity has been verified, I shall ask for 50,000 yuan. Is that too much?" "Wait a moment." Chen remained silent, but Jean Dashin was unwilling to relent, advancing to argue. "Young man, business must adhere to certain rules. You failed to recognize the value of your item and cannot hold us accountable for your loss. This matter is clear to all. The truth will prevail." The crowd chimed in. Indeed, the transaction was settled. To retract now would be most unjust. Integrity is paramount in commerce. Your actions are quite unbecoming. Indeed, your inability to discern the item's worth is your own shortcoming. Do not blame others. Do not attempt to be unscrupulous. The sales assistant, visibly flustered, exclaimed, "Enough of your incessant chatter. This is a matter between us, and it has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business." As the assistant, realizing the futility of a gentle approach, boldly reached into Jean Dashin's embrace to seize the item, Jean Dashin, quick-witted and agile, dodged aside, thwarting the attempt. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Are you openly trying to steal? Be careful, or I will call the police on you." He glared fiercely, protecting the precious smoking pipe as if it were a vital part of his being. Seeing that the situation was drawing attention and with two security guards approaching, the sales assistant had no choice but to retreat, casting a venomous glare at Chen and Jean Dashin before storming off. Once he departed, someone proposed purchasing the smoking pipe for 50,000 yuan. Jean Dashin's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to finalize the deal, when suddenly another voice chimed in. "I offer 55,000. I bid 56,000. 58,000. 60,000. 70,000. The price soared, ultimately reaching 98,000, at which point no further bids were made. The smoking pipe was sold for 98,000 yuan, since the buyer lacked sufficient cash. A group hastily went to a nearby bank to withdraw the funds and complete the transaction. With the money secured, the two partners split the earnings evenly, and Jean Dashin couldn't contain his delight. "Su Xiao, what do you think? I told you there was a fortune to be made. You should be grateful to me." Chen merely smiled faintly, at a loss for words. "By the way, let me take you to the second floor of Qing Feng Pavilion. There are even more lucrative opportunities. Perhaps another day. I have other matters to attend to." Chen replied, glancing at the clock in the bank lobby, only to realize that he had already missed his scheduled pickup by over half an hour. Without further ado, he abandoned Jean Dashin and dashed out of the bank toward the bus station. Chapter 24. A dog's eye sees no higher than its own nose. As Chen burst through the door, Jean Dashin was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing he had forgotten to ask for Chen's phone number. How would he contact him in the future? Unbeknownst to Jean Dashin, even if he had asked, Su-chan would have been unable to provide it, as he did not even possess a mobile phone. Jean Dashin stumbled after him, but Su-chan was already far ahead. Watching Su-chan's retreating figure, it felt as if a mountain of gold was drifting away, filling Jean Dashin with regret. Su-chan hurried directly to the bus station, where he spotted Lin Wanqing anxiously standing by the exit with a suitcase, glancing around nervously. Seeing her in such a state, Su-chan felt a surge of guilt and rushed toward her. "I'm so sorry. I'm late." "I was." He began, his face filled with remorse. But to his surprise, Lin Wanqing smiled gently, shaking her head in a warm manner. "It's all right. Who isn't T had unexpected matters arise. Besides, I haven't been waiting long. It's quite interesting to observe the hustle and bustle here." It was clear that Lin Wanqing bore no resentment toward him, which only deepened Su-chan's feelings of guilt. To express my apologies, allow me to treat you to a meal as a gesture of my contrition for being late," Su-chan said, as he took the box from her hands and gently grasped Lin Wanqing's small hand, hailing a taxi. Once inside, Su-chan instructed the driver to take them to the finest Western restaurant nearby. "You're inviting me to dinner?" Lin Wanqing inquired with a hint of surprise. Smiling as she asked, "What, did you earn some money after just one day's work? Since when did the Treasure Pavilion turn into a daily wage establishment?" Su-chan chuckled lightly. "Oh, it's nothing much. I happened to wander into an antique shop across from a bus station and stumbled upon an opportunity, making a small profit in the process." "So that's why you were late?" Lin Wanqing smiled slightly, noticing Su-chan's tacit admission. "How wonderful. It seems you were delayed because you were busy earning money to treat me to dinner. In that case, I shall forgive you." Seeing such magnanimity in Lin Wanqing, Su-chan felt a jolt in his heart, astonished that there existed such kindness in the world. It was unfathomable that a girl as benevolent as she was targeted by someone with malicious intent. "As long as I, Su-chan, am here, that scoundrel shall not prevail." For reasons unbeknownst to him, a fierce protectiveness surged within Su-chan, compelling him to safeguard the well-being of this kind-hearted girl at all costs. After exchanging a few more words, the taxi stopped in front of a beautifully adorned and romantic Western restaurant. "Sir, this is the most romantic Western restaurant in all of Jinan, renowned as a proposal hotspot. It is said that any couple dining here ultimately enjoys a blissful marriage," the driver remarked. Su-chan was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to retort, and merely nodded in acknowledgement, grabbing his luggage as he exited the vehicle. Lin Wanqing, upon hearing the taxi driver's words, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her heart racing, to the point where she could not even meet Su-chan's gaze as he opened the door for her. Upon entering the restaurant, the staff regarded Su-chan's attire with a trace of disdain. Given the upscale nature of the establishment, patrons were typically affluent, and there existed a decorum that required proper attire to dine. Although Su-chan's outfit was simple yet tidy, some individuals, with a narrow-minded perspective, judged by appearances. The bar staff exemplified this attitude, particularly amused by the sight of Su-chan dragging a suitcase into a fine dining restaurant. However, their expressions changed when they noticed the exquisite girl accompanying him. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful with an exceptional figure, but her fashion-forward attire spoke of high-end brands. And her noble, elegant demeanor was beyond the reach of ordinary girls. Most likely, she was the daughter of some affluent family, accompanied by her servant for a meal. This girl is simply too stunning. If only I could win the affection of such a privileged beauty, I would gladly toil endlessly for her. Lost in his thoughts, Su-chan had already approached them and inquired, "Could you kindly arrange for us a better table?" Although the server regarded Su-chan with disdain, he was compelled to temper his attitude, given the young lady of considerable standing accompanying him. Apologetically, he explained that it was peak dining time, and the main hall was fully occupied, leaving only the VIP room available. The server's gaze gradually shifted from Su-chan to Lin Wanqing, but the cost for the VIP room started at 3,800. Upon hearing this price, Lin Wanqing tugged at Su-chan's sleeve, signaling that it was excessively expensive and suggesting they dine elsewhere. While she was not one to be deterred by a few thousand yuan, she did not wish to see Su-chan's hard-earned money squandered on a single meal, which she found to be rather disconcerting. Yet, without hesitation, Su-chan confidently declared, "Lead the way." The server hesitated, stealing glances at Lin Wanqing, as if to seek her approval. "What are you looking at? Just take us there," she urged. After several furtive glances at the girl, who offered him no acknowledgement, the server resigned himself to Su-chan's command and escorted them to the VIP room. The VIP room was adorned in a cozy yet elegant manner, exuding an atmosphere of utmost comfort. The server paid no mind to Su Chun, laying the menu before Lin Wanqing with a curt, "Miss, please place your order." Sensing an incongruity in the ambience, Su Chun exchanged a glance with the server, who merely met his gaze briefly before averting his eyes, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "What are you staring at? Just a servant. After all, how much better can he be than me? If I were in his position, I would undoubtedly excel, and perhaps in time, the young lady might even develop a fondness for me." Su Chen discerned the server's intentions, but chose to smile faintly and remain indifferent. Lin Wanqing scanned the menu and felt a twinge of embarrassment at the exorbitant prices listed. "Su Chun, there's nothing here I particularly fancy. Shall we consider another establishment?" "That simply won't do. Now that we are here, if you can't decide, I shall assist you," Su Chen replied. He understood that Lin Wanqing wished to spare him unnecessary expense, yet having promised to treat her to a fine meal, he could not allow such an endeavor to falter. This one, and this too," he declared, decisively marking several items. "Oh, and a bottle of red wine. Nothing too extravagant. This one will suffice." After a moment's contemplation, he pointed to a bottle on the menu. The server and Lin Wanqing glanced down to see the price. 8,888. The server was taken aback, pondering whether this man was being overly presumptuous. Even if the host were wealthy, such extravagance was unwarranted. At that moment, Lin Wanqing interjected, her expression fraught with concern. "Su Chun, let's forego the wine. I don't drink, so it's best we skip it. That simply cannot be. Dining on Western cuisine without a glass of red wine would lack charm. Rest assured, I can't afford this for you," he insisted. Seeing Su Chen's unwavering attitude, Lin Wanqing realized that if she continued to hesitate, it would not bode well, so she reluctantly acquiesced. The waiter, overhearing their conversation, understood that this gentleman was the one treating, implying he was not merely a servant. Goodness! Judging by the way he placed the order earlier, he seemed less like a servant and more like a young master from a wealthy family. It is truly peculiar how these rich second-generation heirs behave, despite their wealth. They choose to remain low-key, leaving others to misjudge them. The waiter reflected on this, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over him. Fortunately, he hadn't been overly rude. Otherwise, offending a young master could cost him his livelihood with just a careless word. With this realization, the waiter's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He promptly collected the menu and retreated humbly. Before long, an array of exquisite dishes adorned the elegantly set table. Lin Wanqing glanced at this dish and that, unsure of where to begin. The tantalizing aromas filled the air, stirring her appetite. At that moment, Su Chen rose to pour wine for Lin Wanqing. Raising his glass with a sincere expression, "Wanqing, it is a pleasure to meet you. May our friendship endure through the ages." His earnest declaration elicited a smile from Lin Wanqing. Indeed, to eternity. Their glasses clinked, producing a melodious sound, and they began to indulge in their meal. As they savored their food and conversed, Lin Wanqing suddenly noticed Su Chen's grace while dining on Western cuisine, a sight that could only be described as elegant. Had it not been for his rather ordinary attire, she might have mistaken him for a scion of a prestigious family. His demeanor while sipping red wine was remarkably professional and gentlemanly, captivating Lin Wanqing to the point of fascination. "Wanqing, what are you staring at? Aren't you going to eat? Is the food not to your liking?" Su Chen inquired upon noticing her distraction. "Oh no, it's nothing. It's delicious," Lin Wanqing quickly replied, taking a bite of the steak to mask her nervousness. Perhaps her attempt at concealment was too conspicuous, as she accidentally splashed some wine, a few drops of which stained her clothing. Su Chen was left bewildered and resumed eating. At that moment, a commotion erupted from outside the VIP room. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed at the entrance. "Damn it, what's going on? Someone better make way for me. I must dine here at 888 today." Just as Su Chen furrowed his brow, the door was forcefully kicked open. A frail man in his 20s entered, flanked by two provocatively dressed women. The gaunt man was adorned with precious metals, giving him the appearance of wealth, yet his pallid complexion suggested a life of misfortune. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but Su Chen paid no heed, as his attention was captured by the jade guanyin pendant hanging from the man's neck, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After forcefully kicking open the door, the frail man discovered that there was only one male occupant within the room, whose appearance was rather disheveled. However, the array of items laid out upon the table was quite sumptuous. This scene was undeniably incongruous, and the slender man, disinterested in pondering further, tilted his head and remarked, "Hey, you little brat, I don't care what your background is. This room is now reserved for me, Long Gang. Hurry up, tidy your things, and find another place to dine." At the very moment Lan Gang uttered these words, he caught sight of a subtle smile gracing Su Chen's lips, which he mistakenly interpreted as disdain directed towards him, igniting his fury. Damn it, kid, what was that smirk for? Do you think I'm jesting? Let me tell you, if you're smart, you'd better get out of here quickly, or I'll make sure to obliterate you. Su Chen regarded Lan Gang with a silent demeanor, his smile unwavering. At this juncture, the previously reticent manager of the restaurant interjected, Hey, did you hear what young Master Lan said? You need to leave. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Are you deaf? Prior to entering the room, the manager had not exhibited such an attitude. Instead, she had been attempting to placate Lan Gang, operating under the assumption that the esteemed guests in the VIP room would be of significant status. After all, the average person could scarcely afford to patronize such a luxurious venue. Typically, those who ventured into the VIP area were individuals of some standing in Jinnan, and as a seasoned professional, she was keen to avoid offending such clientele. However, the moment the door was kicked open, she was taken aback to find an exceedingly ordinary young man seated within. This scenario was not entirely unprecedented. It was common for an ordinary working-class individual to save for months to indulge in a lavish experience at a high-end establishment. Upon seeing Su Chen, she assumed he belonged to that category, promptly siding with Lan Gang. After all, the Lan family wielded considerable influence in Jinnan, far beyond her humble station. Offending such a family would be sheer folly. Someone, what are you waiting for? Quickly assist this gentleman in moving his meal to room 777 to clear space for young Master Lan. As soon as the manager finished speaking, several waitstaff hurried over, intent on removing the items without delay. Stop. Let me see who dares to make a move. Suddenly breaking his silence, Su Chen spoke, his expression cold and unyielding, effectively freezing the waitstaff in their tracks. They exchanged glances with the other patrons and the manager, unsure of how to proceed. Oh, you're quite audacious, aren't you? You appear to be just a naive young man. Haven't you heard of my reputation, Lan Gang? I'll give you one last chance. Pack your belongings and vacate this room at once. The one who should be leaving is you. In the face of Lan Gang's bluster, Su Chen stood resolutely, boldly retorting. This unexpected response caught Lan Gang off guard, even prompting the two glamorous women behind him to stifle their laughter. I must say, young Master Lan, it seems your name doesn't carry as much weight as you thought, if you cannot even intimidate this rural bumpkin. Indeed, I believe it would be prudent for us to change our location. After all, those unencumbered by shoes have little to fear from the shod. The tense exchange between the two women intensified the prideful Lan Gang, who clenched his fists, ready to strike. Oh my, I never anticipated this. Is that not the esteemed daughter of the Lin family? Pray tell, could this rustic fellow be your boyfriend? TSK, I offered you an opportunity last time, yet you declined. It appears you have a penchant for the unconventional, favoring such unsophisticated company. Lan Gang's ill-considered words ignited a furious response from Su Chen, who could scarcely contain her wrath and was determined to confront him. The insult towards herself would have been tolerable, but Lan Gang's audacity to belittle the kind-hearted Lin Wanqing was utterly unforgivable. From the moment Lin Wanqing appeared, the two flamboyant women regarded her with disdain, envious and resentful, questioning how such beauty could exist. Surely it must be the result of cosmetic enhancement. As they overheard Lan Gang's remarks, they seized the opportunity to chime in. Indeed, Lan Xiao is quite right. Such women tend to have eclectic tastes. Associating with a rustic is hardly surprising. Enough with your slander. Leave us at once. Lin Wanqing trembled with indignation, but stood resolutely in front of Su Chen, refusing to yield. What of it? I shall not leave. Lan Gang, I assure you, I am prepared to stand my ground today. If this fellow is indeed your lover, I shall have him punished. Let us see if your affection remains after I break his legs. Should you still hold him dear, I shall not hesitate to shatter his other leg as well. You scoundrel! You rogue! Lin Wanqing was on the verge of tears from the outrage. Su Chen could no longer restrain herself. Unexpectedly, she darted before Lan Gang, seized his collar, and delivered a swift punch to his face. The impact left the onlookers in stunned silence, including Lan Gang, who was taken aback and attempted to retaliate, only to receive another punch from Su Chen, followed by a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. One cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. You deserve that blow. The guests in the VIP room were left astounded, the manager's mouth agape in horror, fearing he might also face a similar fate. Lan Gang lay prostrate on the floor, momentarily incapacitated, much to the chagrin of the two women. Lan Xiao, rise quickly. Get up and fight back. Oh dear, how could you be so foolish? Under their prodding, He struggled for some time before finally rising, appearing as if he were injured, flailing his fists in a futile attempt to retaliate. Yet Su Chen approached him once more, swiftly subduing him while stating, "You suffer from chronic fatigue and weakness. At this rate, you shall not survive more than 5 years before meeting your end. With your current state, how dare you act so brazenly?" Upon hearing these words, Lan Gang was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Su Chen, disbelief etched upon his face. How does this fellow know my symptoms? Could he possibly be a doctor? In truth, Su Chen has no medical expertise. He merely gleaned insights from the disdainful thoughts of 2 alluring women while he was incapacitating Lan Gang. At that moment, the women regarded him with utter contempt, thinking it ridiculous that this frail individual, constantly complaining of chest tightness and fatigue, would dare to engage in a brawl. Was he not merely inviting a beating? Coupled with Su Chen's earlier observations of Lan Gang's appearance, this led him to articulate his earlier remarks. To his astonishment, Lan Gang took them to heart. After all, despite having consulted numerous doctors, none had so accurately identified his ailments. It was quite bewildering to be so precisely diagnosed by a rural simpleton. To be candid, he had been suffering from his illness for several years, expending millions in pursuit of a cure, yet his condition continued to deteriorate. Faced with the prospect of hopelessness, Lan Gang had resigned himself to despair. However, last month his father had discovered a reputed healer who prescribed a regimen of medication, assuring him that within 6 months, he would begin to regain his strength. Yet, a month had passed without any improvement, plunging Lan Gang back into despondency. Instead of focusing on his recovery, he had indulged excessively in the vices of wine and women. Noticing the shift in Lan Gang's expression, Su Chen realized he had struck a chord and hastily added, "If you truly wish to recover, I possess a method. However, given your earlier disrespectful behavior, I am reluctant to share it." Upon hearing that there was hope for his salvation, Lan Gang cast aside all reservations and approached Su Chen, declaring, "If you can indeed cure my ailment, I will offer you any sum you desire, truly, any amount." "Ah, you do not wish for money? Then what do you seek? I will grant you anything, as long as you can restore my health." "Very well," Su Chen replied with a calm smile. "First, you must apologize to Wan Qing. If she is displeased, I shall not assist you." Lan Gang, terrified of death, was willing to grasp at any glimmer of hope, even if he harbored doubts about the abilities of this country bumpkin. Driven by desperation, he approached Lin Wan Qing and, astonishingly, dropped to his knees. "Wan Qing, I was wrong. It was entirely my fault to insult you. I am not worthy of being called a man. Please, forgive me." Originally soft-hearted, Lin Wan Qing found herself unable to withstand his plea. "Get up. Do not let anyone see you in such a state. I forgive you. Now, please rise." "Thank you. Thank you, Wan Qing." Lan Gang fervently expressed his gratitude before turning back to Su Chen, pleading for a remedy. The onlookers were left in disbelief. The esteemed Lan family heir had knelt before a woman to apologize. What an extraordinary sight. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would have found it hard to believe. Disregarding others' opinions, Su Chen was satisfied and pointed to the jade guanyin pendant hanging from Lan Gang's neck. "The reason for your persistent frailty lies with this jade guanyin." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that my jade guanyin is to blame? What does that imply?" "Is the overt meaning. To put it more bluntly, the ailment afflicting you is caused by the jade guanyin you wear." "What?" Lan Gang's eyes widened in disbelief, suddenly feeling deceived. How could a mere jade guanyin render him so weak? This was sheer nonsense. Such baseless claims were not something Lan Gang would readily accept. Sensing Lan Gang's skepticism, Su Chen chuckled lightly. "If you wish to believe me, you might consider excusing these individuals. I can clarify everything for you in just a few words. After all, we need to continue our meal." At this juncture, Su Chen was not particularly eager to assist Lan Gang. Rather, he wished to expedite Lan Gang's departure to avoid disrupting his dining experience with Lin Wan Qing. Furthermore, Su Chen possessed an innate obsession with antiques, a fervor that transcended ordinary understanding. Discovering that someone was using his cherished artifacts as instruments of harm was something he could not tolerate, prompting him to take action. Realizing Su Chen was not jesting, Lan Gang reluctantly dismissed the 5 or 6 individuals, including the manager and 2 female companions. Su Chen extended his hand. "May I borrow the jade guanyin from around your neck for a closer examination?" Lan Gang, not one to be difficult, readily removed the jade and handed it to Su Chen without hesitation, all in the name of seeking a remedy. "What exactly are you doing? Is this necessary?" Lan Gang inquired, growing somewhat impatient. Lin Wan Qing gestured for silence, indicating he should not interrupt Su Chen's appraisal. While Lan Gang was a novice, Lin Wanqing was well aware that an appraisal should not be easily disturbed. It is a meticulous endeavor requiring intense focus. Any distraction could sever the train of thought. The jade guanyin, crafted from the finest materials from the Ming dynasty and skillfully carved by artisans, was purchased by a wealthy merchant as a gift for his beloved wife. She cherished it dearly, and upon her passing 30 years later, it was buried with her. 3 centuries later, it was unearthed by grave robbers and subsequently entered the market. 3 years ago, it was acquired by the Gushang Zhai and underwent further intricate refinement. After returning the jade guanyin to Langang, Su Chen wore an enigmatic smile and remarked, "Hee, I wonder what kind of deep-seated enmity you have cultivated that necessitates such drastic measures against you." Langang, increasingly perplexed, replied, "What do you mean? Who have I offended? What does this jade guanyin have to do with my illness?" "Hee, I have already told you. The connection is substantial. Now let me ask you, did you acquire this jade guanyin from Gushang Zhai?" Langang, taken aback, replied, "How do you know? Do not inquire how I know. Now, tell me, what color are the eyes of this guanyin? Red? I'm not blind." "Precisely. The eyes of guanyin are marked with cinnabar, which is a grave flaw in carving, known as guanyin-s blood eyes. This portends great misfortune." Langang continued to argue, "What a calamity! They told me that guanyin's eyes are red, which signifies that it has been blessed by an enlightened monk. How can it be deemed a misfortune in your eyes?" Su Chan could only shake his head in exasperation, lamenting that Langang was truly a fool, oblivious to his own ignorance, upon who counted the profits for those who deceived him. Setting that aside, he pointed out, "Look at the 2 lines on guanyin's abdomen and the murky spot where they converge. Do you know what this signifies?" "Of course I do," Langang replied, attempting to showcase his knowledge. "In jade, this is known as the double dragons playing with pearls, a rare find indeed." "Rare? What is so rare about it?" "Jade is esteemed for its perfection and luster. The fewer the flaws, the higher the quality. This chaotic mess you see here cannot possibly be classified as fine jade. It's not even subpar. Moreover, this is not what you call double dragons playing with pearls. It is evidently a jade that has absorbed too much stagnant energy." "Stagnant energy? You are becoming increasingly absurd." Langang scoffed, though he nodded in agreement as he grasped the concept. "What are you implying?" "I merely wish to inquire. If a jade pendant has accompanied a corpse for centuries, how much stagnant energy do you think it would absorb? I believe you can deduce that without my assistance. In truth, the jade guanyin is inherently a symbol of auspiciousness. Even if placed in a tomb for a millennium, it would not acquire stagnant energy. The issue lies with the vermilion-stained eyes. Without eyes, a person cannot see. Without eyes, guanyin cannot bless. Therefore, while this jade guanyin may appear to bring fortune, it will, for the reasons I mentioned, not bestow blessings upon its wearer. Instead, it will gradually erode the wearer's health and longevity. This is the fundamental reason for your persistent ailments, which no physician can remedy." After hearing this, Langang was already convinced to a considerable extent. However, having received years of modern education, he found it difficult to accept such esoteric notions all at once. "I tell you, what I speak of is not superstition or the machinations of malevolent spirits. The world operates under the principle of fate. The older the object, the more elusive its destiny becomes. Thus, antiques are not to be trifled with by just anyone. One must possess the requisite knowledge. Otherwise, one risks misfortune, and in severe cases, it could endanger one's life or even that of future generations." In truth, the Lan and Lin families were somewhat business partners, and Langang had long been acquainted with Lin Wanqing. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed a kind and gentle nature, which endeared her to him and led to his earnest pursuit. However, to his dismay, he faced repeated rejections from Lin Wanqing. Due to his frail health, Langang harbored a deep-seated insecurity, and after being rebuffed by her, his pride was wounded, fueling his resentment. However, at his core, Langang genuinely held Lin Wanqing in high regard. Thus, whatever Lin Wanqing endorsed, Langang found it challenging to dissent. "You have articulated quite a lot, but the crux of the matter remains. Is there truly a remedy for my ailment, and how precisely is it to be treated?" "My dear fellow, I must say you are rather dense. Despite my extensive explanations, you still do not grasp the essence. What afflicts you is this jade guanyin. Simply refrain from wearing it in the future. Additionally, consume more supplements and diligently attend to your health, and you shall gradually improve. Should you doubt, feel free to test it." As the steak threatened to grow cold, Su Chun's impatience became palpable. Cease wearing the jade guanyin? Langang found himself in a quandary. "Well, if you wish to court death, continue wearing it." Su Chan suddenly inquired, "How did you come by this jade guanyin anyway?" In truth, Su Chan was already aware it originated from the ancient sage studio, but he sought for Lan Gang to elaborate further. Have you experienced longevity since acquiring it? Su Chan asked abruptly. Reflect on this. When did your health begin to decline? Was it not after you donned this jade guanine? Could it be that my mother intended me harm? No, that cannot be. My mother has always treated me with utmost kindness. How could she wish me ill? Lan Gang muttered to himself for a moment before turning to Su Chan. Fine, I shall take your word for it today. I will not wear the jade guanine for now, and if, as you say, my health improves, I shall be eternally grateful. But should you deceive me with your sinister words, I assure you, I will not let you off lightly. With that, Lan Gang cast a glance at Lin Wanqing before departing. Once he was gone, Su Chan fell into deep contemplation. Su Chan, what troubles you? What are you pondering? I am merely astonished. How could the jade guanine have been a gift from his mother? What mother would wish to harm her own child? Lin Wanqing, with an innocent pout, asked, Su Chan, surely what you said cannot be true. Of course it is. When it comes to antiques, I speak nothing but the truth. Su Chan declared with unwavering conviction. Oh, if that is the case, I must convey something to you. Convey what? In truth, Lan Gang's mother is not his biological mother. She is his stepmother. Lin Wanqing reflected before speaking. A stepmother? Su Chan asked incredulously. Indeed, a stepmother. His biological mother passed away when he was in his teens, after which Uncle Lan remarried. Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's words, Su Chan finally comprehended why Lan Gang's mother would bestow upon him that jade guanine. How utterly malicious. The ancients spoke wisely. A woman's heart is the most treacherous. It seems this adage holds true. Well then, let us enjoy our meal while it is still warm. Thus, amidst a cozy and romantic atmosphere, the two began their dining experience. Sir and Miss, I must apologize for my earlier demeanor. It was truly unbecoming. I failed to recognize the worth of your presence, not realizing that this young lady is the esteemed daughter of the renowned antique magnate, Mr. Lin from Jinan, and that this gentleman possesses remarkable talents, commanding the respect of even young Master Lan. I humbly offer my respects to both of you, and hope your appetites are hearty enough to fill a boat. Please forgive my ignorance. Su Chan let out a cold snort inwardly, reflecting on the fickleness of human nature. Just moments ago, this individual had looked down upon them, but upon discovering their true identity and status, they instantly resorted to sycophancy. It was truly contemptible. However, since the person had already offered an apology, it would be ungracious to dwell on it. Su Chan merely nodded lightly, choosing silence. Lin Wanqing, ever kind-hearted, would never harbor ill feelings towards others. She accepted the candlestick and expressed her gratitude with a cheerful, "Thank you." "Oh, how beautiful!" she exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight at the enchanting glow of the candlelight. "Please, it is my pleasure. I am simply glad you both appreciate it," the manager replied, turning to Lin Wanqing with a flattering tone. "Miss Lin, I truly envy you for having such an exceptional boyfriend. Not only is he handsome, but he is also remarkably humble and possesses a wealth of knowledge. If only I could find a partner as outstanding as him, I would gladly trade 20 years of my life for it." As she finished her remark, the manager discreetly cast a glance towards Su Chan, her gaze imbued with a myriad of charming nuances. A typical man would have undoubtedly been enamored, perhaps even finding an excuse to step outside and request the manager's WeChat. After all, the manager herself was quite elegant and graceful, and her experiences in the service industry had bestowed upon her a mature allure that many men found irresistible. Having sensed the lack of interest from Su Chan, the manager tactfully withdrew, saying, "By the way, every Friday, our establishment hosts a special event designed for couples. If selected, you will receive a mysterious grand prize. I wish you both the best of luck, and hope you are chosen as the lucky couple tonight. I shall not disturb you further. Please enjoy your meal." With that, the manager exited the room. At that moment, Lin Wanqing was already feeling quite bashful. The manager's incessant references to couples had made her too embarrassed to lift her gaze. She contemplated clarifying that she and Su Chan were not an item, but felt that it might disrupt the ambience, so she refrained from speaking up. However, when a manager mentioned the possibility of a lucky draw, Lin Wanqing's heart raced even more. She thought to herself, "Please, let not be me. We are not even a couple. How mortifying would it be to go on stage to accept a prize?" Moreover, she wondered if Su Chan might be upset, considering she was not genuinely his girlfriend. Yet, as she pondered, a strange flicker of anticipation blossomed within her heart. What would it be like if she were indeed chosen? Lost in her thoughts, Lin Wanqing inadvertently let out a soft giggle. Wanqing, what is amusing you?" Su Chan inquired. "In nothing," she stammered, her heart racing as she quickly shook her head and resumed eating her steak. in the warm, romantic glow of the firelight. The two shared a delicious meal in tranquil silence, occasionally exchanging glances filled with unspoken affection, enveloping the room in an atmosphere rich with subtle tension. Just as their thoughts began to spiral into delightful chaos, a microphone crackled to life from the hall outside. Esteemed guests, the moment has arrived to unveil the weekly couple's mysterious grand prize. The winning seat number is 888. We now invite the fortunate couple from the 888 VIP room to ascend the stage and claim this enigmatic and romantic gift. Upon hearing the announcement, the couple exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that they had truly won? A mixture of trepidation and anticipation engulfed them as they realized that the unexpected had indeed befallen them. Just as they stood in momentary astonishment, a knock echoed from the door. "Sir and Miss, you have won tonight's mysterious grand prize. Please step forward to receive your award." "Sir and Miss? Did you hear that? Sir and Miss? All right, we shall come." They shared an awkward glance, both feeling the weight of the situation. How had this turned into reality? Chen sought Lin Wanqing's silent approval with his gaze, and she, blushing and biting her lip, nodded ever so slightly. Understanding her consent to join him on stage, he seized her icy hand with newfound confidence and led her outside. As they stepped through the door, the spotlight illuminated them, instantly making them the center of attention. A romantic melody filled the air, and amidst the music and the envious gazes of the audience, they clumsily approached the center of the stage. The host, clad in a sharp suit, greeted them with a gentlemanly handshake and proclaimed, "Congratulations to both of you for being selected for this weekend's lucky, mysterious grand prize. I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations." With a flourish, the host gestured towards the side of the stage, where a beautifully adorned angel approached, cradling a heart-shaped gift box. She presented the box before Chen and inquired, "Sir, before you accept this gift, do you have any heartfelt words for this lovely lady beside you?" The host was clearly trying to stir the atmosphere. However, Chen found himself in a predicament. What was he to say? They were not a couple, and this misunderstanding had already escalated. If he uttered any sentimental phrases, it would only exacerbate the situation. Stealing a glance at Lin Wanqing, he noticed her standing gracefully on stage, seemingly reveling in the ambience. With that in mind, he decided not to dampen the mood. Lifting the corners of his lips, he turned to Lin Wanqing and sincerely expressed, "Thank you for being a part of my life." This was a genuine sentiment from Chen, as he felt profoundly grateful for her presence. Without her, he might still be wandering aimlessly. To him, it was a simple acknowledgement, yet to the audience, it resonated as a heartfelt declaration of affection. Applause erupted, and Lin Wanqing shyly lowered her head. The host capitalized on the moment, gesturing for the angel to present the gift. Chen intended to accept the gift box, but the angel indicated for him to open it. Following her cue, he lifted the lid, revealing a meticulously crafted Swarovski crystal necklace. The angel then signaled for Chen to adorn Lin Wanqing with the necklace. He hesitated momentarily, but ultimately complied. As the necklace adorned Lin Wanqing, her beauty was accentuated, captivating Chen at once. Their eyes met, and an overwhelming affection blossomed. At that moment, a gentleman in a suit rose from the audience and suggested, "I believe, in such a splendid moment, this gentleman should bestow a heartfelt kiss upon this lady. Don't you all agree?" Thunderous applause and laughter erupted from the crowd. Both Chen and Lin Wanqing were rendered speechless. Lin Wanqing buried her flushed face in her chest, while Chen felt a mixture of embarrassment and discomfort. The audience continued their applause, urging the moment forward. To elevate the atmosphere, the host hastily requested the sound technician to play a romantic English song. As the enchanting melody filled the air, Chen was surprised to see Lin Wanqing gradually lift her head, her gaze unwavering and resolute. In an instant, he felt an inexplicable surge of courage, holding his breath as he leaned in to kiss her gently on her smooth, luminous forehead. If the girl was so brave, it would be unbecoming of him to remain timid. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, he bestowed that tender kiss. Instantly, the stage was enveloped in a haze, colorful lights converging upon them, while the audience erupted in blessings. Amidst this romantic ambience, their gazes entwined, and a delicate sensation quietly emerged. Under Chen's gaze, Lin Wanqing felt enveloped by a long-desired emotion. However, a twinge of regret lingered within her. Chen had chosen to kiss her forehead instead of her lips. Yet upon reflection, she realized this was indicative of his kind nature and gentlemanly demeanor. Had he seized the moment to claim her first kiss, she might have found herself resenting him. In the ensuing moments of their meal, Su Chen noticed Lin Wanqing was somewhat distracted. At times she responded, while at others, it was as if she hadn't heard him at all, leaving him in a whirl of confusion, wondering if that kiss had upset her. The meal eventually concluded, the bill totaling over 13,000. Lin Wanqing felt a pang of discomfort and insisted on treating him. However, Su Chen was adamant, pulling out a thick stack of cash from his pocket and slamming it on the table. No need for change, he declared, taking Lin Wanqing by the hand as they exited the restaurant. The manager and staff were left utterly bewildered. That hefty sum amounted to at least 15 or 16,000. Was he really leaving without expecting change? As they watched Su Chen's retreating figure, admiration filled them, and they regretted their previous assumptions about him. They had thought him merely a lackey, yet it was evident he was no ordinary young master, capable of such generosity without hesitation. What a stark realization. However, in retrospect, all of this seemed merely a fleeting dream. Upon exiting the Western restaurant, Lin Wanqing eagerly inquired, Su Chen, did you earn this money just now while picking me up at the antique market? Indeed, what other explanation could there be? Su Chen replied. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Wanqing recognized Su Chen's remarkable talent in transforming mere thousands of yuan worth of inferior antiques into exquisite treasures valued at over 1 million. For someone of his caliber, amassing tens of thousands in an instant was surely a trivial endeavor. However, she was somewhat irked by Su Chen's lavish actions earlier, pouting in silent discontent. Su Chen noticed her displeasure and realized that he should not have unnecessarily spent an extra 2,000 yuan, which seemed rather extravagant. He attempted to clarify, Wanqing, I didn't want to owe them any favors. You remember the exquisite candles the manager brought us? They were premium candles from the South Seas, costing over 100 each. She lit 5 for us, which amounts to at least 7 or 800 yuan, coupled with that Swarovski crystal necklace, which is worth no less than 2,000 yuan. My additional 2,000 was merely to ensure we weren't indebted to them. Owe them a favor? Lin Wanqing asked, slightly bewildered. Wasn't that necklace a prize we won by chance? How does that constitute a favor? Dear silly girl, Su Chen said, playfully flicking her forehead. Such fortunate occurrences are rare. The manager likely orchestrated this to curry favor with us, manipulating the situation to make it appear as though we won. Oh, Lin Wanqing exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. That explains it. When we were settling the bill, she mentioned the necklace in a rather suggestive manner. I shall return it to them. True enough. Moreover, you look absolutely stunning wearing that necklace. Su Chen remarked, whether intentionally or not, causing the atmosphere to shift into something more delicate. Lin Wanqing, touching the crystal necklace, nodded slightly, her heart fluttering like a little rabbit. Why did he suddenly say such a thing? She felt utterly embarrassed. Su Chen, equally exasperated with himself for being so abrupt, added, Wanqing, I apologize for kissing you earlier without your consent. This admission only intensified Lin Wanqing's embarrassment, her previously fair complexion turning the hue of a ripe apple. It's all right. There were so many people watching. It's not your fault. She stammered, resembling a startled fawn, swaying uncertainly. It was merely a kiss, after all. In truth, I didn't team mine it that much. However, as soon as she uttered those words, Lin Wanqing felt a twinge of discomfort. Not minding implied a lack of affection, which was far too awkward to convey. Flustered, she quickly corrected herself. No, that is not what I meant. I do care. Oh dear, I don't know anymore. Seeing her flustered expression, Su Chen found himself utterly smitten. How could there be such an adorable girl in the world? All right. I understand your feelings, he reassured her hastily. Lin Wanqing, feeling guilty, looked up at Su Chen, uncertain of what he truly meant by understanding her feelings. Lin Wanqing nodded, suddenly recalling something. Oh, I had promised to buy you some clothes and daily necessities. How could I have forgotten? I'm such a fool. No worries, we can go shopping anytime. Su Chen quickly reassured her. You're right. Let's go tomorrow then. We shall set off early to the Marriott department store. That won't do. I have to work tomorrow. I can't take leave on just my second day back, she replied. Upon uttering these words, Lin Wanqing strikingly assumed a regal demeanor, declaring, Work? I am your boss. If I say you are not to work, then you shall not work. You will heed my words. Tomorrow we are going to the Marriott department store. Su Chen shrugged in resignation. As you wish. With that, the two exchanged a smile, walking home side by side under the dim yellow glow of the streetlights. Upon arriving home, they found that the police station there had already departed. Lin Xiongyi informed Su Chen and Lin Wanqing that the police had closed the case, stating that Sister Wu had a history of mental illness, and her poisoning actions were a result of her condition. As for her death, it was ruled as suicide. What nonsense! Su Chen immediately voiced his discontent. This is clearly a meticulously planned murder. and there must be sinister forces at play behind Sister Wu. For the police to hastily close the case is utterly irresponsible. Lin Wanqing echoed his confusion. How could Aunt Wu possibly have a mental illness? She was perfectly fine most of the time. They must have made a mistake. Though Lin Xiongyi shared their doubts, he felt powerless against the conclusion. Captain Liu summoned me to the police station today and showed me the practical report along with past mental evaluation records. It confirms the matter is true. Therefore, we should not pursue this further. Regardless of whether it was a deliberate act or not, it is prudent for us to remain cautious moving forward. Lin Xiongyi's words were primarily directed at Lin Wanqing, as he quickly turned to Su Chen and said, "Young Su, I had intended for you to stay a few more days. However, given the serious situation at home, what do you think about this? You can stay one more night, and tomorrow I will arrange for you to find another place to stay. After all, it's not very convenient for a young man like you to live with just us two, is it? Dad, why would you say that?" We had agreed. Su Chen understood Lin Xiongyi's intentions. He wanted him to leave to avoid entangling him in their troubles. It was clear that Lin Xiongyi was aware of some underlying truths regarding the poisoning incident, yet for certain reasons, he refrained from disclosing them openly. However, Su Chen pondered that the Lin family had shown him kindness, and leaving at this moment would be rather ungrateful. Thus, he resolutely decided to continue residing with the Lin family. After all, with his ability to discern the thoughts of women, he could significantly aid Lin Wanqing and her father in navigating their perilous circumstances. Additionally, having demonstrated his martial prowess during his encounter with Lan Gang that evening, he could effectively serve as a protector for the Lin family. While it appeared that Su Chen was pleading with Lin Xiongyi, in reality, he was providing invaluable assistance to him. As an experienced individual, Lin Xiongyi was well aware of Su Chen's loyalty. Deep down, he did not wish for Su Chen to leave, but felt compelled to speak those words to avoid dragging him into their troubles. Now Su Chen, undaunted by danger, willingly chooses to stay. If I were to hesitate any longer, it would surely reflect poorly on my regard for him. Very well. In that case, let's make a small sacrifice for our dear cousin Su. Seeing that her father did not object, Lin Wanqing's heart blossomed with joy, and she eagerly pulled Su Chen upstairs. Lin Xiongyi watched his daughter's retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile, lamenting how it is indeed true that a daughter grows up and cannot be kept close. The following day, after breakfast, Lin Wanqing dragged Su Chen to the Wanhao department store for shopping. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the impressive facade of the establishment, and it was evident that the items within were not priced for the faint of heart. Su Chen did not mind the expense too much. After all, he was financially secure now. Lin Wanqing began their shopping excursion from the basement, ensuring they acquired all necessary daily items. Soap, body wash, toothbrushes, razors, everything conceivable was purchased. As they strolled together, Su Chen noticed that their companionship attracted various glances from passers-by. Some looked on in confusion, others with anger, and some with envy, which left Su Chen feeling rather uncomfortable. Yet, there was little he could do, for Lin Wanqing's beauty was undeniable. The next day, they returned to the mall to purchase a phone, clothing, and shoes. Although the suit was a gift from the elderly Jean, it was essential to return it to him, regardless of its humble origins. While the female lead insisted on paying, the male lead asserted his financial independence, recounting his journey to financial stability. Their interactions resembled those of a couple, stirring a sweet feeling in Lin Wanqing's heart, who had harbored a secret admiration for him, a notion she scarcely dared to acknowledge. Chapter 29. Underestimating him will lead to regret. After acquiring all the daily necessities on the basement level, Lin Wanqing also purchased a smartphone for Su Chen, finally providing him with a means of communication. Although Su Chen intended to pay for it himself, Lin Wanqing insisted that she would cover the entire cost today, declaring that she would ignore him otherwise. Unable to refuse her, Su Chen reluctantly acquiesced. The girl was undeniably excited, and he did not wish to dampen her spirits. So he slowly made his way to the first floor. As he glanced around, Su Chen found himself at a loss as to where to begin in the vastness of the mall, overwhelmed by the myriad of choices. Thus, he decided not to overthink it and entered the nearest store, which was lavishly decorated, indicative that the clothing offered within was of the highest quality. Welcome to Armani. As he stepped inside, a beautiful sales associate instinctively prepared to greet the customer. In her early 20s, dressed impeccably, she noticed Su Chen, who appeared to be a university student from a remote area, clad in simple attire and looking around with wide eyes. She likely assumed he had heard of Armani as a luxury brand, but had only ever seen others wear it, never having the means to don such garments himself. This type of customer was one the sales associate encountered frequently, leaving her weary of their presence. Unsurprisingly, she regarded Su Chen with a hint of disdain, categorizing him among those she had grown tired of serving. How vexatious. I had anticipated a distinguished guest, only to find a mere pauper. Even before this establishment has officially opened, such an unwelcome presence graces us. Truly an omen of misfortune. Alas, it appears today shall not yield any prospect for business. The attractive saleswoman turned her face aside, speaking with a tone laced with sarcasm. Su Chen was not oblivious. He understood perfectly well that she was referring to him. He discerned her judgment based upon his attire, likely mistaking him for someone who merely tries on clothes without intent to purchase. With this thought in mind, Su Chen opted for silence, merely curling his lips in disdain, and continued to browse the store. Being overly calculative was not in Su Chen's nature, especially with such an inconsequential shop assistant. Observing that the young man was not perturbed by her words and shamelessly meandered about the store, the saleswoman felt a surge of irritation yet could not evict him. Thus she followed him around with a grimace. After a thorough perusal, Su Chen realized that the garments in the shop were indeed quite expensive, often exceeding 10,000, with some even reaching several tens of thousands. He hesitated momentarily, however, recalling that he had over 20,000 left in his pocket. Purchasing one or two items was certainly feasible. After all, residing in the Lin household, it would be prudent to possess a couple of respectable outfits to maintain appearances. While he himself was indifferent to such superficial matters, he was mindful of others' perceptions, particularly those of individuals he held dear. Hence, it was challenging to disregard these societal norms in this context. After completing his circuit, Su Chen finally identified a suitable piece and addressed the saleswoman. "Excuse me, could you fetch me this item in my size to try on?" The saleswoman retorted with irritation, muttering, "What a nuisance. You can't afford it, yet you insist on trying on. How troublesome." Su Chen heard her, but chose to remain silent, merely offering a faint smile. Upon entering the fitting room, Su Chen swiftly donned the garment and gazed into the mirror, only to furrow his brow. The dress appeared entirely different when worn as opposed to hanging on the rack. Although it was not unappealing, it did not seem as pleasing as it had initially. Thus, he removed it and handed it back to the saleswoman. "Well, are you purchasing this?" she inquired disdainfully. Su Chen, disinterested in her attitude, shook his head and continued to look around. Moments later, he spotted another piece. "Excuse me, could you find this model in the previous size for me?" "We're out of stock," the attractive saleswoman replied without a moment's thought. "Out of stock?" "Yes, out of stock. Do you doubt my word? If you don't believe me, feel free to search for yourself." She snapped. "Very well," Su Chen acknowledged with a nod, proceeding to explore other styles. After a while, he found another garment. "What about this one? Is there a size for me?" "No," she answered without even glancing at it. "And this one? Also unavailable." "Huh." Su Chen realized her lack of interest in conducting business. Thus, he concluded that if she was unwilling to earn her commission, he would simply seek out another store. In any case, in such a vast department store, one need not worry about finding suitable clothing. With a faint smile, Su Chen turned to leave. The attractive saleswoman, having toiled for quite some time, felt a surge of indignation upon realizing that he was truly about to depart without making a purchase. Following closely behind him, she muttered in a haughty tone, "Let me be frank. It is not that I look down upon you. Have you even glanced at the price tags on these garments? Can you afford them? With your modest means, I dare say you wouldn't be able to buy a single item even if you saved for an entire year. Why pretend? Even if you try them on, you won't be able to pay for them later. And then what? You would return the clothes in a state unfit for resale. People like you lack self-awareness, and unless I spell it out for you, you seem utterly oblivious." As the saleswoman continued her tirade, she suddenly glanced up and noticed a stunning beauty standing at the entrance. As an employee of a luxury brand clothing store, she immediately recognized that this woman was adorned in high-end fashion, with each piece priced at no less than 5 digits. Particularly eye-catching was the limited edition Hermes bag she carried, valued at over 200,000. Good heavens, this was a true fortune personified. She simply could not let this opportunity slip away. Miss, you look absolutely radiant. Were you looking to choose? Perhaps something for yourself, or a gift for your boyfriend? Oh, how fortunate he must be. Not only are you breathtakingly beautiful, but you're also willing to lavish such generosity upon him. That is truly rare," the saleswoman gushed, beckoning her towards the latest seasonal collection, showcasing stylish designs and exquisite craftsmanship. While the saleswoman performed her act, Su Chen observed from a distance, intrigued by how she could so effortlessly manipulate her demeanor, one moment filled with disdain, the next brimming with flattery. How did she manage such a swift transformation? "Miss, If you would follow me, I shall introduce you to some of our most comfortable and tasteful selections. After an extensive monologue, the saleswoman finally realized that the stunning woman seemed completely disinterested in her words, instead fixated on the impoverished fellow nearby. Before the saleswoman could gather her thoughts, Lin Wanqing approached Su Chen and inquired, "Have you found anything that piqued your interest?" The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback, realizing that perhaps the two were together. Just then, the store manager emerged from the back, recognizing Lin Wanqing's affluent appearance and hurriedly offering 2 cups of tea. "Please, take your time selecting. If you grow weary, feel free to sit and enjoy some tea." At that moment, Su Chen spoke up, glancing at Lin Wanqing and shaking his head. "No need for that, Wanqing. Let us find another store." The store manager, taken aback, was reluctant to let such an opportunity slip away and hastily asked, "Is there no suitable style for you, sir?" Su Chen shook his head. "No, there are many suitable styles. However, I must point out that the quality of your staff leaves much to be desired," leading me to conclude that the quality of your merchandise is likely similarly lacking. Having spoken, she grasped Lin Wanqing's hand and headed directly to the nearby Louis Vuitton store, leaving the manager in a state of bewilderment. Trembling with indignation, she was on the verge of losing her composure. The beautiful sales assistant, realizing her grave mistake, stood quaking behind the manager, unable to lift her gaze. Some mistakes can be forgiven, yet others cannot. Upon hearing that she was to be dismissed, the assistant hurriedly admitted her fault, weeping uncontrollably. Ultimately, the manager, softened by compassion, decided to impose a penalty of deducting half a month's salary, thus concluding the matter. Chapter 30. Undermining the Foundation. Emerging from the clothing store, Su Chen and Lin Wanqing wandered through the department store, indulging in delightful treats and beverages, and engaging in playful activities. Side by side, they observed their surroundings, their affectionate demeanor indistinguishable from that of an ordinary couple. In a fleeting moment, Lin Wanqing gazed at Su Chen's chiseled profile and was suddenly overwhelmed by an exhilarating rush of emotion, a sensation she had never experienced before. This feeling long yearned for had never been ignited by any man until now. In that instant, thoughts of marriage, children, and a cozy family life in a small home filled her mind, evoking a warmth she had secretly desired for so long, now bubbling forth like a spring. Unknowingly, Lin Wanqing gently nodded. Unable to resist the urge to grasp Su Chen's sleeve, her bashful demeanor reminiscent of a lily after the rain. "Su Chen, how about we catch a movie?" she inquired, tugging at his sleeve with delicate caution. Su Chen turned to her, his gaze reflecting a hint of affection as he softly replied, "Wanqing, I can't. I have to work this afternoon." In that moment, Lin Wanqing felt as if struck by 1,000 arrows, momentarily stunned. "Well then," she said, "let's go to the 5th floor for a meal before you head to work." As she uttered these words, a tinge of irritation was evident, yet Su Chen, somewhat oblivious, remained unaware. Lin Wanqing silently grumbled in her mind, but then reflected that he had every right to work. After all, it was she who had insisted on shopping for clothes, and perhaps her expectations were misplaced. Lost in her thoughts, they ascended to the 5th floor restaurant and casually selected a Korean cuisine establishment. The food was quite delectable, perhaps due to their morning of shopping, leaving them famished. Su Chen devoured 2 bowls of bibimbap in one sitting. Lin Wanqing, however, seemed disinterested in food, feeling satisfied after only a few bites. Just as they were about to leave to head to Su Chen's workplace, another person entered the restaurant. Lin Wanqing instinctively furrowed her brow upon seeing the newcomer. This subtle expression did not escape Su Chen's keen observation, and he immediately became alert. At that moment, an annoying voice emerged from behind. "Oh, look who I've spotted. I was planning to pay a visit tomorrow, but here we are. What a coincidence." This voice was entirely unfamiliar to Su Chen, and he was certain he had never encountered this individual before. Yet, judging by the tone and Lin Wanqing's expression, Su Chen could ascertain that this person was exceedingly unpleasant. Indeed, Lin Wanqing's subsequent demeanor corroborated this. "I'm afraid I don't find this a coincidence at all. Rather, it's quite disappointing. Su Chen, let us go." Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's words, Su Chen picked up his belongings and prepared to leave. Just as he stood up, he caught sight of the person standing diagonally behind him. The individual had thick brows and narrow eyes, and his face bore numerous acne scars, making him rather unappealing. However, upon closer inspection, there was a certain resemblance to He Tian, which piqued Su Chen's interest slightly. "Ah, Miss Lin, you are rather full of yourself. Thinking this is about you. Why are you even here?" The man approached too familiarly, attempting to pat Su Chen on the shoulder. To his surprise, he ended up missing, as Su Chen deftly sidestepped like a phantom, evading the gesture while displaying a hint of disdain on his face. The man was momentarily taken aback, an embarrassed look crossing his features, but he quickly masked it with a smile. Su Chen, however, ignored him entirely and turned to take Lin Wanqing's hand. Let us go. Wanqing, work is about to start. There is no time to waste here. Indeed, Lin Wanqing nearly burst into laughter as she followed Su Chen out. What? Wasting time? This kid is exceedingly arrogant. The man's pride was wounded, and he stepped forward at the restaurant's entrance to block their path. Not interested. It turned out he was also from the He family, which explained his audacity. Su Chen's expression remained cold as he uttered the 3 words with a hint of indifference. He whose actions provoked Lin Wanqing to the point of exasperation, and she retorted angrily, He who? What do you mean by this? Are you trying to undermine me? Isn't this a breach of conduct? You are going too far. Ah, Miss Lin, what conduct are you referring to? In this society, power represents everything, especially in the antique world. You are far too naive. This ruthless environment is not suitable for you. You should marry my brother quickly, and I assure you a life free from worries, filled with wealth and luxury. Why should a woman endure such hardship? He chuckled. If you truly find my brother unappealing, that is fine. The He family has more than one son. You might consider me instead. Wouldn't you agree? How utterly shameless. Lin Wanqing's face flushed with anger, and just as she was about to retort further, Su Chen pulled her away. He who, relentless, once again blocked their path and continued to tempt. I understand, Mr. Su. You must be a person of great stature, perhaps double isn't sufficient. How about 3 times? Upon hearing this, he who was nearly beside himself with rage, but recalling that he was there to conduct business, not to cause a scene, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile, saying, If that still seems insufficient, then let us make it 4 times. Are you out of your mind? I have made myself abundantly clear. This is not about money. I simply do not wish to have any association with your family. Su Chen's aloof demeanor once again encroached upon he whose threshold, unable to contain himself any longer. He who glared fiercely and waved his hand, prompting several burly men to emerge from various directions, surrounding Su Chen and Lin Wanqing. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Wanqing instinctively revealed her innate desire to be protected, timidly clutching Su Chen's arm and leaning against his sturdy frame. For reasons unknown, this gesture enveloped her in an unprecedented sense of security, banishing all fears, even that of death. Mr. Su, do you not fear the consequences of disrespecting me? He whose eyes bulged as his subordinates readied themselves, eager for a confrontation. Su Chen dismissed him with a scoff, drawing Lin Wanqing closer as he boldly pushed through the group of muscular men. Su Chen, don't be so presumptuous. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? He who continued to taunt. By now, a crowd had gathered, concerned for the couple who appeared to be in peril, realizing that several strong men faced a solitary scholar and a young girl. Surely a mismatch. If you dare, then try it. I assure you, you will regret the decisions you make today. Upon hearing this, even the onlookers deemed him overly arrogant. In such a precarious situation, could he not utter a conciliatory word? Lacking the strength to contend, he insisted on posturing boldly. One would think he might consider his girlfriend's safety. Truly, he was unaware of the depths of his folly. He who laughed at this, I've never experienced regret in my life. Let us see what it feels like. Boys, take him down. With a command, the burly men lunged at Su Chen. In the next moment, Su Chen deftly pushed Lin Wanqing aside and countered the onslaught of the muscular figures. A flurry of blows ensued, leaving both He Hu and Lin Wanqing, along with the gathered crowd, utterly astonished. The once formidable men crumpled to the ground, howling in pain, while Su Chen stood amidst them and scathed. What has transpired? The crowd pondered in bewilderment. Su Chen swiftly closed the distance to He Hu, seizing his collar and coldly stating, I warned you, if you dare to challenge me, you would regret your decision. You Su Chen, if you lay a finger on me, I swear. He whose words were cut short as Su Chen's fist struck with a resounding thud, shattering his 2 front teeth and sending blood spraying as he who clutched his mouth, weeping profusely. Meanwhile, Su Chen, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, wrapped his arm around Lin Wanqing's slender waist and gracefully entered the elevator. He who, through a haze of pain, glared at their retreating figures, vowing silently, Su Chen, wait for me. I will not rest until I avenge this insult. Chapter 31, Expulsion. Within the treasure pavilion, the shrewd, triangular-eyed man smugly addressed the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, look, that fellow surnamed Su hasn't shown up for work today. It's blatantly clear he's absent without leave. only on his second day, and he exhibits such a lackadaisical attitude. Can we possibly keep him on? Umph. What do you think? The shopkeeper, with a sly grin, narrowed his relaxed eyes. Indeed, indeed. Such a troublemaker should be dismissed at once. Otherwise, he will surely corrupt the others. This sort of ethos must not be tolerated. The triangular-eyed man thumped his chest, declaring, "Rest assured, shopkeeper, I, Chung Kue, am your loyal vanguard. When that lad arrives, I won't even need your prompting. With my silver tongue, I'll have him voluntarily take his leave." "Excellent. We shall see," the shopkeeper replied, his lips curling upwards as he propped his legs upon the counter, resuming his chat with a charming young woman. At that moment, Su Chun entered through the door, and Huang Chuan quickly signaled him with his eyes, urging him to tread carefully, for trouble was brewing. Su Chun understood the warning and nodded with a smile. Concurrently, the triangular-eyed man and the shopkeeper approached him from behind the counter. Without hesitation, the triangular-eyed man launched into a tirade against Su Chun. Observing the triangular-eyed man issue commands while the shopkeeper remained silently amused in the background, Su Chun quickly grasped the underlying strategy. The shopkeeper was allowing the triangular-eyed man to take the lead, ready to shift the blame onto him should Uncle Lin inquire later. What cunning plan! However, the timing of their scheme was rather poor. With a nod toward the triangular-eyed man, Su Chun inquired, "Ah, Master Chung, is this your directive or the shopkeeper's?" He cast a glance at the shopkeeper as he spoke. What does it matter whose directive it is? In any case, if you refuse to adhere to the rules, you must depart. The triangular-eyed man retorted evasively. Very well, you're the one suggesting my dismissal. I trust you won't regret it? Su Chun provocatively challenged. Regret? Huh, if I regretted, I'd be a turtle. Don't think you're so special just because the boss introduced you. Here, the shopkeeper is the true authority. The boss himself must stand back. Understand this. Today, you will leave whether you like it or not. Who dare speak so boldly, claiming even my father must stand aside? Just as the triangular-eyed man finished his boast, a sweet voice rang out from outside. Upon hearing this, both the triangular-eyed man and the shopkeeper were taken aback. When they beheld Lin Wanqing standing before them, their faces paled in shock. "And miss, when did you arrive? Your esteemed presence. How could you not give us a heads up?" The triangular-eyed man was left utterly speechless, while the shopkeeper hastily approached, stooping to usher Lin Wanqing inside. Initially, she had intended to leave after dropping Su Chen off, but her concern for him and fear of the shopkeeper's potential mistreatment compelled her to come and observe, inadvertently witnessing the unpleasant scene unfold. At this moment, Lin Wanqing cast aside her usual gentle and delicate demeanor, adopting the unmistakable posture of a formidable woman. Without even sparing a glance at the shopkeeper Yu, she coldly reprimanded, "Uncle Yu, I haven't visited in some time. I wonder if you're still the manager of the treasure pavilion?" The corner of U.S. mouth twitched. "Miss, surely you jest. It is indeed I." "Oh, from the implications in your earlier remarks, it seems Master Chung has usurped your position as the manager of the treasure pavilion. Moreover, he audaciously claimed that even the owner must defer to him. Uncle Yu, did you impart such words to him?" Upon hearing this, Yu's face contorted with discomfort. "No. How could that be? Regardless of the circumstances, the owner remains paramount. Without the owner as support, how could we maintain our appearances?" "Huh. That was merely a jest from Master Chung. Please do not take it to heart, Mississippi." As he spoke, he waved his hand and discreetly signaled to the squinty-eyed man to retreat to the back room. The squinty-eyed man understood the hint and quietly attempted to make his escape. "Stop. Did I ever say you could leave? Master Chung, if you truly wish to depart, you might as well do so completely. Have a shopkeeper settle your salary for this month and grant you an additional month as pay. Furthermore, I must clarify that Su Chun was summoned by me this morning to assist. His help should not be construed as absenteeism." The implication of her words was unmistakable. By calling Su Chun, she made it clear that anyone who deemed him absent would be openly defying the owner. Additionally, it subtly indicated to everyone that Su Chun was under her protection, deterring any further attempts to trouble him. The squinty-eyed man was utterly taken aback, not only failing to remove Su Chun, but also finding himself dismissed. How could he accept such an outcome? Even Yu could not be pleased, for the two had colluded at the treasure pavilion, and without the squinty-eyed man, Yu would lose his obedient lackey. "Miss, please do not hold my old grievances against me. What I said earlier was not a true reflection of my thoughts. You must not let me go. I am the sole provider for my family, with both elders and children relying on me." The squinty-eyed man pleaded desperately, his pitiful demeanor eliciting quiet laughter from the other employees. They had long grown weary of his arrogance, which he wielded as Yu's sycophant, and now he had overstepped, deserving of his predicament. Upon hearing that the young lady intended to dismiss the squinty-eyed man, you could not remain a passive observer and quickly interceded. Miss, I implore you to show leniency. Master Chung indeed spoke inappropriately, but he does not warrant dismissal. He has devoted years to the treasure pavilion and deserves some credit before you could finish. Lin Wanqing fixed her gaze upon him and asked, Uncle Yu, are you questioning my decision? If you have any grievances, feel free to report me to my father. Oh dear, how could I? Your words are law. Miss, I would never dare to question. Though he spoke with humility, there was an unmistakable edge of resentment beneath his tone. The triangular-eyed man glanced at the shopkeeper, realizing that he could hardly save himself now. A sudden idea struck him, and he hurriedly grasped Su Chen's arm, pleading earnestly, Brother Su, I beg you, please intercede with the young lady on my behalf. As long as I am not dismissed, I can accept anything. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I won't dare to head west. If you ask me to chase a dog, I won't dare to scold a chicken. Brother Su, I implore you to speak for me. The triangular-eyed man understood that Su Chan was his only hope for salvation. Thus he clung to him like a lifeline, shamelessly begging. Huh, Master Chung, just moments ago you told me to get lost, didn't you? Are you now expressing regret? The triangular-eyed man wore an awkward expression. Huh, yes, I regret it. I was wrong earlier. Please forgive me, Brother Su. What was it you said earlier about regret? The triangular-eyed man paused, but for the sake of his job, he decided to swallow his pride. I'm a wretched fool. Haha, dear brother. Please don't hold it against me. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. All right, since Master Chung has shown he can admit his mistakes, let us give him a chance to redeem himself. There is no need to dismiss him. A month's salary deduction as punishment will suffice. Thank you, young lady. Thank you, young lady. The triangular-eyed man bowed deeply several times, though he seethed inwardly with resentment. This Su Chun has caused me to lose a month's salary. If I don't repay this grudge, I shall not bear the Chung surname. All right, I have no further business here, so I shall take my leave. Please continue with your work. Seeing that matters have been resolved, Lin Wanqing cast a lingering gaze at Su Chun, departing without even bidding the shopkeeper farewell. The shopkeeper, fuming with indignation, had his beard bristling as he forced a smile while seeing Lin Wanqing off. Young lady, do take care. Please visit often. Afterward, the shopkeeper shot a fierce glare at Su Chen's back and exchanged a knowing look with the triangular-eyed man, leading them to the back room for a whispered conversation. Once the two had left, the front hall erupted into a frenzy of gossip among the staff, unable to contain their curiosity. Su Chun, what is your relationship with the young lady? She seems quite concerned about you. Indeed, did you see how she handled the shopkeeper just now? I've rarely seen her behave that way. Haha, Su Chun, you lucky fellow. If you truly manage to win the young lady's heart, don't forget your brothers. Faced with these prying questions, Su Chan chose not to respond, yet to the others, his silence only added an air of mystery. In the back room of the treasure pavilion, the triangular-eyed man kicked the wall in frustration, cursing, This is infuriating. I can't believe that this Su fellow has entangled himself with the young lady. I've been unjustly docked a month's salary. He has only been here for 2 days, and I've already lost nearly 30,000. If this continues, I'll be bankrupt. The triangular-eyed man, filled with both indignation and fury, began to lash out in the back room. The shopkeeper quickly approached to offer comfort. Brother, do calm down. It would be quite unfortunate if the front hears you. It's just a few tens of thousands. What's the big deal? If the elder brother feasts, can't I allow my brothers to sip the broth? Do not forget, we still possess a batch of counterfeits. When the time comes, once they are sold, we need not worry about finances. Upon hearing this, the man with the triangular eyes immediately transformed his anger into delight, a glint of avarice illuminating his gaze. Chapter 32, A Fleeting Memory. Noticing the greedy look in his eyes, the shopkeeper concluded that he had firmly ensnared this old rascal, a pawn ripe for exploitation. Indeed, while the potential profits from this venture were substantial, executing it would prove to be quite challenging at present. How so? Inquired the man with the triangular eyes. Do not forget, the boss has strategically placed a thorn right beneath our noses. Until this thorn is removed, our plans cannot advance. Do you understand? The triangular-eyed man was well aware that the thorn referred to was Su Chun. Yet this only puzzled him further, since it was clear that Su Chun was sent by the boss and held a close relationship with the young lady. How could they possibly remove this thorn? The shopkeeper stroked his beard, a cunning smile playing on his lips. Well, this indeed requires careful consideration. Over the next few days, I will continue to contact potential buyers while you keep a close watch on him. For now, refrain from taking any action against him. As long as he remains oblivious to the fact that the warehouse is filled with counterfeits, we shall be fine. Moreover, the account books, especially those, must not be shown to him, not even a single word. Once the buyer is secured, we shall proceed to eliminate him. Understood. The shopkeeper's intentions were not lost on the triangular-eyed man, yet for the sake of the greater plan, he had to endure. After all, offending Su Chen at this juncture would yield no benefit. An afternoon filled with busy work made the hours fly by, and before long, it was time to leave. A few of the associates were contemplating organizing a gathering to celebrate Su Chen's establishment at the Treasure Pavilion. Recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to gather information, Su Chen readily agreed, and then found a secluded spot to call Lin Wanqing and update her on the situation. Lin Wanqing expressed her happiness for him, but also cautioned him to drink less. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them, feeling as if she had unwittingly taken on the role of a wife admonishing her husband. Flustered, she hastily ended the call, leaving Su Chen utterly bewildered. In front of the Treasure Pavilion, everyone was poised and ready, yet Huang Chuan stated he had other matters to attend to and did not wish to join. The others were trying to persuade him. As an unconventional member of the Treasure Pavilion, Huang Chuan had never been particularly close to the other associates. However, after Su Chen's earnest invitation, he ultimately agreed to accompany them. Thus, a total of 13 individuals from the Treasure Pavilion, including apprentices, gathered, with 4 being staunch allies of the shopkeeper and the triangular-eyed man, while the remainder attended. Through this gathering, Su Chen indeed gleaned much of the information he sought. It should be noted that the purpose of this meeting was not merely social. He aimed to extract details regarding the counterfeits in the warehouse from their conversations. Su Chen had long resolved to uncover the truth behind this matter, a means to repay the Lin family for their kindness towards him. And this gathering yielded several new discoveries. Among them was a fellow named A Mao, who, 3 months prior, was responsible for the accounts. One day, the shopkeeper suddenly relayed a series of peculiar statements to him, asserting that as long as he had a morsel of meat, he would never have to resort to eating husks. A Mao, who was rather dull-witted, failed to grasp the meaning behind the shopkeeper's words. Consequently, within a couple of days, he was removed from his position and replaced by another fellow named A-san. A-san subsequently emerged as the shopkeeper's most favored aide, second only to the sharp-eyed assistant. Additionally, there were 2 other employees who had originally worked in the back room, but for reasons unknown, they were relegated to the front hall 3 months ago by the sharp-eyed assistant. From then on, only the shopkeeper's trusted confidants were permitted in the back room. Others were strictly prohibited from entering without explicit permission. Upon receiving this information, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. It appeared that the crux of the issue should be traced back to 3 months prior. However, the only means of verification, aside from questioning these employees, was to examine the account books. As Su Chen walked home, he pondered these chaotic matters, his mind gradually becoming heavy. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol with colleagues earlier, he was now slightly inebriated. As he passed an intersection, a fleeting image flashed through his mind. What was it? Anshan Hall. In that brief moment, he distinctly saw an old sign bearing the 3 characters Anshan Hall. It seemed to be a pharmacy. Su Chen endeavored to continue his train of thought, but ultimately, his head felt as though it might explode, and he could think of nothing else. What exactly was Anshan Hall? Did this place have any connection to his forgotten past? With this thought, Su Chen became increasingly exhilarated. He quickly took out his phone and entered Anshan Hall into the Gauda map. Before long, the location of Anshan Hall appeared on the screen. Indeed, such a place existed, and it was merely a few hundred meters away, so close. Su Chen's hands trembled with excitement as he followed the map's directions, finally locating Anshan Hall 2 streets away. Upon approaching, he discovered that Anshan Hall was simply an ordinary herbal medicine shop. After pausing for a moment at the entrance, he stepped inside. Once inside, he neither sought to purchase anything nor inquired about matters. Instead, he merely looked around, attempting to jog his memory for any other recollections. His behavior inevitably attracted attention. The shopkeeper, noticing his peculiar demeanor, approached him and asked, "Young man, are you looking for someone or for herbal medicine?" Seeing that the man reeked of alcohol and appeared somewhat neurotic, the shopkeeper chose not to pry further, thinking it best to avoid unnecessary trouble, hoping that the man would leave if left unattended. However, contrary to the shopkeeper's expectations, Su Chen lingered in the shop for a considerable time, growing increasingly impatient. He finally walked up to the shopkeeper, pointed at himself, and inquired, "Do you recognize me?" The shopkeeper, taken aback by the question, forced a smile and shook his head. No, this is our first meeting." "Really?" "Indeed." Su Chen furrowed his brow and shook his head, lingering for a moment before departing from Anshan Hall. Alas! Perhaps this was merely a trivial fragment of memory, entirely disconnected from his past. Feeling exceedingly dejected, Su Chun prepared to leave. Just then, he suddenly heard a shout from the nearby alley. Stop. Don't run. Intrigued, he stepped into the alley to investigate. Under the dim glow of the street lamp, he saw a girl of about 15, her face marked by panic and her clothing disheveled, rushing straight into his arms. Oh! The girl looked up to see an unfamiliar, handsome young man before her and immediately cried for help. Please, save me. Someone is trying to assault me. What? Such brazen rogues still exist in this world? Su Chun gently set the girl aside and peered into the alley. Hesitant due to the encroaching darkness and his own inebriation, his vision was somewhat blurred. Nonetheless, he noticed a strikingly handsome man emerging from the alley. Fueled by a surge of righteousness, Su Chun charged forward, tackling the man and executing a shoulder throw. The man was caught off guard, crashing heavily to the ground with a pained scream. Upon hearing the unexpected voice, Su Chun sensed something amiss. It should have belonged to a man, yet it was distinctly feminine. Simultaneously, he realized his hands were gripping something soft. Looking down, he discovered he was clutching the woman's chest. Soft. After confirming this shocking revelation, he was utterly bewildered. The figure he had thrown was not a man, but clearly a woman. The short-haired woman struggled for a moment on the ground before slowly rising, glaring furiously at Su Chun. You dare assault an officer? Assault an officer? Before Su Chun could process the situation, a pair of icy handcuffs had firmly secured his wrists. Fortunately, Su Chun reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around the woman and using the chain of the cuffs to ensnare her feet midair. With one leg off the ground, the woman lost her balance and fell into Su Chun's embrace. The force of her fall sent her sprawling, landing heavily against him. What had begun as a single hand now escalated dramatically, with both of Su Chun's hands now fully occupied. The short-haired woman looked down, realizing she had once again been violated, and she quickly twisted her body in protest. However, her movement only caused Su Chun to inadvertently grip her more firmly. Su Chun, of course, had no intention of behaving inappropriately, yet, bound by the handcuffs, he found himself unable to move freely. The more he shifted, the more it appeared he was taking advantage of her. The short-haired woman, having never endured such humiliation, was infuriated and prepared to retaliate against Su Chun. But at that moment, another man appeared at the alley's entrance, calling out, Chow Chow, stop. Captain, this scoundrel. This scoundrel. The short-haired woman pointed accusingly at the fallen Su Chun, feeling utterly voiceless in her predicament. What is wrong with him? The man inquired. The truth was far too difficult to articulate, prompting the short-haired woman to alter her response. This scoundrel is surely an accomplice of that woman. Su Chun furrowed his brow in confusion. What was going on? Chapter 33. An amusing father-daughter encounter. Handcuffs? Captain? Accomplice? It turned out that the short-haired woman was a police officer pursuing a suspect, and by unfortunate coincidence, he had been mistaken for a lecherous fiend. This misunderstanding led to the earlier commotion. Moreover, from the female officer's words, it seemed she had also misjudged him to be in league with the woman she was chasing. It was no wonder, had he been in her position, he would have likely thought the same. You are mistaken. I do not know that woman at all. Su Chun defended himself. Who would believe you? If you weren't with her, why would you assault me? The officer retorted, still fuming. I speak the truth. I thought you were a predator intending to harass that young girl. A predator? Me? The officer exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at her own nose. I think you are the real predator. With that, she lunged forward as if to strike Su Chun again. Enough, Chow Chow. Stop this commotion. Take him back to the station. A simple inquiry will clarify everything. Without allowing Su Chun another word, the short-haired woman escorted him out of the alley and into a police car. The vehicle started, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at the police station. Su Chun was placed in a corner of the office lobby, his hands resting on a pipe, left unattended for quite some time. After what felt like an eternity, the female officer finally brought him into the interrogation room. In the dimly lit chamber, Su Chun found himself strapped to a chair, blinded by a harsh light beaming directly at him. A sharp voice pierced the silence. Name? I am asking you, what is your name? Oh, my name is Su Chun. Gender? After a moment of silence, Su Chun retorted, Can't you tell? Bang. The officer slammed her hand on the table. Answer what I ask. Do you think this is a joke? If you keep up with the sarcasm, you'll regret it. Gender? A male. Su Chun was utterly exasperated. Who is it? I don't know. Bang. Another resounding slap echoed from the table. Su Chun felt a wave of injustice wash over him. I truly don't know. Fine. Let me inform you. We live in an age of information. Even if you refuse to cooperate, I can find out who you are and what you do. However, if I uncover the truth on my own, it will only exacerbate your situation. Understand? The female officer threatened assertively. I genuinely have no recollection. I've lost my memory. All right. If you won't speak, then let me ask you this. Aside from that woman, do you have any other accomplices? Officer, how many times must I tell you? I truly do not know that woman. I merely happened upon the scene. When I saw a girl being pursued, I instinctively wanted to help. Plus, it was so dark. And with your short hair, you resembled a man, so I thought you were about to act inappropriately towards a girl. Bang. Nonsense. Who do you think looks like a man? Before Su-chan could finish, the officer's anger flared, and she stood up, stepping in front of him as if to strike. Despite her short hair, the officer was quite particular about her appearance. When not on duty, she adorned herself with meticulous care, earning her the title of the most renowned beauty among the police in Jinan City, the dream of countless male officers. Were it not for the convenience of apprehending thieves, she would never have had the heart to sever her lustrous, ebony tresses. The pain of cutting her hair was indescribable. Yet now, it had become the subject of mockery for the criminal before her, a fact she found intolerable. However, the female officer's ire remained unabated. Her gaze fixed intently on Su-chan, her indignation causing her proud bosom to rise and fall dramatically. Su-chan sat directly across from her, in such close proximity that it was impossible for him to overlook the breathtaking spectacle before him. Instinctively, his primal desires surged forth, compelling him to admire her beauty unabashedly. Women possess an innate sensitivity to the scrutiny of men. The moment Su-chan's gaze locked onto the officer, she caught him in the act. You shameless rogue, look at me again, and I shall pluck out your eyes. Su-chan, feeling rather innocent, could only sigh heavily in response. Continue. Since you assert you are not in league with that murderer, allow me to inquire. Why, in the dead of night, were you at that location? After a moment of contemplation, Su-chan concluded that since the officer had already preemptively judged him as an accomplice of the woman, the truth would likely fall on deaf ears. Thus, he resorted to fabrication. I had just dined with a friend and happened to pass by when I stumbled into this unfortunate situation. Truly, I am the one who is unlucky here. Unlucky. Do you have any idea that woman is a suspect in several major theft cases? Do you realize how long I have been tracking her? My team and I have spent countless sleepless nights in pursuit of her, and you dare to claim misfortune? It is we who are unfortunate. The officer's escalating fury echoed as she pounded the table. I shall inform you that today you must provide a full account of everything, or prepare for a lengthy stay in prison. Do not even think about using amnesia as an excuse to evade my questions. I have plenty of methods to extract the truth from you. Do not force my hand, for it will not end well for you. Just as she finished speaking, the door to the interrogation room swung open, revealing a tall figure in the doorway. Chow Chow, I know this man. He truly has lost his memory and remembers nothing. Moreover, he should not be involved in this case. Let him go. But Team Leader Liu, the officer began, but was silenced by the man's authoritative tone. Enough. Chow Chow, this is the course of action. Though the blinding light obscured the newcomer's features, Su-chan recognized the voice. It was Team Leader Liu, who had been present at the crime scene during the incident at the Lin residence and had previously inquired about his memory loss. Regardless of the circumstances, having someone to vouch for him was a tremendous relief. After Team Leader Liu departed, the officer's discontent was palpable. With great reluctance, she approached to unlock Su-chan's handcuffs. You may leave now. Thank you, he replied. Don't mention it. You had better be innocent. Otherwise, I shall not let you off so easily. Su-chan understood that her words were uttered in frustration, and he chose not to engage further, stepping out of the interrogation room. As soon as he exited, he heard someone call out from behind, Mr. Su. Old Jean, what are you doing here? Su-chan inquired with curiosity. Hee, I have acquaintances here. Just stopping by for a chat and some tea. Oh, Mr. Su, what brings you to such a place? Before he could finish his sentence, Su-chan interjected, Oh, it's nothing. A formidable female officer insisted that I was an accomplice of some thief, so here I am, answering a few questions. Fortunately, the truth has emerged. I see. Jean Dashin nodded thoughtfully. But, old Jean, enough chit-chat. Do you really treat this place as your home? Hurry up and come here to take my statement. It was then that Su-chan noticed Jean Dashin was also wearing handcuffs. It turned out he was in trouble as well. Chuckling to himself, he mused that it was hardly surprising. Someone who spent his days deceiving others was bound to get caught sooner or later. Lost in thought, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and the female officer stepped out. Upon noticing Su-chan still lingering, she snapped, Hey, what are you doing? Why aren't you leaving? You don't plan to stay here, do you? As soon as the officer spotted Jean Dashin, her face turned pale. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Chun, she quickly ushered Jean Dashin aside, her expression one of exasperation. Su Chun observed this exchange and realized that Jean Dashin was indeed a frequent visitor to this establishment. It was evident that he had caused the officer considerable trouble. Just moments ago, he had been lecturing Su Chun, yet he couldn't even keep his own father in check. Amused, a subtle smile crept onto Su Chen's face. Jean Dashin glanced between his beloved daughter and Su Chun, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. He broke free from his daughter's grasp and leaned closer to Su Chun. "Hey, Mr. Su, it turns out you know my daughter Xiao Xiao?" Su Chun glanced at Jean Xiao Xiao, a hint of embarrassment washing over him. "Well, sort of. Jean Xiao Xiao advanced to scold him, but was halted by her father's intervention. "Huh, Mr. Su, since you are so familiar with my daughter, let us not stand on ceremony. Come, share your contact information, and we can collaborate to amass great wealth in the future," he said, extending a pen and paper towards Su Chun. Seeing her father so chummy with this Su Chun only fueled Jean Xiao Xiao's ire. This man was undoubtedly a bad influence. Her father was constantly led astray by such individuals, landing himself in all sorts of predicaments. "I dare you to leave your number." Jean Xiao Xiao glared at Su Chun with fire in her eyes. Had it not been for her threatening tone, Su Chun might have refrained from sharing his contact information with Jean Dashin. After all, he prided himself on his genuine abilities, while Jean Dashin thrived on deceit. They were fundamentally at odds. Yet, upon witnessing Jean Xiao Xiao's haughty demeanor, Su Chen's stubbornness flared, and he seized the pen and paper, scrawling down his new number. With a nonchalant air, he departed the police station, all the while under the withering gaze of Jean Xiao Xiao. Chapter 34. The new Aunt Su Chun could scarcely believe that the female officer was Jean Dashin's daughter. It seemed almost too absurd. However, it was said that coincidences abound. By the time he returned home, it was well past 11 o'clock at night. Su Chun assumed that Uncle Lin and Wan Qing had already retired for the evening. But as soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of Lin Wan Qing, clad in pajamas, seated on the sofa, munching on popcorn while engrossed in a movie. Lin Wan Qing has always maintained a habit of rising early and retiring early. Yet today, she seems to have deviated from this routine. It is indeed peculiar. Ever since the passing of Sister Wu, Lin Wan Qing has never dared to stay alone on the first floor. What has prompted such a surge of courage today? Clad in a loose-fitting, playful nightgown, her figure remains undeniably alluring, presenting an undeniably pleasant sight. Wan Qing is evidently concerned about herself, and upon hearing her words, Su Chun feels an inexplicable thrill within. "Miss Lin, the watermelon is ready. Come, have a bite to refresh yourself." At that moment, a woman in her 40s emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of watermelon. Upon seeing Su Chun, she politely nodded. "You must be young Master Su, hello." As the middle-aged woman introduced herself, she extended the plate of watermelon towards Lin Wan Qing. Su Chun paused for a moment, turning to Lin Wan Qing and asking, "Who is this?" "Oh, let me introduce her. This is our new housekeeper, Qin Shuyan. For now on, we shall simply call her Aunt Qin." Qin Shuyan once again offered a polite nod to Su Chun. "Young Master Su, come have some watermelon to ease the effects of the alcohol." Su Chun approached slowly, observing Qin Shuyan as he walked. Despite being in her 40s, she appeared remarkably youthful, with fair skin and an outstanding figure, giving the impression of someone in her 30s. Were it not for Lin Wan Qing's introduction, Su Chun might have assumed she was a wealthy relative visiting the Lin family. No wonder Lin Wan Qing's confidence has suddenly surged. It seems the arrival of a new person in the household has emboldened her. However, an odd sense of familiarity with Qin Shuyan began to emerge in Su Chen's mind, as if they had crossed paths before. "Aunt Qin, have we met somewhere?" Su Chun instinctively inquired. Qin Shuyan smiled slightly. "Yank Master Su, you yist. I hail from the countryside of Jinbei and only arrived in Jinan yesterday to stay with relatives. It's impossible that we would know each other." Su Chun intended to say more, but Lin Wan Qing interjected, "Perhaps this is simply fate. If it weren't for such a connection, how could I have so fortuitously found such a suitable housekeeper?" "Su Chun, you have no idea how coincidental it is that I know Aunt Qin. In fact, she is my savior." "Savior?" Su Chun furrowed his brow. "Yes, after I left the treasure pavilion today, I went to the housekeeping center. With such a large house, I needed someone to assist me. Just as I stepped out of the car, a flower pot fell from above. Had it not been for Aunt Qin pushing me aside, just in time, I would have surely been struck. Wasn't that quite perilous?" Upon hearing Lin Wan Qing's account, Su Chun felt a chill run down his spine. Was this incident merely a coincidence, or was it perhaps a deliberate act? Considering the recent poisoning of Sister Wu, Such a possibility could not be dismissed. Yet, what were the odds that Qin Shuyun appeared at that precise moment to save Lin Wanqing's life? No. It was imperative to cautiously probe this Aunt Qin for the sake of safety. Miss Lin, it is but a trifling matter. Had it not been for that flower pot, I would never have found such a satisfying job, nor would I have had the pleasure of meeting such a wonderful young lady as yourself, or the charming young gentleman. Su Chun. The two exchanged laughter, and Su Chun ventured to inquire, Aunt Qin, how did you know that a flower pot was about to fall on Wanqing? A flower pot descending from the rooftop must be quite swift, and it is difficult for most to react in time. As he posed this question, Su Chun began to focus intently, trying to discern Qin Shuyun's thoughts. Oh, I just exited the housekeeping building when Miss Lin was walking towards me. Such a beautiful young woman naturally caught my eye, but just as I was admiring her, the flower pot was about to plummet from above. I did not have time to think. Instinctively, I lunged forward. Did I not just explain this to you? Why are you asking Aunt Qin again? Lin Wanqing blinked her large eyes, perplexed by Su Chen's intentions. Oh, it is nothing. I was merely curious, Su Chen replied. Through his earlier probing of Qin Shuyun's mind, he discerned that her words were entirely truthful, without a hint of deceit, which put him at ease, albeit slightly. Nonetheless, he resolved to remain vigilant regarding this woman, for he could not quite articulate why, but he sensed an enigmatic aura surrounding her. Good night. Observing Su Chen's heavy demeanor, Lin Wanqing felt a tinge of confusion. Why did he appear so peculiar today? Once back in his room, Su Chen lay upon his bed, ruminating over the fleeting memories he had experienced earlier. Unable to find slumber. And Shuntang, why does this place emerge in my recollections? As the moon waned and the sun ascended, the night passed, and it was evident that Su Chen had not rested well, his countenance slightly burdened. The moment he emerged from his room, Lin Wanqing noticed, Su Chen, what were you up to last night? You look as if you haven't slept a wink. Not at all. Perhaps I'm just weary from yesterday's shopping. He replied dismissively as he proceeded to wash up. With the arrival of the housekeeper, the atmosphere had shifted. Unlike previous days, there was no need for anyone to procure breakfast, for the dining table was lavishly adorned with an array of delectable dishes. I shall begin. Upon seeing such a feast, the ever-greedy Lin Wanqing could no longer contain herself. Young Master Su, I have prepared a bowl of ginger water for you. Drink it while it is warm. You seem to be in less than splendid spirits today, and this will surely help, Qin Shuyun said, placing the ginger water before him. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such thoughtfulness from Aunt Qin. However, noticing that Lin and her father did not receive similar treatment, he felt somewhat uneasy and quickly clarified, Aunt Qin, please refrain from calling me young Master Su. I am merely a guest here. You may call me Xiao Su. What guest? This is your home. Do not be so formal with me, my dear nephew Su. Lin Xiongya, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, his face alight with a smile. Indeed, Su Chen, before you regain your memories, this place will always be your home, and you may stay as long as you wish, Lin Wanqing remarked. Oh, what is this? Young Master Su Chen cannot recall the past? Qin Shuyun inquired. Yes, Su Chen. Wanqing, come, try this flaky pastry made by Aunt Qin. It is exceptionally delicious. Before Lin Wanqing could finish her sentence, Su Chen placed a pastry into her bowl, raising an eyebrow in a playful gesture. Though innocent, Lin Wanqing was not foolish. She quickly understood that Su Chen wished to divert her from discussing his past and obediently began to savor the pastry. The breakfast was a delightful affair, and the Lin household had not experienced such joy in many days, momentarily dispelling the shadow cast by Sister Wu's recent passing. Thus, tranquil days passed for a few days. During this time, Su Chen's work at the Treasure Pavilion became increasingly smooth, although the squint-eyed and Manager Yu occasionally conspired together. They no longer sought to provoke Su Chen as they had before. One day, after breakfast, Su Chen headed to the Treasure Pavilion for work. Upon reaching Central Plaza, he encountered a group of ruffians, laughing and chatting among themselves. Instinctively, Su Chen sensed they seemed to be heading towards him, prompting him to step aside. However, the lead man, sporting yellow hair, veered towards him and collided with him. Hey, you little brat, are you blind? He was the one who initiated the collision, yet chose to play the victim, spewing profanities. Su Chen furrowed his brow, quickly realizing that these individuals were looking for trouble. He had no intention of engaging with them, and merely muttered an apology, continuing on his way. Yet, the yellow-haired man persisted, gesturing for his companions to encircle Su Chen. You think you can just walk away after bumping into someone by saying sorry? If I kill you, will a simple apology spare you from execution? The yellow-haired man jabbed forcefully at Su Chen's chest. With a cold smile, Chen truly wished to avoid conflict with these miscreants. What are you laughing at? Is there something amusing? Seeking death, are you? One of the yellow-haired man's lackeys shouted. The yellow-haired man was of no concern to Chen, let alone his subordinate. Chen ignored him and continued walking. Oh, quite the act. It seems you truly do not value your life. As he spoke, the yellow-haired man drew a dagger, brandishing it menacingly before Chen. Upon witnessing the potential for violence, passers-by began to gather, some intending to mediate, but upon noticing the weapon in the thug's hand, they abandoned that thought. At this point, Chen's patience had worn thin. His eyes glinted with cold fury as he spat. Get lost. Chapter 35. Targeting Gu Shangjai. While the ruffians surrounded Chen, two pairs of eyes observed intently from behind a nearby building, closely watching the unfolding scene. Manager Yu, your strategy is truly brilliant. Simple, straightforward, and effective. We should have dealt with him this way long ago. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot possibly contend with so many of us. However, I find myself somewhat concerned. What if our employer discovers our involvement? Foolishness, how could that possibly be? We have been on amicable terms with Chen these past few days. I suspect everyone believes we have reconciled with him. Who could anticipate that we would stab him in the back? Moreover, even if the boss were to find out, what would it matter? It's merely a matter of breaking one of his hands, not a grave issue. Furthermore, there exists no evidence implicating us. He cannot simply conjure accusations from thin air. The shopkeeper is correct. As long as we ensure that this young man does not sustain severe injuries, we will gain valuable time for our dealings. By the time the boss realizes what has transpired, we will have successfully concluded this transaction. Even if he were to prevent our departure, we would no longer remain in this wretched place. Indeed, you are finally exhibiting some discernment. It is all thanks to the shopkeeper's excellent guidance. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, they remained oblivious to the fact that an individual nearby had overheard their entire exchange and meticulously noted it down. Chen's retort left the yellow-haired ruffian momentarily stunned, inciting a furious tremor within him as he shouted, "Get him!" One of his lackeys promptly lunged forward, wielding a steel pipe aimed at Chen's arm. A piercing scream followed. Yet, after the cry, Chen stood unharmed, while the assailant with the steel pipe lay crumpled on the ground, blood streaming from his nostrils, unable to rise. "Damn it, you dare to strike!" roared the yellow-haired thug. "Brothers, attack." With his command, 5 or 6 ruffians surged forward. Onlookers watched in trepidation, fearing for Chen. It seemed a foregone conclusion that he would be overwhelmed. Someone should urgently call for help, or calamity would surely ensue. Indeed, how could one possibly survive against so many? Yet, to the astonishment of the crowd, the young man at the center of the fray began to unleash a flurry of punches, causing the surrounding thugs to collapse in agony. Some suffered broken bones, others clutched their stomachs, and some bore swollen faces with blood streaming from their noses, each more horrendous than the last. Finally, only the yellow-haired thug remained. Faced with such formidable prowess, he felt his legs weaken, and he fell to his knees. "Big brother, spare my life. I was blind to your might and have offended you. I beg for your mercy. I truly regret my actions." Chen had no intention of acknowledging him. Having publicly humiliated him, that was sufficient. There was no need to pursue the matter to an extreme. Thus, he turned his back and walked away without a glance. In his astonishment, the yellow-haired thug smirked malevolently. "You are merciful, but do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, he drew a folding knife and lunged at Chen's unguarded back. The onlookers gasped, their hearts racing, wishing to warn him, but it was too late. They feared this would be the end. Yet, in the next moment, it seemed as though the young man had eyes in the back of his head. Just as the folding knife was about to pierce his back, he deftly sidestepped, causing the yellow-haired thug to miss entirely. My leg! With a sudden snap, the 3-inch folding knife embedded itself into the thigh of the yellow-haired thug, who then collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Chen had dispatched the group of ruffians, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. The thugs, particularly the yellow-haired one, were paralyzed with fear, wailing, and lamenting. "What do you mean by being powerless? This is clearly a god of death. I've fallen. Chen had no intention of pushing them to their limits. Seeing that they were sufficiently subdued, he dusted off his clothes and resumed his work. Meanwhile, not far away, the shopkeeper Yu and the beady-eyed man watched in frustration, slapping their thighs in dismay. Their meticulously devised plan had been effortlessly unraveled, which was exceedingly disheartening. Yet, they realized there was little they could do, despite their calculations. They could never have anticipated that a seemingly scholarly figure like Su Chen would possess such formidable prowess. It appeared that any attempts to deal with him would require an entirely different strategy. The morning passed uneventfully at the treasure pavilion without any remarkable incidents. Come lunchtime, as Su Chen set aside his work, preparing to join Huang Chuan for a meal of braised chicken rice, his phone rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he answered, only to be greeted by a voice that made him wish to distance himself. Mr. Su, haha, can you guess who I am? There was no need for guessing. As soon as the first syllable escaped the caller's lips, Su Chen recognized him. Jean Dashin, what do you want? Ah, Mr. Su, your hearing and memory are indeed remarkable. I won't beat around the bush with someone as esteemed as you. Hith. I've recently stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity and would like to invite you to join me for another collaboration. What do you think? Not interested. Su Chen flatly declined. His previous collaboration had been motivated by a desire to spare Lin Wanqing from spending her money, but now that he was financially secure and employed, there was no need for further partnership. Just as he was about to hang up, a hurried voice came through the line. Wait, Mr. Su. Don't be hasty. This time, I assure you, you'll be intrigued. It's about Gu Shangjai. Su Chen's curiosity was piqued. What about it? Haha, I knew you would be interested. Tomorrow morning, Gu Shangjai will host a jade exchange exhibition, attracting numerous masters. Of course, their prowess is of no concern to me. I hold you in far higher regard than any master, no matter how esteemed. Flattery can be spared. Just get to the point. Very well. The crux is that many individuals from the Jinan region and beyond will bring their cherished jade to the market for exchange, which, in essence, is merely a euphemism for trading. It will be a veritable melting pot, presenting a splendid opportunity for us to profit. Moreover, there's a significant piece of news. Gu Shangjai is planning to organize an exclusive auction featuring their most prized pieces of Ming jade. Ming jade? Su Chen felt a stir of interest within him. The enigmatic entity known as Mingyu possesses an aura of malevolence. This particular jade is unearthed from tombs, having absorbed the oppressive energies of the ages, rendering it profoundly cold and inhospitable for human adornment. Generally, individuals who acquire such jade have two primary intentions: the pursuit of wealth or the preservation of life. The quest for wealth entails consecrating this Mingyu through specific rites, purportedly akin to the veneration of ancient spirits or talismans prevalent in certain Southeast Asian cultures. However, these beliefs often reside within the realm of superstition, and the tangible efficacy of such practices remains shrouded in ambiguity, perhaps merely reflecting a niche artistic affinity. Conversely, the pursuit of life is more straightforward. Donning this jade allows the accumulated negative energy to permeate the wearer's being, leading to a gradual decline in vitality, potentially culminating in death. This second scenario transcends mere superstition, as it is grounded in a certain theoretical framework. The trade of Mingyu has long been considered a taboo within the industry. Yet it is surprising that the Gu Shangjai is to auction such jade, albeit on a limited scale, which indeed contravenes established norms. Yet, one must acknowledge that rules are but constructs of humanity. Where there are regulations, there are also those willing to transgress them. It is hardly astonishing that individuals like the He family would engage in such audacious acts. On the other end of the line, Jean Dashin, upon sensing Su Chen's keen interest in Mingyu, hastily introduced other topics to further pique his curiosity. As anticipated, Su Chen's fascination deepened, leading him to propose a meeting at the Gu Shangjai the following day. No, Jean Dash interjected. Meeting at Gu Shangjai is not advisable. Given your prominence, it would be ill-fated if you were recognized. You must first come to my residence. I will prepare you suitably, and then we shall proceed together, ensuring greater efficacy. Very well. It is settled then. We shall meet at my home tomorrow morning at 7:30, and I shall hold you to it. After ending the call, Su Chen found himself engulfed in contemplation. His agreement to accompany Jean Dashin to the Gu Shangjai was not driven by desire for profit, but rather to investigate the Lin family's poisoning incident. He increasingly sensed that the Gu Shangjai harbored significant mysteries, beginning with its peculiar practice of anchoring cypress trees with descendants' nails, appearing in the final consciousness of Sister Wu before her demise, and subsequently relating to the jade guanyin associated with Lan Gang. These bizarre occurrences all pointed to the Gu Shangjai, suggesting that this place was anything but ordinary. Regardless of his motivations, Su Chen felt it was imperative to thoroughly investigate this enigma. In Chapter 36, Eating from Both Sides. As Su Chen relished his meal at a modest chicken rice eatery, Huang Chuan suddenly expressed a desire to discuss something. Pausing his chopsticks, Su Chen inquired, "What is it?" "Xiao Chuan, I've noticed you've been preoccupied this morning. Please share what weighs on your mind." Huang Chuan then recounted verbatim a conversation he had inadvertently overheard that morning at Central Plaza between the squinting-eyed man and shopkeeper Yu. After expressing his apology with a look of guilt, he said, "I am truly sorry, Brother Chen. I did not step in to assist you at that time. Please do not hold it against me." Su Chen smiled faintly. "How could I possibly blame you? In that situation, your decision to remain uninvolved was indeed the right choice. What you're doing now is the true manifestation of support. In truth, I had connected this morning's incident to Manager Ding and the man with the triangular eyes. But I never anticipated that their plans would fail and they would still seek to provoke me. Their relentless ambition is truly remarkable. It seems I must teach them a lesson. By the way, Brother Chen, I overheard them mention that they would be meeting someone this afternoon, along with some talk of shipping. I did not comprehend what that means. Could you provide some clarification? Shipping? Su Chen pondered the term, instinctively thinking of the counterfeit goods stored in the warehouse, and his eyes brightened with realization. He patted Huang Chuan on the shoulder and inquired, "How about doing me a favor?" "What kind of favor?" Huang Chuan asked, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. "Fear not. It will certainly not harm you. If Master Cheng departs this afternoon alongside Manager Ding, I need you to help me devise a way to access the account books. What do you think? You want me to steal the account books?" Huang Chuan's confidence wavered as he grimaced. "It is not stealing, merely borrowing for a moment. Moreover, you won't need to lift a finger. All I require is for you to divert the attention of the person reviewing the books." Huang Chuan scratched his head, ultimately resigning himself. "All right then, Brother Chen. For your sake, I shall take the plunge. However, are you truly seeking a way to bring Manager Ding down?" Su Chen chuckled softly. "It is not merely about ousting him. I intend to ensure he pays dearly for his transgressions." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the timid Huang Chuan felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly regretting his hasty agreement. As afternoon arrived, the staff busied themselves with their tasks. Manager Ding summoned a trusted aide to whisper a few words at the counter before departing with the man with the triangular eyes. Huang Chuan, understanding the cue, paused his work and nervously approached the counter, initiating conversation with the aide known as Pang. Despite Huang Chuan's usual timid demeanor, he proved surprisingly adept in critical moments, quickly engaging Pang in lively conversation. "What? You possess the Gothic Lolita skin of Annie? You cannot be jesting. That skin is exceedingly rare." "Of course not. What is Gothic Lolita compared to the Victory Goddess skin of Iris? I possess that as well. I am but a humble player, merely the strongest king." "The strongest king, merely? No wonder you have so many ostentatious skins. Hurry, let me see your account. I wish to witness the prowess of the strongest king." "Brother Pang, perhaps we should refrain. Look at all these cameras. If Manager Ding spots us playing on our phones, we will have our wages docked," Huang Chuan timidly observed, glancing at the ceiling. "Why are you fearful? With Brother Pang here, you have nothing to worry about. You know how much Manager Ding values me," Pang boasted, thumping his chest. However, Huang Chuan shook his head vehemently, refusing to agree. "That won't do. My salary is limited, and I cannot afford to take risks. Look at you. So timid." Pang scolded with exasperation, yet he remained undeterred, glancing towards the back room with a grin. "Hey, Xiao Chuan, come. I know of a blind spot where the surveillance cannot see us. Let's go there and discuss." Well, all right then," Huang Chuan replied, visibly conflicted, as he was pulled in the back room by Pang. Su Chen observed the entire exchange with an inward chuckle. Although Huang Chuan appeared somewhat dim-witted, he was, in fact, far shrewder than he let on. Fortunately, the lad had a good heart. Had he been adversarial, he would have presented a formidable challenge. As the two vanished into the back room, Su Chen swiftly slipped behind the counter and retrieved the ledger, flipping through it rapidly. He quickly scanned the accounts from the past 6 months and soon uncovered discrepancies. During this period, the fabricated entries amounted to over 100,000. Most alarming was a report submitted by Manager Ding to Lin Xiongya a month prior, detailing a 2 million purchase. Su Chen discovered that the 2 million entry on the receipts matched exactly with the list of counterfeit goods. This indicated that Manager Ding had used the 2 million provided by Lin Xiongya to acquire a batch of fakes, which Su Chen estimated was worth no more than 20,000 at best. Even more concerning was the information he had gleaned from Huang Chuan, revealing that Manager Ding and the beady-eyed man were still seeking buyers. If they leveraged the reputation of the Zhenbao Pavilion to sell these goods at an inflated price, they could pocket millions. The repercussions for Uncle Lin would extend beyond mere financial loss. It would tarnish his reputation in the antique world. Manager Ding and the beady-eyed man were indeed malicious in their intentions. Coughing, Su Chun sat down, his mind no longer on work. He contemplated the necessity of exposing this scheme. Otherwise, the Lin family would be ruined by these unscrupulous individuals. Their attitude towards him had shifted dramatically. Where they once scorned him, they now feigned deference. Su Chun was well aware that this facade masked their true desire to eliminate him. He had not left, remaining in a nearby cafe, monitoring the happenings at the Junbao Pavilion. After half an hour, he spotted a concern. Manager Ding and the beady-eyed man emerged from the store with a bulging cloth bag, the contents unknown. Rather than driving his own Audi A4L, Manager Ding shared a taxi with the beady-eyed man. Without hesitation, Su Chun hailed a taxi and discreetly followed behind. The taxi made its way towards the antique street, weaving through the area before finally stopping in a small alley. Fortunately, Su Chun had been prudent, instructing the driver not to follow too closely. Otherwise, they would have surely noticed him. Once they alighted, the two men walked to the back street of the antique market, ultimately halting at the rear entrance of a large storefront. Su Chun looked up and realized that this grand establishment was none other than Gu Shangjai. To think that it was connected to Gu Shangjai again. Could it be that these two individuals were involved in fabricating false accounts and dealing in counterfeit goods, all orchestrated by the He family from behind the scenes? If that were the case, then the He family was truly malevolent. What grudge could they possibly hold against the Lin family to warrant such harm? Filled with indignation, Su Chun initially considered entering the shop to investigate further, but quickly dismissed the notion, recognizing that such a hasty approach might raise suspicions. After washing his hands, he sat down at the dining table and was immediately struck by the sumptuous feast laid out for the evening, which greatly whetted his appetite. After taking a few bites, Lin Xiongye served him a piece of rib and inquired with concern, "Dear Su, have you been working hard lately? Are you adjusting well at the treasure pavilion?" "Everything is going smoothly, Uncle Lin," Su Chun replied. "That is good to hear. However, I am well aware of old Yu's temperament. If anything is troubling you, do not hesitate to speak up. Uncle Lin will certainly stand by you." The more Lin Xiongye expressed his concern, the more touched Su Chun felt, and he could no longer contain the multitude of thoughts swirling within him. "Rest assured, Uncle Lin, I am truly well. However, I have come across something I wish to discuss with you." "Oh, I am all ears," Lin Xiongye responded. Understanding Su Chen's nature, he knew that if it were not something significant, he would not voice it. Thus, Su Chun elaborated on the matters he had uncovered. "This Yu Dabo is utterly outrageous. Father, how could you treat him so well when he has no conscience whatsoever?" Lin Wanqing rarely displayed such anger. Qin Shuyan quickly intervened. "Miss, do take care. Excessive anger can harm your health. Why not have some soup to calm your nerves?" Lin Wanqing was inclined to heed Qin Shuyan's advice, nodding as she took a sip of the soup. Unlike Lin Wanqing, Lin Xiongye maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, heaving a heavy sigh. "Truly, human greed knows no bounds. I never imagined that my continued efforts to accommodate his demands would ultimately leave him insatiable. Well then, let us see whose skills are truly superior." At this juncture, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Lin Xiongye's gaze, surprising Su Chun. It turned out that Lin Xiongye was not as benevolent as he had previously perceived. Chapter 37. The Master of Makeup. The following morning, Su Chun promptly made his way to Jean Dashin's residence. He refrained from calling the treasure pavilion to request a leave of absence, knowing from previous experience that even without an official request, Manager Yu would not dare to take action against him. Upon arriving at Jean Dashin's home, he found it to be precisely 7:10, still a bit early, but better to arrive ahead of schedule than to be late. He proceeded to knock on the door. To his surprise, it was Jean Xiao who answered. Their eyes met, resulting in an indescribable awkwardness. However, Jean Xiao quickly slammed the door shut, leaving Su Chun standing outside in the cold. From within, a conversation ensued. Xiao, who is at the door?" "Oh, just someone begging for alms," she replied. Su Chun stood outside, speechless, as he overheard her remark. To think she would label him a beggar, her tongue was indeed sharp. This girl must surely believe he was no good, returning to lead her father into schemes and deceit. It remains uncertain when this misunderstanding will be resolved. Nevertheless, at present, Su Chun has no time to engage in idle chatter, as he has pressing matters to attend to. "Jean Dashin, do I appear to be a beggar?" Su Chun called out from outside. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within, and the door swung open to reveal Jean Dashin beaming at him. "Ah, my sincerest apologies, Mr. Su. It is entirely my thoughtless daughter's fault for deceiving me." "No worries. When shall we set off?" Su Chun inquired, a hint of impatience in his tone. Do not rush. The exchange conference does not officially commence until 8:30. Have you eaten, Mr. Su? I have already dined. Very well. Please take a seat, Mr. Su. Once I finish my breakfast, we shall begin our preparations. Jean Dashin headed toward the kitchen, calling out, Xiao Xiao, hurry and brew a cup of tea for Mr. Su. Can't you do it yourself? Came a reluctant voice from the room. Su Chan found himself speechless, pondering the audacity of the young lady. It was fortunate she was a police officer, otherwise she might be reprimanding people all day long. Seated alone on the sofa in the living room, he glanced around. The living space was quite cozy, adorned with family portraits of the three of them or photos of just the father and daughter. From these images, Su Chan deduced that Jean Xiao Xiao's mother must have passed away, leaving the pair to rely on one another, suggesting a strong bond between them. It was rather amusing to consider, a daughter serving as a police officer, while her father engaged in dubious schemes, yet their relationship remained remarkably harmonious, a rarity indeed. Tea. It's freshly brewed. Be careful not to scald yourself. Just as he was contemplating these matters, Jean Xiao abruptly placed a cup of tea on the coffee table. Her tone decidedly brusque. Thank you, he replied. You're welcome. Jean Xiao shot him a disdainful glance, resembling an adversary, before retreating to her room. Su Chun smiled wryly, thinking that it was fortunate her father was not dragging him into mischief. Not wishing to undermine the daughter's filial piety, he nodded, understood. At that moment, Jean Dashin emerged from the kitchen, having finished his meal. Glancing at the clock, Su Chen noted it was already 7:40 and urged Jean Dashin to hurry along. There's no need to rush. Jean Dashin waved his hand dismissively. Where exactly are we headed? I must first give you a proper makeover. Su Chan concurred, realizing that the individuals at Guxingjai were familiar with his appearance. If he were to show up brazenly, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. All right, just make the transformation substantial. Absolutely. Jean Dashin guided Su Chun to his makeup mirror, expertly shaping his brows, applying makeup, and adding accessories. In a matter of moments, Su Chun barely recognized himself in the mirror, appearing as though he were a mere youth of 15 or 16. Instantly, Su Chun regarded Jean Dashin with newfound respect. In just a few short minutes, he had transformed Su Chen's appearance entirely, surpassing even the skills of a master of disguise. Surely, this was more remarkable than any portrayal of disguise in novels could convey. Once Su Chun was adequately transformed, Jean Dashin proceeded to alter his own appearance, swiftly morphing into a hunchbacked, elderly man in his 60s. The performance and the attire are truly remarkable. As the two emerged from the dressing room, they startled Jean Xiao. Had she not been aware of her father's exceptional makeup skills, she might have mistaken them for strangers and promptly ushered them away. Regaining her composure, Jean Xiao positioned herself firmly at the entrance, refusing to allow the two to depart. As time slipped away, Jean Dashin grew anxious. Xiao, please step aside. Do not hinder your father's opportunity for great wealth. What kind of wealth are you pursuing? Is it not merely an endeavor of deceit and trickery? Jean Xiao retorted. I will not permit you to go. If you continue to subject me to this torment, I risk expulsion from the police force. She resolutely blocked the doorway, unwavering in her stance. Oh, Xiao, just trust your father this once, will you? I promise I will no longer deceive you and will adhere to my word. Besides, I am going out with Mr. Su. What is there to be concerned about? Jean Xiao cast a disdainful glance at Su Chun. Him? I am even less at ease with him. Not only is he a scoundrel, but he is also utterly unreliable. The memory of that fateful evening made her instinctively adjust her hand over her chest, a blush creeping across her face. In any case, associating with him is akin to courting danger. Su Chun, at a loss for words, found the coincidence of that night quite perplexing and could only shrug in resignation. However, Jean Xiao suddenly shifted her position, exclaiming, You may go, but I must accompany you. Otherwise, there will be no negotiations. As a newcomer, Jean Xiao deemed makeup unnecessary. She donned her attire and promptly descended to hail a taxi. With Jean Dashin occupying the front passenger seat, Su Chun begrudgingly settled into the back with Jean Xiao. As the taxi journeyed onward, Su Chun felt a piercing gaze fixated on him, rendering half of his face ablaze with discomfort. When he turned, he was taken aback by her beauty. Aside from Lin watching, this visage before him was the most exquisite he had ever encountered. She bore a natural, unadorned face, yet radiated an ethereal freshness. Her beauty rivaled that of Lin watching, but where Lin exuded a gentle and virtuous charm. Jean Xiao's allure was defined by a crisp, spirited vigor. One glance felt as refreshing as a spring breeze. Alas, the only flaw was an overwhelming intensity that bordered on aggression. Yet, This was an unavoidable trait, as she was a criminal investigator. Without such an aura, how could she apprehend wrongdoers? Do you dare challenge me? As Su Chen admired Jin Xiaoqiao like a precious gem, her formidable presence abruptly interrupted his reverie. He could only grimace and turn to Jean Dashin, seeking a diversion. Jean Dashin, you mentioned that after the exhibition concludes, there will be a more intimate auction. How shall we participate? You need not concern yourself. I have my methods. I will explain shortly. Jean Dashin indeed displayed a commendable level of caution in his undertakings. Before long, they reached their destination, settled the fare, and exited the vehicle. As soon as Jean Dashin alighted from the vehicle, he immersed himself in his role, portraying the hunchbacked old man with remarkable authenticity. With such acting prowess, he could easily contend for an Oscar. Jin Xiaoqiao found herself stifling laughter, only to be sharply reprimanded by Jean Dashin, prompting her to quickly suppress her amusement. Subsequently, Jean Dashin whispered from this moment forth, "You shall all refer to me as grandfather. Xiaoqiao, you shall be my granddaughter, and Mr. Su, you will assume the role of my attendant. Once we arrive at our destination, we must act according to the circumstances. Do not reveal our true intentions. Moreover, our ultimate goal today is to gain entry to the private exhibition hosted by the Ancient Sage Gallery. Participation in this exclusive event requires a deposit of 100,000 yuan from each attendee. So, Mr. Su, the success of our endeavor now rests upon your capabilities." The trio thus represented a sum of 300,000, and Su Chen was acutely aware of his lack of absolute certainty. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, as it was not an insurmountable task as long as an opportunity presented itself. After Jean Dashin finished speaking, Jin Xiaoqiao cast a curious glance at Su Chen but quickly averted her gaze. The three then proceeded towards the exhibition venue. The location was situated in a small square 100 meters east of the antique street, where they were greeted by the sight of numerous tents, both large and small, erected throughout the square. A bustling crowd of treasure hunters surged forth, jostling one another in their quest for rare finds. Su Chen surveyed his surroundings, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of exquisite jade pieces. Although the majority were of mediocre quality, there were undoubtedly hidden treasures among them. If he were to showcase his skills, he could certainly turn a significant profit. However, at that moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to, and thoughts of profit would have to be set aside for the time being. After wandering around the exhibition, Su Chen began to form a clearer picture of the situation. Just as he was about to take action, his attention was suddenly captured by a white banner that read, "Selling family heirloom jade at a bargain to save my daughter's life." Upon closer inspection, beneath the banner lay a white cloth with a handwritten note detailing the poignant circumstances of the sale. Upon reading, Su Chen felt a profound shock, and when he turned to look at Jin Xiaoqiao, he was taken aback to find her in tears. Chapter 38, Bidding War. Hearing her sobs, Su Chen turned to see that Jin Xiaoqiao was in a state of distress. He was astonished to discover that beneath her striking exterior lay such a tender heart. Sensing his gaze upon her, Jin Xiaoqiao quickly wiped her tears and shot him an indignant glare. "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before?" In truth, it was entirely understandable for her to be moved to tears. Anyone who read the account inscribed on that white cloth would feel sorrow. The seller recounted that when his daughter was 3 years old, she contracted septicemia, and the family had exhausted all their funds in pursuit of her treatment. The child's mother, overwhelmed by the burden of care, fell ill herself. In a desperate attempt to alleviate the family's suffering and to grant her daughter a chance at survival, the woman chose to take her own life. After 4 long years of waiting, the daughter finally found a suitable bone marrow match for her transplant surgery. However, the family's finances had been entirely depleted over the years, leaving them unable to afford the operation. Now, the daughter lay in her hospital bed, awaiting the funds that could save her life. In a desperate measure, the father had no choice but to bring forth a treasured heirloom, a jade artifact passed down through generations, to finance his child's treatment. The inscription on the white cloth clearly stated that this ancient jade was an ancestral legacy, though its exact value remained unknown to him. He sought not a fortune, only enough to cover the cost of his daughter's surgery. Su Chen, eager to gain a clearer perspective, leaned in closer to examine the ancient jade displayed on the table. The moment his gaze fell upon the artifact, he was astonished. He had not anticipated such exquisite craftsmanship. This was a premier piece of Hetian jade, originating from the Kangxi era, which had been offered as a tribute to the emperor. Of the 3 pieces crafted from the jade, one was intricately carved into a golden dragon and cloud pendant by a contemporary master artisan, gifted to Emperor Kangxi, who cherished it dearly, wearing it daily. In the 32nd year of Kangxi's reign, while disguised on a secret visit. He encountered dangers in the mountains and was rescued by a hunter of ancient lineage, to whom he bestowed the pendant as a token of gratitude. The only factor diminishing its value was that the pendant had once been shattered into 2 pieces, but a skilled craftsman had expertly reassembled it, rendering the flaw nearly imperceptible. Despite this imperfection, the pendant's worth remained around 1.5 million, and with the right buyer, it could even fetch 2 million. Su Chen felt a surge of hope. With such a treasure in his possession, it seemed that the man's daughter might indeed be saved. Why are you smiling? You heartless pervert. Her life is already so miserable, and you dare to find amusement in this? Are you even human? Su Chen's smile had stemmed from the realization that the man's jade was of significant value, enough to secure the funds for his daughter's surgery. However, this expression was misconstrued by Jin Xiao. Not wishing to explain himself, Su Chen turned to peruse other stalls. At that moment, Jin Dashin grasped Su Chen's arm and whispered, "Wait, it seems a dramatic turn of events is about to unfold." Curious about his friend's remark, Su Chen followed his gaze, spotting a corpulent man with an oily face approaching the jade seller, fanning himself. "Hey there. It looks like you've been at this for quite a while without anyone inquiring about the price. How about I make an offer? What do you say?" Upon observing the man's demeanor, Su Chen frowned. His appearance suggested he was not of reputable character, and he couldn't help but feel concern for the seller. The jade seller, honest and simple, smiled at the prospect of buyer. "Sir, may I ask what price you are willing to offer?" The rotund man extended a hand, smirking at the seller. 50,000? The jade seller's face brightened. "What a joke. For this trinket, you're offering 50,000? You must be jesting. I meant 5,000. 5,000? The disparity between this offer and the seller's expectations was glaring. He shook his head vigorously, refusing to sell. "No way, that price is far too low. You should go check elsewhere." As the corpulent man cast a glance at the jade seller's reaction, he could surmise the individual's psychological price point. He feigned determination, biting his lip and declaring, "Very well. Who am I to resist my own desires? 10,000, but that is my absolute limit." Yet, he quickly reconsidered. No. 10,000 simply will not suffice. This jade pendant is a treasured heirloom, bestowed upon my family by the emperor himself. How could I possibly part with it for a mere 10,000? That would be a jest. The jade seller remained unconvinced. At that moment, the corpulent man signaled subtly to several individuals within the crowd, prompting one to exclaim, "Brother, whom are you trying to fool? You casually present a piece of jade and claim it was given to you by the emperor? Who are you trying to deceive? If such luck were to befall anyone, why not my family? Indeed, from my observation, your so-called heirloom lacks luster. Accepting 10,000 would be quite the steal. How can you not be content?" Another chimed in. "My friend, I advise you to sell it promptly. You are an outsider, lacking knowledge. Miss this opportunity, and it may never arise again. Forget about 10,000. Soon enough, you may find it difficult to sell for even 1,000. Several voices echoed from the periphery, while others, perplexed by the situation, joined in the ruckus, causing the jade seller to visibly falter. Su Chen muttered a curse under his breath, contemplating a move to assist. However, he was gently restrained by Jin Dashin, who whispered, "Wait a moment. Your turn is yet to come. Patience." Jin Xiao, observing the scene, appeared bewildered and quietly inquired, "Father, what is happening?" "Foolish girl, do you not see? That rotund man is deceiving everyone, and he is not alone. Several accomplices are aiding him from the sidelines." "What?" Upon hearing this, Jin Xiao's eyes widened with indignation, and she was poised to charge forward to apprehend the swindler. Fortunately, Jin Dashin managed to restrain her just in time, averting a potential uproar. He found himself regretting bringing his daughter along. As the corpulent man pretended to depart, the jade seller hesitated momentarily, but soon resolved, "No sale. 10,000 will not save my daughter. Selling for that amount would be akin to giving it away." No sooner had he spoken than the accomplices resumed their act. 30,000. "Brother, have you lost your mind? Spending 30,000 on such a worthless trinket. Oh dear, you must be the reincarnation of the compassionate Guanyin." "Jade seller, what are you hesitating for? If you do not act swiftly, it will truly slip through your fingers." The jade seller, being straightforward and honest, could hardly withstand such persuasion. Convinced by the chorus of voices, he agreed to sell. Upon hearing this, the corpulent man hastily reached for his money, fearing a change of heart from the seller. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Wait, I'll offer 200,000. The entire assembly was stunned into silence, their attention drawn to the speaker. A young lad, no more than 15 or 16, dressed as a page, stepped forward and confidently announced to the jade seller, I offer 200,000. If you accept, let us finalize the transaction immediately. Is this for real? Young man, you must be jesting. The jade seller was taken aback. In front of so many witnesses, would I dare jest? 200,000 is my offer. If you agree, I can transfer the funds right now. Upon uttering these words, Su-chan revealed Jean Dashin's bank card. In truth, the card contained a mere 100,000 yuan, which constituted Jean Dashin's entire fortune. The rotund man had evidently grasped the value of the jade pendant, albeit not as accurately as Su-chan. Infuriated by this revelation, the man exclaimed, "You impudent brat! Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? Are you deliberately seeking trouble? I have never heard that bidding for antiques adheres to such a principle. It has always been the highest bidder who prevails. Wouldn't you all agree?" A chorus of affirmations echoed from the crowd, as onlookers, eager for excitement, rallied behind Su-chan. The fat man's face twitched in agitation. He despised situations like this. In a low voice, he threatened, "Kid, are you looking for death? If you know what's good for you, get lost." "Oh, are you threatening me?" Su-chan retorted, addressing the crowd. "Did everyone hear that? He is threatening me. In a fair trade, how can one threaten another? Call the police. Call the police." The crowd erupted in further commotion. The rotund man hastily clarified, "It's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean it that way," while glaring fiercely at Su-chan. 2 million is my bid. This jade pendant shall be mine." Su-chan turned to the seller and signaled, "Let us go to the bank to finalize the transaction." Just then, the fat man, realizing the prize goose was about to fly away, panicked. He was certain the jade pendant was worth no less than 5 million. Initially hoping to secure it for 30,000, he now found himself facing an unexpected expense of over 1 million. Yet, he recognized there was still profit to be made and declared, "I bid 250,000. 250,000? Su-chan feigned surprise and hesitation before countering. Then, "I bid 260,000. By now, all the antique enthusiasts present were animatedly shouting, astonished that the exchange had escalated to such heights even before the fair had officially commenced. The sheer value of a mere piece of jade had raised doubts among the spectators as to whether both bidders had lost their senses. However, the thrill of the moment rendered such concerns secondary. Seeing the young man raise his bid, the fat man deliberated before snapping. Then, "I bid 265,000. For him, each additional increment felt as if it were a stab to his flesh, let alone a jump of 50 or 100,000. After making his bid, he was drenched in sweat, anxiously watching the young man, fearful of further bidding. Just as Su-chan was about to increase his offer, he caught sight of the fat man's desperate expression, which seemed to suggest he might explode with rage, prompting him to smile lightly. All right, you've won. This ancient jade is yours." Upon hearing this, the fat man felt as if he had finally slammed on the brakes of a speeding car teetering on the edge of a cliff. His heart, which had been racing, now found a moment of respite, and he wiped the sweat from his brow with relief. The seller of the jade was astounded to discover that a treasured heirloom from his family fetched an astonishing price of 265,000. This amount far exceeded his expectations. With such a sum, not only could he afford the surgery for his child, but he would also alleviate future worries, truly resolving a monumental issue for their family. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the seller prostrated himself before Su-chan and Fatty, bowing 3 times while weeping profusely. "Thank you, my benefactors, for your generous support." In truth, compared to Fatty, the seller felt a deeper gratitude towards Su-chan. After all, without Su-chan's astute intervention, he might have sold the jade for a mere few thousand. Fatty, seething with resentment, pulled out his phone and demanded, "Tell me, can you transfer via WeChat or Alipay?" "Ah, either is fine. I can manage both," replied the seller. The two quickly scanned their phones, and moments later, a notification chimed, confirming the transfer of 265,000. As the seller gazed at the string of zeros on his screen, tears streamed down his face, mirroring the emotional turmoil within Fatty's heart. The sheer magnitude of the transaction stirred the crowd into a fervor, prompting applause and cheers. The seller expressed his endless gratitude once more before hastily making his way to the hospital to share the good news with his daughter. Once the seller departed and the crowd dispersed, Su-chan and the Jean family planned to stroll elsewhere. Suddenly, 5 or 6 men and women obstructed their path. "Hey kid, your words have cost me over 200,000. Shouldn't we settle this?" Fatty growled menacingly. Observing this, Jean Xiaoqiao was about to reveal her identity as a police officer to intervene, but was halted by Jean Dashin. "What do you mean settle? We are competing fairly. Is there a problem? Besides, if I'm not mistaken, you still have at least 200,000 in pure profit from this jade," he retorted. Clearly an expert. However, to think you can sever our source of income without consequences seems rather naive, Fatty sneered, brandishing a small knife menacingly. Su Chun felt exasperated, pondering how, even in peaceful times, individuals still carried knives. He regarded Fatty and his gang with disdain, continuing to walk alongside the Jean family. Should they dare to make a move? Su Chun was prepared to ensure their suffering. Fatty, taken aback by the young man's apparent indifference towards them, lunged forward to strike. Just then, a middle-aged man stepped in front, glaring fiercely at Fatty. What do you intend to do? Fatty looked up at the man and instantly felt diminished. Oh, Captain Liu, what a coincidence to see you here. Do you also have an interest in antiques? Not bad, came the response. The man was indeed Lu Xinyan. Just as Jin Xiaoqiao was about to greet him, Lu Xinyan made a discreet gesture, signaling her to remain silent. Following Lu Xinyan, he continued to warn the portly man, Han, you must not cause any trouble while I am here today. If I catch you misbehaving, you will certainly regret it. The rotund figure exhibited a palpable fear of Lu Xinyan, nodding repeatedly. Of course, Captain Liu, with you around, how could I dare to act recklessly? You carry on with your business. We shall converse another day. Farewell. With that, he vanished into the throng with his subordinates. They must have sensed their superior's influence. As Jin Xiaoqiao suddenly became tense and at a loss for words. It was Jin Dashin who dared to speak, clearing his throat. I am his uncle, and this is my grandson. You're Captain Liu, correct? I must express my gratitude for your timely intervention. Without you, those rascals would have surely made our lives difficult. Oh, you are the uncle, Lu Xinyan responded, casting a keen glance at Su Chen beside him. You are indeed fortunate to have such an exceptional grandson. Not only does he possess profound knowledge of antiques, but he is also discerning in matters of right and wrong. Truly commendable. In fact, it would be prudent for individuals like your grandson to administer some discipline to Han and his companions. Well then, Uncle, Xiao, do attend to matters. I have other business to address and shall not intrude further. The glance directed at Su Chun sent a shiver down his spine. He pondered, could this individual have recognized him? That seemed unlikely. Jin Dashin's disguise was so effective that even he could not identify himself in a mirror. Yet, if he truly could not recognize him, why the intense scrutiny? As he contemplated this, Jin Dashin spoke again. Xiao, your team leader is quite remarkable. Huh? Jin Xiao was taken aback, bewildered by the comment. What did he mean? Su Chun quickly grasped Jin Dashin's implication regarding Lu Xinyan as prowess. Realizing that the stakes were undeniably high, potentially exceeding 600,000. So, you mean Su Chun intentionally inflated the price? Jin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Jin Dashin's words were indeed thought-provoking, and Su Chun harbored similar questions in his mind. However, such musings were not pertinent at the moment. The priority was to secure substantial profits at the upcoming exchange meeting and obtain tickets to the private auction at Guxingzhai. As the two conversed, Jin Xiao hardly absorbed their discussion, her attention solely fixated on Su Chun, the man disguised as a youth of 15 or 16. She had not anticipated that beneath his youthful facade lay a heart brimming with compassion, willing to offend the portly gang to assist the unfortunate jade seller. At that moment, Jin Xiao had completely redefined her perception of the man she once regarded lightly. Just then, the host's voice resonated from the podium. Following an elegant and historically rich opening statement, the initiators of the event, He Wenchang and two prominent figures from the antiques community, took the stage to speak. Their addresses were succinct, totaling less than 20 minutes, primarily laying the groundwork for the afternoon's private auction at Guxingzhai. After the conclusion of the speech, the exhibition continued, with thousands of people bustling in the small square, a hive of buying and selling. During the ensuing hours, Su Chen showcased his remarkable prowess. With just a few deft transactions, he transformed the 100,000 yuan in Jin Dashin's account into 500,000 within a single morning. Jin Dashin was overjoyed, not only having sufficient funds to purchase tickets for the private auction, but also retaining a surplus of several 100,000. Following such a vigorous display of skill, Jin Xiao regarded the man before her with newfound admiration, increasingly intrigued by his enigmatic nature. How could he possess such profound expertise in antiques? Such exceptional talent would typically breed arrogance, yet he remained so profoundly humble. Such character was indeed rare. Jin Xiao's perception of Su Chun had undoubtedly shifted. The morning exhibition finally concluded, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The trio, having amassed enough wealth, hurried to the podium to purchase 3 tickets for the private auction. Initially, Jin Dashin intended to buy only 2 tickets, thinking to leave one for his daughter, thereby saving an additional 100,000. However, Jean Xiaoqiao insisted on attending, and ultimately, Jean Dashan had no choice but to acquiesce. The three then had a quick meal nearby, discussing important matters to consider for the afternoon auction before heading to Guxingzhai. By that time, the area in front of Guxingzhai was filled with an array of luxury vehicles, and the entrance was a parade of elegantly dressed elite individuals. After all, those who could afford a ticket priced at 100,000 yuan were certainly not short on funds. Just as Su Chen was about to enter Guxingzhai with the Jin family, his attention was drawn to a couple of Audi A8 LS pulling up at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the license plate. Wasn't he that Lin Xiongyao's car? He had arrived too. Chapter 40. The Fragment of Ink Jade Soon. Lin Xiongya alighted from his vehicle and entered Guxingzhai, brushing past Su Chen without recognition. To maintain his anonymity, Su Chen refrained from greeting Lin Xiongya, merging into the flow of people as he proceeded to the auction room on the second floor. This auction room had been specifically prepared for the event. It was spacious and well lit, accommodating 70 to 80 attendees, complete with all necessary facilities. The trio settled into an inconspicuous spot, and soon the room filled to capacity, with some individuals even seated in the aisles. A quick glance revealed that the number of attendees was nearly 100. A simple calculation indicated that with each ticket priced at 100,000 yuan, that amounted to a staggering 10 million. Guxingzhai truly had the means. Just from ticket sales alone, it was poised to earn 10 million. Even after accounting for various expenses, a net profit of 5 million was assured. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the auction commenced. The opening ceremony was rather straightforward, merely a formality. Nevertheless, He Wenchong took the opportunity to highlight the distinguished guests present that day, including the most renowned auctioneer in Jinan City, 3 venerable appraisers from the field of cultural relics, and several well-known antique dealers from the local area. Certainly, Lin Xiongya is among them. Once the guests were introduced, the auctioneer ascended the stage, and the auction officially commenced. Soon, the first item of the day was presented, a jade sundial from the Ming dynasty, specifically from the Jiajing period. This sundial, an ancient device for measuring time, was evidently not merely functional. Its greater worth lay in its aesthetic appeal. The exquisite craftsmanship rendered it a breathtaking masterpiece, and most importantly, it was a royal artifact, with traces of its history documented in various ancient texts. As this sundial, approximately the size of a basin, was brought to the forefront, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to it, with gasps of astonishment echoing throughout the room. The auctioneer announced the starting bid at 800,000, with a minimum increment of 100,000. Remarkably, within less than half a minute, the bidding escalated to 2 million, which was astonishing. Even more surprising for Su Chen was the final price of the sundial, which reached a staggering 3,200,000, with Lin Xiongya as the ultimate bidder. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel. It appeared that Lin Xiongya was wealthier than he had imagined. His lavish spending today starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Overjoyed by his successful bid, Lin Xiongya nearly burst into laughter upon receiving the sundial. Following this, several more exceptional jade items were showcased, truly enlightening the audience, particularly for Jean Xiaoqiao. It was her first encounter with antiques that elicited such excitement, and she found herself inadvertently developing a fondness for them. Soon, the 5th item was presented. However, as this particular piece was brought onto the stage, it inevitably disappointed, perhaps due to the previously high caliber of items, all starting at over 1 million. This piece was overshadowed. Awkwardly, after the auctioneer's gavel fell, there was a lengthy silence, with no one bidding. Was there truly no interest in this item? The auctioneer scratched his head in confusion, while a murmur of discontent rippled through the crowd. Was this worthless trinket starting at 200,000? Who would be foolish enough to buy it? How embarrassing. It seemed this small item was destined to be the first unsold piece of the day. Yet, the organizers were to blame for this. Starting high and ending low is a cardinal sin in auctioneering. With so many fine items showcased beforehand, introducing such a lackluster piece was bound to draw disinterest. Amidst the clamor of discussions, only one person remained composed and observant. The auctioneer had already asked for bids 4 or 5 times, but still, no one responded, and ultimately, the item was awkwardly left unsold. Very well, let us proceed to the next item. Wait! The sudden exclamation startled everyone in attendance, followed by a chorus of laughter. Is this kid out of his mind? Offering such a high price for this worthless piece? Is he an idiot? This morning, I encountered him in a small square, alongside a rather corpulent individual. In a rather absurd turn of events, They escalated their bidding over a mere piece of flawed jade, ultimately reaching a staggering 2 million. One might question his intellect. To me, he appears utterly oblivious, merely engaging in frivolous pursuits. Amidst the cacophony of ignorance, Chen remained unperturbed, offering a cold smile as he addressed the auctioneer. If there are no further bids, it is time for you to bring down the gavel, is it not? The auctioneer, finally coming to his senses, declared 200,000, 3 times sold. Yet, Chen remained unfazed, decisively instructing Jean Dashin to settle the payment. Jean Dashin, feeling uncertain, hesitated. However, Jean Xiaoqiao displayed an unexpected confidence in Chen. Father, quickly hand me the money. I trust in this young comrade's discernment. With that, she snatched the money from Jean Dashin's grasp and proceeded to the payment counter. The auctioneer's inquiry piqued the curiosity of those present, though most regarded it with disdain. Dismissing the notion that a mere child of 15 or 16 could possess any real understanding of antiques. Initially, Chen considered offering a casual response, but the condescending expressions on their faces ignited his displeasure. His words prompted laughter from the crowd, including the auctioneer and the 3 esteemed experts, revered figures in the cultural relics community of Jinan City. Upon hearing such disrespectful remarks, Chen felt a wave of disdain wash over him. How could these so-called authorities in the field lack even the most fundamental respect for antiquities? To validate the treasure in his possession, he retorted coolly, "You claim my youth renders me ignorant. Yet how is it that after decades of study, you remain utterly blind?" "Who is blind?" The expert, insulted, erupted in fury. The onlookers were astonished by the child's audacity in addressing an expert so insolently, voicing their disapproval. "What do you know, child? This individual is a distinguished expert. With your scant knowledge, how dare you presume to challenge him?" Indeed, it remains uncertain who truly lacks depth. Chen shot back. The expert, now equally provoked, slammed his palm on the table. "Very well. Since you dare to speak so boldly, it indicates you possess some merit. Colme, enlighten us on how this piece is a treasure. If your assertions fail, you must leave the auction. If you are correct, I shall publicly apologize." With renewed vigor, the audience anticipated this young boy's display of knowledge, many of them scoffing, viewing it as mere entertainment, save for Jean Xiaoqiao, who remained steadfast in her belief. Spare us your flowery language. That sheen is merely an impurity within the jade, indicating the suier lacks purity. Not at all. I examined it closely with a magnifying glass and discovered that this is not an impurity, but rather gold, skillfully fused onto the jade surface through a unique process. Anyone familiar with such techniques would realize that the owner of this jade is either a high-ranking official or a wealthy magnate. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, astonished that such a young individual could articulate a wealth of knowledge in antiquities that they themselves struggled to comprehend. Chapter 41. The Fallen Photograph. So it is as such. Upon hearing Chen's explanation, some individuals expressed their profound agreement, and even 2 other experts nodded frequently in approval. Ming Zijian Wenpeng. One expert exclaimed, "Indeed, is Wenpeng," chuckled another. "Pray tell, esteemed elder, what value do you attribute to it?" After a moment's contemplation, the expert replied, "I fear it must be no less than 3,500,000. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Surely there must be some mistake. Even if it were carved by Wenpeng, it cannot be worth such a sum, considering its damage exceeds 30%. Before Chen could respond, the expert provided clarification. Regardless of its condition, it is worth this price. For this is Wenpeng's final masterpiece. At this revelation, the audience was enlightened. "Young brother, you are truly remarkable. Who would have thought such a young age could bear such profound skill? I am in awe. This prodigy is truly a rare find, a genius of unparalleled talent." At that moment, no one dared to look down upon Chen, nor did anyone question his words. He was revered as if a deity. Particularly, He Wenchang took the initiative to approach him, expressing a desire for friendship and frequent exchanges in the future. Naturally, Chen maintained a respectful distance, exuding an air of nobility. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the recently auctioned item was valued at 3,500,000, Jean Dashin was utterly flabbergasted. "For a million? Surely I am not outdone. I bid 4,800,000. Young brother, do consider my offer. I bid 5 million. 5,200,000. With each increase in price, Jean Dashin's heart raced, until the final bid reached 7,800,000, at which point no one dared to raise their bid further. Jean Dashin was nearly on the verge of fainting. Chen reflected that 7,800,000 far exceeded expectations and promptly agreed to the transaction. delegating the trading matters to Jin Xiaoqiao, as Jin Dashin had become entirely incapacitated. As soon as he finished speaking, a captivating woman approached the stage, elegantly balancing a tray that displayed a piece of crimson jade the size of a matchbox. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a piece of exquisite Xiao Yin blood jade, specifically a rare type known as Ming Shuiyu, and it remains uncut. I believe that once it is sculpted by a master artisan, it will undoubtedly become a magnificent gem that endures through the ages. The starting price for this Ming Shuiyu is set at 3 million. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100,000. Let the bidding commence. 3 million. The first to raise her paddle was a stunning young woman in her early 30s, whom Su Chen had not noticed previously. Her gesture certainly captured his attention. She was indeed a beauty, not only striking in appearance, but also exuding an alluring charm that was evident in her revealing attire and beguiling demeanor. At that moment, while Su Chen's focus was drawn to the enchanting woman, he overheard Jin Xiaoqiao muttering, "All crows under heaven are equally black." How true that is. Su Chen understood her implication, leading to a moment of awkwardness. Subsequently, Jin Xiaoqiao teasingly remarked, "So, have you taken a liking to her?" Regrettably, she is already a married woman. Are you aware of the Lan family from Jinan? This lady is the young mistress of the Lan household. If you believe you can handle the Lan family, then go ahead. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a slight tremor and quietly inquired, "The Lan family? The one involved in import-export trade?" Indeed, there is only one Lan family in Jinan. Jin Xiaoqiao felt a surge of irritation, astonished that this young man dared to engage in conversation. Little did she know, Su Chen's thoughts were entirely different from hers. As it turned out, this woman was the stepmother of Lan Gang. Su Chen cast a contemplative glance at the alluring woman, an inexplicable sense of unease creeping into his heart. At that moment, the first piece of Mingxue jade was ultimately sold for 5,100,000, purchased by this Madame Lan. After her successful bid, she cast a satisfied glance towards another direction of the auction house before departing. Soon after, He Tian also exited. Su Chen sensed something amiss between the two and contemplated following them, but Jin Dashin suddenly returned from his excitement and claimed he needed to use the restroom, instructing Su Chen to keep an eye on things. With that, he gestured with his cane and left. Subsequently, Su Chen lost interest in the following items. His mind preoccupied with the affairs of Gushing Zhai, he began to connect the dots between the poisoning incident involving Sister Wu, Lan Gang's stepmother, purchasing Mingyu from Gushing Zhai, and the collusion of Manager Yu with Gushing Zhai. The more he pondered, the more he felt that Gushing Zhai harbored far too many unspeakable secrets, though he could not decipher what those secrets were at the moment. When Jin Dashin returned to his seat, he began to breathe heavily, wiping away sweat profusely. "What happened? Jin Xianbei?" Su Chen whispered. "Damn it, I almost got into serious trouble. Thankfully, I was dressed as a blind man today," Jin Dashin replied in a low voice, barely audible to anyone but Su Chen. Su Chen's suspicion was confirmed. The two indeed shared an improper relationship. It seemed likely that the scheme to harm Lan Gang, using Mingyu, was a collusion between them. Originally, Su Chen had come to investigate the poisoning incident involving the Lin family, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon this secret. However, upon reflection, he realized this matter had little bearing on him, so he resolved to disregard it. In the blink of an eye, the auction for the 3 pieces of Asian Mingyu concluded, with the final owners being Madame Lan, another renowned figure in the industry, and to Su Chen's astonishment, the third bidder was Lin Xiongye. He recalled Lin Xiongye previously stating that among all collectibles, he was most averse to Mingyu due to its ominous reputation. Yet, his current actions contradicted his earlier words. Could it be that he had been insincere? This left Su Chen utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, he deemed it inconsequential and chose not to dwell on it further. Today, despite uncovering little information, Su Chen felt a tinge of regret. Although he had earned several million, money held little significance for him. However, he inadvertently dropped a photograph from his wallet, which landed face up on the ground. In the photograph, there exists a family portrait featuring 4 individuals. The 3 men are undoubtedly He Wenchang and his 2 sons. However, upon seeing the woman in the picture, Su Chen was taken aback, unable to fathom that it would be her. Chapter 42, The Malicious Framing. The moment Su Chen laid eyes on the image, he was instantly engulfed in disbelief, for the woman in the photograph was none other than Sister Wu. Although the woman appeared slightly younger than Sister Wu, Su Chen's keen eyes could not be mistaken. It was indeed her. How could this be? Could it be that Sister Wu is connected to He Wenchang? Su Chen did not linger at the doorway for long, as he was soon swept away by the crowd. Moreover, he could not afford to tarry too long, lest he arouse suspicion. Upon exiting the ancient sage studio, the most elated among them was undoubtedly Jean Dashin, who had transformed into a millionaire in an instant. Meanwhile, Jean Xiaoqiao's demeanor towards Su Chun had undergone a complete metamorphosis, shifting from disdain and aversion to curiosity, and even a hint of admiration. Yet, Su Chun's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, wandering through various considerations. This visit to the ancient sage studio was not without its rewards. Firstly, he discovered that He Tian was indeed entangled with the young mistress of a Lan family. Although this matter seemed inconsequential to him, Su Chan sensed a subtle connection to his own circumstances. Secondly, he pondered why Uncle Lin had shown such an interest in Mingyu, especially having expended considerable sums to acquire it. What was his true intention? Thirdly, Su Chan unearthed a secret, one that was scarcely known, that could elucidate why Sister Wu had poisoned the Lin family. It was highly plausible that Sister Wu was married to He Wenchang. He believed that if he continued to investigate, the truth would undoubtedly come to light. However, Su Chen reflected that, as he was not a policeman, it would be best to let fate take its course. For now, ensuring the safety of the Lin father and daughter was his primary concern. Hey, Su, let's not stand on ceremony any longer. Shall we head to the bank to divide the spoils? Once they had distanced themselves from the ancient sage studio, Jean Dashin could hardly contain his excitement as he shed his disguise and grinned broadly. I have matters to attend to. We can discuss the money later, Su Chen replied, turning to leave. That won't do. There are rules in this line of work, and I cannot take your share. Besides, with your attire. Mr. Su, won't you stay for dinner? I'm not boasting, but my precious daughter's culinary skills are exceptional. You'd regret it if you declined. I rarely allow anyone to experience my daughter's cooking, but you are different. After all, we are family, are we not? Jean Dashin chuckled, feigning ignorance. No, Master Jean. Officer Jean, I truly have other matters to attend to, so I shan't impose further. Farewell. With a slight nod, Su Chen turned and hurried down the stairs. As Su Chen's figure faded from view, for reasons unknown, Jean Xiaoqiao found herself stepping forward involuntarily, a twinge of disappointment stirring within her. As a father, Jean Dashin could not fail to notice his daughter's feelings, and he stroked his mustache with a knowing smile. So, you are moved, aren't you? How unexpected it is that Su Chan possesses such remarkable skills, capable of melting my daughter, who is famously known as the 1,000-year ice mountain. Impressive indeed. After much contemplation, I decided against inquiring further, for he might turn the question back on me, leaving me without an explanation. His purchase of the underworld jade is his own affair, entirely unrelated to me. Why meddle in others' business? Everyone harbors a few secrets, after all. Upon returning to the villa, everything resumed its usual course, and the night passed quietly. The following day at work, neither Manager Ding nor the squint-eyed man mentioned his absence from the previous day, nor did Su Chun provide any explanation. At noon, Su Chen once again joined Huang Chuan for lunch. Barely seated, Huang Chuan eagerly pulled Su Chen aside and said, Brother Chun, a big boss visited the shop yesterday and was taken to the back room by Manager Ding for a lengthy discussion. I couldn't discern the purpose, but Manager Ding appeared quite secretive, as if something significant was afoot. These words piqued Su Chen's interest. Could it be that Manager Ding has already found a buyer? This warrants close observation. Although Uncle Lin might have devised a strategy to deal with them, having involved myself in this matter, I must see it through to the end. Ultimately, I must keep a vigilant watch over this batch of counterfeits, ideally catching them red-handed during the transaction. Thus, over the next 2 days, Su Chun kept a close eye on Manager Ding and the squint-eyed man, following them wherever they went and eavesdropping on their whispered conversations. As fate would have it, Su Chun gleaned a crucial piece of information. A transaction was set for 10 o'clock at the station. What to do? Su Chun found himself in a quandary, ultimately deciding to take matters into his own hands. After a brief exchange with Lin Wanqing, informing her of his departure, he stealthily made his way to the treasure pavilion. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, it was already 9 o'clock at night. The surroundings were eerily silent, illuminated only by a few dim streetlights, casting a faint glow in the oppressive darkness. From a distance, Su Chun spotted a small delivery truck parked outside the pavilion, with shadowy figures loading items onto it. Alarmingly, time seemed to be ahead of schedule. Su Chun quickly approached, concealing himself in a spot nearby that afforded him a vantage point while minimizing the risk of detection. At that moment, Manager Ding and the squint-eyed man emerged from the pavilion, urging each other to hasten their actions. Hurry up, we're running out of time. Su Chun glanced at his watch. It was 9:10. He initially contemplated intervening immediately, but reconsidered, Any premature action would only serve to alert them, and he lacked concrete evidence of their wrongdoing. Given the cunning nature of Manager Ding and the squint-eyed man, they could easily concoct an excuse to evade accountability. Thus, it was imperative to wait until they engaged in the actual transaction, ensuring a successful capture. However, being alone rendered him somewhat vulnerable. After much deliberation, Su Chen recalled a certain individual, Jean Xiao Xiao, and promptly dialed her number. "Hello, Officer Jean? This is Su Chen." "Su Chen? What brings you to call me so late?" Jean Xiao Xiao's voice conveyed both surprise and a hint of tension. "There's an issue. I've discovered an illegal transaction. Could you kindly alert the authorities and apprehend the individuals involved?" Su Chen stated. Jean Xiao Xiao hesitated, for this was indeed somewhat against protocol. Ideally, Su Chen should have contacted the police directly, and only then would the dispatch center assign a task for intervention. "Officer Jean, please do not hesitate, for time is of the essence. I am currently tailing their truck, and they are about to depart. The transaction location is the train station. I'm not entirely certain of the exact spot, but it will be prudent for you to head to the train station now. I will notify you as soon as I have more details." Jean Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment. Although it was irregular, sometimes flexibility was necessary, especially considering Su Chen's account. If she were to follow the standard procedures, it might delay crucial actions. Thus, she resolved to act decisively. "Very well, I shall gather my team and proceed to the train station. Keep me updated with any new information." Without further delay, she hung up and summoned several colleagues to embark. Simultaneously, as the call ended, the truck had finished loading and followed behind Ding Zhonggui's Audi A4L. Realizing this, Su Chen hurried to catch up, initially intending to hail a taxi. He found none in sight. With no other options, he took a risk, sprinting to the truck and leaping onto the rear. Thus, the two vehicles sped down the street, heading ever forward. These cunning individuals, Su Chen thought, quickly dialing Jean Xiao Xiao again, but before he could connect, the two trucks entered an abandoned factory. Seeing this, Su Chen felt alarmed. There were people inside the factory. Remaining in the truck would surely lead to discovery, so he leapt off. However, to his dismay, Jean Xiao Xiao's phone was now unreachable. With no other choice, he decided to wait before trying again, stealthily making his way into the factory as darkness enveloped the area. Inside, another group awaited. As the truck halted, they began unloading counterfeit antiques. After some commotion, the group commenced their inspection. Meanwhile, Ding Zhongguo engaged in conversation with the head of the buyers. "Boss Kong, may I inquire what you intend to do with this batch of fakes?" Ding Zhongguo asked. My friend, you are no outsider. I shall confide in you. I am merely acting on someone else's behalf. After purchasing this lot, I will disseminate these items into the antique market, simultaneously spreading the word that Lin Xiongye has released a batch of fakes into circulation. Just imagine the repercussions." The man explained with a sinister grin. Ding Zhongguo's eyes widened in realization, and he thumbed up in admiration. "Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Ha ha ha. This Lin fellow will not only struggle in the antique business, but may also find himself embroiled in legal troubles. Oh dear, it seems he might never recover from this. Not to speak ill of you, Boss Kong, but your scheme is far more ruthless than mine." Boss Kong waved dismissively. "Not at all. I bear no personal animosity towards Lin Xiongye. I am merely fulfilling a paid obligation." Su Chen, having overheard their conversation, clenched his fists in realization. These individuals were far more despicable than he had initially surmised. He needed to contact Jean Xiao Xiao swiftly. Delay could prove disastrous. Hurriedly, he dialed her number, but as soon as the call connected, he felt a cold, hard object press against the back of his head. In an instant, he discreetly shoved the phone into a nearby pile of bricks. Chapter 43, The Capture. In that fleeting moment, Su Chen distinctly recognized the nature of the object pressed against him. It was indeed a firearm. A chilling voice emanated from behind him. "Raise your hands above your head and stand up." Although Su Chen was quite adept in martial arts, he dared not make a move in the presence of a gun and complied obediently. Once Su Chen had risen, the assailant forcefully nudged the back of his head. "Move." Su Chen complied once more, and thus he was coerced at gunpoint until he stood before Boss Kong and Manager Ding. "Boss, I've apprehended a spy," the man behind him announced loudly, prompting 4 or 5 others to encircle Su Chen. Upon recognizing him, Ding and the triangular-eyed man broke into malicious grins. Well, if it isn't Su Chen, it seems you overheard our earlier conversation, didn't you?" Su Chen merely offered a cold smile, unwilling to exchange further words with such filth. "Ah, still silent, are we? You think you can walk out of here alive today? Now that you know our secret, I'm afraid you have to pay the price." The triangular-eyed man taunted, approaching with brazen confidence. He pointed an accusatory finger at Su Chen, continuing, "You little bastard, you've caused me considerable trouble before. Today, I want to let you die easily. Take this." With that declaration, he summoned all his strength and swung a punch towards Su Chen's face. Remaining unflustered, Su Chen merely stepped back, evading the blow. However, the triangular-eyed man had exerted too much force, and, after missing his target, he lost his balance, tumbling headfirst into a nearby, foul-smelling ditch. "Help! Help!" he cried, floundering in the muck, yet no one came forward to assist him. After a moment of struggling, he realized the water was merely knee-deep, which allowed him to regain his composure. Unfortunately, he was now drenched in filth, prompting even his accomplices to maintain their distance. Fuming with humiliation, the triangular-eyed man shouted, "Su Chen, you bastard! I will make you pay for this." In a fit of rage, he wrested the firearm from the hands of the man behind Su Chen, intent on firing it. "Stop!" Boss Kong's face paled at the sight. "You fool! Do you wish to condemn us all? If that gun goes off, we're all finished." The triangular-eyed man, already seething with anger, was further incensed by the reprimand. Kong then signaled to his subordinates, "Dispose of him, and do it cleanly." At his command, two burly men, armed with pistols, compelled Su Chen to walk toward the rear of the factory. Su Chen understood that these two individuals intended to eliminate him silently and erase all traces of the deed, prompting him to seek an opportunity for escape. At the forefront of the factory, a transaction continued, while behind him, the two burly men had already brought Su Chen to the waste disposal unit, preparing to end his life and dispose of his body. This way, no one would discover the act for a considerable time. "Brother, forgive us. We have orders from above. Please do not hold a grudge against us on the road to the underworld." After exchanging pleasantries, the burly man slowly stepped back 2 paces, aiming his weapon at the back of Su Chen's head, while the other man bent down to pick up a brick, intending to crush Su Chen's skull. They presumed that by holding him at gunpoint, Su Chen would not dare to resist, but merely await his fate. They could not have anticipated the remarkable prowess Su Chen possessed. In that fleeting moment, when one of the men was stooping to retrieve the brick, Su Chen moved like a specter, swiftly reaching the armed man, and before he could pull the trigger, forcefully twisting his wrist. Simultaneously, his other hand lunged toward the man's throat. With a muffled grunt, the burly man lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the other man, sensing the imminent danger and about to draw his weapon, found himself met with a swift kick from Su Chen. Bang! The second man felt as though he'd been struck by a hammer, rolling his eyes before collapsing to the ground. Having successfully dealt with the two assailants, Su Chen seized their firearms, tucking them into his waistband as he hurried forward. "Stop right there!" When Su Chen stood before them, dual guns in hand, everyone froze in disbelief, astonished that he was still alive. The subordinates of Boss Kong, evidently a group of ruthless thugs, were not inclined to surrender easily and began to prepare their weapons for a counterattack. However, at that moment, 2 police cars simultaneously burst into the factory, surrounding the culprits. "Drop your weapons and raise your hands and surrender." The police's warning blared from the loudspeakers before the vehicles even came to a halt. Upon seeing the situation, Boss Kong shouted, "Fight back!" Bang! 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 Following his command, a barrage of gunfire erupted as several subordinates drew their handguns to resist. Yet, encircled by the police, they stood no chance. Within moments, 2 of them were shot dead, and the remaining members had no choice but to surrender. However, Boss Ding and the man with the triangular eyes managed to escape amidst the chaos. Su Chen discarded his handguns and, without hesitation, jumped into a vehicle to pursue them. Someone's trying to flee. The others, unfamiliar with Su Chen, mistook him for a suspect and aimed their guns at him. "Stop!" Jean Xiaoxiao, drenched in cold sweat, shouted urgently to restrain her colleagues. "He is my informant. You handle the rest here. I will pursue those 2 fugitives." With that, Jean Xiaoxiao leapt into a police car, executing a dramatic drift as she sped out of the factory in hot pursuit. 3 vehicles, one in front, one in the middle, and one at the rear, engaged in a thrilling chase through the streets. The first car was driven by the man with the triangular eyes, who was utterly panicked. He never imagined that just after acquiring the money, he would find himself a fugitive. It was all that bastard named Su's fault. He should have eliminated him right away. Now, he regretted it deeply. "Boss Ding, what should we do?" The man with the triangular eyes asked anxiously. You asked me. How could I possibly know? Hurry, flee." At that moment, the sole thought occupying the minds of the 2 individuals was to run as far away as possible. Yet, The net of justice is vast and inexorable. How far could they truly escape, especially with Su Chen in pursuit? This was, in fact, Su Chen's first time driving since his memory loss, and he was astonished by the prowess of his own driving skills, which emerged instinctively. Prior to this, he had been utterly unaware that he possessed the ability to operate a vehicle. The clutch, shifting gears, pressing the accelerator, vroom, the engine roared, and, as he navigated a bend, Su Chen executed a flawless overtaking maneuver, skillfully squeezing the car with the triangular headlights into the median, ultimately forcing them to halt. At that moment, Manager Ding and the driver with the triangular eyes were clearly filled with rage. Desperate to avoid imprisonment and protect the millions in their vehicle, they were prepared to fight. Each armed themselves, intent on confronting Su Chen. However, their feeble attempts were no match for Su Chen, who swiftly incapacitated each of them with a single slap. Soon after, Jin Xiaoqiao arrived and handcuffed the two men. What awaited them next was a severe reckoning. Within the police station's office, Jin Xiaoqiao meticulously dressed Su Chen's wounds. Observing the abrasions on his skin, her heart ached. Even now, a sense of dread lingered within her. The phone connection had been established, but Su Chen had only uttered a brief greeting before falling silent. Jin Xiaoqiao immediately understood that something must have gone awry, and without hesitation, she instructed the technical department to trace the call. Swiftly, the location was pinpointed, prompting her to rush to the abandoned factory alongside her colleagues, leading to the subsequent events. Su Chen, how could you be so reckless? Why didn't you wait for me before taking action? Do you think you're Spider-Man? This admonishment only intensified Jin Xiaoqiao's anxiety, her heart racing as her complexion paled. You fool! If anything like this happens again, you must inform the police. No more independent actions. Seeing Jin Xiaoqiao's blend of reproach, playful teasing, and subtle threats, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Despite her fierce demeanor, she indeed possessed a tender and delicate heart. No laughing. No laughing. If you keep laughing, I'll knock out your teeth. Jin Xiaoqiao jested, reaching out to pinch Su Chen. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and the door swung open to reveal Lin Xiongye and Lin Wanqing. Su Chen, are you all right? I was so worried. Upon seeing Su Chen unharmed, Lin Wanqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, upon noticing the bandages adorning his body, tears cascaded from her eyes as she rushed to his side, anxiously inspecting his injuries. This entire scene did not escape Jin Xiaoqiao's notice, and a surge of bitterness and indignation welled up within her. Who are you? This is a police station. Who allowed you to weep and wail here? If you wish to cry, do so outside. With a somewhat domineering demeanor, Jin Xiaoqiao grasped Lin Wanqing's hand, attempting to pull her towards the office door. You! Jin Xiaoqiao gritted her teeth in anger, especially upon witnessing Lin Wanqing entwining her arm with Su Chen's. Her heart raced with irritation. Oh, family? Jin Xiaoqiao's furious heart began to ease somewhat. Perhaps that girl was indeed his sister. Yes, I am Lin Xiongye, the case of the day. Chapter 44, A New Official Takes Office. After completing the statement at the police station, it was already past 11 at night. Just emerging from the precinct, Lin Wanqing pouted and inquired, Su Chen, who was that female officer just now? She seemed quite concerned about you, yet I've never heard you mention her. Observing that Su Chen remained relatively unfazed by the question, Lin Wanqing finally relaxed, offering a faint smile as she entered the car. Upon returning home, Lin Xiongye summoned Su Chen to his study. Once seated, Lin Xiongye expressed his gratitude, saying, Su nephew, I truly appreciate your assistance in this matter. Had you not intervened in time, the consequences could have been dire. Su Chen shook his head, replying, Uncle Lin, it was merely a small effort on my part. Besides, you and Wanqing have always treated me with kindness. It is only right that I do my part. Furthermore, Master Ding and Master Cheng were indeed excessive, and I am certain they will receive the punishment they deserve. Indeed, I have long wished to dismiss those two. However, due to an overwhelming number of pressing matters lately, I had not found the opportunity, nearly allowing a grave error to occur. Yet, it is their own recklessness that has led them to this outcome, Lin Xiongye continued. By the way, Su nephew, I wish to discuss another matter with you. What is it, Uncle Lin? Please feel free to ask. I am here to assist you in any way I can. You are aware of the significance of Jinbao Pavilion to our family business. Now that Master Ding and Master Cheng have been dealt with, the business of Jinbao Pavilion will undoubtedly suffer greatly. The surrounding antique shops have long coveted Jinbao Pavilion and will likely seize this opportunity to encroach upon our market. If a capable and knowledgeable individual does not take over Jinbao Pavilion, I fear for its future. Su Chun understood Lin Xiongye's concerns. Yet he truly did not wish to assume control of Jinbao Pavilion. After all, finding clues about his lost memories was his utmost priority. Agreeing to Lin Xiongye's request would leave him with little time for his own pursuits. Seemingly sensing Su Chen's hesitation, Lin Xiongye swiftly added, "Su nephew, consider this. While the position of manager at Jinbao Pavilion is indeed meant for you, you need not be there constantly. As long as you can oversee things from there, I will feel at ease. Additionally, I will arrange for an assistant to help you manage the other tasks." With this arrangement, Su Chan felt he could reluctantly agree. After all, this would allow him to accept Uncle Lin's goodwill while still freeing up time for his personal endeavors. Then, Uncle Lin, will you be bringing someone from another store or promoting someone within Jinbao Pavilion? Su Chan inquired, recognizing that selecting a deputy was of paramount importance to him. If he could promote someone from the Treasure Pavilion, it would be the most advantageous scenario, as familiarity would eliminate the need for extensive adjustment. Naturally, promoting from within the store was preferable. Cousin Su, what are your thoughts on this young man? Huang Chuan. Huang Chuan. Su Chen could hardly believe that Lin Xiongye's choice for a successor would be him. In truth, there were numerous reasons why Huang Chuan was not suited for advancement. However, Su Chen held a certain fondness for Huang Chuan. Beneath his seemingly foolish exterior lay a sharp intellect, particularly when it came to antiques, where he exhibited an almost obsessive enthusiasm, an attribute that even Su Chen himself lacked. Thus, appointing Huang Chuan as his assistant was not an entirely unthinkable notion. Yet, why had Uncle Lin suddenly chosen to promote Huang Chuan? He appeared quite confident, suggesting he already possessed prior knowledge of the young man. What is it, Cousin Su? Do you believe him to be unworthy of such a role? Lin Xiongye asked. Regardless of Lin Xiongye's reasons for promoting Huang Chuan, Su Chen felt indifferent. As long as it benefited the Treasure Pavilion and the Lin family, while also alleviating his own burdens, that sufficed. Lin Xiongye had initially assumed their conversation was concluding, but suddenly, Su Chen spoke again. Uncle Lin, may I inquire if you have offended anyone recently? Offended someone? Lin Xiongye chuckled lightly, responding ambiguously, in business, it is inevitable to ruffle some feathers. Perhaps I've encroached upon someone else's trade or interfered with another's livelihood. Regardless, no matter how cautious one may be, conflicts are unavoidable. To be honest, I cannot ascertain whether I have offended anyone or who that might be. Uncle Lin, do exercise caution. I believe today's incident will not be the last. I overheard quite clearly in the abandoned factory that Boss Kong was instructed by someone to confront you. Yet, he managed to withstand everything at the police station. For someone like him to be so bold, I suspect the shadowy figure behind him is formidable. Very well, Cousin Su. I appreciate your candor. Nevertheless, I trust that justice will prevail. As long as I remain true to my conscience, that is sufficient. As for the rest, I cannot concern myself too deeply. Now, it is time to conclude our discussion. Cousin Su, you are injured and should retire for the night. Lin Xiongye's words clearly indicated that their conversation had reached its end. As he lay in bed, Su Chen pondered the events of the day, sensing that Lin Xiongye was concealing something significant from him, since he was reluctant to speak. It must be a matter difficult to discuss, and thus, Su Chen decided against pressing further. Ultimately, he resolved to let things unfold naturally. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Su Chen was taken directly to the Treasure Pavilion by Lin Xiongye. When Lin Xiongye announced that Su Chen would assume the role of manager starting today, there was surprisingly no dissenting voice. This astonished Lin Xiongye, but upon reflection, he realized that Su Chen's ability to achieve such a position was undoubtedly a testament to his competence, which filled him with great satisfaction. Boss, shall we now refer to you as Manager Su? He chuckled. The atmosphere was not only devoid of dissenting voices, but rather filled with laughter, as some even jested with the boss, creating a remarkably harmonious environment. Upon hearing this, many individuals began to feel a surge of eagerness, contemplating whether they might be the most suitable candidates for the deputy manager position. Particularly, several seasoned employees raised their heads high, as if to ensure the boss would not overlook them. However, at that moment, Lin Zhai smiled and announced, "Let us extend our congratulations to our newly appointed deputy manager, Huang Chuan." What? At the moment Lin Zhai declared Huang Chuan as the new deputy manager, everyone was momentarily taken aback, followed by expressions of astonishment and confusion. How could it be him? Boss, this is rather unexpected. Huang Chuan just joined and is merely a senior intern. Promoting him to deputy manager seems rather. Finally, an older employee could no longer contain himself. From the moment Lin Zhai mentioned there was another deputy manager position available, He was certain that it would undoubtedly be his. Yet he never anticipated that this young lad, Huang Chuan, would ascend to this role. It seemed utterly implausible. With one person voicing their doubts, others quickly followed suit. Indeed, boss, Huang Chuan not only lacks experience, but is also quite young. Assigning such a youthful individual to oversee those significantly older than him may not be prudent. Hearing these criticisms, Huang Chuan remained silent, exhibiting not a trace of displeasure on his countenance. Su Chen observed all of this and found himself increasingly impressed by Huang Chuan. Despite being a few years younger, the young man's mental acuity was striking, leaving Su Chen to ponder the depths of his character. In a subtle way, Su Chen even felt a tinge of intimidation from Huang Chuan. Yet, the more he felt this way, the more intrigued he became by him. Boss Lin, they do have a point, Su Chen interjected. Indeed, Huang Chuan is somewhat inexperienced and quite young. It is entirely reasonable to question his suitability for such a position. Lin Zhangji was taken aback that Su Chen would voice such sentiments, gazing at him in astonishment, unsure of his intent. Soon after, Su Chen continued, Boss Lin, perhaps you should consider removing my position as well. I feel I am equally unqualified for the role of manager. What? Lin Zhangji was momentarily stunned, but quickly grasped Su Chen's meaning, inwardly amused by the young man's audacity. Su Chen's statement left the others in utter disbelief, as they had merely asserted that Huang Chuan was unqualified, not that Su Chen lacked qualifications. Given Su Chen's well-known relationship with Boss Lin and the young lady, none dared to dispute him, especially since his capabilities were evident to all. How could they possibly contest him? With a slight smile, Su Chen addressed the crowd. As you all have pointed out, I too am young and lack experience. If the deputy manager position is beyond my capabilities, then surely the manager's role is even less attainable. Would you not agree? Upon the utterance of Su Chen's words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. In Chapter 45, Standing Up for Justice, it became apparent that this sentiment was not merely the boss's intention. Even the newly appointed manager, Su, appeared to echo the same sentiment. The saying goes, a county official is not as powerful as a local manager. While they might dare to engage in banter with the boss, they certainly would not risk incurring Su Chen's displeasure. After all, he would be the one they faced daily, and provoking the newly appointed manager could jeopardize their future well-being. With this thought in mind, the crowd transformed their expressions into smiles and began to extend their congratulations to Deputy Manager Huang. Very well, dear nephew Su. From this day forth, the Treasure Pavilion is entrusted to you. You may make decisions as you see fit without the need to report every matter to me. I have other affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With these words, Lin Xiongya nodded to his subordinates and then turned to depart in his carriage. The essence of Lin Xiongya's statement was to alleviate any concerns Su Chen might harbor, while also making it clear to the others that he was empowering Su Chen to act autonomously. It was evident to all that the boss had effectively relinquished control, designating Su as the new authority. Congratulations, Manager Su. It is only fitting that you assume this role. We have long been discontented with the previous manager's demeanor, and your arrival is indeed a blessing for us. Indeed, Manager Su, we look forward to your guidance moving forward. Furthermore, we hope that one day you might impart your exceptional skills in artifact restoration to us. We shall all look to you for leadership from now on. And of course, let us not forget Deputy Manager Huang, who will also share in the responsibilities. In an instant, the crowd surrounded Su Chen with unwavering support, akin to planets orbiting the sun, while any mention of the previous manager Yu or Master Cheng was conspicuously absent, though they were aware of the misfortune that had befallen those individuals. None dared to utter a word in Su Chen's presence. Meanwhile, the former associates of Manager Yu, recognizing that their once reliable support had fallen, became acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation. Even the slightest glance from Su Chen sent shivers down their spines, leading some to contemplate resigning. Su Chen, fully cognizant of the trepidation felt by the former followers of Manager Yu, made it his first order of business to reassure them. His efforts yielded remarkable results. Not only were they taken aback by the kindness shown, but they also found themselves working with renewed vigor, as if they had been granted a second chance at life. Thus, on this day, the Treasure Pavilion embarked upon a transformative journey. It would soon become evident to the nearby antique shops that the Treasure Pavilion was quietly rising to prominence in the area. Within a few days of his appointment, Su Chen had nearly resolved all remnants left by Manager Yu, streamlining the workflow with remarkable clarity. With the assistance of Huang Chuan, Su Chen found his efforts yielding exceptional results. He had not previously recognized Huang Chuan's remarkable aptitude for management, In fact, when compared to him, Su Chen felt somewhat overshadowed. It appears that in due course, Huangchuan will undoubtedly ascend to become yet another resplendent star in the realm of cultural artifacts. That morning, Su Chen completed all matters concerning the treasure pavilion and resolved to explore the nearby antique shops to discern their true nature. After all, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in countless battles. Without an understanding of the competitor's foundations, how could one hope to gain an advantage in the forthcoming rivalry? As he meandered along Chonggong Street, Su Chen discovered a total of 13 antique shops, 4 of which were comparable in scale to the treasure pavilion, while 3 were slightly larger, leaving the remainder as smaller establishments. However, despite their modest size, these shops boasted a comprehensive array of offerings. Thus, in Su Chen's view, it was not solely the larger establishments that posed a threat. The smaller shops equally represented a significant challenge. As he wandered, fragments of memories about Anshuntang resurfaced in his mind. Just as a headache began to take hold, a couple of large trucks suddenly barreled down the road, their drivers blaring horns. Su Chen, caught off guard by his discomfort, had no time to evade them. Just as he was about to be struck, a large hand grasped him and pulled him aside. Upon looking up, Su Chen saw that his savior was a middle-aged man adorned with a dragon tattoo on his right arm. Before he could express his gratitude, the man had already turned and departed. After taking a moment to recover by the roadside, Su Chen proceeded to the nearest shop to the treasure pavilion to further observe his competitors. This antique store was roughly half the size of the treasure pavilion. Yet the proprietor had displayed considerable acumen by extending a rain canopy of several square meters in front of the shop. This not only augmented the shop's scale, but also imbued it with a distinct charm. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen noticed that the middle-aged man from earlier was beneath the canopy, meticulously selecting antiques. However, it was evident from his manner that he was a novice in the world of cultural artifacts. Not wishing to interrupt the man's focused examination, Su Chen refrained from approaching. At that moment, the shop owner emerged, wearing a beaming smile as he approached the man. "Sir, what might you be interested in? Perhaps esteemed calligraphy or paintings, or perhaps jade and agate?" The middle-aged man remained silent, carefully examining a blue and white porcelain bowl. Seizing the opportunity, the shop owner exclaimed, "Ah, sir, you truly possess an eye for quality. To be candid, this bowl is a court artifact from the Qing dynasty, and it is said that Emperor Jiaqing once dined with it. Just look at the exquisite patina and the meticulous craftsmanship. If you find it to your liking, shall we discuss a potential agreement?" Su Chen could see that the middle-aged man was indeed captivated by the porcelain bowl, inspecting it from various angles. However, the areas he scrutinized bore no relation to the bowl's true value. What left Su Chen speechless was the owner's blatant exaggeration. Claims of court artifacts and imperial usage by Jiaqing were far from the truth. "This is absurd." With a mere glance, Su Chen could discern that the porcelain bowl was clearly a counterfeit from the Republic of China era. However, one must admit that the craftsmanship was quite commendable, and it had been intentionally aged with exceptional skill. Thus, anyone lacking extensive knowledge of antique artifacts would undoubtedly be misled. Moreover, the gentleman before him was evidently a novice and would be even less discerning. Coupled with the proprietor's impressive salesmanship, the man's eyes sparkled with interest. "How much for this bowl, boss?" inquired the middle-aged man. "No haggling. It's this price," replied the owner, extending 3 fingers with a grin. 3,000? "All right, I'll take it," the man agreed. The owner was momentarily speechless, snatching the bowl back. "Sir, I have earnestly explained this to you for quite some time. Surely you jest. 3,000 is laughable. You couldn't even buy a hairpin for that. I meant 30,000. 30,000? The middle-aged man shook his head. "This piece is mediocre at best, and it's clearly not from an imperial kiln. 3,000 is rather steep." Su Chen, initially concerned, found solace in the fact that the man seemed more knowledgeable than anticipated. "Ah, you appear to be quite the connoisseur. Since you are, allow me to enlighten you," the owner said, feigning enthusiasm as he activated his persuasive mode. "You are correct. This is indeed not from an imperial kiln. But do not forget that not all pieces from folk kilns are of inferior quality. Observe the smoothness and precision of the bowl's edges. The rim shows almost no signs of imperfection. For these reasons alone, it qualifies as a superb example among folk wares. To be candid, this bowl was custom-made by the renowned folk pottery master Wang Jingquan during the Jiaqing era, specifically for Emperor Jiaqing. The emperor was so taken with it that he composed a poem in its honor, which you can easily verify online by searching for Jiaqing's poetry related to the bowl. Go ahead, look it up right now. Upon hearing this, Su Chun nearly burst into laughter at the owner's relentless deceit. He had never heard of Emperor Jiajing composing poetry about a bowl. Such a claim was utterly ludicrous. Yet, the middle-aged man seemed swayed by the proprietor's earnest demeanor. Hey, this is something you can find online. How could I deceive you? If I do, may I be called a little dog? The owner, aware that the man would likely not check online, insisted that it was verifiable. After a moment's thought, he adopted a pained expression and grinned through gritted teeth. All right, since you're so fond of it, I shall consider you the bowl's destined owner. I can let it go for 28,888 for good fortune. Deal. The owner replied eagerly, and the middle-aged man seemed quite satisfied, reaching for his wallet. However, Su Chun could no longer stand idly by. Realizing this was nothing short of exploitation. The man had previously aided him, and he could not allow him to be taken advantage of so blatantly. Stepping forward decisively, he interjected, "My dear sir, I fear you have been misled. This bowl is, in my estimation, worth no more than 300 yuan. Spending 28,000 would be a grave misfortune." As soon as the words left his mouth, both individuals turned their gaze towards Su Chun, their brows furrowed in unison, particularly the proprietor, whose resentment towards Su Chun was palpable. Chapter 46. A personal favor owed to you. The boss glared at Su Chun, perceiving him as an unwelcome meddler, jeopardizing his financial prospects. Hey, you little brat. What do you know? Antiques are the domain of adults. You know nothing. Why are you stirring things up? The boss, fearful that Su Chun would disrupt his business, waved his hand in dismissal. However, Su Chun remained undeterred, offering a faint smile. Whether I'm stirring things up or not, I believe the boss is well aware. Aware of what nonsense? Get out of here. The boss insisted once more. At that moment, the middle-aged man raised his hand to halt the boss's attempts to expel Su Chun and turned to inquire, "Young man, are you implying that this piece is a forgery?" Su Chun shook his head. It would not be accurate to label it as a forgery. It is merely a replica from the Republic of China era. Strictly speaking, it is still an antique. However, its value is leagues apart from what the boss has described as imperial pieces from the Jiaqing period. So you're suggesting that I have misjudged it? Indeed. The middle-aged man grew more intrigued and asked, "Pray, enlighten me on where I have erred." Without hesitation, Su Chun picked up the porcelain bowl and elucidated. There are 3 pieces of evidence to support my assertion that it is a replica. First, although the surface of the porcelain appears aged and the aging technique is commendable, the porcelain patterns cannot be artificially aged. If you examine the patterns closely with a magnifying glass, you will discern that they could not possibly originate from the Qing dynasty. Second, while the craftsmanship imitates the Qing dynasty's blue and white porcelain, the boss himself mentioned that this is a product of a folk kiln. It is claimed to be a tribute to the emperor, necessitating the use of official kiln techniques. However, from every angle, the craftsmanship is evidently of a folk kiln, rendering it impossible for such a piece to be presented as a tribute to the emperor. Thirdly, the gold seal at the bottom of the bowl should bear characters such as imperial product if it were meant for the emperor. Yet it merely displays auspicious characters from the Republic period. Collectively, these 3 points sufficiently demonstrate that this porcelain bowl is a replica from the Republic era, with a value ranging between 2 to 300. You are about to offer a price exceeding 100 times that amount. Would you not expect me to intervene? Upon the conclusion of Su Chen's explanation, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, but then revealed a look of admiration. He placed the porcelain bowl back on the shelf and patted Su Chun on the shoulder. "Young brother, you are truly remarkable. I've attended lectures by antique professors, yet their insights pale in comparison to yours. I never would have imagined that someone your age could possess such profound knowledge of antiques. Impressive, truly impressive. I apologize for any offense earlier. I hope you can forgive me." Su Chun smiled gently. It is of no consequence. Their banter continued, while the antique shop owner, witnessing the exchange, turned red with rage, for Su Chen's words had struck a nerve, exposing the truth and igniting his embarrassment. "Hey, brother, don't just listen to his nonsense. Are you going to buy this bowl or not?" The boss finally lost his patience, revealing a sinister demeanor. The middle-aged man, upon witnessing the boss's attitude, couldn't help but chuckle in astonishment. "Did you not hear this young fellow's explanation? This bowl is clearly a counterfeit and not worth such a hefty sum. How dare you, old man, demand such an exorbitant price from me? Do you think I have any reason to buy it? Are you implying that you won't purchase it?" The boss narrowed his eyes, exuding an air of menace. Simultaneously, 4 or 5 attendants sprang from the shop, each wielding wooden sticks and axes, encircling Su Chun and the middle-aged man. "You may not be aware of the rules of my shop. After I have explained so much to you, You are obliged to make a purchase. Do you think my words are worthless? Am I wasting my time speaking to you? Su Chen furrowed his brow, ready to reason with the boss, but was halted by the middle-aged man. He stood up with a genial smile and inquired, "Is it your intention to force a sale? And if so, what of it? If you do not buy today, do not expect to leave here on your own 2 feet." The boss, with a haughty demeanor, acted like a shameless scoundrel. "Oh, is that so? I'm quite curious to see what you could do to keep me here." The middle-aged man's lips curled in a smirk as he gestured behind him, at which point 7 or 8 brawny men leaped from 2 parked jeeps. These muscular giants, with fierce expressions, carried weapons that were evidently far more formidable than those of the antique shop as attendants, machetes and baseball bats. The group swiftly overwhelmed the antique shop's attendants, delivering a thorough beating that left them wailing and scrambling on the ground. "Spare me, big brother. I was wrong," they pleaded, but soon fell silent, with 2 of them so terrified that they lost control of their bladders. Meanwhile, the boss had already been thoroughly intimidated and knelt before the middle-aged man. "Please spare me. I did not mean it. I was wrong." The middle-aged man snorted disdainfully, lifting the shopkeeper by the collar and growled, "You brought this upon yourself." He then forcefully tossed the man to the ground. His henchmen immediately surrounded the boss, pummeling him relentlessly. One of them shouted as he struck, "You old scoundrel! Have you lost your eyesight to dare deceive even our leader Du? You must truly be tired of living." Du? Is he Du Qinghai? Su Chen recalled hearing this name in conversations with Lin Xiongya. The man was a notorious figure in the underworld of Jinan City, a prominent leader of the underground forces whose mere presence could cause tremors throughout the city. Su Chen never imagined he would encounter such a person in this roadside antique shop. Du Qinghai then signaled to his subordinates, who promptly seized the shopkeeper, preparing to force him into their vehicle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Chen understood that if they took the man away, it could very well cost him his life. While the shopkeeper's unethical practices were indeed despicable, it was still somewhat understandable in the realm of commerce. To take a man's life over it seemed excessively cruel. Determined not to let his intervention lead to further harm, Su Chen stepped forward urgently. "Brother Du, might I ask you to show some leniency and let this shopkeeper go?" "Oh, let him go. Little brother, is it really necessary for you to plead for such trash?" Du Qinghai expressed his displeasure. "How dare you speak to Brother Du like that?" The younger man was about to act, but Du Qinghai stopped him. He scrutinized Su Chen once more, feeling an undeniable admiration and curiosity towards the young man before him. "Interesting, quite interesting. There are not many who catch my eye. And you, my lad, certainly do. Very well, since you have said so, I shall grant you this favor." With that, he nodded to his companion, releasing the shopkeeper. The younger man complied, loosening his grip on the shopkeeper and giving him a swift kick, sending him sprawling. "Ha, little brother, I am truly pleased to have met you today. Should you ever find yourself in need of Du Qinghai's assistance, do not hesitate to call. Farewell." With that, Du Qinghai departed in his vehicle, while the younger man approached Su Chen and handed him a gold-edged business card. Watching the 2 jeeps drive away, Su Chen smiled faintly and walked to the nearby drain. Although he did not consider himself an elegant individual, he certainly wished to avoid entanglements with such ruffians, as it is indeed difficult to extricate oneself from the shadows of the underworld, a reality he was all too aware of. Of course, he merely devised plans and evaluated outcomes, leaving the execution entirely to Huang Chuan. Huang Chuan did not disappoint. Within just a few days, he had accomplished everything Su Chen had requested, a truly capable assistant. It had been over a week since Su Chen took over the treasure pavilion, and in this nearly 10-day span, the changes were clearly evident. Not only had performance increased by over 30%, but it had also garnered significant attention from surrounding competitors. Some antique shops, sensing the rise of the treasure pavilion, covertly formed alliances to curb its growth. Yet, could their abilities truly hinder the advancement of the treasure pavilion? Centered around Su Chen? That remains an open question. Chapter 47. The Limits of Intimidation. On this day, Su Chen arrived early at the treasure pavilion, intending to meticulously review the recent accounts. Suddenly, loud shouts erupted from outside, followed by a group of over 10 individuals wielding clubs storming into the main hall. Upon seeing them, Su Chen recognized their intentions were not benevolent. At the forefront was an unfamiliar figure, a rotund man with a face full of flesh, glaring with a contemptible expression. However, as he shifted his gaze slightly, he noticed someone familiar lurking behind the stout man. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the yellow-haired ruffian he had dealt with at the Central Plaza. Thinking to himself that it truly was a case of enemies crossing paths, he surmised that this group had returned to stir trouble, possibly seeking revenge for the shopkeeper Ding. given that the yellow-haired man had previously been sent by him to create discord. "Who is the shopkeeper? I demand to see him," the stout man signaled, prompting the yellow-haired man to step forward, forcefully banging a club on the table, causing several antiques to rattle precariously. A worker in the shop, concerned about the possibility of an antique falling and breaking, rushed forward to protect it. However, he was swiftly seized by the brash youth, who exclaimed, "Damn it, mind your own business." With that, he swung a club towards the worker's head. Su Chun, quick to react, pulled the worker aside just in time. "See? Let this be a lesson to you. We're not here to play games. Is the boss around? Who is the boss? Get out here," the brash youth shouted angrily. And only then did Su Chun step out from behind the counter, approaching him confidently. "I am he. What do you want?" The youth, looking up, was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Su Chun, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, his mind a tumult of fear and resentment. Previously, he had maintained a decent rapport with the shop's master, Ding, who had discreetly provided them with favors. With these benefits, he had refrained from causing trouble at the antique shop. However, rumors of Ding's misfortune and the change of management had prompted him to come for protection money, intending to assert dominance. He never anticipated that the new master would be the very individual who had once bested him soundly. Noticing the youth's hesitation, a stout man, known as Brother Fat Tiger, glared at him. It was common knowledge that Fat Tiger and his entourage trained rigorously in martial arts, possessing considerable skills. The youth, with his rudimentary abilities, was no match for them. Bolstered by this thought, the youth pointed at Su Chun defiantly, declaring, "You little brat. I'm here to collect protection money today. You'd best come up with something substantial, whether it be 10 or 20,000. A loss of wealth averts disaster. Or else don't blame us for being uncivil." At these words, the shop's workers recoiled in fear, but Su Chun stood unfazed, hands behind his back, a smile playing on his lips. "Oh, what do you mean by uncivil?" he replied, laced with mockery. After all, he had dealt with this youth before, and now he was back here, flaunting his bravado, which felt rather foolish. "How dare you ask what I mean? Did the last lesson not suffice? Are you itching for another?" The youth's bravado was bolstered by the presence of his older brother behind him. If word got out that he had brought 6 or 7 men only to be thoroughly defeated, his reputation would be shattered. Su Chun, however, merely scoffed at the youth's bravado and redirected his gaze towards Fat Tiger, coldly stating, "You seek death." In a flash, he snatched the wooden club from the youth's grasp, retaliating with a swift blow that shattered the youth's hand. "Ah, my hand!" The youth cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground in a cold sweat. His arrogance had led to a severe consequence. Not only were the thugs taken aback, but even the shop workers were stunned, pondering Su Chen's true identity, as he had shown no respect even to the notorious Fat Tiger, directly incapacitating his underling before his eyes. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Observing the yellow-haired figure kneeling on the ground, the flesh on Fat Tiger's face twitched violently. He raised his hand and shattered a nearby antique purple clay teapot into countless fragments. This teapot, though modest in value, dating back to the late Qing dynasty with a 30% damage rate, was worth 5,000 yuan. Now, however, it lay in complete ruin, its value reduced to nothing. After the destruction, Fat Tiger squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Let's see who dies today." As a precious antique was so wantonly desecrated, Su Chun, consumed by fury, stormed forward and landed a punch that sent Fat Tiger crashing to the ground. The onlookers were once again astounded. This man was remarkably formidable. The small group behind Fat Tiger stood frozen, while he struggled to point at Su Chun, stammering, "Get him!" Before he could finish, Su Chun delivered another kick to his face, fracturing his nose. A howl of agony escaped Fat Tiger as he clutched his nose, rolling on the ground. "You little brat, do you have a death wish? Do you even know who you are dealing with? That's the boss of Changong Street," he shouted. "You're finished. Yes, you. You are doomed." The yellow-haired man, nursing a broken arm, gritted his teeth and pointed at Su Chun, but was deterred by a cold glare that made him retreat several paces. At that moment, Fat Tiger's gang reacted, blocking the entrance to the treasure hall, brandishing weapons and preparing to strike. "You truly do not know the danger you are in. Today we must cripple your legs, and this place will be reduced to rubble." "Very well, feel free to try." Su Chun stepped forward, retrieving the machete that Fat Tiger had dropped, brandishing it defiantly. For a long moment, none dared to approach. Seeing this, several store employees hastily moved forward, their faces plastered with forced smiles. "Brother Fat Tiger, esteemed gentlemen, please calm your anger. We will persuade our manager to double the protection fee. We implore you, do not resort to violence." They turned to Su Chun, whispering, "Manager Su, A wise man does not confront danger head-on. Perhaps it would be prudent to offer them some money to appease them, rather than escalate the situation. After all, individuals like them are the bane of our business. The very fat tiger you just struck is the leader of Changong Street, a key figure in the Haihe Gang. Manager Su, have you heard of the Haihe Gang? They're the most powerful criminal organization in Jinan City. If we offend them, will we have any peaceful days ahead? Not just us, but even Boss Lin may suffer the consequences. Another employee urged. Indeed, I suggest you compensate them with a sum of 100,000 or 80,000, and perhaps apologize. This could resolve the matter. After all, they are here for profit. In truth, these employees were not concerned for Su Chen's well-being. They were merely eager to protect themselves from repercussions, thus flattering him with their words. After hearing their counsel, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Did they think him worthy of an apology? How utterly laughable! Ignoring their advice, Su Chen strode forward, pointing the blade at the dozen or so ruffians before him, and fiercely declared, "Did you not say you would cripple me? Come on, give it a try. Aren't you all so impressive?" The current Su Chen is no longer the gentle and refined figure he once was. He exudes an aura of ferocity, with his eyes emitting a chilling glare that leaves a group of thugs trembling in fear. They have never encountered such intensity before. Typically, those who manage the area would crumble at the mere sight of them, begging for mercy. Yet, this individual before them holds them in such awe that none dare to make a move. Who is he to be so audacious? The thugs are momentarily paralyzed, each one reluctant to act. After a brief pause, the portly tiger regains some composure, using tissue to stanch the blood flowing from his nose, and sneers at Su Chen. Do you think you're formidable? Fine, I'll confront you head-on. The one who backs down first is a coward. Huh, you might not even realize who you've offended. Do you believe you have the upper hand? Soon, you shall taste despair. With that, tiger dials a number. Hello, Brother Yong. I've encountered a tough opponent, and may need your assistance to deal with him. Yes, this kid is quite resilient. Bring a few weapons. I intend to settle this today, or I shall no longer be called Tiger. Tiger appears genuinely enraged. Hearing this, Huang Chuan, who had been silent for a long time, can no longer hold back. Despite his frail stature, he grabs a utility knife, ready to fight. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly restrains him. Xiao Chuan, do not act impulsively. The manager, didn't you hear the mention calling for reinforcements? If misfortune is inevitable, we might as well confront them now. Su Chen firmly grips Huang Chuan, snatching the utility knife from his hands. Xiao Chuan, do not involve yourself in this matter. Trust me to handle it. With such a motley crew before me, they cannot create any significant turmoil. 5 minutes later, a dozen vehicles halt outside the treasure pavilion, disgorging 60 or 70 individuals. They follow a middle-aged man, clad in sunglasses, with a dragon tattoo adorning his arm, as they approach the pavilion. At this moment, a subordinate leans in to whisper to Tiger, "Brother Tiger, the boss has arrived." What? Even the boss is involved. Tiger, alarmed, hunches over and rushes outside to greet him. Chapter 48. Acknowledgement of mistakes upon learning that the boss has come. Tiger hastily rushes out. "Boss, why have you come? It's just a minor issue. We could handle it ourselves." Tiger, anxious that the boss might blame him for his inability, desperately tries to downplay the situation, hoping to keep him uninvolved. Yet, how could a mere subordinate impede the boss's intentions? Du Chenghai stands firm, scrutinizing Tiger with a look of disappointment. He delivers a swift kick, exclaiming, "You worthless fool! How could you allow yourself to be beaten like this? Never let it be said that you are part of the Haihe Gang. This is utterly disgraceful." Du Chenghai is seething with rage, having restrained his fury until now. Otherwise, he would have disposed of Tiger entirely. To him, money and women are insignificant. Nothing matters more than his reputation. Now, Fat Tiger, despite being a capable subordinate, finds himself unable to manage even a small shop, compelling him to intervene personally. Such ineptitude begs the question of his utility. However, Du Chenghai is equally intrigued by the audacity of the individual who would dare to challenge Fat Tiger. Aware of his affiliation with the Haihe Gang, yet still resorting to such extreme measures. The fact that even Fat Tiger's dozen or so underlings could not contend with this person suggests that he is either exceptionally formidable or has a death wish. Having already endured a severe beating from Su Chen, Fat Tiger is now on the verge of losing his life due to a kick from his superior. Nevertheless, he musters the strength to rise and seeks to ingratiate himself with his boss. Boss, it's this antique shop called Junbao Pavilion. The manager, surnamed Su, is a young brute who didn't even bother to engage in dialogue before reducing me to this state. Shut your mouth, Fat Tiger. Ayong interjects, recognizing the brewing fury of the boss. Yet, Fat Tiger continues to ramble, oblivious to the danger he is in. Realizing the peril, he hastily covers his mouth, silencing himself. Upon reaching Jinbao Pavilion, Du Chenghai halts, refraining from approaching immediately. As an avid antique enthusiast, he instinctively cherishes such establishments and wishes to prevent his underlings from causing a ruckus that might damage the artifacts within. Ayong, summon the brothers inside and fetch their manager. I am eager to ascertain the nature of this formidable character, Du Chenghai commands. Ayong swiftly dashes into the shop, and shortly after, the Haiha gang's subordinates emerge, though the manager remains elusive. Ayong, where is he? Du Chenghai queries, puzzled. Ayong, wearing a troubled expression, hesitates before admitting, this fellow refuses to budge, saying he won't come out no matter what. He even said, what did he say? Du Chenghai pressed, impatiently. He said if the boss has the guts, he should come in to talk, or else he should just leave quietly. Ayong stammers, his voice trembling. What? Du Chenghai's fury flares, but he quickly regains his composure, a cold smirk gracing his lips. How intriguing. The other subordinates, having overheard Ayong's recounting, are taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. This is bad. Did you see the boss's expression? The manager's life is surely in jeopardy. Indeed, how dare he speak to our boss in such a manner? What audacity! I wager that if the boss does not deal with this insolent wretch today, I shall sit on the ground and bark like a dog 10 times. Really? You better not backtrack on that. Rest assured, I know the boss well. His temperament is no mystery to me. There was once a fellow who dared to boast in front of him, and he was immediately disposed of in a meat grinder. The group fell silent, awaiting the fate of the individual who dared to offend their leader. Ayong, you and Fat Tiger shall accompany me inside. The rest of you remain outside to keep watch. With that, Du Chenghai strode into Jinbao Pavilion, exuding an aura of menace. In the treasure pavilion, the employees were filled with trepidation, lamenting that Su Chen should not be so antagonistic towards them, as it yielded them no benefit whatsoever. At that moment, most of them had adopted a spectator's mentality, hoping merely that the Gulf Cooperation Council would not bring trouble upon them. After all, losing their jobs was preferable to losing their lives. Suddenly, as the employees anxiously speculated about the next move of the Gulf Cooperation Council, the grand door of the treasure pavilion swung open, and 3 individuals strode in. At that moment, Su Chen had just finished cleaning up the shards of a purple clay teapot, which had been smashed by Fat Tiger, and was preparing to dispose of the remnants in the storeroom. Thus, when Du Chenghai entered the treasure pavilion, he did not spot Su Chen. Who is the manager here? Step forward. I, Du Chenghai of the Gulf Cooperation Council, have come to pay a visit. The words sent a wave of shock through the staff. It was evident that the imperious middle-aged man standing at the center was indeed Du Chenghai. 2 employees, gripped by fear, rushed to kneel before him. Big Brother Du, this matter has nothing to do with us. It was our manager who struck the blow. We tried to advise him, but he refused to listen. They pleaded, please, let us leave. We are innocent in this affair. Witnessing such cowardice, the other employees could not help but mentally berate them as traitors, deeming their actions utterly shameless. However, the majority of their disdain stemmed not from a genuine belief in the shamefulness of their peers, but rather from the fact that those 2 had committed acts they themselves could not bear to stoop to. Du Chenghai regarded the 2 kneeling before him with a cold smile, shaking his head. Pathetic. No sooner had he spoken than Ayong lunged forward, delivering 2 swift kicks to their faces, sending them rolling on the ground, howling in despair. I have no respect for such spineless wretches. At that moment, Ayong drew a steel rod from his waist, aiming to strike the 2 employees on the head. Stop! Just as the situation reached a critical point, a commanding voice echoed through the treasure pavilion, and Su Chen emerged from the crowd. This matter does not concern them. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Oh! Du Chenghai's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had never anticipated that it would be Su Chen who would confront him. Su Chen, too, recognized Du Chenghai, his brow slightly furrowing in astonishment at the coincidence. Yet before they could exchange words, Fat Tiger stepped forward, brandishing his authority. You insolent brat. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? My boss has brought over 100 brothers to flatten your little treasure pavilion. It will be a simple task. And as for you, today I shall take your life. However, if you are willing to kneel before me, call me grandfather, and clean the blood off my shoes, I might spare you, though I shall render your hands useless. Your words are filthy. It seems a cleansing is in order. Su Chen completely disregarded the words spoken by his adversary. He seized a delicate antique brush from the table, dipped it in water, and forcefully shoved it into the mouth of the rotund tiger, scrubbing vigorously. Ugh, you insolent brat. I shall take your life right now. Tiger, taken aback by such audacity, retrieved his homemade firearm from his waist, the weapon he had earlier asked Ayong to procure, meticulously prepared for this very moment. He aimed the crude gun directly at Su Chen's head, prompting the shop's employees to freeze in shock, their hair standing on end as they instinctively recoiled. Yet, Su Chen faced the ominous muzzle with unwavering composure, boldly advancing step by step. Tiger was utterly astounded that his opponent displayed such fearlessness in the face of death, even with the gun pressed against his temple, demonstrating an audacity that was almost unfathomable. As he gazed into Su Chen's striking eyes, a wave of trepidation washed over him, causing him to stagger backward. However, with his boss looming behind him, he could not afford to cower, lest he jeopardize his standing in the underworld. Gritting his teeth, Tiger bellowed, "Die," and prepared to pull the trigger. In that very instant, a towering figure dashed to Tiger's side, snatching the firearm from his grasp and delivering a resounding slap to his pudgy face. Slacker! Tiger's nostrils flared with blood as he clutched his swollen cheek, staring blankly at his boss, bewildered as to why he was being punished. "Be boss, what is wrong with me? Don't you dare call me boss. Go to hell." With that, Du Chunghai landed a powerful kick to Tiger's abdomen, sending him flying. Tiger was left dazed, as were all the employees of the Treasure Pavilion, including Ayong, who were perplexed by their leader's unexpected wrath directed not at an outsider, but at his own subordinate. After struggling for some time, Tiger finally managed to rise from the ground, his face a portrait of grievance. Du Qinghai, however, paid him no mind, instead wearing a gentle smile as he patted Su Chen on the shoulder. "My dear brother, I apologize for the fright you endured. It is entirely my fault for not managing my subordinates properly, resulting in this grave misunderstanding. I sincerely hope you can forgive me." At this point, the onlookers were utterly astonished. The head of the largest gang in Jinan was actually admitting fault to the proprietor of an antique shop. Such a scenario seemed almost surreal. Yet, it unfolded before their very eyes. Chapter 49, Eavesdropping. "You come here." After exchanging a conciliatory smile with Du Chunghai beckoned Tiger with a flick of his finger. Even a dullard like Tiger could not fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. The boss was treating this young man with remarkable respect, indicating that he was no ordinary individual. It was no wonder he was so brazen. Tiger's mind raced, realizing that a wise man does not invite trouble upon himself. If he did not apologize and acknowledge his errors now, it would surely be his own life on the line. With that thought, he knelt before Su Chen, bowing his head in submission. "Forgive me, great brother. I was blind to your stature and the relationship you share with our boss. Had I known, even with 100 lives, I would not have dared to create a ruckus here. I was wrong. Brother Du, I implore you to forgive me this time." Du Qinghai chuckled lightly and turned to Su Chen, saying, "My dear younger brother, since my subordinate has offended you, I shall leave his fate in your hands. Do as you see fit. I harbor no grievances. If you wish to take his life, I will have him taken beyond the city and buried without hesitation. Should you desire to cripple him, I can arrange for his legs to be broken this very moment." A smile crept across Su Chen's lips as he nodded at Du Qinghai. "Brother Du, I am merely a shopkeeper and an aficionado of antiques. I am not well versed in your ways. I believe it is better to resolve enmity than to foster it. We ought to show mercy when we can. Since he has acknowledged his wrongs, let us consider the disturbances he caused in my establishment as forgiven." Du Qinghai nodded in agreement. "Well said, my friend. I appreciate your magnanimity. I shall take my misguided subordinate to you to express my apologies. Thank you, esteemed brother. I am eternally grateful for your mercy. From this day forth, I, Fat Tiger, am willing to toil for you, enduring any hardship." Fat Tiger, seeing a glimmer of hope, bowed repeatedly until his forehead bled. "I forgive you for the trouble you brought concerning the protection fee, but the transgression of destroying antiques cannot be overlooked." Su Chen's eyes gleamed with intensity. For one who regards antiques as sacred, the destruction of a cherished artifact before his eyes is utterly intolerable. The moment that purple clay teapot was shattered, his heart felt as though it were crushed. "What, you wretched scoundrel? What grievance did the antique have with you?" Du Qinghai, upon hearing this, became furious. His passion for antiques rivaled Su Chen's, albeit with a touch of recklessness. Their ardent hearts shared a common fervor. Upon learning that his subordinate had indeed damaged an antique, he was consumed with rage and delivered several kicks in response. Ayong, witnessing the state in which Fat Tiger lay, dared not intervene for fear of diverting Du Qinghai's wrath toward himself. However, realizing that Fat Tiger was on the brink of death, he hastily stepped in to mediate. Du Qinghai's anger had somewhat abated, and he heeded Ayong's words. Take him to the hospital immediately. Ensure the doctor tends to him quickly. Once he is well, I shall properly administer discipline. Yes, yes. A Young quickly summoned a few subordinates to drag Fat Tiger into a vehicle, transporting him to the nearest hospital. Once they departed, Du Qinghai extended his hand to Su Chun and quietly remarked, I did not anticipate that you excel not only in antiques, but also possess such fortitude. Indeed, you are a formidable character. My judgment of you was not misplaced. I have sudden thought, why not lend your talents to the Hai gang? Rest assured, your pursuits in the realm of antiques will not go unacknowledged. What do you say? Consider it. Su Chan smiled faintly and clasped his hands in respect. I am grateful for your recognition, Brother Du. However, I currently have matters of greater significance to attend to and must regrettably decline your generous offer. Su Chen held no interest in delving into the underworld. Thus, the wisest course was to maintain a respectful distance from Du Qinghai. Oh, matters of greater significance? Is there anything more pressing than assisting me? My dear brother, do share. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Su Chan shook his head. It pertains to certain personal affairs. Brother, forgive me, but I cannot disclose them at this time. Du Qinghai sighed, alas. Never mind. I, Du Qinghai, have never been one to impose upon others. However, do remember that the doors of the Hai Society will always be wide open for you. Whenever you wish to visit, simply inform your elder brother, and you shall be welcomed at any time. Thank you, Brother Du. If my previous feelings towards Su Chan were merely respect, they have now transformed into a sense of awe, tinged with a chill of trepidation. This individual seems to embody an enigmatic presence. Not only does he possess profound expertise in antiques, but he also enjoys a close relationship with Boss Lin and the young lady. Now, even the bigwigs of the Hai Society refer to him as a brother, rendering him utterly inscrutable. Who exactly is he? Simultaneously, those who have the privilege of having such a steward feel a sense of pride and honor. However, the two fellows who previously knelt before Fat Tiger to beg for mercy must be regretting their actions profoundly. Not only did they earn the disdain and scorn of their colleagues, but in the days that followed, they were subjected to ridicule and derision, eventually leading them to resign from their positions altogether. Once matters were resolved, Su Chan instructed his staff to reopen the doors of the Treasure Pavilion for business. Yet, he soon discovered that not all members of the Hai Society had departed. Around 20 or 30 remained, gathered at the entrance to observe the commotion. Among them, one young man was squatting down, barking like a dog, leaving Su Chan utterly perplexed. Little did he know that this young man's previous wager had now backfired on him. On another note, a prominent figure from the Hai Society personally intervened to clarify misunderstandings with the newly appointed steward of the Treasure Pavilion. And this incident quickly spread throughout Changgong Street. Overnight, the steward of the Treasure Pavilion, Su, had seemingly transformed into a legendary figure within the underworld, mysterious and formidable. The chain reaction this event triggered was that the antique shops that had previously united to oppose the Treasure Pavilion were abruptly dismantled. After all, how could they dare to provoke someone whom even the Hai Society deemed worthy of respect? However, they later regrouped to form an anti-Treasure Pavilion alliance, which led to various assaults and pressures against the establishment, but that is a tale for another time. Continuing down this path was unsustainable. It was unclear when he would finally grasp his own identity and origins. Consequently, Su Chan found himself once again at Anshuntang, a place that had repeatedly surfaced in his thoughts. He was increasingly convinced that Anshuntang was intricately linked to him, though he remained uncertain about the nature of this connection. Upon arriving at the entrance of Anshuntang, he did not enter to inquire as he had previously. Instead, he lingered nearby, hoping to uncover something noteworthy. As the diligent are often rewarded, he indeed discerned certain distinctive aspects of Anshuntang. Unlike other traditional Chinese medicine shops that typically have an experienced physician on duty to examine patients and dispense medicine, Anshuntang had only an idle old man, with no one else in sight. Additionally, this old man appeared remarkably indifferent to the business. After observing him for 2 hours, Su Chan noted that he was perpetually dozing in a rocking chair, and when customers arrived seeking herbal remedies, he greeted them with a languid indifference, as if the shop's profits and losses were of no concern to him whatsoever. The more he observed, the stranger it became. Thus, Su Chan ventured into the bakery across the street, ordering some pastries and a beverage, all the while keeping an eye on the happenings opposite him. Before long, a couple of red Porsche sports cars came to a halt in front of Anshuntang, from which emerged a glamorous woman who entered the establishment. The moment she stepped inside, the elderly man within immediately opened his eyes, practically springing up from his rocking chair. This only heightened Su Chen's suspicions. prompting him to pay his bill and leave his seat to proceed directly to Anshuntang. Stealthily, Su Chun approached the door leading to the back room, pressing his ear against it to eavesdrop on the conversation within. Indeed, it was a dialogue between a woman and the old man, though their voices were barely audible, rendering only vague phrases discernible, words like mission and departure. Suddenly, Su Chun distinctly caught a term that struck him as both obscure and familiar. Treasure hunting group. What manner of organization is this? Why does it sound so familiar? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden headache overwhelmed him. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. "Brother, it's definitely this car. I saw it clearly." The driver was a stunning woman. She scraped our vehicle and took off without a second glance. "Trust my judgment. This is the car, no doubt about it. Look, the paint is chipped away significantly. Let us go. Brothers, let us give that woman a taste of our wrath, or she might think she can get away scot-free. Right, brother? I reckon that woman is quite the temptress. We could easily take her somewhere secluded for a bit of fun. Of course, you should be the first. Brother, we'll take care of the rear." "Huh. If she is truly enticing, let us proceed with that plan." A group of raucous men burst into Anshuntang, startling those in the back room, who immediately opened the door to investigate. Realizing he might be discovered, Su Chun quickly stepped back, adopting a pose that suggested he was perusing medicinal herbs. As the beautiful woman and the old man exited the back, they were taken aback to find an unexpected presence in the front room. They wondered when he had entered, as they had not noticed his arrival. Just then, another group of men barged in, and upon seeing the alluring woman, they erupted into lewd laughter. "Well, brother, was I wrong? Isn't she both stunning and tantalizing? Does she suit your taste?" The leader of the group, sporting a pockmarked face, nodded in agreement with a smirk. "Yes, indeed. Quite impressive." Chapter 50. The Beautiful One Who Conceals Her Depths. The woman, with her cascading long hair, donned a low-cut dress and high heels, exuding an air of British elegance. Dark red sunglasses perched between her proud assets, amplifying her allure. The moment the men entered, their eyes fixated on her with the intensity of famished wolves eyeing a lost lamb. "Brother, I saw it clearly. This little vixen is the one who scraped our car. What should we do?" "Oh, that is easily resolved. All we need is for this lady to accompany us for a night of revelry, and the matter shall be settled." Hee. I wonder if they would be willing. Unwilling? Hee. I was merely granting her a favor. The moment those men entered, Su Chun instantly recognized the one among them known as the Big Brother, the man with the pockmarked face. He was none other than He Who. How could he constantly encounter members of the He family wherever he went? It was as if they were a haunting presence. Clearly, He Who's attention was entirely fixated on the beautiful woman, oblivious to Su Chun's existence. As they engaged in their crude banter, Su Chun unmistakably noticed the old man from Anshuntang displaying signs of irritation, his fists clenched, emanating a palpable sense of readiness to spring into action. Yet he was subtly restrained by a subtle gesture from the tall woman beside him. In contrast to the old man, the tall woman appeared remarkably composed, a charming smile gracing her lips. Yet, Su Chun could keenly sense that beneath her calm exterior lay an undeniable confidence. To put it plainly, she regarded He Who and his companions with utter disdain, considering them inferior to mere insects. At that moment, the conversation among He Who and his entourage came to an end. With a mere glance from He Who, two of his lackeys moved to seize the tall woman. Su Chun was eager to observe how she would respond. However, to his utter astonishment, she turned her head slightly and looked directly at him. Immediately, she feigned fear, retreating to his side, wrapping her arms around herself. Suddenly, Su Chun felt two soft entities pressing against his arm, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Before he could comprehend her intentions, she chirped in a delicate voice, "Darling, darling, I'm scared. These ruffians are trying to bully me. Please, help me teach them a lesson, my love." Upon hearing her words, Su Chun was utterly speechless. He had never anticipated that she would drag him into this predicament, making it impossible for him to remain uninvolved. As she clung to him, the fiery gazes of He Who and his companions instantly shifted towards them. "Well, well." He Who was taken aback, exclaiming, "What a coincidence, Sue. I never expected to run into you here. Darling, do you know them? That's wonderful. Hurry, tell them to leave. I'm in a hurry to go to the Wild Horse Hotel with you." The woman chimed in, further complicating the situation. Su Chun could hardly tolerate her antics. He strained to break free, only to discover that her seemingly soft arms clamped around his like iron pincers. Shaking her off was no simple task. He immediately realized that this woman was far from ordinary. "To the hotel?" Upon uttering those words, He could see the flames of envy igniting in the eyes of he who, in his group, filled with a mix of admiration and resentment. Su, I never thought you to be such a flirt. One daughter of the Lin family isn't enough for you. And now you've even entangled yourself with a little wildcat. It seems you are quite the romantic after all, he who mocked, bearing a toothy grin. Nonetheless, encountering you today, Mr. Su, must be fate. I'll ask you once more, will you accept the terms I offered you last time, or will you decline? Su Chen let out a cold smile and declared, I have no intention of repeating myself. Very well, so you refuse to comply. Then Su, do not blame me. He who, for being ruthless today. First, I shall incapacitate you, and then I will take your woman. Wait, just as he whose men were about to strike, the woman, driven by curiosity, raised her hand to halt them. My dear friend, what do you wish to do with my husband? Perhaps I could persuade him on your behalf. Upon hearing those words, both the woman and the old man's expressions shifted momentarily, though they quickly returned to their previous demeanor. Yet, that fleeting change did not escape Su Chun's keen observation. Indeed, why not hasten to persuade him? My dear girl, I can assure you, if you manage to sway him today, then all matters concerning me will be forgotten. I shall not lay a finger on you. However, should he refuse even your request, then I am afraid you will have to attend to us brothers properly tonight. Not even a deity could save you. He who wielded both threats and temptations. The tall woman pouted, feigning deep thought before responding. Forget it. I have heard tales that your he family is devoid of humanity. I cannot allow my husband to associate with you. That would be akin to a precious gem falling into a cesspit. What did you say? Her casual remarks ignited he who's fury. It was rare for anyone to liken the he family to a cesspit, and her words were indeed rather harsh. Brothers, tear that woman's mouth apart. He who, infuriated, commanded his lackeys to attack her without hesitation. Ah, husband, save me. The woman pretended to be in a panic, hiding behind Su Chun, effectively using him as a shield to compel him to act. As several thugs charged towards him, Su Chun sighed, shaking his head in resignation. With a swift kick, he subdued all of them in mere seconds. Wow, my husband is so impressive. I adore you, the tall woman exclaimed, clapping her hands excitedly before planting a kiss on him. The kiss came so suddenly that it left Su Chun momentarily dazed. Casting a glance at the thugs rolling on the ground, he who chuckled wickedly. Very well, Su, do not think you are the only one skilled in combat. Today, encountering me is your misfortune. Let me show you what true prowess looks like. Jack, he who shouted towards the entrance, and shortly after, a massive, muscular black man swaggered in. Su Chan frowned upon seeing him. Although clad in hip-hop attire, the man's muscles were undeniable, bulging with raw power. His fierce gaze and steady stride indicated that he was undoubtedly a professional. Ah, husband, look, another beast has arrived. How terrifying. The woman feigned innocence once more. Su Chan was at a loss for words, pondering the absurdity of her act. Yet it was not the time to expose her ruse. Instead, he remained focused on the imposing figure before him. Su, Jack is my friend, a genuine underground fighter, known by the moniker the God of Death. Countless lives have fallen at his hands, and today you shall join them as a victim of his wrath. So you may comprehend the cost of rejecting me. He who? Su Chan scoffed disdainfully, pointing at the black man. Is he truly a killing god? I doubt he could even slay a chicken. A soft chuckle escaped the woman behind him, unable to contain her amusement. He who, feeling humiliated, shouted at the black man in the car. Jack, eliminate him. Little one, soon you will realize you are merely a chick. The black man taunted, then unleashed a punch, akin to a swirling tempest, aimed straight at Su Chen's face. This strike landed squarely on the black man's nerve, rendering his entire arm incapacitated. The black man grimaced, but retaliated with another punch from the opposite side. Su Chun effortlessly countered with the same move as before, and now both of the black man's arms were rendered useless. Well done, my husband. You are truly formidable. A boxer, indeed, yet now both your fists are ineffective. The woman cheered him on. I will kill you. The black man, enraged, lunged forward. Su Chun nimbly evaded, his form ghost-like, and swiftly struck at the man's groin. The black man lost all combat capability, clutching his groin and collapsing unconscious. He who, taken aback by how easily his fighter Jack fell before Su Chun, was left in a state of shock, seizing the opportunity to flee. Mr. Su, I beg you spare me. I will never dare oppose you again, nor will I force you to assist my family. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me, or you will surely kill me. As soon as his words fell, Su Chun unleashed a flurry of punches. At this point, he who had been battered nearly to death, and only then did Su Chun inquire, what is your relation to Wu Chunlian? He actually does not recognize Sister Wu. Yet, the photograph that he Chong carried clearly depicted her. As he Hu's son, how could he not be aware? What is your mother's name? The one who bore He Tian. Su Chen persisted in questioning. Not from the same mother? No wonder the photograph featured only He Chong, He Tian, and Wu Chunlian. Judging by the expression of this worthless individual, it was evident he was entirely ignorant. Su Chan forcefully pushed him to the ground, causing him to see stars. Get lost. This command felt like a pardon. Several lackeys scrambled to their feet, dragging the black man and He Hu away. As they departed, Su Chun turned to leave. But suddenly a woman's voice called out. What? Intending to leave so soon? The woman laughed, covering her mouth. That would indeed be a splendid choice, with your skills. I might just take a fancy to you. Su Chan increasingly sensed that this woman was far from ordinary. Her composed demeanor revealed that she was undoubtedly more than just a wealthy heiress. Moreover, the elderly man beside him could not possibly be merely a proprietor of a herbal medicine shop. From the posture he assumed moments ago, Su Chun discerned that he was undoubtedly a skilled practitioner, and his abilities were certainly formidable. Is that so? You flatter me, but I must apologize. I have no interest in you whatsoever. The woman, who had hitherto maintained her composure, instantly changed her countenance upon hearing Su Chen's words. What did you say? She bit her silver teeth, seemingly affronted beyond measure. Do you require me to repeat such words? With that, Su Chan turned to leave. Impudent! A thunderous roar echoed, and Su Chan caught a glimpse of the old man, soaring towards him through the reflection in the glass door, his palm striking downwards. Su Chan hastily sidestepped, the old man's hand slicing through the air, missing its target. The old man then swept his hand again, aiming towards Su Chun. Alarmed, Su Chun instinctively crouched, slamming his palm onto the counter, creating a sizable hole in the solid wood. Impressive, indeed a master. However, with a smirk, Su Chun resolved not to dodge again as the thick palm descended upon him once more. In a duel between experts, one must not merely evade but engage. To yield even once invites relentless onslaughts from the opponent, regardless of one's superior strength. As the old man's palm neared, Su Chun extended his own hand, intercepting it mid-air. Bang! A muffled thud resonated, and the old man staggered back several paces, colliding with the opposite counter. Leaning against the counter, the old man gazed in astonishment, momentarily immobilized. Had he not been propped against the counter, one would have observed it split in two, and the hand that had clashed with Su Chun trembled violently behind him. My apologies, until we meet again, Su Chun said, eager to depart. The old man did not pursue, as he was rendered sore and breathless from the force of the encounter. With a sense of shame, he glanced at the woman and murmured, Miss, I beg your pardon, I am but a feeble old man. The beautiful woman said nothing, merely gesturing for the old man to close the door, after which she retrieved her phone and dialed a rather peculiar number. Upon returning home, Su Chun pondered the nature of the Anshantang. It was now evident that it was far from a mere herbal shop. Who then? Were the elderly man and the beautiful woman? Why did they disguise themselves under the guise of a herbal establishment? What clandestine secrets lay hidden within? And why did the name Anshantang incessantly echo in his mind? Unable to unravel the mystery, he found that overthinking only conjured a cacophony of disjointed images, leaving him with a pounding headache. Ultimately, he resolved to cease his musings, extinguished the light, and succumb to slumber until dawn. During breakfast, Lin Xiongye praised Su Chen profusely, stating that since he had taken charge of the Jinbao Pavilion, its performance had soared almost vertically. He even asked Su Chen what reward he desired, assuring him that he would do his utmost to fulfill any request within his power. However, upon hearing this, Lin Xiongye furrowed his brow, and Lin Wanqing felt a pang of guilt. It had been quite some time since Su Chen had come to their home and assisted with various tasks. Yet they had not taken the opportunity to examine his health thoroughly, particularly to investigate the reasons behind his memory loss. Brother Chen, why don't I accompany you to see Sister Qinyu again today? This time, let her conduct a comprehensive examination, Lin Wanqing suggested. Su Chen smiled faintly. Wanqing, there's no need. The last examination was quite thorough, and Dr. Jiang found no apparent issues. I fear that this time the results would be the same. After all, it was rather foolish for Lin Xiongye not to investigate the identity of a person with such an obscure background living in his home, especially after such a significant incident on the very first day. However, upon conducting an investigation, Lin Xiongye was taken aback to learn from a friend at the police station that there was no record of Su Chen in their database. From that day forward, he began to pay closer attention to Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen's insistence, Lin Wanqing felt at a loss. After all, Dr. Jiang Xinyu was a renowned neurologist in Jinan City. If even she could not discern the issue, it seemed futile to seek help elsewhere. At that moment, Qin Shuyan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Young Master Su, I might have a solution, though I am uncertain of its viability. Aunt Qin, you have a method? Lin Wanqing exclaimed, seizing the opportunity like a lifeline. Please do share what it is. I know of an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the outskirts of Jinan who is exceptionally skilled in treating brain injuries. Many patients with brain disorders have found relief under his care. However, he typically treats those with illnesses, and I am unsure if it would be effective for young Master Su's traumatic condition, Qin Shuyan explained. Indeed, she continued. That is why I thought perhaps young Master Su could give it a try. If it proves effective, you would no longer have to fret over your amnesia. Lin Xiongye shook his head in disapproval. Acupuncture is formidable, but the procedure involves the head, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Hearing her father's concerns, Lin Wanqing hesitated. Yes, I've heard that with acupuncture, each needle must penetrate over an inch. It is indeed quite daunting to think about. Brother Chen, perhaps we should reconsider, she concluded. Those who have intact memories can never truly comprehend the anguish of those who suffer from amnesia. Aunt Qin, please share the address with me later. I shall visit in the coming days, Su Chun stated resolutely. Certainly, young Master Su. I shall send you the address on your mobile shortly, she replied. With the matter settled, breakfast came to an end. Lin Xiongye departed for business negotiations. Lin Wanqing went to her yoga class, and Su Chun headed off to work at the Jinbao Pavilion. Upon arriving at the Treasure Pavilion, Su Chun discovered that nearly all the tasks that needed attention had been meticulously handled by Huang Chuan. Su Chun felt increasingly superfluous in his role as the manager. However, upon reflection, he realized that having such a capable assistant was indeed a stroke of good fortune, allowing him ample time to attend to his own matters. After listening briefly to Huang Chuan's report on the store situation, Su Chun grew disinterested and permitted Huang Chuan to manage things at his discretion. He then proceeded to the front hall to observe the progress of staff in restoring artifacts and to offer guidance where necessary. Upon entering the front hall, one employee remarked to another, "Have you heard? The One Tian Antique Shop is hosting a relic restoration competition with a grand prize of 50,000 yuan. I truly wish to participate." The other responded, "Indeed, I share your sentiment, but since they are hosting a competition, they must have invited experts. It won't be easy to claim that prize. What are the experts? I consider myself skilled as well. As long as their technique isn't superior to ours, I am confident I can outshine them." "Oh, you're that confident?" Suchin interjected unexpectedly. The two employees, realizing it was the manager, quickly shook their heads and insisted they had said nothing. "I am inquiring about your confidence in winning the relic restoration competition," Su Chun continued earnestly. Sensing his sincerity, the employee declared, "Yes. Very well. I shall grant you the morning off to participate, but do not bring disgrace upon our treasure pavilion." Su Chun noticed that this enthusiasm was not limited to just one employee. The others were equally eager to partake. He waved his hand grandly, allowing anyone interested to try their luck, stating, "I will oversee the shop this morning." The crowd erupted in cheers. They had not anticipated such generosity from their manager, who granted them half a day off to compete. Such a benevolent manager was indeed a rarity, difficult to find in this world. However, one employee hesitated and said, "Manager, don't you think this might be a bit unwise? With so many people absent, the restoration work will surely suffer." Indeed, with the entire staff gone, the delay in their tasks posed a significant concern, given that they were already under pressure to complete a batch of goods for delivery before the weekend. This sudden absence could severely impact their timeline. "Are you all disregarding what the manager has said? I permit you to go, so go." Su Chan feigned annoyance. But manager, the workload is pressing and time is of the essence. Perhaps we should forego the competition and allow the One Tian shop to revel in their arrogance." Yes, the work at hand is paramount." Although they voiced such sentiments, their expressions betrayed their disappointment. Su Chun chuckled and said, "I urge you to set off quickly. Do not linger. Before long, the morning will slip away. Rest assured, with the tasks at hand, I can resolve them in an instant." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, proclaiming the master's long life. With Su's backing, they felt a sense of security. They had witnessed Su Chun's craftsmanship. One person could accomplish the work of a dozen. Without further ado, the group hastened towards the Wenianj. "Huang Chuan, you should accompany them. Without a leader, there might be complications," Su Chen advised, noticing Huang Chuan still seated at the counter. "Very well, Su Master, I shall take my leave. By the way, our business is flourishing," and we are in dire need of skilled hands, particularly a master craftsman. I posted a recruitment notice yesterday, and someone has already reached out. I gathered some information about him, and he seems quite capable. He will come for an interview this morning, and it would be greatly appreciated if you could oversee his skills. The position of master craftsman is no trivial matter. You can count on me. Excellent. With that, Huang Chuan hurriedly departed. Once the others had left, Su Chen donned his glasses, took up his small knife, and diligently began to restore some decorative items at the entrance. His hands moved with the swiftness of the wind and steadiness of a mountain, completing each piece in mere moments, faster than any factory worker. In just over an hour, Su Chen had finished all the tasks for the morning. However, after such intense focus, he felt quite fatigued and rose to stretch. At that moment, a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, appearing to be in his 50s, approached the door. He paused to glance at the sign, then, with a dismissive smirk, approached with a purposeful stride. Seeing this, Su Chen thought he might be a significant businessman and quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Sir, please come in. What items are you looking to select?" Upon hearing Su Chen's inquiry, the man squinted with his slanted eyes and disdainfully replied, "What makes you think I am here to purchase anything? Then, may I ask your purpose?" Su Chen was taken aback. "I am here for an interview," the man proclaimed, puffing out his chest with an air of bravado. Su Chen was at a loss for words. It was his first encounter with someone making such a grand entrance for an interview, and one might mistake him for a proprietor. "Oh, you must be Master Zhang? Huang Chuan mentioned you before he left," Su Chen recalled. "Indeed," Master Zhang replied, striding confidently into the Jinbao pavilion. As he walked, he surveyed the surroundings and scoffed. "I must say, your business seems rather desolate. Other establishments have bustling teams, yet here you are, left with just one apprentice? Ah, we do have a few employees, but they're all out on errands, leaving me to watch over the place," Su Chen responded with a smile. Upon observing this individual, Su Chen realized that he had been mistaken for an apprentice. Given his age, it was understandable. In the realm of antiques, he was merely a novice. Master Zhang, with a cold smirk, remarked dismissively, "What? Out running errands? If business were thriving, who would dare leave at a whim?" He then inquired, "Where's your master?" "He has also stepped out," Su Chen replied without revealing his true identity, believing that as an apprentice, he could discern Master Zhang's skills and character more clearly. "Ah, your establishment is indeed intriguing. Could it be a forsaken shop? Never mind. I shall take my leave and explore elsewhere." Su Chen quickly interjected, "Since you are here, please do not rush off. The master entrusted me with all matters before his departure. If you are here for an interview, demonstrate your techniques, and I shall have the authority to make decisions." "You," Master Zhang cast a scornful glance at Su Chen. "You, a mere fledgling apprentice. Think you can comprehend my demonstration? Perhaps I possess a modicum of understanding," Su Chen replied calmly. "Rest assured, the master has also entrusted me with determining the remuneration. If your skills are commendable, I shall not hesitate to offer you a generous salary." "Oh, really?" Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Master Zhang's eyes. To him, dealing with an apprentice seemed far less daunting than with a master. With a few clever maneuvers, he was certain he could easily deceive Su Chen. "Indeed," Su Chen affirmed with a nod. "Then let us begin." "Very well," Master Zhang proclaimed. And Su Chen promptly fetched a set of restoration tools along with a blue and white porcelain vase that was 30% damaged. "As an apprentice, you shall witness my swift techniques. Pay close attention, for I shall not perform a second demonstration." Master Zhang, striking a pose, began to work on the vase, simultaneously extolling his methods. To remove the superfluous impurities from the antique, while the average person uses flat and vertical scraping techniques, I disdain such rudimentary methods. Observe closely. This is called the plum blossom scrape. With a flurry of deft movements, Master Zhang wielded his tools, creating a dazzling display. However, despite the spectacle, the impurities remained largely intact, prompting a knowing smile from Su Chen. Master Zhang, brimming with self-satisfaction, proceeded to showcase his filing technique. Once the impurities are eliminated, we move on to polishing the patina. Watch closely, this is the cross file. With fervent energy, he continued his vigorous operation, and while the technique appeared visually impressive, the patina on the vase was left uneven. As Master Zhang contemplated further demonstrations, he hesitated and ceased his actions. Initially, Su Chen had thought he might possess some genuine skill, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that while he was adept at boasting, his actual abilities were rather lacking. At this level, a monthly wage of 800 was something Su Chen would need to consider, and the notion of earning 80,000 was merely a fanciful dream. Such superficial tricks, learned only in a couple of lessons, are intended to deceive others, Yet Su Chun had no intention of indulging him. With a cold smile, he replied, I'm afraid that with your meager skills, I find them utterly unimpressive. Hey, how dare you speak like that? Master Zhang was indignant. Who are you calling a novice? If you can't comprehend, simply admit it instead of pretending to be knowledgeable. At such a young age, your lack of humility is astonishing. As a fellow youth, how can you be so vastly different from my apprentice? Your apprentice? Do you even have one? Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, utterly bewildered. That person is your apprentice? How is that even possible? Not a word of it is false. You, young man, may lack experience, but your pretense of understanding everything is quite appalling. With such arrogance, you will amount to nothing in this life, destined only to remain an apprentice in this insignificant place. Master Zhang proclaimed with indignation. Oh, is that so? Then I suppose my fate is indeed unfortunate. Su Chun replied with a faint smile, not wishing to engage further, and made a gesture to dismiss him. To Su Chen's surprise, the fellow lingered, but he could not be bothered and continued with his own tasks. Indeed, you have not disappointed me, Su Chen remarked, repairing the porcelain vase without looking up. Master Zhang, upon hearing this, was left dumbfounded and hurriedly inquired of his assistant. What do you call him? The assistant, bewildered, replied. The shopkeeper, of course. Is there a problem? Who are you? It was then that Master Zhang realized the truth. The young man he had dismissed as an apprentice was, in fact, the proprietor of the Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 53. A terrifying conspiracy could it be? He dared not contemplate further. The humiliation was too great. After years of scamming in the underworld, he had never encountered such a slap in the face. Without uttering another word, he turned and left in disgrace. Thanks to Old Hu's victory in the arena, the prestige of the Treasure Pavilion reverberated throughout the antique industry nearby. Observing the pavilion's ascent, rival establishments regarded it as a thorn in their side, a source of great irritation. Particularly the owner of Wen Tian Pavilion, who had just lost in the arena, was seething with resentment. He had intended to host a competition to bolster his own reputation, only to inadvertently provide a platform for the Treasure Pavilion. Truly, he had lost both his honor and resources. As time passed, the anti-Treasure Pavilion alliance seemed to be gaining momentum once more, and Su Chan was poised to face a new wave of challenges. But that was a tale for another time. As the end of the workday approached, everyone was eagerly anticipating the dinner invitation from Old Hu. Suddenly, Su Chen's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he was met with an anxious voice. Hello, is this Mr. Su? Yes, it is. Who is this? It's me, Lan Gang. Su Chan was taken aback to hear from Lan Gang, though he had anticipated that this young man would eventually reach out to him. Is there something you need? Su Chen inquired. Yes, it's urgent. Mr. Su, you beg him. Please help save my father. The desperation in Lan Gang's voice was palpable, trembling as if he were on the verge of tears. Speak slowly, there's no need to rush. What has happened to your father? Lan Gang said. My dad, he's not going to make it. Su Chen felt a bit puzzled. Then hurry and take him to the hospital. What use is it to call me? Mr. Su, if this call were of no consequence, would I bother you? I believed everything you told me about the Jade Guanyin. It must be true. That wicked woman is not only trying to harm me, but also my father. My father is nearing the end, Mr. Su. I implore you to save him. You are his only hope. Lan Gang's words were somewhat incoherent, yet Su Chun understood. Noticing Lan Gang's robust tone, it was evident he had taken his advice and stopped wearing the Jade Guanyin, leading to a recovery in his health. However, he was asking for help for his father. Did his stepmother also give his father a cursed jade to wear? While saving a life is a noble deed. Su Chun hesitated, realizing that the Lan family was mired in chaos, and it might be best to avoid entanglement. Lan Gang, if your father's condition is due to wearing the cursed jade, you can simply have him stop wearing it. There's nothing more I can do. If there is nothing else, I'm quite busy, so I'll hang up now. Wait, Mr. Su. I beg you truly. If it were that simple, I would need to reach out to you. Oh, if it's complicated, then I'm even less inclined to intervene. I only understand antiques. Healing is beyond my capabilities. Su Chun, if you agree to save my father, I will reveal who wishes to harm Lin Xiongye and Lin Wanqing. That statement struck Su Chun like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily speechless. How do you know this? That you need not concern yourself with. Just know that if you can save my father, I will divulge everything I know. What do you say? Think it over. Su Chun contemplated. Although he preferred not to get involved with the Lan family, the Lin family had once been kind to him, and he could not turn a blind eye to their lives. Very well, I agree. Mr. Su, that's wonderful. I need you and T stand by and watch. How do you want me to facilitate the rescue? Tonight at 8, wait for me at the Bay Laurel Cafe across from the Xiangwan Villa. I will send someone to pick you up. We must not miss this meeting. You must come. All right, I will be there on time. After hanging up, Su Chen pondered the poisoning incident involving the Lin family, which was no secret, making Lan Gang's knowledge seem reasonable. However, the fact that he claimed to know the mastermind was perplexing. How could he be aware of such a covert matter? Was it possible that the Lan family had some connection to it? With these questions swirling in his mind, after work, Su Chen attended a gathering hosted by Old Hu. Naturally, he abstained from alcohol, wary of jeopardizing the evening's plans. As the clock struck 7:30 and after several rounds of drinks, Su Chen excused himself, citing other commitments, and made his way directly to the Bay Laurel Cafe across from the Xiangwan Villa. Finding a seat by the window, he settled in to await his appointment. As the night gradually descended, enveloping everything in darkness, the clock at the Bay Laurel Cafe chimed the 8th hour. At that moment, a tall, slender man in his 50s, adorned with spectacles, appeared beside me. "Are you Mr. Su Chen?" he inquired. "Indeed, I am," I replied. "By the order of my esteemed young master, I am here to invite you to my residence for a discussion." He gestured invitingly. Without hesitation, I rose and followed him outside, where a black sedan awaited. The car meandered slowly, not heading towards a Xiangwan villa, but rather veering into an ordinary residential neighborhood. A sense of perplexity washed over me, prompting me to ask the bespectacled man where we were headed. He merely responded with a calm assurance, "To meet my young master. We shall arrive shortly." Out of caution, I clenched my fists, on guard for any unforeseen circumstances, ready to react swiftly if necessary. The sedan twisted and turned through the neighborhood for a while before finally stopping in front of an apartment building. The man exited, opened the door for me, and led me inside. Inside, I found Lan Gang, who appeared significantly improved in health, yet his demeanor was marked by a clear sense of desolation, as if burdened by grave troubles. Upon seeing me, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he quickly flung open the door, ushering me inside. "Mr. Su, you have finally arrived," Lan Gang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, and he promptly embraced me, causing me to instinctively step back in surprise. "Lan Gang, please get to the point and spare me the pleasantries," I urged, furrowing my brow. "Very well, as you wish, Mr. Su. Please take a seat while I recount the events," Lan Gang replied, mustering a strained smile amidst his turmoil. "You would do well to be succinct. My time is limited. Remember our agreement. I assist you, and you divulge what I seek to know. Should you attempt to mislead me, do not expect mercy," I cautioned, making it clear that I would not tolerate any deception from a young man of his ilk. "Rest assured, Mr. Su, Lan Gang, am a man of my word," he declared earnestly. He then began his tale. Lan Tianai, a man who valued his life greatly, sought various remedies to enhance his vitality. However, having passed his 60th year and possessing a naturally frail constitution, he consumed a plethora of tonics, yet to no avail. In desperation, Lan Tianai began to search for ancient remedies, convinced that they held the key to robust health. Fortune favored his persistence. Half a year prior, Lan Gang's stepmother acquired an ancient recipe from an unknown source and prepared several doses for Lan Tianai. After consuming these potions, he appeared rejuvenated and revitalized. This newfound vigor delighted Lan Tianai, who promptly bestowed upon his stepmother a considerable portion of his wealth. However, the manservant, who had been closely attending to Lan Tianai, began to notice something amiss. He observed that after each consumption of the ancient concoction, Lan Tianai would be full of vitality, yet the moment there was a pause, he would become lethargic and haggard. Thus, the bespectacled man clandestinely acquired a fragment of an ancient formula and, upon conducting an analysis of its components, discovered that it contained not only traces of cannabis, but also elements of jade powder. This revelation left him utterly perplexed. Consequently, he urged Lan Tianai to cease the consumption of the ancient remedy, asserting that it was detrimental to his health, offering no benefits whatsoever. However, Lan Tianai dismissed the bespectacled man's warnings, and under the encouragement of Lan Gang's stepmother, he expelled the bespectacled man from the Lan household. During this tumultuous time, the bespectacled man attempted to explain the situation to Lan Gang, yet Lan Gang, preoccupied with revelry, paid no heed to his words. 3 months prior, Lan Gang's stepmother presented him with a jade guanine statue as a birthday gift, under the pretense of celebrating his special day. Elated, Lan Gang wore the jade guanine daily, only to find his health deteriorating further. Eventually, he encountered Su Chen at a Western restaurant, where he heeded Su Chen's counsel. Remarkably, after a week, his condition improved significantly, leading him to recall that the butler had previously mentioned the presence of jade powder in the ancient formula his father consumed. Thus, he sought out the bespectacled man, and together they deduced that this entire ordeal was likely a nefarious scheme orchestrated by his stepmother. Chapter 54. Infiltrating the Lan residence. After listening to the accounts of Lan Gang and the bespectacled man, Chen quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. It appeared that the woman harbored intentions to eliminate both father and son in order to inherit the substantial family fortune. This conspiracy was undeniably malicious and meticulously devised, sending a chill down Chen's spine. Lan Gang, since you are aware of your stepmother's plot, why not report it to the authorities? Summoning me seems redundant, Chen remarked, furrowing his brow. It seemed that Lan Tianai indeed wielded considerable authority within the household, and the affluent nature of their family still clung to archaic customs, as evidenced by Lan Gang's confinement, which was rather surprising. Lan Gang, wearing a pained expression, replied, "Indeed, I found myself with no alternatives, which is why I sought your assistance. Since you can discern that the Jade Guanyin is weakening my health, you must also possess the ability to heal my father. Once he is restored, he will undoubtedly believe you, and together we can expel that vile woman from our lives." Chen offered a faint smile and shook his head. From your narrative, it appears that achieving this will not be so simple. Unless we can obtain irrefutable evidence against your stepmother, your father is unlikely to believe that she is causing him harm. The combination of jade powder and cannabis in the ancient formula does not suffice as proof. She could easily claim that the cannabis serves merely as a pain reliever, and the quantity present in the formula is likely negligible. The butler, Zhao Xing, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is so minimal that it can be disregarded. Thus, to confront your stepmother based solely on this would be, with all due respect, a flight of fancy. Upon hearing Chen's words, the two who had clung to a glimmer of hope found their spirits dampened once more. Nevertheless, Chen added, if possible, you might consider introducing me to the elder Mr. Lan. For now, it is imperative to prioritize his well-being. All other matters can be deliberated upon later. Indeed. Saving my father's life is of utmost importance. Mr. Su, do you truly possess the confidence? Upon hearing Chen's words, Lan Gang felt a renewed flicker of hope. He always believed that as long as this man was willing to intervene, the matter would eventually be resolved. While he could not assert an absolute guarantee of success, he felt there was a 70 to 80% chance of it. The two were unable to contain their excitement. All the ancient remedies related to antiques resided in Chen's mind. As soon as Zhao Xing mentioned it, Chen instantly deduced that the ancient remedy should be known as the Mingyu Duoyang ointment. As the name suggests, the main ingredient is Mingyu, complemented by a blend of cannabis, crab roe, monkey head mushroom, and ancient orchid grass. These four medicinal materials undergo processes such as sun exposure, salting, and grinding, ultimately resulting in a lethal ancient formula. The Mingyu Duoyang ointment, as its name implies, is designed to extract the user's vital energy, causing one's body to weaken day by day until death ensues. This ancient formula has been lost for centuries, and it astonished Chen to discover that someone in this day and age could still wield it. Mr. Su, we should not delay. Let us hasten to the Xiangwan Villa. Lan Gang could hardly contain his impatience. Wait a moment, young master, Mr. Su. At such a critical juncture, it is likely that the entire Lan household has already been under the control of the madam. It would be exceedingly difficult to enter the villa. Even accessing the main courtyard would be akin to climbing a mountain. Damn it, that venomous woman, Shun Jiao. I shall confront her. I will gather my brothers. And even if we have to fight, we shall break in. Young master. No. Zhao Xing swiftly intervened, reminding Lan Gang that he should be fully aware of the nature of the Lan family. Do you think those bodyguards are mere pushovers? Your friends wouldn't even be enough to warm them up. This won't work, and that won't work either. Then what do you propose we do? Lan Gang was growing increasingly frantic. Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the man named Zhao Xing. He sensed that this person was overly meddlesome and possessed a profound cunning. His willingness to assist Lan Gang in saving Lan Tianai seemed less a gesture of goodwill or gratitude, and more like a pursuit of ulterior motives. After all, Lan Gang's stepmother was no fool. If there were no personal gains to be had, who would be willing to take such great risks to help a seemingly hopeless case like Lan Gang? Young master, I happen to have a plan. As expected, Zhao Xing had indeed prepared everything meticulously. It was worth observing what his proposal entailed. Chen mused. Young master, the medical staff attending to the old master rotate shifts daily, with the changeover occurring at 9 each evening. We could have Mr. Su blend into the medical team. Ah, yes. Lan Gang's eyes sparkled, but he quickly encountered another dilemma. However, it's not easy to infiltrate the medical team. Haha, young master, you need not worry about that. I've already made arrangements with the doctor, Adding one more person should not pose a problem. Zhao Xing, you truly are remarkable. I never realized how resourceful you were before. Then it's settled. Su Chen secretly smiled, finding Zhao Xing increasingly suspicious, his thoughts remarkably astute. The feeling one gets is as if he were the true heir of the Lan family. Zhao Xing glanced at his watch and remarked, "The time is nearly upon us. Mr. Su, I must ask you to don this attire first." With that, he retrieved a white lab coat from the cabinet behind him and handed it to Su Chen. "Not a problem," Su Chen replied as he accepted the lab coat and put it on, having resolved to delve into this murky situation. On one hand, he sought to uncover the identity of those who aimed to harm the Lin family, and on the other, he was deeply intrigued by Zhao Xing's true intentions. The trio swiftly descended the stairs, and as the car took a turn, they headed towards the Xiangwan villa. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, they paused for a moment before a medical vehicle approached and stopped at the gate. Zhao Xing turned to Lan Gang, who was seated in the front passenger seat, and said, "Young master, if you could kindly proceed ahead, Mr. Su will require your assistance once he integrates himself into the situation." "Understood," Lan Gang replied, exiting the vehicle. As soon as he stepped out, Su Chen noticed that the medical vehicle had also come to a halt. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat emerged from the vehicle, dramatically exclaiming, "Ah, Xiao Su, I told you to come with me, yet you insisted on arriving alone. Have you been waiting here for long? Quickly, get in the car." Su Chen eagerly played along, grinning and nodding. "I haven't waited long at all, Director Wang." The man in the lab coat paused, glanced at his name badge, and with a knowing smile, ushered Su Chen into the medical vehicle. Inside, alongside Director Wang, there were 2 female nurses and a male assistant, all of whom nodded in acknowledgement as Su Chen entered. The medical vehicle continued its journey towards the villa, soon entering the expansive grounds of the Lan residence. The scale of the villa was indeed impressive, far larger than Lin Wanqing's home, adorned with high-end external decorations. It was clear that the Lan family's wealth was substantial, making them a target of envy. The security within the Lan estate was remarkably stringent, with 5 or 6 bodyguards stationed in the courtyard, exuding an air of vigilance. After alighting from the medical vehicle, everyone gathered their medical equipment and proceeded towards the villa. Upon reaching the entrance, 2 bodyguards wielding metal detectors conducted thorough scans, while Su Chen's side was treated with some leniency. The guards on the other side exhibited a more invasive approach. Not content with just the metal detectors, they insisted on a physical search, thoroughly inspecting the 2 female nurses before allowing them to pass with a sly grin. Inside the villa, under Director Wang's guidance, they arrived at a spacious room on the 2nd floor. 2 bodyguards stood at attention by the door, their waistlines bulging, clearly concealing weapons. Upon the doors opening, the medical personnel entered the room, which was exceedingly vast, spanning over 100 square meters. On one side of the room, a large bed held a frail old man, his breath shallow, teetering on the brink of death. This, without a doubt, was Lan Tianai, and Su Chen could discern from his pallor that his life force was waning. Should his condition persist, it was likely that within a week he would meet his end. One of his arms was adorned with an intravenous drip, while several electronic devices positioned to his right incessantly monitored the various vital signs of his body. At one side of the bed sat a woman in her 30s who, despite her lack of makeup that day, radiated an undeniable allure. Indeed, this woman was none other than Shen Jiao, whom he had encountered at the private auction in Gushengzhai. Director Wang exchanged information with the attending physician from the previous shift, and the former medical staff gradually exited the room, allowing the nurses accompanying Su Chen to commence their duties, in pursuit of swiftly ascertaining Lan Tianya's current health status. Su Chen approached the monitoring equipment and began to scrutinize it intently. After a brief moment, he noticed that, aside from a slightly elevated heart rate and blood pressure, the other indicators remained relatively stable. At that moment, Lan Tianai slowly opened his eyes, reached out to tug at Shen Jiao's side, and struggled to articulate a few words. "Wife, quickly, bring me the medicine. I want to take my medicine. Hurry." "All right, just wait a moment. I will instruct someone to bring it to you right away," Shen Jiao replied as she stood and exited the room. Chapter 55, Tiamat Powder. Since Su Chen was present, he could not allow events to unfold unchecked. He resolved to first counteract the effects of the Ming Yu Duoyang ointment. If successful, Lan Tianai might regain a degree of clarity, which would prove crucial for the tasks that lay ahead. With focused determination, the remedy for neutralizing the Ming Yu Duoyang ointment began to materialize in his mind. Old ginger, aged gold, brown sugar, and ginseng, these 4 ingredients, when blended into a fine powder and administered to the patient, would negate the effects of the ointment. Su Chen pondered briefly, Old ginger and brown sugar were easily obtainable. And surely the Lan family possessed ginseng, given their affluent status. The most challenging component to procure was the aged gold. Ordinary gold jewelry, lacking sufficient oxidation, would not suffice. Thus, it was essential to scrape the patina from antique gold pieces. Surveying his surroundings, Su Chen noted a few antiques in the room. Yet all were porcelain and jade. None were gold, which posed a dilemma. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the room. Damn it! I am the eldest son of the Lan family. Do I need to be restrained in my own home? Get out of my way. I apologize, young master. But this is a directive from the madam. You cannot. Shut your mouth. Do you only see that woman? Have you forgotten about me? The eldest son of the Lan family? Following this, sounds of a scuffle echoed, and the door was forcefully pushed open. Upon the door's opening, several bodyguards appeared, their faces obscured by their hands, glaring angrily at Lan Gang, clearly displeased with his actions but hesitant to overstep their bounds. Upon entering, Lan Gang's gaze immediately fell upon Su Chen, and a sense of reassurance washed over him. Likewise, Su Chen, upon seeing Lan Gang, formulated a plan. He approached Lan Gang and feigned concern, stating, "Sir, the patient requires rest. You cannot be making such a ruckus." While speaking, he cast a glance at Lan Gang, who quickly grasped the cue and played along. "Nonsense. How could I possibly disturb my father's rest? Be silent, or I shall make you regret it." As he uttered these words, Lan Gang approached and seized Su Chen by the collar. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen swiftly whispered into Lan Gang's ear, "Fetch me some ginger, brown sugar, ginseng, and antique goldware quickly." Understanding the urgency, Lan Gang released Su Chen, exclaiming, "Damn it, I'm not going to stoop to your level. Just take good care of my father. If you fail in your duties, you'll see what I can do." With that, he retreated from the room. Upon reaching the doorway, he noticed several bodyguards watching him with peculiar expressions, prompting him to curse under his breath before departing. Fortunately, Director Wang had administered a tranquilizer, which calmed him somewhat. At that moment, a servant followed Shun Jiao into the room, carrying a tray with a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. "Master, it's time for your soup," the servant announced. Su Chen frowned upon seeing the concoction, for he recognized it contained the ingredients for the ominous Ming Yu Duoyang ointment. Just as Shun Jiao was about to present the soup to Lan Tianai, Su Chen steeled himself and stepped forward to intervene. "Madam Lan, this is inadvisable. The patient has not yet completed his foretreatment, and consuming the soup now could be detrimental to his health." Upon hearing this, Shun Jiao raised an eyebrow and glared at him. "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Do you wish to resign?" "Madam Lan, it is our responsibility to treat Mr. Lan's condition. Should you disregard our advice, any unfortunate outcomes will fall upon your shoulders, not ours," Su Chen retorted. Shun Jiao, incensed, replied, "Your director has not said a word. How dare a mere subordinate presume to instruct me? You are dismissed. Leave at once." With her declaration, two bodyguards advanced, ready to escort Su Chen out. Unexpectedly, Director Wang interjected with a smile. "Ah, Madam Lan, Dr. Su is correct. Mr. Lan is currently receiving torsemide and cannot consume anything during this period, as it could severely harm his health. If you insist on proceeding, you must first sign a liability waiver." Upon hearing Director Wang's support, Shun Jiao furrowed her brow in frustration. "What a hassle. Fine, I shall wait a moment," she huffed, plopping down into a chair, awaiting the completion of the four. Su Chen was taken aback by Director Wang's level of assistance. Just how much had Zhao Xing benefited him? As the situation seemed to be concluding, the door was abruptly flung open, and Lan Gang strode in with an air of arrogance. Upon seeing him, Shun Jiao's face flushed with anger. "Lan Gang, do you not understand proper decorum? Are you unaware of your father's condition?" "Humph, I know better than you." Lan Gang shot Shun Jiao a glare and brushed past Su Chen. In the fleeting moment of their encounter, Lan Gang discreetly handed Su Chen a small package. "Director Wang, I need to step away for a moment," Su Chen promptly requested. "Very well." Su Chen entered the restroom, closed the door, and swiftly opened his small pouch. He quickly broke off a small piece of ginger and ginseng, crushed them, and sprinkled red sugar over the mixture. Finally, he found a hard object to scrape off a thin layer of patina from an old gold ring. Thus, a remedy the size of a fingernail was successfully concocted. Inside the room, Lan Tianai had just finished his infusion when Shun Jiao eagerly administered the medicine. Lan wanted to intervene, but hesitated, anxiously rubbing his hands at the side. Just then, Su Chen entered the room and, upon witnessing the scene, hurried to the bedside. Pretending to slip, he stumbled, and in that fleeting moment when all attention was on him, he discreetly flicked the remedy into the bowl. Shun Jiao was startled by Su Chen's near fall. scolding him for being clumsy and inept before continuing to feed Lan Tianai. After just a few spoonfuls of the medicine, Lan Tianai suddenly opened his eyes wide. His expression contorted in agony. He then began to convulse violently, shattering the bowl in Shun Jiao's hands. Observing this, Director Wang quickly prepared to initiate a rescue. But just then, Lan Tianai abruptly ceased his convulsions, turned his head, and spewed forth a thick, black, viscous substance all over Shun Jiao, which reeked intensely. What on earth is happening? Shun Jiao gasped, stunned for 3 seconds at being covered in the filthy, foul-smelling substance, before rushing out of the room to clean herself up. With Shun Jiao gone, a splendid opportunity arose for Su Chun and Lan Gang. Lan Gang hurried to the bedside, calling out to Lan Tianai, "Dad, wake up. If you don't awaken soon, our Lan family will be doomed." Su Chun did not intervene, knowing that the more intense the external stimuli, the quicker Lan Tianai would regain consciousness. As expected, just after the nurse finished cleaning up the vomit, Lan Tianai slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, though still somewhat murky, was considerably brighter than before as he looked at Lan Gang, his face filled with sorrow. "Tunger, my Tunger, it is your father who has wronged you. Can you ever forgive me? I should have acknowledged you long ago. It is my fault." Su Chun was puzzled, for logically, Lan Tianai should have regained his clarity upon consuming the remedy, yet he remained in a daze. Su Chun quickly examined Lan Tianya's eyes and was astonished to find them filled with a multitude of tiny black dots. There exists another malevolent ancient formula within Lan Tianya's body, the Tianma powder. Su Chun concentrated, and all information regarding Tianma powder flooded his mind. Tianma powder is concocted using centipede blood, scorpion venom, and wasp powder, ultimately mixed with a substance known as copper lacquer, which is ground into a fine powder. It gradually leads to the deterioration of the body's organs, causing a slow demise. The first few ingredients are already exceedingly toxic, but the addition of copper lacquer is a lethal enhancement. This lacquer is not something one can easily acquire. It is an ancient funerary item. In ancient times, there existed a burial practice known as blood burial. As the name suggests, it is a form of sacrificial burial. However, prior to the interment of a human, the arteries must be severed and the body subsequently buried. The blood from the sacrificial offering seeps into the soil, contaminating other burial artifacts. Should there be bronze artifacts among these items, the blood will form a lacquer-like layer upon the bronze. Over the years, this will become an integral part of the bronze, accumulating a significant amount of malevolent energy. This sinister copper lacquer, imbued with an overwhelming presence of dark energy, far surpasses that of the nether jade, rendering it nearly inscrutable. Who could possibly wield such a nefarious catalyst, and what malevolent force seeks to bring about the demise of Lan Tianai? At that moment, Lan Tianai began to cough up blood profusely, and soon blood poured from his eyes, ears, and nose, causing him to tilt his head and faint. "Quick, rescue him!" Director Wang, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed to administer aid to Lan Tianai. Simultaneously, a servant burst into the room, exclaiming loudly to Lan Gang, "Young master, it's terrible, madam. She has died." Chapter 56, The Resurrection. What if Shun Jiao's intention was to eliminate both Lan Tianai and Lan Gang? She had seemingly succeeded halfway. Yet why at this moment was she also dead? Is this true? Lan Gang urgently inquired of the servant. "It is true. Madam is bleeding from all 7 orifices, lying there motionless. Doctor, you must come quickly." Upon hearing this, Dr. Wang hurriedly followed the servant, accompanied by his assistant, leaving 2 nurses to tend to Lan Tianya's aftermath. Su Chun, witnessing the chaos, also followed suit. Upon arriving at Shun Jiao's chamber, he found her lifeless on the bed, indeed having succumbed to death with blood flowing from her 7 orifices. The entire Lan residence descended into utter turmoil as bodyguards stood at the ready, commencing a search for the perpetrator of the poisoning. It was evident they suspected foul play in the death of Madame Shun. Su Chen shared this suspicion. Without further ado, he hastened to Shun Jiao's side, forcefully prying open her eyelids to examine her eyes. Upon noticing the multitude of dark specks within, he immediately recognized that Shun Jiao, much like Lan Tianai, had fallen victim to the venomous Tianma powder. This posed a perplexing question. If Lan Tianai had been killed by Shun Jiao, then who had taken Shun Jiao's life? And what was the motive behind her assassination? As he pondered this, Su Chan suddenly grasped a terrifying truth. Without hesitation, he dashed toward Lan Tianya's room. Upon arriving, he found Lan Gang sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, surrounded by several panicked bodyguards and nurses. Everyone stepped back. Su Chen strode purposefully to Lan Gang's side, feeling for his pulse. He was still alive. He then lifted Lan Gang's eyelids, only to find the same dense black specks within. Lan Gang, too, had been afflicted by the Tiamat powder. Time was of the essence. Su Chen could not afford a delay, or Lan Gang would meet the same fate. He swiftly lifted the upper part of Lan Gang's clothing and retrieved a surgical knife, making a 1-inch incision in his chest. Suddenly, a surge of dark blood gushed forth from the wound. Within Su Chen's consciousness, the antidote derived from Tiamat powder continuously emerged. At that very moment, someone walked in from outside, laughing. Ah, good riddance. A long-held wish has finally been fulfilled today. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes, allowing these 3 scoundrels to die simultaneously. How exhilarating. Without turning his head, Su Chen continued to assist Lan Gang while remarking, if I am not mistaken, I should no longer refer to you as Zhao Xing, the steward, but rather as Lan Teng, young Master Lan. Oh, the newcomer was taken aback to find that someone knew his true name, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled. Indeed, you are quite astute. However, I am curious. How did you come to know this? You're no longer the steward here. You should leave at once. Ah, of course I am no longer the steward. I am a master here. Hearing Zhao Xing's declaration, the bodyguards were bewildered, thinking he had gone mad, and attempted to drag him out. Stop. I have evidence, Zhao Xing proclaimed, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to the captain of the bodyguards. After reading it, the captain furrowed his brow and inquired, You are indeed the second son of the Lan family? Lan Teng? Is there any doubt? Are your eyes blind? The paternity test and the handwritten note from Lan Tianai. Surely you recognize them. Indeed, that is true. Yet, whether it is authentic requires further verification. Shortly thereafter, the captain summoned Dr. Wang and Lan Tianya's lawyer. After thorough confirmation, the authenticity of the handwritten note and the paternity test was established. Well then, are there any further questions? Now that Lan Tianai is dead, Shen Jiao is dead, and even that wastrel Lan Gang is dead, is there anyone else from the Lan family? I am the sole heir to the Lan family's estate. You all must heed my commands now. Are there any other issues? No, none. Very well, you lot. Swiftly throw this fellow named Su Chen out. Zhao Xing. No, it should be Lan Teng, commanded, and the bodyguards moved to seize Su Chen. Wait. Su Chen raised his hand to halt them. Who says he is the sole heir to the Lan family's inheritance? Is there anyone else besides me? Lan Teng scoffed dismissively. Of course there is. Have you forgotten about your brother Lan Gang? Su Chen replied. Ha ha ha, are you joking? Lan Teng laughed. Lan Gang is already dead. How can he inherit anything? How can he contend with me? Do you truly believe Lan Gang is beyond saving? Do you think that by using Tiamat powder to poison your father and stepmother, you could also eliminate your brother? What are you saying? Stop spouting nonsense and slandering me. One must speak with evidence, or I will sue you for defamation. Right, Lawyer Lu? Lan Teng shot a haughty glance at the lawyer beside him, who had been Lan Tianya's lawyer and friend for many years. Naturally, he too found the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Lan Tianai and Shen Jiao to be fraught with suspicion. He is not a police officer, and investigating the murderer falls outside his professional purview. His responsibilities are solely to safeguard the economic and legal interests of the Lan family. Now that Lan Teng is the sole legal heir of the Lan family, as their attorney, he must undoubtedly adhere to his commands. Evidence. One can easily procure an abundance of it, should I choose to do so. However, at this moment, I lack the time to discuss evidence. I must focus on reviving Lan Gang. What? He is in such a state, and you believe he can be saved? Save your efforts, and instead, swiftly clean up the blood on the floor, contact a hospital, and have the body removed. Director Wang concurred, saying, Indeed, do not waste your energy. I have assessed Lan Gang's condition, and he is already brain dead. How can you even think of saving him? Who told you that brain death means he cannot be saved? Su Chen's words were startling. He was acutely aware of the effects of the Tiamat powder. Lan Gang was not truly brain dead, but merely appeared so due to an overwhelming presence of energy and toxins in his brain, creating a facade of brain death. Lawyer Lu, I implore you to grant me 10 minutes. If I cannot revive Lan Gang within that time, then you may proceed as you wish. How's that sound? Su Chen recognized that, at this moment, only this lawyer held any real authority in the room. Lawyer Lu, do not let him squander time. You have seen for yourself that Lan Gang is clearly deceased. Prolonging this is utterly futile. Moreover, Su Chen is not a doctor. Why should he attempt to save him? If anyone should intervene, it should be Director Wang, who says that only a doctor can save a life. Su Chen quickly countered, then turned to Lawyer Lu, saying, As an attorney, you must uphold your professional ethics. Lan Gang is also a legal heir. Should you deprive him of his right to live? You could be complicit in Lan Teng's actions. Lawyer Lu understood this well. If he sided with Lan Teng at this moment, there would be no risk involved. Yet, he possessed a conscience, having served Lan Tianai for many years, and with his sudden and mysterious demise, even his eldest son Lan Gang had fallen into such a state. Moreover, with Lan Teng's sudden emergence, the circumstances surrounding him were deeply suspicious. Although there was currently no evidence linking Lan Teng to the poisoning of Lan Tianai and Lan Gang, caution was paramount. His decision at this moment could determine the future of the entire Lan family. Seeing this young man so resolutely claiming he could save Lan Gang, why not allow him a chance? Young man, very well, I shall grant you 10 minutes. If you cannot revive young Master Lan within that time, I regret to inform you that I will have to proceed with due process. All right. Su Chen hurriedly resumed his efforts to save the young man. Naturally, the most disheartened by Lawyer Lu's decision was Lan Teng, but he could not voice his dissatisfaction, for the lawyer was merely acting with integrity. All he could do was attempt to influence Su Chen from the sidelines. Su Chen, even Lan Gang is brain dead. Do you still hope to save him? This is merely a delusion. Just give it up and stop embarrassing yourself. Dr. Wang chimed in with scorn. Indeed, young man, I've never witnessed a brain-dead individual come back to life. Are you jesting? Well, if you wish to make a scene, I suppose I can indulge you for 10 more minutes. Ignoring their derision, Su Chen remained resolute. For within his consciousness had emerged a method to counteract the venomous ancient formula known as the Yin copper lacquer. By drawing blood and subsequently absorbing the recent toxins within, he could neutralize the insidious poison. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen positioned his mouth over the wound on Lan Gang's chest and began to draw forth the blood with fervor. A stream of dark blood flowed forth. As Su Chen alternated between sucking and expelling until at last, vibrant red blood emerged. Following this, he placed the ancient golden ring into Lan Gang's mouth and gently nudged his throat, prompting Lan Gang to swallow the ring. In less than 2 minutes, to everyone's astonishment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Lan Gang's limbs twitched slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 57. The Truth Revealed. No one had anticipated that through Su Chen's relentless efforts, Lan Gang would actually regain consciousness. The shock was palpable, with Lan Teng's eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, while Director Wang recoiled, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Halt! Su Chen shouted, seizing the moment before Director Wang could escape. The lawyer from the building quickly signaled the bodyguards, who encircled Director Wang, preventing his departure. Director Wang, the matter remains unresolved. Why are you so eager to leave? Resolve what? Handle your own affairs. Call the hospital to take the body away, and regarding the severely injured, just send them to the hospital. What concern is it of mine? Upon hearing this, Director Wang's face shifted dramatically, caught in a dilemma of uncertainty. With no path to escape, he could only wait for fate to unfold. At that moment, one of the estate's overseers suggested that the lawyer report the incident to the police, citing the loss of 2 lives, especially given the high status of the elder Lan. The lawyer frowned in response. Nonsense. Knowing the elder's esteemed position, we must avoid involving the authorities. Should his reputation be tarnished, he would find no peace even in death. Today's events are too peculiar. We must clarify matters before involving the police. Indeed, affluent families possess their own methods for resolving issues. The situation had become painfully clear. Someone sought to eradicate the Lan family entirely. Fortunately, with Lan Gang's awakening and stabilizing vital signs, there is ample time to untangle this web of intrigue. As a longtime friend and attorney of Lan Tianai, Lu Ziming was determined to consider every angle of the unfolding drama. At this moment, Su Chen, accompanied by several nurses, had successfully stabilized Lan Gang's condition. Lying in bed with an oxygen mask, although still somewhat frail, there was a glimmer of light in Lan Gang's eyes. You are speaking nonsense. It was old Master Lan who summoned me today, claiming to have matters to discuss. Lan Ting angrily retorted. Left speechless by the inquiry, Lan Teng found an opportunity when Su Chen interjected. Allow me to elucidate everything. Under the curious and astonished gazes of those present, Su Chen continued, in truth, old Master Lan has long been aware of your status as his illegitimate son, undoubtedly discovering this truth in a particularly unpleasant context. At that time, you must have still been serving as the butler, Zhao Xing, of the Lan family. Your clandestine approach as Zhao Xing was merely a guise to seize the Lan family's fortune. However, due to the inadequacy of your scheming, old Master Lan uncovered your intentions, which led to your expulsion from the family. You are spouting lies. You are lying. Lan Teng bellowed. Lies? Huh. Am I truly fabricating these claims? Su Chun gazed at Lawyer Lu, asking, is this not true? Lawyer Lu? You may verify this with the Lan family servants. Of course. They might only be privy to the tip of the iceberg. But even that is sufficient to prove that old Master Lan was indeed furious when he cast Lan Ting out. For in the forthcoming narrative, I shall present even more compelling evidence. Very well. Please proceed, Lawyer Lu replied calmly. Su Chen continued, if I am not mistaken. After expelling his illegitimate son from the household, old Master Lan would naturally have been concerned. Thus, he must have transferred a considerable sum of money into Lan Teng's account. Lawyer Lu, please verify this matter meticulously later. You are lying. Damn it, shut your mouth. I will kill you for your nonsense. Lan Teng, taken aback that his meticulously crafted plan was being unraveled by this individual, erupted in anger. Someone calm him down. Do not interrupt Mr. Su, Lawyer Lu commanded, as several bodyguards stepped forward to restrain Lan Teng. Su Chun then resumed, after Madame Lan forged an alliance with Lan Teng. They split their efforts. One faction sought the harmful Mingyu, while the other secretly administered a concoction mixed with Mingyu to old Master Lan, causing his health to deteriorate day by day. Meanwhile, they gifted a carved guanine jade pendant to Lan Gang, simultaneously plotting to bring about his demise. Nonsense. All of it is nonsense. Ha ha ha. Are you weaving a myth? What is this Mingyu, this guanine? Do you truly believe you can prove my guilt with such tales? Spare me. Lan Teng interrupted once more, exuding an air of unwarranted confidence. Su Chun merely smiled faintly, unfazed. Oh, Lan Teng. While it is true that the harm caused by Mingyu cannot serve as direct evidence of murder, especially now that Madame Lan, the orchestrator of this affair, is deceased, your cleverness has turned against you, for you are too impatient. Believing that Mingyu's effects were too slow, you resorted to another ancient method, Tianma-san, to plot the murder of your own father, your brother, and even Madame Lan, Shun Jiao. Ha ha, Tianma-san, the essence of the dark jade cannot serve as evidence. Can the Tianma powder? You are truly amusing. Lan Teng laughed heartily, for he understood that these were all elements the law would never recognize, incapable of proving his guilt in murder. Observing the peculiar expressions of those present, Su Chun remained calm, offering a slight smile as he said, Lan Teng, there is no need for your laughter. Although Tianma powder may not kill, the Yintong lacquer within it is inherently lethal, capable of leading one to their demise. Once the autopsy results emerge, it will undoubtedly reveal that both Madame Lan and Old Master Lan succumbed to poisoning by Yintong lacquer. Haha, and what of it? Could it not be the work of other enemies seeking their demise? Why must it be me who committed the act? Do you possess evidence to prove it was I who struck? Even at this juncture, Lan Teng appeared unperturbed. Su Chun, recognizing his obstinacy, shook his head with resignation. Ah, individuals such as yourself, so arrogantly self-assured, often believe they have orchestrated every detail flawlessly. You even perceive me as merely a pawn in your game. Yet you are mistaken. I am the one destined to see your downfall most disgracefully. With that declaration, Su Chun turned to Lawyer Lu, stating, Lawyer Lu, you may wish to visit Building 6. Room 502 of Hailing Community immediately. I trust you will find Lan Teng's unused Yintong lacquer there. This serves as irrefutable evidence of his crimes. You. How do you know? Why do you know? Lan Teng's psychological defenses crumbled utterly with Su Chen's words. Ignoring his panic, Su Chun continued to address Lawyer Lu. That Dr. Wang is an accomplice of Lan Teng. As for the extent of his involvement, I believe he will elucidate that to you. Furthermore, Lan Gang has long been manipulated by this fellow. I trust that once he has fully awakened to the truth, he will provide you with substantial evidence. Su Chun, how do you know all this? How could you possibly know? Lan Teng glared at Su Chun, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Indeed, how could Su Chun be aware of his stronghold and those clandestine matters? It was a riddle that would likely haunt Lan Teng for a lifetime. Su Chun, however, was well aware that this knowledge stemmed from remnants of memories and images retained in Shun Jiao's mind before her demise. Earlier, upon hearing the servant recount how Shun Jiao had bled from her 7 orifices before her death, Su Chun had followed the crowd to the scene, saying nothing as he immediately accessed all evidence from Shun Jiao's brain prior to her death. This enabled him to articulate numerous unknown facts during his confrontation with Lan Teng. Little did Lan Teng expect that someone he had silenced could still unveil his secrets. This is what is meant by the relentless net of heaven, which ensnares all without fail. Lan Teng met his ruin at the hands of Su Chun, and it was no injustice. Observing Lan Teng's utter collapse, Lawyer Lu instantly recognized the veracity of Su Chun's analysis. Initially, upon hearing Su Chan mention the dark jade and Tiamat powder. He had presumed the youth was merely rambling. However, it now appeared that this young man was indeed astute, promptly commanding the bodyguards to thoroughly investigate the locations mentioned by Su Chan in search of evidence. Once everything was clarified, he would selectively relay the information to the authorities. Chapter 58, News of Lan Gang. A few days after the events concerning the Lan family transpired, Su Chan noticed a conspicuous absence of related reports in the major media outlets and publications of Jinan City, leading him to conclude that Lawyer Liu had successfully suppressed the matter. A couple of days later, Su Chan received a call from Lan Gang, who informed him that he was recuperating at the first hospital and wished to meet. Without waiting for the end of his workday, Su Chan instructed Huang Chuan to oversee the shop and proceeded to the hospital's VIP ward. Upon the arrival of his benefactor, Lan Gang attempted to rise in greeting, only to be gently restrained by the attending nurse. Not wishing to impose further, Lan Gang dismissed both the bodyguard and the nurse, allowing for a private conversation with Su Chan. Su Chan waved his hand with a smile, assuring him it was merely a trifling act of assistance. There is no need for such concern. As long as you diligently manage the Lan family's assets and do not turn a blind eye to compassion, that will suffice as my greatest reward. At this, Lan Gang's face flushed, and he broke into laughter. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I have grown significantly from this experience, and I am receptive to your counsel. That is good to hear. Su Chan nodded in approval. Oh, by the way, Mr. Su, the reason I invited you here today is to fulfill my promise and share everything I know. Su Chan was already aware of this purpose and listened attentively. At this moment, Lan Gang suddenly adopted a demeanor of utmost caution, glancing toward the door to ensure it was securely closed before he leaned in closer to Su Chan and whispered, Mr. Su, actually, I heard my father mention last year that there have been persistent threats against the Lin family, with individuals from Kyoto allegedly seeking their demise. There have even been attempts on their lives by hired assassins, although it was reported that those attempts were unsuccessful. However, that was 2 years ago. As for this recent poisoning, I cannot ascertain if it is linked to the same individuals from Kyoto. Nevertheless, it seems highly probable. Kyoto? Upon hearing Lan Gang's words, Su Chan was filled with curiosity. When had the Lin family incurred such enmity with those in Kyoto, so severe as to warrant the hiring of assassins? Do you know the specific individuals involved from Kyoto? He inquired further. Lan Gang shook his head. I am afraid I do not possess that information. My father was rather reticent on the subject. He only let slip a mention during casual conversation, but when I pressed for more details, he became tight-lipped. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lan Gang continued. Initially, I had intended to glean more information from my father to impress Lin Wanqing, but he was so secretive that I eventually ceased my inquiries. Su Chan furrowed his brow. If even the Lan family approached this matter with such trepidation, it was evident that the forces wishing harm upon the Lin family were formidable, if they were not terrifyingly powerful. Lan Ti and I would not have exercised such caution in his discussions. Alas, it is a pity that Lan Ti and I is no longer with us. Perhaps from him, we could have unearthed some clues. After sharing these thoughts, Lan Gang expressed his concern, advising, Mr. Su, I urge you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter. Even I can perceive the depths of the intrigue at play. Surely you can discern it as well. I am aware that you share a deep connection with that girl from the Lin family and wish to assist her. However, this murky situation is fraught with peril, and it may very well backfire. Mr. Su, it would be wise for you to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Su Chan understood Lan Gang's words. For a man of his character, to express such heartfelt sentiments was indeed commendable. Yet, does danger warrant an action? Su Chan was certainly not the type to turn a blind eye. The Lin family had shown him kindness, and how could he possibly stand idly by? After conversing with Lan Gang for a while, Su Chan took his leave. As he walked, he pondered these matters, when suddenly a flash of memory surged through his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. Leaning against the railing to steady himself, he took a moment to regain his composure. Just as he felt slightly better, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Su Chan, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm just attending to some matters which I've just completed. Have you had lunch yet? Allow me to treat you, Jin Xiao said generously, giving Su Chan a playful pat. Perhaps another day. I have a few things to take care of, Su Chan replied, turning to leave. Jin Xiao, feeling her pride wounded, was not about to let this go easily. After all, she was a prominent figure in the police force of Jinan City, and many had clamored just for a chance to treat her to a meal. Yet she had never dined alone with a man, not even once. Hey, Su Chan, stop right there, Jin Xiao exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Su Chan, still recovering from a recent headache, did not hear her call. However, Jean Xiaoqiao assumed he was deliberately ignoring her, and in a fit of irritation, she stepped in front of him. Listen here, Su Chun, don't think that your antiquated skills make you exceptional. Let me remind you, the money you helped my father earn belongs to him. I have never spent a single penny of it. Don't act as though you've done me a great favor. What s with this aloofness? Who do you think you are? Oomph. I offer you a meal, and you refuse. This barrage of indignation left Su Chun momentarily stunned, his patience wearing thin. What aloofness? Step aside and don't block my way. You. Jean Xiaoqiao was so incensed she could hardly articulate her feelings. Accustomed to being pampered, she had never encountered such humiliation, and without thinking, she raised her hand to strike. Although Su Chun felt a bit unwell, his reflexes remained intact, and he easily dodged her swing. Unwilling to relent, Jean Xiaoqiao attempted to kick him. Su Chun, quick to react, grasped her raised foot and lifted it. To his surprise, Jean Xiaoqiao displayed remarkable agility, executing a perfect split. Unfortunately for her, she was wearing a skirt today, and in that moment, the sight beneath was laid bare before Su Chen's eyes. Staring at the glimpse of white, he found himself momentarily entranced. Jean Xiaoqiao, realizing she was exposed, cursed him as a scoundrel and forcefully pulled her leg free. Though her legs had managed to break free, the high-heeled shoes remained clutched in Su Chen's hand. Suddenly, one leg shortened unexpectedly, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into Su Chen's embrace. This unexpected display of affection is rather abrupt. A moment to prepare would have been appreciated, he thought. Observing Jean Xiaoqiao's unreasonable behavior, Su Chun found her utterly incomprehensible and retorted with a rather irksome remark. You insufferable rogue. Jing'an is taking advantage of me. Jean Xiaoqiao raised her hand, poised to strike again, only to realize that Su Chen's reach was entirely above her own. Any further action would only result in her own disadvantage. With a furrowed brow, she could only simmer in her indignation. Seeing Jean Xiaoqiao's flustered expression, Su Chun found amusement in her predicament and decided it was best not to engage in a petty dispute with her. After all, he was in need of a place to rest, so he suggested they share a meal. All right, Xiaoqiao, let us cease this foolishness. I agree to dine with you. Ah. Jean Xiaoqiao shot him a disdainful glance, as if anyone is begging to have a meal with you. If you wish to dine with me, you shall foot the bill. Su Chun, taken aback, replied, Very well, I shall pay. They then proceeded to a nearby Chinese restaurant, where they ordered several delectable dishes. As they dined, Jean Xiaoqiao suddenly recalled the beautiful girl named Lin from the police station and inquired, Su Chun, who was that girl who came with Lin Xiongya last time at the police station? Oh, Lin Wanqing is rather mysterious, Su Chun muttered, an unbidden sense of unease washing over him. So she is a wealthy beauty. She then probed further, What is your relationship with the Lin family? Why do they come to fetch you? Oh, it's nothing significant. I merely reside in their household, Su Chun replied nonchalantly. Those words struck Jean Xiaoqiao like a heavy blow. You live in their house. How could that be? Are you relatives? She pressed on. No, we're just friends. I work in an antique shop they own, so I simply stay there, Su Chun casually explained. Jean Xiaoqiao felt somewhat at a loss. Did he truly need to reside with them for work? Could it be that he was cohabiting with that affluent beauty? No, that couldn't be. How could one live together while still accompanied by their father? Her mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, and she did not even recognize how she had suddenly ventured into such irrelevant musings. What business was it of hers? Meanwhile, Su Chun was scarcely attentive to Jean Xiaoqiao's words. His mind was still somewhat foggy, frequently drifting back to Anshuntang and the striking woman and the old associate within. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The old Chinese medicine practitioner that Qin Shiyan had mentioned, renowned for his acupuncture skills, might be able to aid him in recovering his memories. Perhaps I should seek out that old doctor later, he mused. With that thought, Su Chun dialed Qin Shiyan's number, inquiring about the physician's address. Shortly, she sent him the location. Since Su Chun had not concealed his conversation from Jean Xiaoqiao, she overheard some of the details. After he ended the call, she curiously asked, Why are you looking for an old Chinese medicine practitioner? Su Chun had no intention of concealing the truth from him, so he candidly revealed that the memories he had recently lost emerged in fragmented forms, always accompanied by excruciating headaches. Jean Xiaoqiao, with a hint of disbelief, pursed her lips. I never imagined you'd truly suffer from amnesia. Su Chun retorted, What else would you think? He found Jean Xiaoqiao's words somewhat redundant and shot her a glance. I initially thought you fabricated this story to evade suspicion. Who could have guessed you genuinely lost your memory? Hey, tell me, what does it feel like to forget? I'm so curious. For someone who could not comprehend the anguish brought by amnesia, Su Chen felt utterly speechless and was too apathetic to explain. He turned and headed straight to settle the bill. After dining and leaving the restaurant, Su Chen informed Jean Xiaoqiao that he had other matters to attend to and suggested she return alone. With that, he hailed a taxi and got in. To his surprise, Jean Xiaoqiao swiftly followed and plopped down in the back seat. With a defiant tilt of her neck, she declared, "Who said I was just here to play? I'm genuinely curious about how the old doctor treats amnesia. I just want to see the spectacle. Is that not allowed?" Upon reflection, Su Chen thought having someone accompany him might not be so bad, so he consented and instructed the driver to proceed. Half an hour later, they arrived at the designated location. Upon disembarking, Su Chen discovered that the residence of the old doctor was located within a dilapidated cylindrical building, which took him by surprise. Qin Shuyun had mentioned that this old physician possessed remarkable skills, having successfully treated numerous patients with head ailments, and his fees were notoriously high. Most of his clientele were either affluent or of noble birth. Who would have imagined such a formidable figure resided in such a modest setting? It appears that individuals with extraordinary talents often exhibit eccentricities. Indeed, this old doctor seemed no exception. This cylindrical building was far from ordinary in its decrepitude. It likely dated back at least 30 to 50 years. The dark, crumbling walls bore numerous cracks, giving the impression that they might collapse at any moment. The building evidently housed few residents, lending an air of desolation. Only a handful of children were seen playing hopscotch in the vacant space between the buildings, while a few elderly men engaged in a game of chess nearby. Two elderly gentlemen glanced at Su Chen upon his arrival, only to quickly avert their gazes. Su Chen paid them little mind as he ascended to the fourth floor of the eastern cylindrical building, where a rich aroma of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs wafted through the air, invigorating to the senses. Following the scent, the two soon found the old doctor's residence. After a few knocks, a middle-aged woman opened the door and, upon seeing Su Chen and Jean Xiaoqiao, inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "Oh, please come in. Doctor He is inside," she replied, stepping aside to usher them into the room. Upon entering, they noticed a man in his 60s, sporting a scruffy beard, with his back turned to the door as he ground medicinal herbs. "Hello, are you Dr. He? My name is Su, and I was referred here to seek treatment for my head ailment." Su Chen greeted politely. After exchanging pleasantries, Dr. He seemed oblivious, continuing to grind his herbs. "Mister." He hastily stood up, ushering Su Chen to a seat, and then encouraged him to extend his arm for a pulse diagnosis, while a middle-aged woman slipped into the kitchen. With deft hands, Mr. He assessed the pulse, then, appearing somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Young man, what was it you wished to see?" Su Chen furrowed his brow. He had articulated his request quite clearly. Could it be that Dr. He did not hear him properly? "Oh, Dr. He, I mentioned that I wished to explore my head ailments. Aside from my name, I remember nothing of my past, and seek your assistance in recovering my memory." Su Chen reiterated. Dr. He looked somewhat astonished, took another pulse reading, and then remarked, "Young man, while your pulse is robust, it is notably chaotic. To be frank, I have never encountered such a pulse before. My preliminary assessment suggests it may be related to blood issues." "Blood issues? Dr. He, can you treat it?" Before Su Chen could finish his question, Jean Xiaoqiao interjected eagerly. Well, that is difficult to say," Dr. He stammered, glancing nervously toward the kitchen, as though fearing that a misstep in his words would provoke his partner's ire. "Come on, speak up. You're being so vague," Jean Xiaoqiao urged, growing impatient. "Let me first prescribe you some traditional medicine and perhaps a few acupuncture sessions to see if that proves effective. Your symptoms are rather peculiar, I must say. They are a rarity in my experience." As he spoke, Dr. He cast another furtive glance toward the kitchen before turning to fetch the medicine. "Su Chen, why do I get the impression that Dr. He is rather peculiar?" As soon as Dr. He left, Jean Xiaoqiao whispered to Su Chen. He too had noticed the man's evident fear of his partner, a fear that seemed to transcend the typical dynamics of a marital relationship. Sensing something amiss, Su Chen scrutinized the room's decor and soon uncovered disquieting details. The space bore all the hallmarks of a single man's abode, devoid of any indication that a woman resided there. A bold thought crossed Su Chen's mind. It was highly plausible that the middle-aged woman was not Dr. He's wife. But if that were the case, who could she possibly be? Despite these musings, Su Chen maintained his composure. At that moment, the woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 cups of tea, which she placed on the table. "Young man, dear girl, it's sweltering outside. You must be parched. Please have some tea to cool off. I've added a bit of herbal medicine to the leaves. It's quite nourishing," she said, lifting a cup and handing it to Su Chen. "Thank you, ma'am." Su Chan replied with a smile, accepting the cup without drinking, instead engaging her in conversation. You see, I came here on someone else's recommendation. I've heard that doctor. He possesses remarkable medical skills and has treated many dignitaries. Why then does he reside in such a remote area? Has he considered moving to the city, where conditions are far superior and medical care more accessible? Ah, I see. My spouse and I have grown accustomed to living here and are too lazy to move. Moreover, we prefer tranquility over commotion. The city is far too noisy for our liking. Haha, young man, young lady, please enjoy your tea before it cools down and loses its flavor. After saying this, the middle-aged woman urged them to drink tea again and handed another cup to Jean Xiaoqiao. Although Jean Xiaoqiao is generally somewhat oblivious, especially when with Su Chun, her years of experience as a criminal investigator have endowed her with a keen sense of perception regarding her surroundings. From the moment she entered the room, she sensed that something was amiss. Observing Su Chen's reactions only strengthened her suspicions. Otherwise, why would he leave his tea untouched and divert the conversation with irrelevant chatter? With these thoughts in mind, Jean Xiaoqiao pretended to take a sip, ensuring that not a drop touched her lips. At that moment, Doctor, he had finished preparing the medicine and placed it on the table, explaining the dosage and usage to Su Chun. Once these instructions were given, the atmosphere became tense. Su Chan exchanged glances with Dr. He and then inquired, Dr. He, weren't you supposed to administer acupuncture for me? Oh, right. How could I forget so quickly? I must be getting old and forgetful, haha. Dr. He's laughter sounded forced as he spoke while glancing at the middle-aged woman. In turn, the woman's expression darkened as she shot a fierce glare at Dr. He, one that was particularly venomous. Of course, Su Chan noticed all of this out of the corner of his eye. At this point, he was certain that this middle-aged woman was not Dr. He's spouse. Moments later, he perceived the woman's inner thoughts. This old fool is truly useless. It seems these two youngsters have caught on to something. Otherwise, why would they leave their tea untouched and engage in trivial conversation? I refuse to believe you are not in the know. Su Chun, did you not wish for this old fool to perform acupuncture on you? Then the silver needles shall serve as your death warrant, for they have already been soaked in peacock bile. Once the needle pierces your skin, you shall meet your end within half an hour. Ha! Upon receiving this information, Su Chan furrowed his brow, pondering the malicious intentions of this woman and why she sought to end his life. Since the father and daughter had not suspected anything, they remained oblivious to this information for the moment. It seemed prudent to play along for now and await the right opportunity. Chapter 60, Conditions of Insight. Young man, this way please. Dr. He led Su Chun to another workspace, which was essentially a small area separated by a screen. The middle-aged woman appeared uneasy and insisted on following them, claiming that she needed to assist Dr. He during the acupuncture process. Su Chun mused that he had never heard of a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner requiring an assistant for acupuncture. Perhaps this woman felt young and was concocting such tales to justify her presence, in order to stabilize the middle-aged woman and glean more insights from her inner thoughts. Su Chin did not make his intentions explicit. Instead, he offered a subtle smile and simply responded with a good, then reclined on the soft bed, awaiting Dr. He to administer the acupuncture. Concerned for a friend, Jean Xiaoqiao entered the already cramped space, making it even more confined. All right, young man, I shall begin, Doctor, he announced as he opened the needle box and retrieved a silver needle, briefly heating it over a flame before preparing to insert it into his own head. Wait a moment, Dr. He, shouldn't you first relax the skin and open the meridians before administering the needle? Su Chin interjected unexpectedly. Yes. How could I forget such an important step? Doctor, he said, his face flushing with embarrassment. It seems age is indeed catching up with me. I'm becoming increasingly forgetful. Su Chan inwardly scoffed, realizing that Dr. He was far more cunning than he let on. Since he and Jean Xiaoqiao had entered the room, he had repeatedly reminded him of the procedure, even deliberately exposing a flaw to indicate that something was amiss. Yet, Su Chun had disregarded the warnings, allowing Dr. He to proceed with the acupuncture. It was evident that if an elderly physician struggled to remember such fundamental practices, who would entrust their health, or even their life, to him, especially concerning acupuncture? After all, no one would be foolish enough to gamble with their well-being. However, Su Chun was different. He was acutely aware of the underlying issues, yet chose to persist, driven by the desire to extract more crucial information from the middle-aged woman's mind. After all, someone had malicious intentions towards him, and he needed to identify this adversary and understand the grievances that compelled them to wish him harm. As doctor, he grew increasingly exasperated. Witnessing Su Chan's stubbornness, he thought to himself that if such a dim-witted individual were to perish, it would be preferable to his own demise. Resolving to focus, he began to relax Su Chan's skin and open the meridians. Meanwhile, Su Chan was intensely focused on the middle-aged woman before him, attempting to delve into her inner world to discern who sought to harm him. Yet, to his frustration, he found that the woman, who had previously been accessible to his probing, now seemed utterly impenetrable. As soon as his consciousness breached the threshold of her mind, it was met with an invisible barrier, rendering his attempts futile. After much contemplation, he finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that his unique ability required certain conditions to activate. Currently, his perceptive gaze could only unveil the thoughts of women, while men remained elusive. If a woman's emotions were tense or she resisted, her consciousness was shielded from intrusion. Thus, it became clear that his talent was not always effective. What a vexing predicament! Upon contemplating this matter, Su Chan realized that he could only await an opportune moment. Perhaps, as time passed, the middle-aged woman would relax her mental guard, allowing him to discern her true intentions. However, time could not be stretched indefinitely. After all, he had just caught a glimpse of the woman applying peacock oil to the silver needles. Should one of those poison needles pierce his acupoint, it would be as if a celestial deity had descended, and no one could rescue him from such a fate. Thus, he must unveil the woman's thoughts before he administered the needles. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to act forcefully. As seconds ticked away, the woman's consciousness seemed fortified like an impenetrable fortress, preventing Su Chan from infiltrating her mind. All right, all the acupoints have been opened. Now, I shall proceed with the acupuncture, He announced with a smile. Very well, Su Chan replied softly, focusing intently on the woman. The silver needle inched closer to Su Chen's head, while he exerted every ounce of his will to break through the barriers surrounding the woman's mind. The three individuals, Dr. He, Su Chan, and the middle-aged woman, were all engulfed in tension. Dr. He was aware of the needle's toxicity and had no intention of taking a life. However, should he fail to comply, his own life, along with that of his family, would be at stake. Meanwhile, Su Chan was caught in a dual struggle. He needed to breach the woman's mental defenses while simultaneously avoiding the silver needle's advance into his skull. The woman, in turn, was hyper-focused, her gaze fixed on the needle as it approached Su Chan's head, feeling as if time itself had slowed to a crawl, each second stretching into an eternity. Yet, the more she concentrated, the more fortified her mental barrier became. The most relaxed among them was Jean Xiao, who sensed an unsettling atmosphere in the room, but could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. She merely observed in silence, unaware that the three individuals before her were engaged in a life-and-death struggle, balanced precariously on the edge of a knife. At that moment, the silver needle brushed against Su Chan's hair. Yet, he still had not penetrated the woman's mental fortress. Continuing in this manner would be akin to gambling with his life. Thus, just as the needle was about to pierce his scalp, Su Chan seized Dr. He's wrist. Wait, I've changed my mind. I no longer wish to proceed with acupuncture. Oh, is that so? Dr. He sighed in relief, ready to allow Su Chan to rise. However, the middle-aged woman, with a facade of cheerfulness, swiftly obstructed his path. Young man, look, the acupoints have all been opened. How can you simply decide not to proceed? It would be wise to listen and allow Dr. He to treat you promptly, sparing yourself further suffering. While the woman wore a smile, her eyes betrayed a glimmer of malevolence that could not be concealed. Never mind, I've just remembered something. I'll forego the treatment for now. That won't do. Listen to your auntie. Quickly lie down. Dr. He will finish this in no time. Just hold on a little longer. The middle-aged woman anxiously restrained Su Chan while persistently signaling Dr. He to inject him without delay. There's no need. I interjected. Can you not hear? Su Chan is already furious. I insisted if I tell you to inject, then do it swiftly, What are you hesitating for? The woman could no longer maintain her facade, using all her strength to hold Su Chan down, glaring at Dr. He, threatening him to act quickly. Upon witnessing this, Jean Xiao sensed the gravity of the situation and rushed to assist the woman. But to her surprise, the woman's strength was formidable, easily pushing her away. It seems you can no longer contain yourself. Speak, who sent you? Why do you wish to kill me? Su Chan, no longer pretending, glared fiercely and shouted. Dr. He, realizing he had been seen through by this young man, retreated in fright, dropping the silver needles. After all, Dr. He was merely a physician, unaccustomed to such matters, and he had no intention of taking a life. Useless. The middle-aged woman cursed, grabbing several silver needles from the box and aiming them at Su Chan. However, she was utterly unprepared for the fact that Su Chen's strength far surpassed hers, as he had merely refrained from exerting his full power until now. With his muscles taut, Su Chen forcefully pushed the woman away, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, inadvertently piercing herself with one of the needles in her hand. Alarmed, she quickly extracted the needle and screamed as she stumbled toward the door in a frantic escape. "Quick, pursue her!" Su Chen shouted, following closely behind, with Jin Xiao trailing right after him. The three of them, one in front and two behind, raced down the building. Upon reaching the ground, the middle-aged woman sprinted toward a group of elderly men playing chess, shouting, "Help! Help! I've been poisoned!" At that moment, two of the old men lifted their heads, revealing fierce expressions. Seeing this, Su Chen shouted, "Be careful!" As he called out, he swiftly embraced Jin Xiao, her soft form curling into his grasp, and he carried her back into the building. Just as they entered, a barrage of gunfire erupted. The two men from the chess group, clearly the one sent to assist the middle-aged woman, opened fire, but, failing to hit their target, rushed forward. The building's layout was intricate, with each floor featuring a long corridor and staircases on both sides, and in the middle, allowing Su Chen and Jin Xiao a chance to escape without immediate pursuit. Chapter 61. Card Listening. After all, with the assailants still at large, the only way to uncover who wished to harm him was to extract information from Dr. He. Jin Xiao's inquiry stemmed from genuine concern for Su Chen, as this was indeed a grave matter. Although he had survived, a life had still been lost. Moreover, the audacity of those who sought to take Su Chen's life, brandishing a firearm in broad daylight, elevates this case beyond mere triviality. Jin Xiao posed her inquiry to Su Chen, yet how could he possibly discern the identity of those who wish him harm? Soon, the police arrived at the scene. As Jin Xiao, being an officer herself and present during the incident, merely conducted a brief inquiry into Su Chen's circumstances before allowing him to leave. After all, as a man suffering from amnesia, Su Chen was unable to furnish substantial information, compelling the police to initiate their investigation gradually. Upon departing from Dr. He's residence, Su Chen pondered the identity of the individual who sought his demise and how they had learned of his visit to Dr. He. Suddenly, it dawned on him that only two individuals knew of his appointment, one being Jin Xiao, who had been by his side since the beginning, making it implausible for her to be the perpetrator. Thus, the most likely suspect became Qin Shuyan. Su Chen recalled that it was Qin Shuyan who had referred him to Dr. He, provided him with the address, and was the sole person aware of his timing for the visit. Who else, besides her, could be worthy of suspicion? Furthermore, what could possibly motivate her to meticulously plot his assassination? Perhaps eliminating him was not her ultimate goal. Rather, she might intend to eliminate him to facilitate the demise of the Lin family. Convinced of this theory, Su Chen, accompanied by Jin Xiao, proceeded to the Lin family villa. "Yes, I am here. May I inquire what you require, miss?" Su Chen inquired politely. "Spare me the formalities. Who are you truly?" Jin Xiao retorted impatiently. Qin Shuyan cast a glance at the impassive Su Chen on the sofa, offering a faint smile. "What do you mean by this question, miss? What could I possibly be? Not understand? How could you not understand? Explain your insidious motives for infiltrating the Lin family." Su Chen's expression remained frigid. "Qin Shuyan, I strongly advise you to speak the truth. Should you choose not to, I am prepared to escort you to the police station." With this, he revealed his credentials. Qin Shuyan appeared bewildered. "Miss, why would you send me to the police? Have I committed some offense? Even if you're an officer, you cannot arrest innocent people without cause." "Huh, innocent? You consider yourself innocent? How amusing," Su Chen retorted. "Stop feigning ignorance. I will ask directly, why do you wish to kill Su Chen?" "What, me? Kill young Master Su? Good heavens, I have no enmity with him. Why would I want to harm him?" Qin Shuyan protested, casting several furtive glances at Su Chen, from which he sensed a glimmer of sincerity, leading him to believe she was not lying. Although this was merely an intuition, it was decidedly strong. Jin Xiao interjected. "Ah, still defiant, are we?" As I inquired, why were there assassins lying in wait for Su Chen and myself as soon as we arrived at Dr. He's place? Had it not been for our vigilance, we might have already succumbed to a fatal fate. The matter of visiting Dr. He was known solely to you. If you did not divulge it, who could have? What? Qin Shuyan exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment as she turned to Su Chen. "Is it true that someone intends to kill you? And right at Dr. He's residence?" Su Chen nodded. "Please, do not feign ignorance. Why just about such a matter?" Jin Xiao interjected. "By heaven as conscience." Qin Shuyan immediately raised her right hand, 3 fingers aloft, and fervently declared, I, Qin Shuyun, swear that if I harbor even the slightest ill will towards you, Master Su, may I be struck down by thunder and meet a wretched end. Although Jin Xiaoqiao held little regard for oaths, Su Chun, sitting nearby, felt a stir of emotion. Observing Qin Shuyun's earnest demeanor, she appeared genuinely sincere. He pondered the necessity of exercising caution in this matter, ensuring that no innocent soul was wrongly accused. At that moment, Su Chun's phone rang. It was Lin Wanqin calling. Su Chun answered, but the conversation was trivial. She merely wished to engage in some casual banter. After a brief exchange, he stated that he was preoccupied and ended the call. Once the call concluded, Su Chun stared blankly at his phone. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and hastily removed the battery, extracting the SIM card. Could it be that this card was the source of the issue? It was not outside the realm of possibility. A check was in order. With this thought, Su Chun offered a faint smile to Qin Shuyun and pulled Jin Xiaoqiao, who was still questioning him, away from the Lin residence. Upon stepping outside, he shared his suspicions with Jin Xiaoqiao. She paused, then nodded in agreement. Ah, indeed, that is a possibility. How could I have overlooked it? Cool me. Let us head to our bureau's technical department to have them examine the card for any signs of surveillance. Excellent. Thus, the two hailed a taxi and swiftly made their way to the police station. With the assistance of the technical team, results were soon obtained. Indeed, the SIM card had been monitored. Initially, the technical team attempted a counter-tracking operation to ascertain the IP address of the eavesdropper. However, the opposing party was highly vigilant, and midway through the pursuit, they detected the trace and promptly severed the signal. Jin Xiaoqiao felt a twinge of disappointment. They had been close to apprehending the true culprit, yet it had all unraveled. Upon learning the truth, Su Chun was engulfed by guilt, realizing he had wrongfully accused Qin Shuyun. Without delay, Su Chun dialed Qin Shuyun's number, his tone filled with contrition. Aunt Qin, I sincerely apologize. I was too hasty and misjudged you. I earnestly seek your forgiveness. On the other end, Qin Shuyun's voice was calm as she replied, Master Su, it is nothing of consequence. Misunderstandings can be resolved. However, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. After all, someone wishes to harm you, and that is no trivial affair. Until this individual is apprehended, peace of mind will elude you. In summary, should you, young Master Su, require my assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall exert every effort to aid you. The more Qin Shuyun expressed her willingness to help, the more guilt Su Chun felt within, realizing he had wronged her. Despite having been wronged, she bore no grudges and offered her unwavering support, leaving him feeling utterly ashamed. After ending the call, Su Chun took Jin Xiaoqiao's hand and departed from the police station. Hey, where are you rushing off to? Jin Xiaoqiao asked irritably, shaking off his hand as they exited the police station. To the Wanhao department store, he replied. What for? I purchased my card there. Perhaps we might uncover something now that we're back. Then let us hurry, Jin Xiaoqiao exclaimed, her excitement surpassing Su Chen's urgency. Before long, they found themselves at the communications inquiry desk on the basement level of Wanhao department store, confirming that the SIM card had indeed been bought there. However, to their astonishment, upon reaching the shop, they discovered it had been vacated. The entire store lay empty, and after inquiring with the mall staff, they learned that the communications company had relocated over 2 weeks prior, with no knowledge of its new address. Thus, their lead was abruptly severed, leaving Su Chun in deep frustration. Just as they prepared to leave the department store, Su Chun suddenly looked up and spotted the saleswoman from the communications company who had sold him the SIM card that fateful day. Chapter 62. The Wicked Have Their Fierce Women. Initially, Su Chun arrived at Wanhao department store with a glimmer of hope, only to find that the communications company had inexplicably moved over a month ago. This sudden turn of events severed the tenuous lead he had painstakingly followed. With no other option, he would have to seek out new clues. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, a girl with short hair rushed past him. Su Chun's keen eyes immediately recognized her as the sales associate from the communications company. The girl appeared anxious as she hurried forward, oblivious to Su Chen's presence. He quickly grabbed Jin Xiaoqiao, who was about to get into a car, and pointed towards the girl's retreating figure, exclaiming, That's her. She sold me the SIM card. She was an employee of the communications company. Without hesitation, Jin Xiaoqiao shouted to the short-haired girl. Su Chen barely had time to intervene. He had intended to follow her discreetly and assess the situation before acting, but Jin Xiaoqiao's impatience thwarted his plans. The girl halted at Jin Xiaoqiao's call, and with no alternative, they confronted her. The girl appeared visibly frightened, stammering, I I don't think I know you. Indeed, you do not know me. But I'm certain you recognize him, Jean Chow Chow retorted, stepping aside to reveal Su Chun behind her. Initially taken aback, the girl's expression shifted to one of alarm as she scrutinized Su Chun for a moment, then vehemently shook her head, declaring, "No, I don't know him. You have the wrong person." With that, she turned to flee. How could Jean Xiao Xiao allow her to escape? She stepped forward and seized the girl with short hair, discreetly revealing her identification and threateningly stated, "If you do not cooperate and explain yourself, I shall have no choice but to escort you to the station for a thorough discussion." The girl's complexion changed dramatically, and she lowered her head in trepidation. After a moment's contemplation, she resolutely insisted, "I truly do not know him. Even if you take me there, I will maintain this statement. Besides, can the police just apprehend anyone without evidence? What law have I violated?" The series of questions posed by the short-haired girl left Jean Xiao momentarily speechless, her frustration simmering as she found herself at an impasse. Observing the girl's reaction, Su Chan discerned that she must possess some information, yet this forceful approach was evidently ineffective. He decided to adopt a gentler tactic. Approaching the girl, he spoke softly, "Little sister, do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. I understand this matter does not concern you, and you have acted under duress. However, the SIM card you sold me has led to a fatal incident. If you do not disclose who instructed you to sell it, you may also be apprehended as a suspect. Do you understand? Thus, I implore you to cooperate with us. Not only will you assist us, but you will also be helping yourself." Upon hearing this, Jean Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking, "You charming scoundrel. Soft-spoken to a pretty girl, yet I've never heard you speak to me in such a manner." It was evident that Su Chen's words resonated with the girl, striking a chord deep within her. She hesitated, torn between speaking and remaining silent. Eventually, in a fit of desperation, she began to cry, wiping her tears as she pleaded, "Please, do not pressure me. I am powerless in this situation. I never intended for anyone to get hurt. I am sorry, truly sorry." With that, the short-haired girl turned and fled. The two remained rooted in place, exchanging glances. This precious lead could not be allowed to slip away so easily. Thus, they resolved to quietly follow her, hoping to discover her destination, which might yield further insights. As they traversed the marketplace, the short-haired girl arrived at a storage room, knocking several times before the door opened, allowing her entry. Seeing that the coast was clear, Su Chun and Jean Xiao stealthily approached the window of the storage room, straining to listen to the commotion inside. They heard a man exclaiming angrily, "Damn it, just 5,000 yuan? Not even enough to cover the interest. Are you toying with us?" Another man, whose voice sounded as if it were strained by a piece of rotten flesh, retorted, "Isn't your brother supposed to clear his debts with my boss once you sell that SIM card? How can you say one thing and mean another? Hey, our boss has never gone back on his word. You simply misinterpreted the situation." The elder brother declared that the principal debt would be forgiven, yet the interest owed cannot simply be disregarded. You all are nothing but despicable scoundrels. You lack integrity. My brother owes you a mere 30,000, yet the interest has ballooned to 300,000. Is this not blatant robbery? And what if it is? I am indeed robbing you openly. Go ahead and report me. Do not forget, your brother's life is still in our grasp. As long as you obediently comply, we may allow him to breathe. Should you defy us, well, do not blame us for our mercilessness. You dare. Oh, how audacious of you to strike me. You lot. You are utterly shameless. Release me. Let go of me. Shout all you want. Summon everyone. We shall see who ends up humiliated. Please, I beg you, let me go. No. I implore you. Stop your wretched crying, you pitiful creature. Second brother, hold her hands tightly. Once I am finished, you may attend to her. Very well. Listening to the commotion within the room, the two men were already seething with rage. Damn beasts. Jean Xiao's eyes blazed with fury as she sprang up and kicked the door open. Bang! The door crashed open to reveal two disheveled men attempting to take liberties with a short-haired girl, whose face was streaked with tears and pallor. Upon seeing a beautiful woman enter, the two men's eyes gleamed with interest. Second brother, did you see? She is even more stunning and far more enticing. Today, fortune smiles upon us indeed. How about this? You may have the little one, while this gorgeous lady is mine, proclaimed the dark-faced man, rubbing his hands eagerly as he approached Jean Xiao. However, before he could lay a hand on her, he felt a sharp pain in his lower body, followed by an excruciating sensation that coursed through him like a violent wave, causing him to collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. Ah, my manhood. It's gone. Oh, it's all over. Second brother, deal with her. The white-faced man, witnessing his brother's misfortune, was momentarily stunned, but upon hearing his brother's command, he hastily grabbed a weapon and charged at Jean Xiao. The short-haired girl screamed in terror, curling up on the bed. Yet in the next moment, the white-faced man also howled in pain, clutching his lower half and rolling on the ground. Jean Xiao, not yet satisfied, approached and unleashed a flurry of kicks, leaving the two men disoriented and battered. Having dealt with the ruffians, Jean Xiao cautiously approached the terrified short-haired girl, inching closer until she enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Soothing her gently, observing this unexpectedly tender scene, Chen was quite taken aback. The girl with short hair was also deeply moved, bursting into tears as she embraced Jean Xiao, as if all the pent-up emotions within her had finally erupted. Once the girl's emotions had stabilized somewhat, Chen gently inquired, "Little sister, do not be afraid. We are here for you, and no one will harm you. We have come to assist you. Just tell me, are those who threatened you about selling my phone card the same individuals? If so, simply nod your head." The little girl hesitated, casting a fearful glance at the two ruffians, seemingly reluctant to speak. Meanwhile, the two scoundrels, undeterred by their earlier punishment, glared at the girl menacingly, adopting an intimidating posture. Observing this, Chen seized a nearby bottle and shattered it, using a shard to threaten each man. In an instant, both ruffians were bleeding profusely, terrified enough to start crying. "If you dare to threaten her again, I will take your lives." Terrified, the two scoundrels fell silent, obediently sealing their lips. Chapter 63. Intruding into the wolf's den, Chen's eyes narrowed as he grasped one man by the hair, lifting his neck while brandishing the jagged bottle, shard menacingly. "Listen carefully. I shall not ask you a second time. Should you dare to deceive me, you will find yourselves on a path to certain death." At that moment, Chen resembled a deity of death, instilling such fear in the two ruffians that they nearly lost control of their bladders. "Now, who is it that has instructed you to do this?" "He Xiao. It's He Xiao." "Which He Xiao? Speak his full name." "He Tian. He Tian commanded us to do this. It was all his idea. We were merely following orders." "He Tian. So it is him." It appeared he was using the girl's brother to coerce her into selling him the phone card, then seeking an opportunity to eliminate me. After disposing of me, the next targets would likely be the Lin father and daughter. How malicious! Chen gritted his teeth. Realizing this man was intent on making an enemy of him, he would not hesitate to show no mercy to his subordinates. "He Tian? Who is that?" Jean Xiao inquired. "He is the one from the Gusheng Jia you accompanied me to last time," the young manager. "You have seen him. You even mentioned that he was quite unpleasant to look at," Chen replied. "Oh, so it's him." The face reflects the heart. He does not appear to be a good person. Given this, it is unsurprising that he could commit such deeds. Then, Chen pressed further. "Now, where's the girl's brother being held?" "In the underground gambling den." "The underground gambling den, take me there," Chen demanded, gripping the two ruffians forcefully. The two scoundrels hesitated, prompting Chen to jab one of them again. All right, brother, please don't stab me again. We'll take you there." With that, they all began to exit. Jean Xiao, feeling uneasy, asked, "Chen, are you truly going to confront him directly? Shouldn't I call a few brothers to accompany us?" Chen shook his head and replied, "No, at this moment we have no evidence. There is no need to alert the police." Soon, they led me to the casino where I entered to gather evidence and, if possible, rescue her brother. Your task is to have both of them apprehended and thoroughly interrogated to ascertain if they possess any additional information. Very well. At that moment, the girl named Lu Jing suddenly approached, grasping Chen's arm, and asked, "Can you really save my brother?" Chen nodded. "I will do my utmost." Lu Jing, overcome with emotion, wept once more, expressing her profound gratitude to Chen. After persuading Lu Jing to leave, Jean Xiao contacted her colleagues at the police station, instructing them to swiftly proceed to the designated location. She and Chen then escorted the two men towards the underground casino they had mentioned. Fortunately, the casino was in close proximity, and they arrived at the farthest row of abandoned warehouses. Here, the area became desolate, with only empty warehouses lining the space. Indeed, it was a concealed venue, utilizing the warehouses to obscure illicit activities. The group hid in a corner of one of the warehouses, and one of the men pointed to the building across from them, saying, "That's the one. We must knock before we can enter." There's a passage inside leading to the underground casino, but it is guarded, making entry quite difficult. Thank you for the information, Chen replied with a smile. However, your presence here is no longer required. I must trouble you to visit the police station instead. Brother, we have been so cooperative. Please don't send us to the police station. Inside, we would fare far worse. The two men pleaded desperately, almost begging at Chen's feet. Chen merely smiled faintly. I'm sorry, but those who commit heinous acts must face the consequences. This is a result of your own making. You have no one to blame but yourselves. I had intended to take your lives today, but seeing your willingness to confess, I shall let you off this time. No more bargaining, otherwise. He tightened the broken bottle in his hand, causing both men to tremble in fear. Jin Xiaoqiao, watching the scene, chuckled, pleasantly surprised by Chen's adeptness in dealing with the rogues. At that moment, a black Santana pulled up, and with a wave from Jin Xiaoqiao, two plainclothes officers emerged. After a brief exchange of hushed words, they approached, handcuffed the criminals, and ushered them into the Santana before driving away. Chen turned to Jin Xiaoqiao. Why aren't you coming with me? Aren't you joining me on this venture? Jin Xiaoqiao displayed a rare playful demeanor. Chen said nothing, thinking it would be beneficial for them to look out for one another. He intended to knock on the warehouse door and enter directly. After all, as police officers, they were experienced in surveillance and monitoring. Jin Xiaoqiao understood that such a direct approach would certainly raise suspicion, making future entry more challenging, especially since this was an underground casino with heightened security. They needed to be patient. While they waited, a figure approached from the east side of the warehouse, sneaking up to the door and knocking in a peculiar rhythm. Before long, someone opened the door from within and, upon seeing the newcomers, swiftly pulled them inside. The two individuals hastily rushed over to the storeroom door, eavesdropping on a conversation inside. Show us your membership card. All right, you can go in. Damn, they require a membership card. Fortunately, the two overheard this. Otherwise, had they entered directly, it would undoubtedly have raised suspicions, making it exceedingly difficult to blend in later. What shall we do? We are not members. How can we gain entry? Jin Xiaoqiao murmured. Chen remained silent, contemplating a solution. When the next person arrives, we can incapacitate them and take their membership card. Chen grimaced. That seems unlikely. What if the card has a photo? We would still be exposed. True. Ugh. If that won't work, then how can we sneak in? Perhaps we should just charge in. Or I could call headquarters and report this place. Chen, exasperated, shook his head and shot a sidelong glance at Jin Xiaoqiao, opting to remain silent. Jin Xiaoqiao retorted, TCH, why are you shaking your head? If you're so clever, then suggest a plan. Just then, she noticed a figure approaching from a distance. As the silhouette drew closer, she recognized the individual and felt a surge of excitement. She nudged Chen, exclaiming, I have a plan. With that, she pulled Chen and maneuvered to intercept the newcomer. Who are you? The individual, startled, instinctively prepared to defend himself, but upon recognizing Jin Xiaoqiao, his bravado evaporated. He shrank back, chuckling nervously. Oh, isn't this Officer Jin? What a coincidence. Coincidence? Jin Xiaoqiao placed her hands on her hips, her expression darkening. Cut the nonsense. What are you doing here? Jin Xiaoqiao was unmoved by his charm, maintaining her stern demeanor. Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, thinking it amusing how this burly man was reduced to a meek lamb by Jin Xiaoqiao as presence. The man's eyes darted, and he quickly replied, What else would I be doing? I was just here to collect something after doing a small business deal with a friend a few days ago. Keep spinning your tales, but make them believable. I'm not making it up. It's all true. The man's voice dwindled as he spoke. Zhang Dali. Jin Xiaoqiao's sharp tones startled him, causing him to shudder. She pointed a finger threateningly. I have quite a bit of information on you, you know? It wouldn't take much to send you away. If you're wise, you'll confess. Have you been gambling again? What Zhang Dali never anticipated was Jin Xiaoqiao as fierce glare. No gambling? That's unacceptable. Listen closely. Zhang Dali, you must gamble today, and you must take both of us with you. What? Zhang Dali, bewildered, glanced nervously at Chen. What are you two planning? You can't possibly intend to disrupt this place, can you? I've heard it's quite a formidable operation. Who said I wanted to take action? If I had wished to do so, would I have waited until now? Enough of this nonsense. My friend has been itching to find a good place to enjoy himself these past 2 days. Zhang Dali turned back to glance at Chen, unexpectedly realizing that this individual was indeed of the same ilk. Enough chatter, Zhang Dali. I must inform you that if you manage to get us both inside today, I shall overlook your previous misdeeds. Otherwise, you know what that entails. Zhang Dali pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, and finally gritted his teeth. All right then, I shall give it a try. Chapter 64, X-ray vision. Upon successfully entering the storeroom, they were greeted by two towering, muscular men, each with a fierce demeanor that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Zhang Dali. Who are these individuals accompanying you? The burly man, noticing a man and a woman trailing behind Zhang Dali, inquired with caution. Forgive my forgetfulness in introductions. This is my niece and her husband. My nephew-in-law enjoys a bit of fun and insisted on accompanying me to broaden his horizons, Zhang Dali replied, feigning seriousness, which could easily deceive an ordinary person. Upon hearing the term niece, Jean Xiao's brows twitched slightly, thinking to herself that this man was trying to take advantage of her. Just wait until I have the chance to settle the score after we leave. Niece and nephew-in-law. The muscular man remained wary, tilting his head to scrutinize Jean Xiao and Su Chen. He showed no particular reaction to Su Chen, but his gaze lingered on Jean Xiao, a glimmer of primal interest flashing in his eyes. Well, Zhang Dali, I didn't realize you had such a charming niece. Quite the surprise indeed. Just look at that pert figure. It must be quite delightful, the man leered, casting a provocative glance at Su Chen. Su Chen's expression darkened instantly, and she charged forward, grabbing the man by the collar and delivering a punch. Fortunately, the muscular man was quite capable, and with timely intervention from Jean Xiao and Zhang Dali, her strike fell short. Nevertheless, the force of her punch startled the man momentarily. I didn't expect your nephew-in-law to possess some skill. How about we have a little spar? The burly man, undeterred, stepped forward, eager for a challenge. From the moment Su Chen entered, she had discerned that the two muscular men were highly vigilant. Their earlier taunts were not genuine attempts to harass Jean Xiao, but rather a means to gauge Su Chen's reaction. If she displayed no typical masculine response, it would indicate that Zhang Dali had been lying. They were not truly related at all. Having seen through their ruse, Su Chen understood the importance of playing her part. Even if she felt no anger, she needed to feign a furious demeanor. As the muscular man advanced, Zhang Dali hurried to intervene, while Jean Xiao also stepped in to restrain Su Chen. Hey, hold on. You two are crossing the line. What's the matter? Look at how beautiful my niece is. If I tease her a little and her husband gets angry, are you all just going to back off? Don't think it's just her husband who is upset. Even I feel like throwing a punch. Let me inform you both that I am a member here, and if you dare to lay a hand on me, consider the consequences. In truth, the two burly men were merely testing Su Chen's reaction. Now that there was nothing suspicious, they naturally decided to restrain themselves. Brother Jean, my apologies. My friends were indeed excessive just now. Please do come inside. Normally, the rules of our establishment dictate that a regular customer may only bring one newcomer. However, Brother Jean, we can certainly make an exception for you. Zhang Dali, a seasoned veteran, quickly grasped the intent behind the burly man's words and promptly produced 200 yuan bills, placing them into the man's hand. A small token of appreciation for me. Do take it and buy yourself a couple of packs of cigarettes. The burly man, upon seeing this, instantly brightened up, feigning reluctance for a moment before accepting the money. Thus, with a cheerful demeanor, he pushed aside a refrigerator in the storeroom and tore away the plywood blocking a small door behind it. Su Chen and Jean Xiao exchanged glances, thinking to themselves how well concealed this secret passage was. Don't worry. I keep my word, Jean Xiao replied, her face displaying impatience. By the way, there's one more thing. Officer Jean, once we get inside, you two must not cause any trouble. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you, and I might not be safe myself. It was evident that Zhang Dali was still quite apprehensive. Rest assured, I am fully aware. The impetuous Jean Xiao could no longer tolerate Zhang Dali's hesitation and forcefully pushed him forward. Descending the staircase, they traversed a hidden passageway several meters long, leading to a security door. Here, another guard stood watch. After Zhang Dali knocked and confirmed his membership, the guard opened the door to let them through. As they opened the two security doors, a sudden clarity enveloped them, as if they had stepped into an entirely different realm. The interior was brightly illuminated and remarkably spacious, with 7 or 8 gambling tables neatly arranged in the hall, each surrounded by groups of people. Upon closer inspection, these individuals exhibited either grotesque expressions or frenzied enthusiasm, resembling madmen as they clawed and threw themselves into the games. Seeing this, Su Chen furrowed his brows, contemplating how gambling could indeed drive one to madness and irrationality. He resolved to steer clear of it. At that moment, 2 more burly men approached, greeted Zhang Dali, and led him to the counter. Zhang Dali engaged in casual conversation with them, then placed 5,000 yuan on the counter in exchange for a stack of brightly colored chips. After giving his instructions, Zhang Dali exuberantly made his way towards the furthest gambling table. Once he departed, Su Chun and Jin Xiao locked eyes. Subsequently, Su Chun retrieved his wallet and extracted 500 yuan, placing it on the counter. I would like 500 yuan in chips. The cashier, upon hearing this, chuckled and didn't even bother to look up. How amusing. What are you doing gambling with such a meager amount? The minimum exchange is 1,000. If you don't have the funds, kindly leave. Jin Xiao, upon hearing the cashier's words, felt a surge of anger, thinking that a casino cashier could be so arrogant. He would surely face consequences. Charge it. Give me 50,000 in chips. Upon hearing the sum of 50,000, the teller's eyes sparkled with excitement as she obediently processed the card, producing chips amounting to that figure. Jin Xiao, with unwavering determination, brushed aside any objections from Su Chun. As she accepted the chips, she cast a disdainful glare at the teller, asserting, "Remember, never look down upon others, regardless of the circumstances." With that, she tucked the card into her pocket and turned to leave. Su Chun, rendered speechless, mused to himself about her relentless stubbornness. Noticing Su Chen's peculiar expression, Jin Xiao quickly added, "This money has nothing to do with you. It's all what I've saved from my job. The portion from you is with my father. I won't spend a single cent of it." After saying this, as if to provoke Su Chun further, she strode to the gambling table, ready to wager the entire 50,000 in chips in one go. Su Chun, quick on his feet, intervened, whispering, "Don't forget why we're here. We can't actually gamble." The fear of suspicion loomed over them. Jin Xiao glanced over her shoulder, and Su Chun, catching a glimpse, noticed the two burly men who had been monitoring them since their entrance. It became evident that they were wary of unfamiliar patrons, making it impossible for them to act freely. With a sigh, Su Chun cautioned, "You can't risk all 50,000 at once. We still have our lives to consider." Subsequently, he retrieved a $500 chip and placed it on a smaller bet. "Hey, place your bets," the dealer announced, spinning the dice. The outcome was a disheartening 346, signaling a loss. Disappointment washed over both Su Chun and Jin Xiao as they failed to anticipate such a devastating loss for their modest wager. They continued to place a few more bets, yet the losses outweighed the wins. Originally intending to conserve Jin Xiao's funds by taking their time, they were thwarted by the persistent gaze of the two men behind them, making it impossible to avoid suspicion. Thus, in less than half an hour, they had lost over $10,000 at the table. In a bid to change their fortunes, they moved to another table, but the results remained dismal. After another hour, with only a single $500 chip left from the original 50,000, the two burly men exchanged smiles, no longer keeping a watchful eye on Su Chun and Jin Xiao. Gazing at the dwindling chips in the tray, Jin Xiao's heart ached. It was nonsensical to claim otherwise. These chips represented a dowry painstakingly saved over 3 years of hard work. She had anticipated losing a few thousand at worst, but never did she expect to deplete the entire sum in such a short span. Gambling seemed excessively cruel, explaining why countless families have been torn apart by it. Observing Jin Xiao's dazed expression, Su Chun quickly understood that she was distressed. This was hardly surprising. Anyone would feel heartache at the sight of hard-earned money vanishing in an instant. However, Su Chun found himself powerless, as he too was ignorant of the gambling world. Though he could easily earn 50,000 outside with his antique expertise, he knew Jin Xiao's pride would prevent her from accepting any charity. Last time, Jin Dashin earned hundreds of thousands, yet Jin Xiao refused to take or spend a single penny. This stands as the best testament. However, how to win remained a perplexing puzzle, one that increasingly troubled Su Chun as he pondered. Suddenly, he experienced an epiphany, his vision becoming remarkably clear. He swiftly shifted his focus to the dice cup, concentrating intently. Abruptly, he realized that his gaze could penetrate the cup. Su Chun was taken aback. Could he truly possess the ability of X-ray vision? To his astonishment, his eyes had unexpectedly developed a capacity for seeing through objects. Although this newfound ability was still nascent and not entirely clear, distinguishing the dots within the dice cup, whether they were high or low, became effortless. Yet in that fleeting moment, Su Chen's nose nearly gushed with blood as he completely forgot that if the cup could be seen through, so too could clothing. He beheld Jin Xiao's delicate form beneath her sheer silk garment, laid bare before him. Covering his nose, he muttered instinctively, "Purple, purple." At first, Jin Xiao was oblivious. But upon noticing Su Chen's unwavering gaze fixated on her chest, realization dawned on her. "You, Pervert. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand to strike. Fortunately, Su-chan was quick, grasping her descending hand, and urgently shook his head, whispering, "You little rascal, you wouldn't actually want to fight here, would you? Be careful not to raise suspicions." You. Jean Xiao bit her lip, refraining from further outburst, and reluctantly followed Su-chan towards the gambling table. However, she was baffled as to how Su-chan knew she was wearing purple lingerie despite being so thoroughly covered. At that moment, the dealer finished shaking the dice and announced, "Bets closed." Su-chan examined the cup and quickly discerned the outcome, placing all his remaining 500 chips on the small. When the cup was revealed, it indeed showed 233 small. In an instant, Su-chan transformed his 500 chips into 1,000. Yet, compared to 50,000, it was still insufficient. Another round commenced as the dealer continued to shake the dice, announcing, "Bets closed." Su-chan focused intently and was astonished to see a triple one, an exceptional outcome. He then wagered all his remaining 5,000 chips on the triple one. In the realm of gambling, those who dared to bet on triples were prepared to take a significant risk. It was exceedingly rare for anyone to place such a bet, especially on a specific number. A triple already paid 30 to 1, while a specific number triple paid a staggering 100 to 1. This meant that fortune favored the bold. A stroke of luck could lead to a remarkable turnaround, while misfortune could result in total loss. As Su-chan placed all his chips on the triple, every gaze at the table turned toward him. It was clear that if Su-chan won this round, he could transform his modest stake into a fortune of 100,000. However, those who frequently indulge in gambling are well aware that such probabilities are exceedingly minuscule. One must possess extraordinary fortune to encounter such outcomes. A voice from the gambling table chuckled, "Young man, why exert yourself so? If you were to play your 1,000 slowly, with a stroke of luck, you might win a few thousand. But if you bet it all at once, you may find yourself utterly bereft. Indeed, young individuals should refrain from impulsive decisions. I observed you earlier. You've lost quite a sum, haven't you? In gambling, losses accompany wins. Why concern oneself with transient gains or losses?" Listening to these remarks, Su-chan remained unfazed, his expression betraying neither acknowledgement nor concern. His baseless confidence and haughty demeanor irked those at the table, prompting them to speak with increasing disdain. If he seeks his own demise, what business is it of ours? Truly, do not mistake kindness for foolishness. Youth lacks maturity and rationality. Soon he will be crying for his mother, and no one will pity him. Such reckless gambling is nothing short of idiocy, and the demise will be quite ignoble. Let us disregard him and witness his inevitable downfall. After all, his losses translate into our gains. What joy is there in that? Even Jean Xiao found herself perplexed. The odds were simply too low for Su-chan's approach to yield success. She quietly suggested, "Su-chan, perhaps consider betting on high or low instead." The dealer, of course, did not offer this advice out of goodwill. One fears the reckless gambler, for it is during such moments that Lady Luck may indeed smile upon them. This is what one calls a narrow escape, and such instances are not rare within the casino walls. Thus, even with low probabilities, the casino remains averse to taking such risks. After all, should fortune favor him, they would face substantial losses. Yet, Su-chan disregarded the dealer's counsel, merely uttering, "Less chatter. Let us begin." The dealer smirked coldly, thinking, "If you wish to squander your fortune, do not blame me." With that, he lifted the dice cup. In the fleeting moment the cup was overturned, all eyes fixated upon it, frozen in anticipation. A gasp erupted, and then every gaze shifted back to Su-chan. Even the dealer was taken aback. The lad had indeed struck an incredible stroke of luck, triplet ones. Just like that, 100,000 was gone. This time, the looks directed at Su-chan transformed from pity and disdain to astonishment and envy. Amidst the myriad of complex expressions, Su-chan unapologetically gathered the several tens of thousands from the table, and the casino had no choice but to replenish the remaining stakes. 1,000 exchanged for 10,000, a rare occurrence indeed, and today it had manifested. Everyone bore witness. Some even felt a twinge of regret for Su-chan, pondering why he had only wagered a mere 1,000. Had he bet 10,000, it could have escalated to 1,000,000. Alas, what a pity. However, they failed to comprehend that, for Su-chan, the difference between 10,000 and 100,000 is utterly inconsequential, given his remarkable abilities. The prospect of earning money is indeed a trivial endeavor. He merely refrains from resorting to unscrupulous means for profit. The excitement at the gambling table persisted for a considerable duration. This lad has truly turned adversity into opportunity. What skill, what audacity, and what luck. Indeed, I perceived this fellow was on a winning streak, bound to succeed. To be candid, I too discerned this earlier and nearly joined him in placing a bet. Yet, a fleeting thought held me back, and now I lament my hesitation, feeling regret that gnaws on my insides. To such remarks, Su Chen remained unfazed, handing 100,000 in chips to Jean Xiao Xiao. Darling, enjoy your game. I shall step out for a moment. Darling. Jean Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected address, her heart racing and her cheeks flushing. The envious gazes of those around her intensified her embarrassment. This rogue, Su Chen, had dared to take such liberties. Just as she was about to retort, she recalled that they were indeed playing the roles of a married couple, and thus his address was not entirely misplaced. However, Jean Xiao Xiao was further astonished when Su Chen audaciously leaned closer and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. At this, she was utterly flustered, poised to strike him, when a hushed whisper reached her ears. The proximity rendered her sensations tingling. Xiao Xiao, you focus on attracting attention here while I scout for clues. It was then that Jean Xiao Xiao grasped Su Chen's intention, responding with a soft acknowledgement as she picked up her chips to begin gambling. Meanwhile, Su Chen made his way directly to the restroom, completing his business before emerging once more. In truth, during this interval, he aimed to ascertain whether anyone was surveilling him. To his relief, he discovered that he had seemingly blended seamlessly into the casino's atmosphere, with no one paying him heed. Seizing this opportunity, he slipped into the inner corridor of the casino. He realized this corridor was situated at the innermost part of the establishment, and one could easily overlook its existence if not searching meticulously. As he traversed the corridor, he soon encountered several offices at the final bend, guarded by 2 security personnel stationed in the central area. Just as he contemplated a further course of action, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. In a moment of urgency, Su Chen leaped and scaled the wall to the ceiling. Supporting himself with both hands against one side of the wall, his feet pressed against the opposite side, he dangled from the ceiling. Shortly thereafter, the individual behind him staggered into view, carrying a food bag. Yet fortunately, he did not glance upward and thus remained oblivious to Su Chen's presence above. This person rounded the corner into one of the offices, followed by a murmured complaint. Damn it, going out for every meal is exhausting. Alas, do you think you are the only one weary? Are we not exhausted as we wait here? One wonders what he Xiao intends by keeping this boy confined. If he seeks not to let him live, why not simply dispatch him with a swift blow, thus sparing us the torment? You know nothing. Have you not heard that this lad holds he Xiao's secrets? Until those secrets are unearthed, could he Xiao truly take his life? Hush, keep your voice down. If others overhear, we are all doomed. Little did they know, these words had already been overheard in their entirety by Su Chen, who lay concealed atop the ceiling. Furrowing his brow slightly, Su Chen pondered the identity of the captive. Could it be Lu Jing's brother? Chapter 66, The Rescue. With this thought, Su Chen leapt from the ceiling and strode purposefully toward the office. His demeanor was composed, a smile gracing his face, rendering him seemingly unremarkable. However, the office was not a place where outsiders could wander freely. As 2 bodyguards noticed his approach, they stepped forward to block his path. Apologies, but access is prohibited here. If you wish to gamble, please proceed to the lobby, they stated sternly, their expressions conveying a clear warning. Should you dare advance another step, we shall not hesitate to act. Su Chen merely smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement before innocently inquiring, Oh, my apologies, but I am merely in search of the restroom. Could you kindly direct me? Upon hearing this, the bodyguards, already irked, pointed dismissively outside. The restroom is over there. What kind of eyes do you have? Yet, what these 2 bodyguards could not anticipate was Su Chen's sudden movement. In an instant, he raised his fists and struck their faces with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. Caught off guard, they had no time to evade. With 2 dull thuds, both bodyguards collapsed unconscious. Meanwhile, a 3rd bodyguard, who had earlier delivered lunch, sensing something amiss, rushed out of the office only to cross paths with Su Chen. Recognizing the unfamiliar face, he wasted no time and drew a machete, aiming a strike at Su Chen's head. However, Su Chen was not one to be easily struck by such a minor threat. He deftly sidestepped the blow, seized the man's wrist, and with a gentle twist, the sound of a bone snapping echoed through the air. The bodyguard, overwhelmed by pain, opened his mouth to scream, but Su Chen swiftly silenced him. Following this, a close-range punch rendered him unconscious as well. Having swiftly dispatched 3 bodyguards, Su Chen wasted no time and dashed into the office. In the furthest corner, he beheld a man, battered and nearly lifeless, lying on the ground. Rushing over, Su Chen gently shook the man and whispered, "What is your name?" With great difficulty, the man opened his eyes and replied slowly, I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming, does this mean you are truly Lu Jing's brother? Su Chen inquired once more. You know my sister? Lu Ming responded, astonished, unable to fathom that the man before him was acquainted with his sibling. Indeed, I must ask, what led to your confinement here? Su Chen's question stemmed from a sense that there was more to the story than merely Lu Jing's assertion of her brother's gambling debts. If it were merely debts, it would be illogical to subject him to such torment. Releasing him to repay the debts would be far more prudent. Moreover, he had overheard the bodyguard mention something about Lu Ming knowing a secret concerning He Tian, which likely warranted his imprisonment. Thus, Su Chen sought clarity to uncover more significant information. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lu Ming hesitated and finally admitted, "It is because I have learned a great secret about He Tian. He pressed me for the information, and when I refused to divulge it, he imprisoned me here." Indeed, this revelation caused Su Chen to furrow his brow. Initially, he held a poor impression of gamblers and believed Lu Ming's predicament was a consequence of his own choices. However, it now appeared that his suspicions had been justified. "What precisely do you know about He Tian's secret?" Su Chen probed further. Lu Ming lifted his gaze, contemplating whether to speak, yet ultimately refrained, muttering, "It's nothing, nothing at all." Su Chen discerned the lack of trust in Lu Ming's demeanor. It was evident that Lu Ming's survival hinged on the secret he harbored. Revealing it indiscriminately could jeopardize his life. Lu Ming, not knowing Su Chen's intentions, might suspect him to be an associate of He Tian, orchestrating a ruse to extract the secret from him. "Very well, if you choose not to speak. I shall first assist you in escaping. Your sister is undoubtedly worried sick about you." With that, Su Chen turned, swiftly removing a garment from one of the bodyguards and helping Lu Ming into it, then supporting him as they made their way outside. Despite Lu Ming's grievous injuries rendering him unable to walk unaided in his apparent agony, he was compelled to maintain a facade of nonchalance. Should anyone perceive his condition, it would likely prompt yet another altercation. Though Su Chen was unafraid of conflict, he had to consider the welfare of Jin, Xiao, and Lu Ming, making it imperative to avoid detection. Their movements had to be stealthy and swift. Otherwise, if someone discovered the incapacitated guards in the office, he too would be at risk of exposure. Thus, the duo made their way to the gambling hall, encountering several individuals along the route, yet none raised suspicion. Once inside, the crowd diverted attention from them. Su Chen hastily located Jin, Xiao, and quickly briefed her on the situation. Quick-witted, she immediately began to gather her belongings, preparing to exchange chips and depart. However, as they were about to leave, Zhang Dali spotted them and hurried over, eyeing Lu Ming with astonishment, asking, "Who is this?" Upon entering, there was no sign of this individual, yet now he has suddenly appeared, exuding an air of oily smoothness. Zhang Dali, acutely aware of the potential trouble this person poses, refrains from making a scene. Instead, he promptly follows Jin Xiao to the counter to exchange chips. Zhang Dali instructs Jin Xiao and her companions to wait nearby while he approaches the counter first. After successfully exchanging the chips, he gestures for Jin Xiao to hurry along and follow suit. Subsequently, he saunters over to the two security guards at the entrance, producing his Chinese cigarettes, offering one to each, and engaging them in conversation. Zhang Dali's intentions are clear. He seeks to divert the attention of the guards. Should they sense something amiss, escape will become impossible. However, his motivations are far from altruistic. He is compelled to assist, now entangled with Su Chen and the others. Any misfortune that befalls them would inevitably ensnare him as well. Successfully capturing the guard's attention, he watches as Jin Xiao and her companions complete their chip exchange. Once they exit, he pats the guards, feigning camaraderie as he bids them farewell. Although they have exited through the basement's secure door, this does not guarantee their safety, for two guards remain inside the storeroom. Thus, Zhang Dali continues to lead the charge, with Jin Xiao and Su Chen supporting the gravely injured Lu Ming behind him. Upon exiting the secret passage, without hesitation, Zhang Dali produces two more Chinese cigarettes, offering them to the guards inside the storeroom. To his surprise, one of the guards declines to smoke. With no other recourse, Zhang Dali positions himself in front of the non-smoking guard to obscure his line of sight, engaging the smoking guard in lively conversation. Meanwhile, Su Chen and Jin Xiao plot their escape. Just as they are about to slip out the door, the non-smoking guard glances toward the entrance and immediately senses something amiss. Upon arrival, there are clearly three individuals, one niece and one nephew-in-law, but now there are four departing. The additional person appears to be almost suspended in mid-air, as if unable to walk unaided. Coincidentally, this guard had previously monitored Lu Ming in the office. Thus he is aware of the imprisoned individual there. Observing the back of the person being supported, he notes a striking resemblance to Lu Ming. Realizing this, a jolt of apprehension courses through him, prompting him to draw his handgun and aim it at the trio, shouting, "Stop right there." The smoking guard quickly comprehends the gravity of the situation and pulls out his own weapon, directing it at Zhang Dali. "You three, slowly turn your heads," the guard threatens. Upon hearing the command, Su Chun's heart sinks. Just when they believe they were on the verge of escape, they have been discovered. With a gun pointing at their backs, there is little choice but to comply, turning their heads slowly. In that moment, the guard scrutinizes closely, and indeed, the individual being supported is none other than Lu Ming. Such a situation is dire. Who would dare to release the captives of Yishao? Unless they have a death wish. Without uttering a word, the bodyguard raised his pistol, preparing to strike Zhang Dali on the head and render him unconscious. However, to his utter astonishment, at the very moment he aimed his weapon, Zhang Dali lunged forward with remarkable agility. Adeptly seizing the bodyguard's shoulder with one hand while the other forcefully twisted back, executing a flawless grappling maneuver that sent the firearm clattering to the ground. Meanwhile, the second bodyguard was about to take aim at Zhang Dali when he was met with a swift side kick, propelling him sideways. Observing this, Su Chun acted with alacrity, leaping to the side of the tumbling bodyguard and delivering a precise kick to his chest before he could touch the ground, altering his trajectory dramatically. With a resounding thud, the bodyguard crashed against the wall, instantly losing consciousness. Zhang Dali, not to be outdone, delivered a crushing blow to the back of the neck of the bodyguard he had subdued, sending him crashing down as well. "Let us go," Zhang Dali shouted, forcefully pushing open the door and leading Su Chun and Jin Xiaoqiao out of the storeroom. After navigating through a few twists and turns, they finally escaped the perilous area. Once they had safely distanced themselves from danger, Jin Xiaoqiao's gaze towards Zhang Dali transformed entirely. In her mind, he had always been a smooth-talking fool. She could hardly believe that he possessed such formidable skills. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Chapter 67, The Secret of L.V. Ming. Despite her confusion, Jin Xiaoqiao recognized the urgency of the situation and refrained from seeking clarification. After exiting the underground casino, the group made their way to L.V. Ming's residence. At that moment, L.V. Jing was eagerly awaiting news from Su Chun and the others. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, causing her heart to race with the fear that more adversaries had come seeking them. However, upon peering through the peephole, she was elated to see her brother's face and promptly flung the door open. The four of them entered in a rush, and the siblings were finally reunited, overwhelmed with emotion as they embraced and wept for what felt like an eternity. L.V. Jing was immensely grateful for the life-saving efforts of Su Chun and his companions, though there was little need for excessive thanks. It was Zhang Dali who urged them to focus on the pressing matters at hand, reminding them that time was of the essence. Only then did they release each other, allowing L.V. Jing to retrieve a first aid kit to tend to her brother's wounds. As she bandaged him, the group provided a succinct account of their recent experiences. Yet, L.V. Ming still harbored doubts regarding their identities. With no other option, Jin Xiaoqiao revealed her credentials, proving her status as a police officer. This revelation finally eased L.V. Ming's wariness, prompting him to divulge the complete truth. It turned out that L.V. Ming was not a gambler at all, but rather a tomb raider under the employ of the He family. Tomb raiders specialize in excavating ancient burial sites to uncover precious artifacts, profiting from their illicit endeavors. Upon hearing this, Su Chun grasped the gravity of the situation. It is no wonder that the ancient sage's establishment presents such a modest facade, and the quality of its acoustics seems rather unimpressive. Yet, it wields immense influence and authority within the antique industry of Jinan. Moreover, it appears that its patrons are exceedingly affluent, even surpassing the Lin family, which boasts multiple establishments. The truth becomes apparent. They accumulate substantial profits through the illicit excavation of ancient tombs. Thus, the so-called antique business serves merely as a facade to obscure their nefarious activities. They also utilize shareholders as a channel to sell the artifacts they have unlawfully obtained. Indeed, what a cunning scheme. Given this, the He family must hold significant importance to you. Why, then, have they turned against you so vehemently, seeking to bring about your downfall? Inquired Jin Xiaoqiao. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ming harbored a crucial secret, and while Su Chun was aware of this matter, the specifics eluded him. Thus, he too was intrigued by Jin Xiaoqiao's question. The pain for his wounds left Lu Ming feeling utterly drained. Nevertheless, he persevered and recounted his tale. During one excavation, he and his companions stumbled upon a colossal burial pit. However, at the moment of their discovery, another group also arrived on the scene. A fierce confrontation ensued, culminating in the explosion of a grenade that caused the pit to collapse, burying both Lu Ming's companions and the rival faction beneath the rubble. By a stroke of fate, Lu Ming overheard a conversation between He Tian and his son, He Wenchang. It became clear that they believed the discovery of the massive burial site involved considerable stakes, warranting secrecy. Consequently, they resolved to eliminate Lu Ming once their task was complete. The He family did not anticipate that Lu Ming would be eavesdropping at that very moment. Upon learning of their malicious intentions, his first instinct was to flee. Thus, in an effort to extract the true geographical location of the tomb from Lu Ming, the He family imprisoned him within an underground gambling den, deeming it the safest place for their purposes. Lu Ming understood that safeguarding the secret of the tomb's location was his sole hope for survival. Hence, no matter the extent of their torture, he remained tight-lipped. It was only today that Su Chun and his companions infiltrated the underground den and rescued him. After hearing Lu Ming's account, Jin Xiao was infuriated. The He family is utterly contemptible. Simultaneously, she looked at Lu Ming with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. You fool. Why would you aid such malevolence by assisting the He family in their grave robbing? Do you not realize that your actions not only contravene the law, but have also endangered your sister? If we had not been tracking her today, she would be in peril. Jin Xiao hesitated, for the words that lingered were too difficult to utter. Listen, my brother, you find yourself at crossroads. If you wish to preserve your life and protect your sister, your only recourse is to cooperate with me. Otherwise, there will be no one to come to your aid. At that moment, Zhang Dali, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. With a broad smile, he gently pushed aside Jin Xiao's hand and said nonchalantly, I never intended to feign incompetence in your presence. It's merely your own perception. Then who exactly are you? I doubt you are merely a reckless gambler. Jin Xiao pressed on. Indeed, that is far from the truth, Zhang Dali replied, a hint of pride in his voice. It seems I must reintroduce myself. I am Zhang Dali, affiliated with a magnificent and noble organization known as the Cultural Relics Protection Association, or simply the Cultural Heritage Society. As the name implies, my mission is to devote myself wholeheartedly, sparing no effort, to safeguard historical artifacts from destruction. We hold in the utmost disdain actions like those of the He family, who indulge in tomb raiding. I have been investigating this case for quite some time and know that Lu Ming is the key, which is why I painstakingly uncovered his place of confinement. I had been contemplating how to rescue him, and unexpectedly, I encountered you today, which I suppose can be deemed fate. As he spoke, Zhang Dali playfully approached Jin Xiao and gently patted her on the shoulder, adding, What I did not anticipate was the opportunity to collaborate with such a charming and beautiful police officer as yourself. It truly is a stroke of fortune. Oomph. Enough of your prattle. Regardless of your association, this matter is now under the full jurisdiction of our police force. As for your so-called society, you should return to your own affairs. Anticipating Jin Xiao's assertive stance, Zhang Dali had prepared himself. I apologize, Officer Jin, but just moments ago, I contacted my superior, who has reached out to your superior. I fear that this matter cannot be resolved solely by your police force. We must work together. You may contact your leader to inquire about the current directives, he suggested. Jin Xiao, displaying skepticism, picked up the phone and exited the room. As soon as she left, Zhang Dali elbowed Su Chun, saying, I must say, your girlfriend is quite the fiery temper. You ought to manage her better, lest she cause significant trouble in the future. Su Chun had no time for banter. After absorbing all the information, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, Su Chun spoke. Their ISNT time. Huh? What do you mean their ISNT time? The other four individuals in the room turned their attention to Su Chun, perplexed by his statement. If He Tian knows that Lu Ming has escaped, he will immediately dispatch someone to search for him. Moreover, you are aware that the secrets Lu Ming holds are paramount to the He family. It is akin to discovering a vast treasure. For them, it is a ladder to the heavens. Such avaricious individuals will not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Are you suggesting they will act recklessly? Zhang Dali inquired. Indeed. How could they? In broad daylight, do they dare to resort to brute force? Besides, the authorities are already en route. Even if they are bold, they would not dare to act openly. Su Chun smiled faintly, casting a glance at Jin Xiao. You truly underestimate them. For vast profits, they will undoubtedly risk everything. Su Chen's almost certain demeanor left Jin Xiao feeling uncertain. What should we do then? Lu Jing understood the implication. Did this mean the He family's men were about to come charging in? That would be perilous indeed. She was acutely aware of how ruthless those individuals could be. She clutched her brother protectively, as if afraid someone might snatch him away from her. Xiao. Su Chen pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "You and Zhang Dali should stay behind to protect them. I will go out and hold them off for a while." He hoped to delay them long enough for your colleagues to arrive, perhaps turning the tide of the situation. Su Chen, this is far too dangerous. Jin Xiao instinctively stepped forward, grasping Su Chen's arm, unwilling to let him take such risks. After all, the adversaries were armed, and confronting them with mere flesh and blood could lead to dire consequences. Su Chen smiled gently, nodding reassuringly at Jin Xiao. "Do not worry, I shall be fine." With that, he pried her hand away and dashed out the door. Chapter 68. Unveiling the Truth. Su Chen sprinted down the stairs. Acutely aware that time was of the essence, the He family members might have already descended upon the building. His instincts proved correct. As he burst out of the corridor, He Tian and his men approached with an imposing demeanor. Upon seeing Su Chen, He Tian paused, clearly unaware that the one who had rescued Lu Ming was none other than Su Chen. He had not anticipated encountering him in such a place. "You, Su? What are you doing here?" It was evident that He Tian still harbored some trepidation towards Su Chen, commanding his men to halt and cautiously eyeing him. "Oh, what a coincidence. What brings you in such a crowd here?" Su Chen retorted, striding briskly towards He Tian. "What I am doing here has nothing to do with you." He Tian shot back, "And what I am doing here is equally irrelevant to you." Accompanying He Tian were 4 men, while another 5 were in a separate vehicle. Due to He Tian's car moving at a faster pace, they had arrived first. At that moment, Su Chen brushed past He Tian and his 5 companions, just as the second group arrived. As they disembarked, Su Chen recognized 2 of the men as the enforcers guarding the underground casino storeroom. The moment they spotted Su Chen, their eyes widened in surprise. Just as they were about to alert He Tian, Su Chen seized the initiative, charging straight towards He Tian's group. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, Su Chen swiftly knocked the 2 enforcers to the ground. It was only then that He Tian and the 2 men walking ahead reacted, hastily drawing their firearms and opening fire on Su Chen. However, after dispatching the 2 men, Su Chen immediately sprinted towards the opposite side of the building. Though the bullets were fast, they could not curve, and a barrage of shots struck the concrete wall instead. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, causing the surrounding crowd to erupt in panic, screaming and scattering in all directions. The once lively community suddenly fell silent, with even the residents upstairs hastily closing their windows and doors. "You lot, deal with him. The rest, follow me upstairs." The 5 individuals behind He Tian responded and, accompanied by 2 armed henchmen, swiftly ascended the staircase. Upon witnessing their firearms, Su Chen realized that if they reached the upper floors, even the security door would prove insufficient to hold them back for long. He contemplated pursuing them to eliminate the threat, but as he reached the stairwell, the 5 henchmen had already closed in around him. Fortunately, they were unarmed, wielding only machetes and axes. As they advanced cautiously, recalling their previous setbacks, they hesitated, hoping the others would lead the charge while they followed. The remaining henchmen shared similar sentiments. Seeing Su Chen exhibit no signs of retreat only sowed seeds of doubt in their minds. "Damn it, if you wish to live, surrender now. Perhaps my brothers will spare you." One of them shouted, "Do you not understand that 1 fist cannot withstand 4 hands? There are 5 of us, and you stand alone. There's no chance for you." "Enough of your prattle," Su Chen retorted coldly, unexpectedly executing a side kick that sent the warning henchman flying into a nearby compact car, shattering its frame upon impact and rendering him incapacitated. "Seeking death? Charge." With Su Chen displaying no intention of backing down and instead taking the offensive, the henchmen ceased their idle threats and swung their blades toward him. Su Chen bent low and swept the ground with his leg, causing all 4 to lose their balance and tumble in disarray. He then leapt forward, incapacitating 2 of them with precise kicks. Now, only 2 henchmen remained, exchanging wary glances, each hoping the other would take the first step, yet neither daring to do so. Eventually, one of them grasped the other, and they retreated towards Su Chen. Trembling with fear, the man charged at Su Chen, but before he could launch an attack, he was met with a powerful punch to the face, collapsing to the ground in a daze. Unexpectedly, A glint caught his eye as a long machete flew through the air, piercing the wrist of the remaining henchman. Ah! He shrieked in agony, hastily reaching for his firearm. But Su-Chun had already closed the distance. With a forceful knee strike to the henchman's chin, he sent him hurtling backward, crashing to the ground in a heap, unconscious. Bang! 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 Just as Su-Chun finished off the last of the henchmen, gunfire erupted from upstairs. This is bad. He-Tian must be breaching the door. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-Chun seized a handgun and charged up the stairs. As soon as he reached the third floor, a barrage of bullets intercepted Su-Chun. It turned out that at the halfway point of the third floor, there was a gunman whose sole purpose was to impede his progress. The moment Su-Chun peeked out, a gunshot rang out, sending a bullet ricocheting off the stairs and creating a cloud of dust. Furrowing his brow, Su-Chun pondered his predicament. Charging forward without a plan seemed perilous, yet hesitating would likely leave Jin Xiao and the others unable to hold out much longer. After all, they were defenseless, while He-Tian and his henchmen were armed to the teeth. Bang! 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 At that moment, the sound of heavy kicks against the door echoed from the fourth floor. It was likely that the door lock had already been shattered by bullets. Once breached, their frantic state could lead them to commit unspeakable atrocities. Anxious, beads of sweat began to form on Su-Chen's forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his gun and fired. Bang! With a single shot, Su-Chun struck the foot of a henchman, who let out a painful cry and collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Su-Chun fired again, decisively eliminating the gunman. He did not seek to take the man's life. Rather, he aimed precisely at the pleura, 2 inches from the heart, incapacitating him without inflicting fatal harm. In that moment, Su-Chun was taken aback, glancing down at his hand. To his surprise, not only was he skilled in martial arts, but he also possessed remarkable marksmanship. This revelation deepened his curiosity about his true identity. However, there was no time for contemplation. Su-Chun dashed up to the fourth floor. He arrived just a moment too late, as the door to L.V. Ming's residence had already been breached, and He-Tian had just rushed inside. As the gunman following He-Tian attempted to enter, Su-Chun caught up and shot him in the same spot as the previous henchman, rendering him powerless as well. Yet, at that moment, He-Tian had already burst into the room, and the sound of gunfire followed by a cry of agony echoed from within. Alarmed, Su-Chun hurriedly entered the room, only to find He-Tian sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised. Jin Xiao and Zhang Dali had been well prepared. As soon as He-Tian entered the bedroom, they had ambushed him from both sides, overpowering him completely. He-Tian struggled on the floor, shouting in desperation, "Damn it, you bastards, hurry up and kill them all. Where the hell is everyone?" Looking at the disheveled He-Tian, Su-Chun wiped the fingerprint from his gun with his sleeve, casually tossed it aside, and smiled. "I'm afraid your lackeys won't be coming. They're too tired and currently lying on the ground, fast asleep." "Su-Chun, you!" He-Tian seethed, his teeth clenched in rage. He never anticipated that his numerous subordinates would be so easily dispatched. Who exactly was Su-Chun? Indifferent to He-Tian's threats, Su-Chun approached him with a smile, placing his foot heavily on He-Tian's hand and grinding down with force. "Ah!" He-Tian cried out in pain, tears instantly streaming down his face. Let go, please. I was wrong. Su, I want your life." "Ah, I was wrong. I'm not human." Su-Chun pressed He-Tian to the brink of hysteria, then crouched down and whispered in his ear, "Tell me, why does your family target the Lin family? Why do you wish to eliminate the Lin father and daughter? If you remain silent, I regret to inform you that this hand of yours will be rendered useless." With a smirk, He-Tian retorted, "Oh, how caring you are for the Lin family. Su, have you taken a fancy to that young lady from the Lin family? Alas, what a pity. That girl will eventually be mine. Once I am done with her, I shall grant her a swift end." Su-Chun smiled, his heel crushing down again, resulting in a cacophony of cracking bones, followed by He-Tian's anguished screams. Furrowing his brow, Su-Chun inquired, "The Lin family of Kyoto?" Upon hearing this phrase, Su-Chun felt a moment of confusion, yet it seemed as if everything clicked into place. Meanwhile, sirens blared from downstairs, and soon the situation was under the control of the police, who escorted He-Tian away. As he was let out, He-Tian shouted at Su-Chun, "Who do you think you are? Just a fellow with some knowledge of antiques. You're nothing at all. In the presence of the Lin family of Kyoto, you are even less than an ant. Just wait, Su-Chun. If you stubbornly cling to the Lin father and daughter, you will find no place to be buried. Ha ha ha. If you wish to escape death, you should quickly align yourself with my He family. Perhaps we can ensure your safety." "Enough of your nonsense." At that moment, Jin Xiao, unable to contain herself any longer, delivered a sharp slap to He Tian's face and instructed the two officers escorting him. Take him away. Though somewhat subdued by the slap, He Tian remained arrogantly unyielding, as if this misstep would bear no consequences for him, bolstered by his powerful connections. Su Chen, in his eyes, posed no threat. Once everything settled, the LV siblings expressed their profound gratitude to Su Chen, who had saved their lives. Not only that, but he also provided LV Ming with a chance for a fresh start. Jin Xiaoqiao had assured him that should he be willing to testify against the He family, he would be turned into a key witness, with the court considering leniency in his case. For someone like LV Ming, who had committed numerous past errors, this opportunity represented a rebirth, and his gratitude was boundless. As they departed the police station, Jin Xiaoqiao rushed out after him, her concern evident as she advised, Su Chen, though you may not heed my words, I still hope you can steer clear of the Lin family strife. The waters run too deep here, and even the police may find it difficult to intervene. Su Chen, understanding her concern, smiled gently. Xiaoqiao, I am neither one to abandon my commitments nor someone ungrateful. Lin Wanqing has shown me kindness, and I cannot turn my back on her. Rest assured, I am well aware of my path, and I shall not act recklessly. If I find myself in need, I will reach out to you. Seeing Su Chen's resolute determination, Jin Xiaoqiao realized that further persuasion would be futile. She nodded softly, watching as he walked away. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Su Chen discovered that dinner had already been served. However, Qin Shuyun, ever considerate, had prepared a special meal just for him. Entering the kitchen, he was greeted by the sight of Qin Shuyun, clad in an apron, along with the meticulously arranged dishes. The overwhelming emotion he felt was beyond words. Reflecting on how he had unjustly accused her earlier that day, he was astounded by her ability to overlook past grievances and provide him with a meal. Aunt Qin, thank you, Su Chen uttered, feeling somewhat bashful. He intended to broach the subject of their earlier misunderstanding, but was interrupted by Qin Shuyun. Young Master Su, let's not dwell on that. I understand and empathize with you. Please, eat quickly before it cools. Such a thoughtful and caring housekeeper was truly a treasure, and Lin Wanqing felt fortunate to have someone so dedicated in their home. With these thoughts in mind, she nodded gently at Qin Shuyun before taking a seat across from Su Chen. Watching him eat, she softly inquired, is the work at the Treasure Pavilion too demanding? Remember, work cannot be accomplished in a single day. If the workload is overwhelming, it is best to divide it and not place too much pressure on yourself. Unbeknownst to her, Su Chen's day had been fraught with complexity and challenges. No worries, I thoroughly enjoy my work at the Treasure Pavilion, and it is not tiring at all. If anyone is truly exhausted, it would be Huang Chuan, as he has shouldered most of the responsibilities. I have not contributed much at all. Su Chen replied with a faint smile. Lin Wanqing pouted slightly. How can that be? A manager cannot simply do nothing and expect the shop to thrive. You are just too modest, never taking credit for your contributions and always attributing success to others. Su Chen shrugged, acknowledging the truth in her words, though he knew he had not exerted much effort in his role at the pavilion. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Chen announced that he was tired and wished to retire for the night. Understanding, Lin Wanqing busied herself with her own tasks while Su Chen ascended the stairs. Though he appeared to be working and residing in the Lin household, his primary objective was, after all, to ensure the safety of Lin Wanqing and her father. Without a clear understanding of the adversary's circumstances, how could he effectively safeguard them? Su Chen recognized that Lin Xiongye had always held back information from him, and the Kyoto Lin family was a significant part of that reticence. It would not be an easy task to extract the full truth about the Kyoto Lin family from Lin Xiongye. Nevertheless, he was determined to make the attempt. Thus, Su Chen arrived at Lin Xiongye's room on the second floor, preparing to knock when he overheard Lin Xiongye's voice, seemingly engaged in a telephone conversation. Old Hu, you cannot do this. I have secured several million in Mingyu for you. Can't you use your connections to facilitate matters for me in Kyoto? What, you are powerless? Why did you not mention your limitations before accepting the task? All you need to do is convey my thoughts to them. At this moment, I merely aspire to be a humble antique dealer in Jinan, and I have no intention of meddling further in the power struggles of my family. Is it too much to ask for them to grant me a chance at survival? If your words carry no weight, whose can? You have always maintained a close relationship with my second uncle. Lao Hu, if you speak in such a manner, it loses its significance. What do you truly mean? Hello. Hello. Lao Hu. Alas. A heartless creature. Lin Xiongye, in a fit of rage, flung the phone, producing a sharp crack. At that moment, a series of knocks resonated at the door, prompting Lin Xiongye to compose himself, anxious that the preceding conversation might have been overheard. "Who is it?" he inquired. "Oh, it's Su Chen," came the reply. "Were you just on the phone, Uncle Lin?" Upon entering, Su Chen wasted no time with pleasantries. Oh yes indeed. A business partner seeking a favor." Lin Xiongye's response was clearly evasive, unaware that Su Chen had already discerned the existence of the Lin family in Kyoto. From the content of the previous call, Su Chen understood that Lin Xiongye was entangled in grave peril, as the Kyoto Lin family seemed intent on his demise. "Oh, I see. Is it that you wish to enlist your friend to intercede with the Kyoto Lin family, to spare you?" Su Chen unflinchingly tore through the veil of ambiguity. "What?" Lin Xiongye was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching slightly. "What are you saying, Su Xianzi? What Kyoto Lin family? What do you mean by sparing me? I fail to comprehend your words." "Do you not comprehend? Allow me to refresh your memory, Uncle Lin. The Kyoto Lin family has not once, but multiple times dispatched assassins to eliminate you. Furthermore, they have shown no mercy towards Lin Wanqing either. The poisoning of Sister Wu was likely not an isolated incident. It just so happened that I was present that day. Following that, the Lin family sought to use Gu Xingzhai to carry out your demise. Upon learning of this, you proactively sought to ingratiate yourself with Gu Xingzhai, purchasing a piece of valuable Ming jade. You intended to use this jade as a bribe to sway those who wield influence in the Kyoto Lin family, while simultaneously attempting to cultivate a rapport with Gu Xingzhai to avoid their wrath. However, it is rather amusing that you greatly underestimated the resolve of the Kyoto Lin family to eliminate you. Ultimately, you found yourself at a loss, not only failing to secure the bribe, but also falling prey to Gu Xingzhai's ambitions to wholly absorb you, seeking to expand their own dominion in the Jinan region. Uncle Lin, my assertions are not unfounded, are they? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Xiongye stood in stunned silence, rooted to the spot. How do you know all this? Who informed you? You. Uncle Lin, there is no need for astonishment. Wanqing has shown me kindness, and I would never harm you. To be candid, my intention in remaining with your family is not to seek employment, but rather to protect you and your daughter in gratitude for Wanqing's benevolence towards me. As events have unfolded, an increasing array of information has come to my attention, gradually forming a coherent picture. Today, I have just engaged with Etienne, resulting in his incarceration, from which I also learned of the existence of the Lin family in Kyoto. What did you say? You imprisoned Etienne? Upon hearing Su Chen's account, Lin Xiongye was taken aback, and his gaze towards the young man before him transformed entirely. This lad is indeed exceptional. Chapter 70, Family Background. Lin Xiongye was astounded to learn that Su Chen had made contact with the ancient sage society and had managed to imprison Etienne. What astonished him even more was that this youth possessed not only profound knowledge of antiques, but also remarkable strength, enabling him to confront the ancient sage society head-on. A surge of incredulity flooded Lin Xiongye's mind. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If Su Chen is so formidable, why not enlist his aid to stand against both the Lin family and the ancient sage society? With Su Chen's support, preserving his and his daughter's lives might not be an impossible endeavor. Yet, this notion flickered in his mind for but a moment before being swiftly dismissed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Lin family is a prestigious clan. Its intricate power dynamics and centuries-old existence have deeply entrenched it, establishing extensive connections across various fields. Relying solely on Su Chen to oppose the Lin family is nothing short of a fool's errand. With a wry smile, Lin Xiongye suddenly realized how desperate he had become. Although Su Chen might not be able to help him confront the Lin family and secure his own life, perhaps he could protect his daughter. After all, as long as she remained untouched by the family feud, it would be a blessing for Lin Xiongye. With this thought, he grasped Su Chen's shoulders earnestly and said, Su Chen, I know you're a good kid. I wish to ask you for a favor, hoping you will acquiesce. Su Chen smiled lightly. Are you asking me to take Wanqing far away, to care for her for the rest of her life? Lin Xiongye was taken aback. This young man had discerned his noble intention. So do you agree? Lin Xiongye inquired, somewhat excited. In his view, this request was immensely tempting for anyone. Agreeing would not only mean marrying his stunning daughter, but also inheriting his vast wealth. What could be more advantageous than that? A veritable stroke of luck. However, he was mistaken. He gravely underestimated the young man before him. What? Lin Xiongye was utterly astonished, unable to fathom how someone would refuse such a fortuitous offer. Why? He gazed intently at Su Chen, incredulously asking. Su Chen had already made his intentions abundantly clear. And how could someone as astute as Lin Xiongye fail to recognize that Su Chen's mind was resolute? However, to rely solely on such a young individual to safeguard the safety of the father and daughter against the formidable Lin family of Kyoto seems rather fanciful. Uncle Lin, despite the Lin family's vast influence in Kyoto, there are indeed limitations to their power. If we unite our efforts, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to overcome them. In this regard, Su Chen harbored great confidence. After all, he possessed the extraordinary ability to see through people's hearts and perceive objects. With such remarkable powers, protecting the Lin family should be more than sufficient. Moreover, if he could assist in solidifying their influence in Jinan, achieving the goal of confronting the Lin family of Kyoto would not be impossible. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Xiongye erupted in laughter, his gaze upon the young man shimmering with brilliance. Excellent, excellent. Nephew Su, I have indeed not misjudged you. You are truly a prodigious talent. You possess both audacity and capability. Yet, his expression soon turned somber as he remarked, however, you are indeed a bit youthful and impetuous. Your thoughts may be excessively naive. My dear nephew, do you understand the colossal force you will have to face should you make this decision? The Lin family has been entrenched in Kyoto for over a century, with tendrils extending into every corner. Politics, commerce, military, and even the underworld. One could say that to cause someone's disappearance is as simple as ensuring they do not see the dawn of the next day. To think that you can confront such a vast power with just your own strength is not only a dream, but rather excessively naive. As Lin Xiongye concluded his discourse, Su Chen too began to chuckle, leaving Lin Xiongye somewhat taken aback. Nephew, what is it that you find amusing? Am I not speaking the truth? Uncle Lin, you are absolutely correct. The Lin family's influence is indeed intricate and formidable, capable of overshadowing all. To deal with someone like you, a mere local businessman, would indeed be a trivial matter. And to eliminate someone as inconspicuous as myself would require little effort. Yet, have you ever pondered why, if erasing you is so simple, they have repeatedly failed? This question left Lin Xiongye momentarily speechless. Allow me to elucidate, Uncle. You mentioned that the Lin family's power is deeply rooted and complex. And while this is indeed a source of strength, it is also its Achilles heel. Oh, Lin Xiongye's eyes widened, eager for further explanation. It is precisely because of their glaring prominence that they must tread carefully. Although they have numerous interest groups, they undoubtedly have an equal number of adversaries. How could these foes not be vigilantly observing their every move? Even the slightest misstep could yield immeasurable consequences. This is precisely why they approach the task of eliminating a local businessman like you with utmost caution, fearful of escalating the situation. Thus, they refrain from direct confrontation, instead opting to use underhanded methods, attempting to orchestrate your demise through the ancient sanctum. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Xiongye was suddenly struck with a profound epiphany. He realized with startling clarity why he had never contemplated these notions before. For far too long, he had existed under the oppressive weight of fear, scarcely daring to lift his gaze. This very fear had extinguished the innate insight he once possessed. Su Chen's remarks appeared to illuminate a glimmer of hope amidst his chaos, leading him to the sudden realization that if he were to challenge the Lin family, failure was a distinct possibility. Uncle Lin, do you find any merit in what I have said? Lin Xiongye swallowed hard and took a deep breath. Su Xianzi, your words indeed hold wisdom. Yet, what if we were to fail? Failure? If we fail, we fail. At worst, we die. To remain passive in the face of oppression is to invite certain death. So why not resist and test the waters? Perhaps there lies a sliver of hope. Indeed, Su Xianzi, your words are more enlightening than a decade of study. Please, tell us what course of action we should take. At that moment, Lin Xiongye felt as if Su Chen had opened the energy channels within him, and he perceived this young man as a savior sent from above. If he did not seize this opportunity fervently, he feared losing not only this chance, but far more than he could ever imagine. Uncle Lin, have you ever heard the saying, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated? What do you mean? My meaning is simple. I implore you, Uncle Lin, to open your heart and share with me everything you know about the Lin family, leaving nothing unsaid. Only then can I devise appropriate strategies to counter our adversaries. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiongye slammed his hand on the table. Very well, it is settled. He then lit a cigar, settled into the sofa, and began recounting the history of the Lin family. The Lin family had been engaged in the jade business in the capital for generations, a practice that dates back to the Qing dynasty. With each passing generation, their influence in the capital grew exponentially. Gradually, they began to expand both vertically and horizontally, extending their ventures into mining, antiques, and even illicit enterprises. As modernity dawned, the Lin family catapulted onto the grand stage of the capital, eventually collaborating with foreigners in banking, philanthropy, hospitality, and service industries. As their business flourished and their family expanded, internal conflicts intensified. By the time of Lin Xiongye, his father had intended to bequeath the majority of the family's assets to him, while distributing the remainder among other family members. However, at the moment of his father's passing, Lin Xiongye's uncle suddenly instigated a fierce inheritance dispute, employing various cunning tactics to appropriate most of the estate for his faction, ultimately orchestrating Lin Xiongye's expulsion from the family. Exiled from his lineage, Lin Xiongye, accompanied by his wife, sought refuge in the medium-sized city of Jinan to carve out a new path for his career. Yet, he remained perceived as a thorn in the family's side, with the belief that as long as he existed, he posed a threat to their current standing. Thus, a considerable faction within the clan, led by the second uncle, resolved to eradicate Lin Xiongye entirely. However, this course of action was vehemently opposed by another segment of the family. After all, Lin Xiongye was a direct descendant of the family. How could they contemplate such annihilation? With dissenting voices emerging, the faction led by the second uncle refrained from overt actions. Consequently, for many years, their murderous activities unfolded in secrecy. Lin Wanqing's mother lost her life during one such assassination attempt, sacrificing herself to protect the young Lin Wanqing. Chapter 71. The Opportunity Arises. After an engaging conversation, Su Chen devised an 8-character strategic guideline for Lin Xiongye. Sever all ties and develop discreetly. This statement left Lin Xiongye somewhat bewildered, as he could not grasp the meaning behind Su Chen's words. Su Chen elucidated, from today onward, all connections with the capital must be entirely severed. Even dealings unrelated to the Lin family of Kyoto must cease. For instance, regarding there should be no further interaction. Even if he reaches out to you, you must ignore him. This will create an air of mystery, prompting them to ponder why their survival instincts have suddenly waned. Such a tactic would deter them from acting recklessly. Oh, Lin Xiongye mused. I understand that developing discreetly means I must keep a low profile and quietly accumulate wealth. Precisely. However, Uncle Lin, it is you who must remain inconspicuous. As for me, I intend to showcase my prowess boldly. Place me in the limelight while you remain in the shadows. This will render it even more challenging for them to target you. Understood. And then what? Once the opportune moment arises, we shall show them our true colors. Upon hearing Su Chen utter these words, his eyes glimmered with a hint of red, sending a chill down Lin Xiongye's spine. This young man possessed such remarkable foresight, evoking both awe and trepidation. Presently, Lin Xiongye had no choice but to trust Su Chen. Thus he adhered to his plans without question. As the room was left with only Lin Xiongye, he suddenly lit a cigarette and began to smoke thoughtfully. I trust this young fellow. I wonder if this is indeed the right choice. So be it. I shall gamble on this. If I fail, I shall face the consequences. A night swiftly passed, and on the following morning, after breakfast, Su Chen headed to work. Typically, by this hour, Lin Xiongye would have already departed for his errands. Yet today he sat comfortably at home, appearing to take a day off for himself. Observing her father in this manner, Lin Wanqing was taken aback and playfully inquired, Dad, what is going on? Are you taking a break today? Indeed. Since I have spent so little time with my precious daughter lately, I decided to stay home and accompany you today. Really? Lin Wanqing exclaimed, surprised. Absolutely. That's wonderful. To be honest, Lin Wanqing had always shared a deep bond with her father, especially after her mother's passing. They had relied on one another throughout the years, making her father her sole pillar of support. Yet, her father was perpetually busy, rarely spending an entire day at home with her. The desire for her father's companionship had subtly transformed into Lin Wanqing's cherished wish. To her astonishment, her father unexpectedly declared that he would spend the day at home with her. How could Lin Wanqing not feel elated and excited? However, what truly delighted her was Lin Xiongye's subsequent words. My precious daughter, not only today, but in the future, I shall strive to spend more time with you. Father. The 20-year-old girl, rare in her affection, threw herself into her father's embrace and planted a heartfelt kiss on his cheek. This girl, Lin Xiongye too, relished this long-lost warmth, his laughter blooming like a flower. Meanwhile, Su Chen arrived at the Zhenbao Pavilion, embarking on yet another leisurely day of work. Following a profound conversation with Lin Xiongye the previous night, he pondered how to expand the scale of Jinbao Pavilion. Ideally, he aimed to elevate the establishment's reputation, social standing, and financial strength to new heights. Achieving this would present a formidable challenge, even for Su Chen. After all, the antique shops in Chang'an Street were numerous, and the competition was fiercely intense. To emerge victorious from such a fierce contest was not something that could be accomplished merely through a bold proclamation or an audacious idea. It was essential to recognize that Jinbao Pavilion's standing in Chang'an Street was only fourth or fifth at best, overshadowed by at least 3 other formidable competitors. To contend with the Lin family of the capital, it was imperative to first assist Lin Xiongye in fortifying and expanding Jinbao Pavilion. By leveraging Jinbao Pavilion's influence in Chang'an Street, he could uplift all of the Lin family's ventures and subsequently dominate the antique market in Jinan. Only by amplifying Lin Xiongye's antique business to such influential heights could the Lin family in Kyoto be deterred from taking drastic actions. However, such grand ambitions, while easy to articulate, were exceedingly challenging to realize. Su Chen spent nearly the entire morning deep in thought about how to channel his plans into fruition. To his surprise, as he contemplated, an opportunity presented itself at his doorstep. At 2:30 in the afternoon, a middle-aged man with a bald head arrived at Jinbao Pavilion, expressing a desire to meet with manager Su. Su Chen heard the commotion and approached the front hall, scrutinizing the middle-aged man from head to toe. Beneath his gleaming bald head was a face that exuded slickness and cunning. He donned retro attire adorned with intricate patterns, a high-quality jade necklace around his neck, and a wrist adorned with several strands of beeswax prayer beads, his lazy shoes giving him an air of arrogance. His attire was a quintessential representation of a low-key wealthy individual, eager for others to recognize his affluence. The jade necklace and beeswax prayer beads clearly indicated that he was well-versed in the world of cultural artifacts. Otherwise, such items would be beyond the reach of an ordinary person. "You must be manager Su?" The newcomer inquired with an air of superiority. "Indeed, that is correct. May I ask who you are?" Su Chen replied, with a slight arch of his brow. "I am Peng, the second manager of the Wenianch. With a single character C in my name, Chang'an Street is renowned, a place known to all. Yet surprisingly, Su Zhanggue does not recognize me. This echoes the saying, a newborn calf does not fear tiger. How amusing. It is no wonder you inquired if I were the shopkeeper. Your metaphor is indeed apt, and I appreciate it." Su Chen's words left Peng Xia momentarily taken aback, and with a cold snort, he replied, "Youngster, I shall not stoop to your level. I have come on behalf of the esteemed shopkeeper to deliver an invitation. Next Sunday, a distinctive antique conference will be held at Wenianch, where all the connoisseurs from Chang'an Street will gather. Even representatives from the Municipal Relic Association will be present. I hope you will not be absent." With that, Peng Xia handed over a crimson invitation adorned with golden edges. Su Chen did not accept it. Instead, his gaze shifted slightly, prompting Huang Chuan to take the invitation with one hand and casually place it on the counter. Peng Xia's heart churned with irritation, thinking to himself, this audacious lad, allowing his subordinate to take the invitation from my hand. "Let us see if I can't teach you a lesson." He then sneered. "I've heard that shopkeeper Su has only recently taken charge of the treasure pavilion. I presume you're not acquainted with the prominent figures of Chang'an Street. This is a perfect opportunity for you to seek their guidance, for in the world of antiques, one cannot rely solely on youthful exuberance." Su Chen merely smiled faintly. Remaining silent, Peng Xia continued, "There is something I believe warrants a heads-up to shopkeeper Su. This conference serves not only as a platform for skill exchange to enhance the antiques industry, but also as an initiative by our esteemed shopkeeper to establish a Chang'an Street Relic Association. The first president of this association will be elected at the conference. Rest assured, Wenianch stands at the pinnacle of power in Chang'an Street. And I hope you will keep this in mind when casting your vote." His words could not be more transparent. He was essentially urging Su Chen to support the shopkeeper of Wenianch during the voting. However, Su Chen was unmoved, his mind already swirling with thoughts. To his astonishment, just as he pondered how to secure a dominant position on Chang'an Street, the opportunity had presented itself. At that moment, Su Chen had already envisioned the presidency of the association as his own. It was not for himself. He intended for Lin Xiongye to assume that role. After all, his own experience in the antiques trade was limited, and sheer skill would not suffice to earn trust. Lin Xiongye, however, had decades of experience in the antique scene of Jinan, enjoying a reputation as a leading figure in the field. With Lin's credentials combined with his own skills, securing that position seemed entirely plausible. "Shopkeeper Su, Pang Xie continued his monologue for quite a while, his throat growing dry. When he finally looked up, he was taken aback to find that Su Chen's attention was completely elsewhere, seemingly lost in a daydream. Master Su, are you even listening to me? I must warn you. Should you fail to meet my expectations when the time comes, do not blame us at the Wenian for treating you with disdain once the association president is elected. You, young man, should not be so arrogant. Do not presume that just because you have some connections, I am powerless against you. Let me inform you. We have already made arrangements with the Haihe gang. Brother Hai has stated unequivocally that he will not intervene in this matter. Thus your protection has vanished. It would be wise to tread carefully and avoid any untoward actions. Su Chen was left speechless, astonished that they would even bring up Du Chenghai. He had never expected much from him at all. Su Chen, no longer wishing to engage in further conversation, turned to Huang Chuan and instructed, "See him out." Chapter 72. The most unpredictable is human nature. Brother Su, it seems Wenian harbors ill intentions this time, Huang Chuan remarked. In response, Su Chen merely smiled faintly, picking up the celadon paperweight received that morning. The visitor bears no goodwill. Those with good intentions do not come. We shall see what schemes he harbors. Su Chen did not take Wenian seriously at all. In the face of absolute strength, all underhanded plots are as powerless as paper tigers. It was the Chang'an Street Antiquities Association that truly piqued his interest. With a newfound resolve, Su Chen ceased to dwell on expanding the Jinbao Pavilion and focused intently on restoring the celadon paperweight in his hands. Just as he was nearing completion of the restoration, a middle-aged man entered, clad in slacks and a dress shirt, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, resembling a schoolteacher. Upon entering, the man surveyed the surroundings before approaching the counter. With an air of mystery, he produced a wooden box from his bag. "Young man, could you take a look? How much do you think this treasure is worth?" Seeing the potential for business, Huang Chuan perked up. As a middle-aged man displayed his enigmatic demeanor, Huang Chuan cautiously opened the box. Inside lay a double-headed jade rui, its green hue radiant, crafted with exquisite skill. Huang Chuan's eyes lit up, and he grabbed a magnifying glass to examine it closely. "This rui has been passed down since the time of my great-grandfather. It has been in the family for many years," the middle-aged man said, his expression tense as he fixated on Huang Chuan. Huang Chuan hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. Just then, Su Chen completed his restoration of the celadon paperweight. Huang Chuan, seeing a glimmer of hope, called out, "Brother Su, please lend your discerning eye." Su Chen approached, took a brief glance, and smiled lightly. "Sir, this jade rui is of average quality. It may be worth around 10,000 at most, should you decide to sell. Our Jinbao Pavilion can offer you up to 15,000. Upon hearing this, dissatisfaction was evident on the middle-aged man's face as he swiftly retrieved the rui into its box. "What did you say? This has been passed down through generations. How could it possibly be worth only 15,000? My friend assures me it is worth at least 200,000. I see that your Jinbao Pavilion is merely a facade. A young lad with golden hair, lacking any real skills, could only spout nonsense. Had I known, I would have gone directly to the Wenianj." With that, he turned and exited the shop. Su Chen shook his head, feeling somewhat speechless. Some individuals simply cannot bear the truth. Huang Chuan, on the other hand, appeared rather awkward. "Brother Su, is that thing truly worth 15,000? About that, Su Chen nodded, offering no further explanation, allowing everyone to return to their tasks, for this was merely a trivial interlude. In the Gushang Zhai, He Wenchang sat upon a rattan chair, absently toying with two decorative walnuts. The rapid spinning of the walnuts in his palm betrayed the unrest within him. Dad, a voice filled with urgency approached, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps ascending the stairs. He who, with a face full of freckles, rushed to his father's side, panting heavily as he spoke. "Dad, the police station said my brother's case is too serious. They want to grant bail." No sooner had he finished speaking than a sharp crack echoed as He Wenchang crushed the walnuts in his grip. "Have you found out who is behind this? I refuse to believe that Lu Ming possesses such power. He is merely a dog kept by our family." He Wenchang inhaled deeply, his gaze icy. A dog does not betray its master. Seeing his father in such a state, he who instinctively recoiled, a hint of fear crossing his features. "I've had someone investigate. It was that Su Chen." "Su Chen? I never expected that the one bearing the surname Su could catch me off guard. In a moment of carelessness, that scoundrel managed to pluck my eyes." Casting the shattered walnut fragments to the ground, He Wenchang's expression darkened considerably. Standing beside him, he who feigned anxiety while secretly reveling in delight. It would be best if He Tian remained in prison. That way, no one will contest the family fortune with me." As he indulged in these thoughts, He Wenchang noticed the dazed look on He Hu's face and furrowed his brow, speaking sharply. Little Hu? He Hu jolted. Ah? Dad, do you need something? Seeing the useless demeanor of his youngest son, He Wenchang felt a surge of anger. Find someone to monitor Su Chen's every move. Also, recruit a few capable individuals to detain Lu Ming and his sisters well. Yes, Dad, I will handle it meticulously, He Hu declared, feeling a surge of pride at his father's newfound regard for him. However, before he could descend the stairs, He Wenchang called him back. Never mind Lu Ming's matter. I will handle that myself. Just ensure you keep an eye on the one surnamed Su. Oh, understood, Dad. He Hu descended with a hint of disappointment, feeling somewhat discontented. Once his son departed, He Wenchang hesitated for a moment, as if steeling himself, then retrieved his phone and dialed a number. By the end of the afternoon, Su Chen had managed to repair only 2 mildly damaged antiques, and it was time to close up shop. Su Chen, something terrible has happened. Jean Xiaoqiao's voice was tinged with urgency, a hint of panic, and a touch of anger. What has occurred? A sense of foreboding gnawed at his heart. That rascal Lu Ming has gone back on his word. Jean Xiaoqiao spoke with remarkable speed. Not only did he refuse to acknowledge the agreement made with us yesterday, but he also colluded with He Tian to provide false testimony, which infuriated me. What? How could this be possible? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. It had only been a day, and yet Lu Ming's attitude had shifted so dramatically, furrowing his brow deeply. His intuition suggested that something significant had transpired within that single day. However, having met Lu Ming only once, he could not draw any conclusions hastily. That scoundrel! I always said that grave robbers are no good. How dare he play tricks on me? I will not let him off easily. Jean Xiaoqiao was clearly furious, continuing to curse incessantly. All right. Stop cursing for now. Where are you? Let us go find Lu Ming and get to the bottom of this, Su Chen said, feeling somewhat helpless. Offending such a fierce woman was undeniably a terrifying prospect, since Lu Ming had promised to become a witness against the He family. The police had arranged a discreet location for the siblings, assigning 2 officers for 24-hour protection. Such safe houses were typically not disclosed to unrelated parties. But given Jean Xiaoqiao's current state of anger and Lu Ming's change of heart, revealing the location seemed less critical now. Hailing a taxi, he soon arrived at a modest community named Xiangzhang. Jean Xiaoqiao was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him, the fiery female officer, still brimming with rage, pulled Su Chen along, determined to confront Lu Ming. They ascended to the 6th floor of Building 11, where Jean Xiaoqiao raised her hand and knocked forcefully on the leftmost door. Who is it? A wary voice called out. It's me, Jean Xiaoqiao, she replied irately. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached, and the door swung open to reveal 2 plainclothes officers. They clearly understood Jean Xiaoqiao's intentions, gesturing with their chins towards the interior. Lu Ming, what on earth do you mean by this? Jean Xiaoqiao demanded as she pushed her way inside. Inside, Lu Ming sat on the edge of the bed, leaning against the headboard, a cigarette in hand, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, his gaze distant and unfocused. The noise Jean Xiaoqiao made startled him. Officer Jean, you're here, Lu Ming said awkwardly, extinguishing his cigarette. However, upon noticing Su Chen, his pupils dilated suddenly, and a look of shame washed over his face. Seeing his expression, Su Chen furrowed his brow even deeper, sensing an ominous premonition. Stop with the excuses. How can you go back on your word? Jean Xiaoqiao exclaimed, gripping Lu Ming's collar. Seeing this, Su Chen stepped forward to grasp Jean Xiaoqiao's hand, preventing her from proceeding with her impending outburst, and then turned to Lu Ming with a calm demeanor. Could you explain the reason behind this? Expecting that his gentle approach would elicit some explanation, he was surprised when Lu Ming, after a few moments of contemplation, simply replied, There is no reason. I am grateful to you, Mr. Su, for saving me. However, I cannot assist you in fabricating evidence to expose the He family. I sincerely apologize. Initially, a semblance of guilt lingered on his face, but as the conversation progressed, that trace of remorse vanished entirely, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Observing his transformation, even the somewhat obtuse Jean Xiaoqiao discerned something amiss. What? You dare to label the exposure of the He family as perjury? How ungrateful, Lu Ming. We took considerable risks to rescue you, and this is how you repay us? Ungrateful? Jean officer, do you presume I am unaware? Your intention in rescuing me was merely to extract incriminating evidence against the He family. This was fundamentally a transaction, and now that the exchange has faltered, such words are unnecessary. As Lu Ming spoke, he casually extracted a cigarette from a nearby pack, his expression exuding a relaxed demeanor. starkly contrasting with the previous day's tension. After taking a drag, he continued, "In truth, if you could provide me with certain assurances." He pinched his thumb and forefinger together, then added, "I wouldn't be entirely opposed to collaborating with you." "What? You scoundrel!" Jean Xiao erupted with indignation, clenching her fists, ready to strike, but was restrained by Su Chen. "Let's depart." Witnessing this, Lu Ming curled his lip in disdain, and, just as Su Chen was about to exit the room, suddenly remarked, "Mr. Su, I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter." As Su Chen turned to leave, his expression grew serious. Jean Xiao, still bewildered, questioned, "Why are we leaving just like that? What? Did you expect him to have a change of heart?" Su Chen shook his head. "Look at him. It is evident he will not cooperate with us. This fellow. I suspect the He family has offered him some enticing benefit, compelling him to remain loyal to them." A wry smile crossed his lips. "It seems I have misjudged the nature of humanity." With a sigh, Su Chen felt a heaviness in his heart. The complexities of human nature remain, after all, the most intricate. Chapter 73, Encountering Assassination. As they descended the stairs, Jean Xiao dialed Lu Xinyan to report the situation. In truth, her invitation for Su Chen to accompany her had been a directive from Lu Xinyan, aimed at uncovering the true reasons behind Lu Ming's change of heart. Now that the truth was revealed, there was no longer a need to remain at this safe house. "It is infuriating, and we have wasted a safe house in the process." After concluding her call, Jean Xiao still appeared quite perturbed. "What troubles you?" Su Chen, who had been unresponsive, only deepened her frustration, leaving her feeling utterly despondent. "Oh, it's nothing." "Perhaps." Su Chen pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity in her words, and chose not to dwell on it further. Upon exiting the community, Jean Xiao initially intended to invite Su Chen for a meal, but given the recent events, her appetite vanished. Upon returning home, Qin Shiyan had left dinner, as usual. After dining and exchanging a few words with Lin Wanqing, he ascended the stairs to rest. In the dead of night, within a villa in the Jinan West District, Lu Jing gazed apprehensively at the middle-aged man before him, uncertain of the purpose behind his abduction. "Rest assured, your presence here is merely a precaution." He Wenchong discerned the trepidation in Lu Jing's demeanor and, with a slight smile, remarked, "As long as my son is acquitted and your brother divulges the secrets he possesses, I shall grant you your freedom." Although Lu Ming had reluctantly consented under the dual pressures of half-threat and half-promise to provide false testimony for his son and disclose the location of the tomb that could elevate the He family's fortunes, an underlying tension remained between them. Thus, the cunning and astute He Wenchong was naturally prepared for all contingencies. "Bring her here, ensure she is well cared for, and allow no room for error," he commanded. "Yes, sir." A barely perceptible sound echoed in the darkness as a shadow flitted past the floor-to-ceiling window. The moonlight enveloped the scene, fraught with peril. The shadow stealthily infiltrated the room, creeping toward the bedside where a man lay in slumber. Slowly, the shadow produced a dagger from behind, its blade gleaming coldly. Just then, the man in bed abruptly opened his eyes. Startled, the shadow's heart raced, and the dagger plunged downward with force. However, before the blade could descend, Su Chen reacted with instinctual swiftness, his muscles tensed, and his right hand shot out, seizing the shadow's wrist. The assailant did not anticipate such a rapid response from his target, his astonishment compounded by the immense strength that felt like iron bands constricting his arm. Yet, he was clearly well trained, despite his surprise. He remained composed and swiftly drew a second dagger with his left hand, aiming for Su Chen's throat. The blade glinted ominously as Su Chen swiftly grabbed a nearby blanket, draping it over the assassin's head. With a powerful kick, the assassin was sent tumbling backward, even with the blanket obstructing his vision. At that moment, Su Chen was still unaware of his true strength. He had exerted all his might in that kick, and when the assassin removed the blanket, it was evident that he was gravely injured. Gazing at the assassin's pallid face, Su Chen's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated an assassination attempt against him. "Speak. Who sent you?" he demanded, stepping closer and retrieving both daggers with a grave tone. "Failure means my demise as well. To know the answer, seek me in hell." The assassin replied, a morbid smile spreading across his lips before blood began to pour from his mouth. Alarmed, Su Chen leaned closer to inspect, only to be met with a grim sight. The assassin had bitten his tongue and taken his own life. What a cold-hearted individual. What a terrifying organization. Who is it that seeks my demise? Su Chen pondered, staring at the lifeless assassin with a face etched in solemnity. The mere thought of an organization so fearsome that a failed mission could drive an assassin to suicide sent chills down his spine. After thoroughly searching the assassin, he found nothing, no cell phone, not even the essentials of modern life. Clearly, the assassin had come fully prepared for the task at hand. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, accompanied by Lin Wanqing's anxious voice. Su-chun, I heard a noise. What happened? Su-chun rose to his feet, cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, and proceeded to the door. After illuminating the area with a light, he gently opened the door. A grave incident had occurred. There was an assassin at large, and it was imperative to contact the authorities. Such a significant event could not be concealed, and Su-chun had no intention of doing so. Lin Wanqing was taken aback, and as the moonlight streamed in, she beheld the bloodied corpse lying on the floor, her face paling in shock as she instinctively covered her mouth. In the living room, Lin Xiongya's countenance was somber. He had already examined the body upstairs, and combined with Su-chun's description, he quickly deduced that this was the work of a professional killer. Given Lin Wanqing's presence, he refrained from discussing the matter directly with Su-chun, yet his eyes betrayed a wealth of unspoken thoughts. Despite the late hour, the police responded promptly to the scene of the crime. The officer who arrived was none other than Lu Xinyan, a robust man with a dark complexion, who wasted no time in asking, "Where's the body?" Upstairs came the reply. Upon ascending, Lu Xinyan's brow furrowed at the sight of the corpse. "This room must be sealed off. Conduct a thorough search," he commanded, before turning to Su-chun. "Mr. Su, we need to speak privately." Very well. Given the number of people in the villa at that moment, Lu Xinyan led Su-chun to the small courtyard of the villa. "Mr. Su, do you have anything to share regarding this incident?" His piercing gaze resembled that of a hawk, and his tone was devoid of warmth. After a moment of contemplation, Su-chun shook his head. "Captain Lu, as you are aware, I have lost my memory and am unclear about past events. As for why someone would wish to harm me, I was about to inquire when the assassin took his own life. Thus, I possess no knowledge. Rest assured, I understand." The investigation and evidence collection by the police took several hours, and by the time they departed, dawn had begun to break. "Su-chun, we are to blame for involving you in this," Lin Wanqing expressed with a troubled demeanor. Though kind-hearted and gentle, she was no fool. Previously, Aunt Wu had attempted to poison her and her father, and now, just days later, Su-chun had been targeted for assassination. The connection was undeniable, weighing heavily on her conscience. "Don't say such things," Su-chun consoled, reaching out to gently pat her head with a smile. "Do not overthink it. This could very well be the work of an enemy I made prior to my amnesia. You know my capabilities. I must have offended quite a few people in the past. But enough of this. Do not dwell on it any longer. Go rest. You haven't slept a wink all night." After ensuring Lin Wanqing was settled for sleep, Su-chun made his way to Lin Xiongya's study. "Su Xianji, I apologize for involving you in this," Lin Xiongya expressed with deep regret. "I never anticipated that the Lin family would act so boldly." Su-chun shook his head, harboring a different thought. "Uncle Lin, this incident may not be related to you at all. If the He family is indeed behind this, it is because I have placed He Tian in prison. Thus, we are now sworn enemies." Although it was said so, Su-chun's tone revealed no hint of tension. Noticing that Lin Xiongya was about to speak, Su-chun smiled and remarked, "This matter can only be investigated gradually. What I wish to discuss with you is not this issue." He then recounted the details regarding the Cultural Relics Conference on Chang'an Street. "Are you suggesting that I should assume the role of president?" Lin Xiongya shook his head, evidently skeptical of Su-chun's proposition. "However, the strength of the Treasure Pavilion ranks at most fourth on Chang'an Street. It may not be as simple as you think to become president." "Uncle Lin, rest assured. If I say I can do it, then I certainly can," Su-chun replied, a captivating smile gracing his lips. After all, this was our initial step in opposing the Lin family. Lin Xiongya observed the young man before him and saw a profound self-assurance reflected in his eyes, an assurance that even left the seasoned businessman slightly astonished. Perhaps he truly could achieve it. As dawn began to break, Su-chun chose not to return to sleep, but instead engaged in some physical exercise. Upon his return, he found that Qin Shuyun had prepared breakfast. Strangely, despite the recent tragedy at the villa, Qin Shuyun exhibited neither fear nor trepidation, which made Su-chun regard her as quite remarkable. However, he refrained from inquiring further. After finishing his meal, and just as he was about to leave the villa, Lin Wanqing called out to him, "Su-chun, there's a banquet tomorrow evening. Would you accompany me?" As she spoke, Lin Wanqing seemed bashful, glancing at him before lowering her gaze. "Is it really the right time for a banquet?" Su-chun furrowed his brow. The Lin family was currently facing tumultuous times. with the threat from Gu Xingzhai and the Kyoto Lin family still looming. In his opinion, it would be best for Lin Wanqing to remain in the villa, to embrace a more sheltered existence. Venturing out could potentially lead to danger. Wanqing, it's not that I am unwilling, but given the current perilous situation, could you possibly postpone this event? Su Chen noticed Lin Wanqing's disappointment and quickly added. Upon hearing that Su Chen was not opposed to accompanying her, Lin Wanqing's expression brightened. This gathering is an annual tradition. Nothing untoward will occur. Moreover, having you by my side ensures my safety. After considering her words, Su Chen concluded that attending a banquet with numerous attendees would likely diminish the chances of an incident. Thus he acquiesced. Very well. I shall meet you at home after work tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 74. He Tian is released. After agreeing to accompany Lin Wanqing to the banquet, Su Chen traveled to the treasure pavilion. Despite the assassination attempt from the previous night, during which a killer had died before his eyes, he found it peculiar that he felt no unusual emotions. It was as if witnessing death had become an ordinary occurrence for him. Initially, he had not recognized this feeling, but upon arriving at the shop and settling into a reflective silence, he began to deeply question his past endeavors. His remarkable skills, proficiency in marksmanship, expertise in artifact restoration and appraisal, and, most disturbingly, his indifference towards life itself, filled him with a sense of unease. Ah, the pain has returned, damn it. It seems that I have delved too deeply into my thoughts, and my head is once again engulfed in a searing ache. I cannot afford to ponder any further. If I do, I am certain the pain will become unbearable. Su Chen massaged his temples, reluctant to delve any deeper, and redirected his focus towards his duties at the treasure pavilion. Time passed swiftly, almost imperceptibly, until it was past 10 o'clock. Just as Su Chen was preparing to take a brief respite, a boisterous laughter echoed from the entrance of the store. Ha ha ha, Su Chen. I hear you have become the manager of the treasure pavilion. Congratulations are in order. He Tian swaggered into the pavilion, a broad smile plastered across his face, albeit one tinged with a certain rigidity. Following closely behind him were two individuals. One was San Er, whom Su Chen had encountered previously at Gu Xingzhai, and the other caused Su Chen's brow to furrow. Lu Ming. This fellow had indeed been bought off by the He family, despite having reached this conclusion yesterday. Seeing him in person still stirred an unsettling feeling within Su Chen. As for He Tian's release, Su Chen was not particularly surprised, for he had anticipated that the police would not be able to detain this man for long after learning of Lu Ming's betrayal. What brings you here? Although He Tian wore a smile and offered his congratulations, Su Chen's expression gradually turned icy. He surveyed the shop's surroundings and added, "This is not an appropriate place for conversation." Noticing He Tian's air of mystery, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, contemplating what intentions lay behind his facade. Rising from his seat, he said coolly, "Follow me." Huang Chuan, stationed at the counter, cast a penetrating glance at He Tian, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet ultimately refrained. Su Chen also noticed this and led He Tian to a small reception room nearby. The tension between them was palpable, and Su Chen cut straight to the point, declaring, "If you have something to say, speak quickly. I am quite busy." He Tian was clearly displeased with Su Chen's demeanor, thinking to himself that he had extended an olive branch, yet Su Chen had the audacity to disregard his courtesy. Recalling the terror he felt when Su Chen had bested him, He Tian's expression darkened. Nevertheless, remembering the purpose of his visit, he waved his hand at San Er and instructed, "San Er, stand guard outside. No one is to approach." San Er immediately complied, but upon exiting, he noticed Lu Ming still inside, causing him to hesitate momentarily, his eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. Once San Er had left, He Tian donned a forced smile and said, "Su Chen, in truth, we are not as adversarial as you might think. The conflict between us and Lin Xiongye is not insurmountable." Initially, Su Chen found He Tian's words somewhat dismissive, but as He Tian continued, an odd sensation began to stir within him. Was He Tian actually softening his stance? This was uncharacteristic of him, especially after the humiliation he had suffered at Su Chen's hands. Noticing Su Chen's silence, He Tian pressed on, seemingly unfazed by the lack of response. "As for our grievances, as the saying goes, they're only eternal interests, not eternal enemies." "Well then, can we speak plainly?" No need for circumlocution. Upon hearing this, Su Chen had already begun to surmise the purpose of He Tian's visit and could not help but interrupt his grandiloquent discourse. The speech, long in the making, was abruptly halted, and a fleeting glimmer of anger flickered in He Tian's eyes. However, he restrained himself and stated plainly, Let me be straightforward. It is quite simple. I trust you have heard from LV Ming about that tomb. We intend to invite you to join us in the exploration of this treasure. Though framed as a collaboration, He Tian's countenance radiated an air of arrogant pride, as if allowing Su Chen to partake in their venture was a grand favor bestowed upon him. Observing He Tian's demeanor, Su Chen smirked inwardly, yet refrained from outright rejection. Instead, he cast a curious glance at LV Ming and, with a sardonic smile, inquired, "What? Have you disclosed the location of that tomb to them?" In his view, LV Ming ought not to be so foolish. Naturally, he had not divulged this information. Should he do so, he would lose all leverage. Upon hearing this, He Tian shot a fierce glare at LV Ming, and then, seemingly growing impatient, addressed Su Chen with increased intensity. "Let me be frank, Su. If it weren't for your considerable talents, such an opportunity would never have come your way. You are aware of how many seek our He family's favor, yet we scarcely acknowledge them." His implication was clear. He regarded Su Chen as fortunate to even be considered. "Oh, a favorable opportunity? I cannot partake in such desecration of others' ancestral graves," Su Chen replied, finding the situation somewhat amusing. "I advise you, beware of the consequences. Engaging in such practices may lead to dire outcomes. You dare to curse me?" He Tian sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Su Chen, I have already shown you a great deal of leniency. I have yet to settle the score for our past grievances. Do not be ungrateful." In truth, He Tian was reluctant to be here, but his father's orders compelled him to comply. He had presumed that merely mentioning the tomb would elicit an eager agreement from Su Chen, for the prospect of the vast wealth hidden within it was, in his eyes, irresistible to most. LV Ming served as a prime example of this allure. Yet, to his astonishment, Su Chen not only declined, but also invoked a curse upon him. "Believe it or not," Su Chen retorted, disinterested in further discourse regarding their so-called collaboration, and extended his hand dismissively. "You may leave now." With that, he turned and exited first. He Tian's expression darkened, as if it could drip with malice. Throughout his life, he had known only smooth sailing. Yet, since encountering Su Chen, he had endured more setbacks than in all his years combined, a reality he found intolerable. Upon leaving the room, his loyal lackey, Senaire, remained faithfully stationed at the door. Noticing his master's emergence, he hurriedly approached with obsequiousness, but upon witnessing He Tian's stormy visage, he dared not utter a word. Even the shop's employees sensed a shift in the atmosphere, which grew increasingly somber. Just then, a customer entered, seemingly in search of antiques, only to be startled by He Tian's presence and hurriedly fled the premises. Upon witnessing this, the employees of the treasure pavilion displayed expressions of fury. Yet they seemed to cower in the shadow of the ancient sage studio's formidable influence, their indignation rendered voiceless. "Sanner, keep watch at the entrance. Today, not a single guest is to be allowed in." He Tian sneered. Though he dared not confront Su Chen directly, he could certainly thwart his business endeavors. The lackey named Sanner promptly complied, taking his position at the shop's entrance, his malevolent demeanor driving away any potential customers. "What are you doing? Do you believe I won't call the police?" Huang Chuan, unable to remain seated, strode over to Su Chen's side, his voice raised in protest. In the realm of commerce, particularly within this industry, nothing is more feared than the actions of someone like He Tian, as they not only jeopardize immediate profits, but also severely tarnish the shop's reputation. If this individual were to persist in such behavior, it would soon deter anyone from purchasing antiques here. However, just as Huang Chuan prepared to retrieve his phone, a nearby employee discreetly tugged at his sleeve and whispered urgently, "Deputy manager, this person is the young manager of the ancient sage studio, the eldest son of the He family from Jinan. He is not to be trifled with." Meanwhile, Su Chen raised his hand to block Huang Chuan's phone, offering him a placid smile. The enmity with He Tian was his own affair. He wished to spare others from being embroiled in it. Turning his gaze to He Tian, Su Chen's countenance had grown utterly frigid. "He Tian, you have truly provoked my ire. If you call the police, it would only serve to benefit this fool." Meeting Su Chen's indifferent stare, He Tian felt an unsettling chill surging from his tailbone to his brain. "What do you intend to do? Are you seeking death?" As Su Chen advanced, LV Ming immediately interposed himself, urging, "Mr. Su, remain calm. The He family is not one you can afford to offend. If you're willing to cooperate with us, I can speak on your behalf. Let us transform enmity into harmony, and we can all prosper together. The wealth at stake this time is beyond your imagination." Gazing at the seemingly sincere LV Ming, Su Chen found it amusing. "LV Ming, your penchant for servility is your own affair, but do not presume others share your mindset. Furthermore, money is not of paramount importance to me. With that, Su Chen felt embarrassed to engage further with such a petty individual, pushing him aside and stepping toward He Tian. He Tian recoiled in shock, as if scalded, exclaiming, "What do you want?" Yet Su Chen was unwilling to waste words. He seized He Tian by the throat, coldly stating, "How is it that you have not learned your lesson? Truly foolish as a pig. Even if you wish to show off, at least employ some wit." With overwhelming strength, Su Chen lifted He Tian by the throat, leaving him struggling for breath, his face rapidly turning a shade akin to that of a liver. Desperately attempting to speak, but producing no sound. "Su Chen, what are you doing? Release young master he at once." LV Ming shouted, panic etched across his face. He Tian was his lifeline, and he could not afford any misfortune to befall him. Su Chen gazed at He Tian, who was on the verge of asphyxiation, and an overwhelming impulse surged within him, the urge to extinguish this loathsome individual with but a slight exertion. As this thought took hold, a murderous intent could no longer be concealed, spilling forth uncontrollably. Chapter 75. The Subtle Manipulations of Wenianche. He Tian distinctly sensed this aura of hostility, his mind descending into a void. He wishes to kill me. He truly dares to kill me. Huang Chuan also perceived Su Chen's unsettling demeanor, his expression shifting with concern. If He Tian were to be slain here, not only would Su Chen face dire consequences, but even the treasures of Junbao Pavilion and Lin Xiongye's other enterprises would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. "Brother Su, remain calm," he implored softly, wary of provoking Su Chen further. "Mr. Su, do not act impulsively. Release young master he." At this moment, Lu Ming was drenched in sweat, fear flickering in his eyes. "Very well, I shall release him," Su Chen replied with a devilish smile, his right hand exerting force as he flung He Tian away, who landed squarely upon the waiting San Air at the entrance. "Ouch!" San Air cried out in distress, as both master and servant tumbled in a most undignified manner. Witnessing the spectacle, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Su Chen would slay He Tian. "Huh! How the words flow more sweetly than the tune. Take your master and be gone." Su Chen scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Ming. "Do not presume that everyone shares your lack of shame." Lu Ming fell silent, moving to assist He Tian, only to be met with a resounding slap from him. "You scoundrel! Were it not for your insipid words, I would not have come here to be humiliated." He Tian's face turned a deep shade of anger, with a large bump swelling on his forehead as he departed in disgrace, accompanied by his sycophantic subordinates. Yet, the venomous glare he cast upon Su Chen caused the latter to furrow his brows. This Lu Ming was even more sinister than He Tian. It was imperative to leave. A flicker of murderous intent naturally flashed through Su Chen's mind. His display had astonished the employees of Junbao Pavilion, who had initially believed their manager merely shared a cordial relationship with the young heiress. Little did they realize he possessed such commanding authority, even making the young manager from Gus Shanghai suffer defeat. In retrospect, the previous manager seemed utterly insignificant. "Manager, you were simply magnificent just now. That was impressive. He is the eldest son of the He family, and yet he dared not utter a word. Enough, back to work. Stop fawning." Although He Tian had lingered in Junbao Pavilion for little more than a few minutes, the events had not escaped the notice of those with keen eyes. On the other side of Changgong Street, within the grandest antique shop, Wenianche, a distinguished gentleman clad in a sharply tailored suit, exuding an air of sophistication, listened intently to his subordinate's report. "Are you saying that the man named Su actually threw the He family's young master out?" "Indeed, manager. I witnessed it firsthand. The He family's young master has suffered a great humiliation," a sharp-featured individual affirmed. "Very well, I understand. Proceed to keep a close watch on Junbao Pavilion. Furthermore, go to the counter and collect 1,000 yuan, stating it is from me." The middle-aged man gestured dismissively, concluding the conversation. After his subordinates exited, the somewhat exhilarated Peng Xie, seated in the lower position, remarked, "Shopkeeper, this presents a splendid opportunity. If we gain the support of the Ancient Saints Studio, your ascension to the presidency at the upcoming Relic Symposium will be as certain as fate." The middle-aged man, who was none other than Chen Wentian, the proprietor of the Wentian Pavilion, could not help but reveal a flicker of interest upon hearing these words. Although the Wentian Pavilion was relatively robust in the antique realm of Jinan, it paled in comparison to the He family. A collaboration with the He family would undoubtedly yield innumerable benefits for the Wentian Pavilion. "You speak wisely," Chen Wentian acknowledged after a moment of contemplation. "Indeed, this is a fortuitous opportunity. I entrust this matter to you. However, I implore you to first ascertain the animosity between the He family and the Jinbao Pavilion, or rather, that young man surnamed Su. Pang Xie nodded eagerly, understood, shopkeeper. The enmity between He Tian and Su Chun was not a well-guarded secret. Once Pang Xie mobilized the resources of the Wentian Pavilion, he swiftly uncovered the details surrounding the incidents of the ancient Saint Studio, as well as the recent capture of He Tian. Upon learning this, Pang Xie was filled with excitement and hastened towards the ancient Saint Studio. I am the second deputy of the Wentian Pavilion. Please inform Elder He that I have urgent matters to discuss. In front of the ancient Saint's studio, Pang Xie shed the arrogance he previously exhibited at the Jinbao Pavilion, speaking with utmost politeness. The staff at the counter, having heard of the Wentian Pavilion's reputation, did not dare to delay. After a brief wait, they hurried upstairs to relay his message. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the ancient Saint's studio, He Tian was embellishing the account of his encounter with Su Chun. Father, that insolent fellow not only refused our overtures, but also cursed us to misfortune. He even dared to injure me. Had it not been daytime, I suspect he would have attempted to kill me. Such a person cannot be allowed to remain. Beside him, Lu Ming added, Indeed, Master, this Su Chun is rather ungrateful. If he were to join this collaboration, it could lead to further complications. Sitting in a grand armchair, He Wenchang toyed with two newly acquired, exquisite walnut artifacts, his gaze contemplative and silent. He Tian and Lu Ming exchanged glances, both uncertain of He Wenchang's thoughts, their minds swirling with apprehension. Withdraw for now. This matter requires a fresh discussion. He Wenchang finally gestured, signaling for them to depart. He Tian, still reluctant, was about to voice his concerns when the attendant from downstairs rushed in. Master, the second deputy of the Wentian Pavilion has come to visit, stating he has significant matters to discuss with you. After pondering for a moment, He Wenchang replied, Allow him to come up. When the attendant descended, he noticed He Tian lingering, furrowing his brow. Why are you still here? Do not fail in such a simple task, or I shall not hesitate to discipline you. Realizing his father was genuinely upset, He Tian quickly took his leave alongside Lu Ming. As they descended, they crossed paths with Pang Xie, who was ascending. Elder He, Pang Xie greeted as he reached the upper floor, where he found He Wenchang seated. What did Chen Wentian summon you for? He Wenchang inquired, casting a cursory glance at him. Although both are engaged in the antique business, Gu Sheng Zhai primarily deals with the clandestine trade of funerary artifacts. Its intricate web of connections operating in the shadows. There have been a few collaborations with Wen Tiangu, yet the bond remains rather superficial. Recently, Wen Tiangu has decided to host a relic symposium on Changgong Street, with all 13 antique shops in attendance. Ultimately, one shop will be chosen to represent and lead the Changgong Street Cultural Association. The esteemed master wishes for you, Elder He, to lend your support. With a smile, Pang Xie added, I am aware that the new manager at Zhenbao Gu has some disputes with you. Elder He, this could be an opportune moment to suppress them. Upon hearing this, He Wenchang pondered for a moment before breaking into a light chuckle, responding nonchalantly, I believe you have misunderstood. Master Su is a distinguished expert in the restoration of artifacts. I hold him in the highest regard and would never contemplate undermining him. Pang Xie was momentarily taken aback by He Wenchang's words. What did this mean? Were all the rumors he had heard mere fabrications? This was tantamount to a dismissal. Pang Xie opened his mouth, reluctant to concede, but upon observing He Wenchang's demeanor and recalling certain whispers about him, he refrained from further comment and took his leave. As he departed, He Wenchang smirked disdainfully. He was fully aware of Wen Tianji's intentions. Under normal circumstances, he would not mind collaborating with them to undermine Jinbao Ge, which could also serve to weaken Lin Xiongye. However, the situation had changed. He needed Su Chun, specifically, Su Chen's adept hands for artifact restoration. The burial pit discovered by Lu Ming had collapsed due to the recent battle, and while He Wenchang was unaware of its exact location, he knew that this collapse could potentially obliterate many funerary artifacts. His desire for He Tian to negotiate with Su Chun stemmed from the necessity to have these artifacts restored, or else his losses would be substantial. Yet, he was frustrated that He Tian could not even manage this small task. Meanwhile, as He Wenchang strategized on how to persuade Su Chun, Pang Xie, having descended the stairs, remained perplexed. As he passed by He Tian, he muttered, It's inconceivable. Why would he refuse to take on Jinbao Ge? Unexpectedly, He Tian overheard this, and upon hearing the mention of Zhenbao Ge, his spirits lifted. He called out to Pang Xie, Manager Pang, please hold on. Considering the conflict between He Tian and Su Chun, Pang Xie had no qualms in divulging the details of the Relic Symposium. As Tian listened, his eyes gradually brightened. Manager Pang, I believe we possess many common topics to discuss. It was a full hour before Pang Xia emerged from Guxingzhai, his face alight with joy. Unbeknownst to Su Chun, who was entirely unaware of the machinations at Tiangu, he was consumed by another matter, his head pounding with a relentless ache that lingered longer than ever before. Increasingly frequent headaches have cast a shadow over Su Chen's heart. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek out Jiang Qinyu, perhaps even her grandmother, Jiang Hui. Initially intending to call Jiang Qinyu to explain his situation, he realized, upon retrieving his phone, that he did not possess the esteemed doctor's contact number. After a moment's thought, rather than requesting Jiang Qinyu's number from Lin Wanqing, he informed Huang Chuan that he had matters to attend to and took a cab directly to the city hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Su Chen did not immediately seek out Jiang Qinyu, as he was unaware of her department's location. Thus, he decided to patiently queue at the outpatient department. It was the afternoon, and although the weather was not particularly hot, the crowded outpatient area caused perspiration to bead on his brow. After a lengthy wait of half an hour, it was finally his turn. He inquired specifically about Dr. Jiang Qinyu, and the outpatient staff assigned him an appointment with a specialist. As the capital city, Jinan boasts a large municipal hospital, even with directions in hand. It took Su Chen nearly 10 minutes to locate Jiang Qinyu's office. Clutching the appointment slip, he knocked on the door of her consultation room. The hospital was an intriguing place, emphasizing credentials. Despite Jiang Qinyu being a distinguished graduate of a prestigious medical university with remarkable achievements in neurology, she still held the position of a mere physician. In fact, due to certain peculiar circumstances, she had not even been promoted to chief surgeon. Yet, curiously enough, despite her ordinary title, Jiang Qinyu had her own independent consultation room, making her an anomaly within the municipal hospital. These thoughts flitted through Su Chen's mind as he knocked thrice on the door, only to be met with Jiang Qinyu's cool, frosty voice from within. Indeed, she was an ice queen, he mused with a silent chuckle as he pushed the door open. Jiang Qinyu was bent over, writing something. Upon hearing the door creak, she looked up, surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes. It's truly you? I saw someone had booked an appointment with me on my computer and thought it might be a namesake. Please take a seat. Why didn't you come directly to me? She stood to pour him a glass of water, expressing her gratitude. Su Chun had been her ally during a critical moment at the hospital, and she felt indebted to him. Had he not spoken up, her little nephew might still be languishing in the ICU. Particularly after the intimate experience they shared in the MRI room, she found herself regarding this man with a sentiment that set him apart from others. I detest being treated as special, Su Chan said earnestly as he handed her the appointment slip. Who would have thought? You seem to have quite the discerning nature. Jiang Qinyu replied, half teasing, leaving him uncertain whether she believed him. By the way, have you come in with any new symptoms? After some casual banter, she began her inquiry. Regarding the last examination results, I reviewed them thoroughly afterward, and indeed, everything appears normal. As the conversation progressed, a hint of embarrassment tinged her tone. In her view, Su Chun had rendered her family an immense favor, yet she found herself at a loss for ways to reciprocate, which filled her with a sense of guilt. Naturally, she refrained from mentioning the matters concerning Shen Tang. Su Chen's medical skills, while not extraordinary, could certainly be deemed masterful, yet he was utterly powerless when it came to his own memory. He chose not to disturb her, patiently waiting in silence. Since Jiang Qinyu was not a specialized clinic, they were not interrupted by patients. What speculation? Su Chen's spirit lifted, and he instinctively straightened, casting a gaze filled with yearning towards Jiang Qinyu. Medication? What? Are you suggesting that my amnesia is due to poisoning? Su Chun furrowed his brow, struggling to accept this notion. It may not necessarily be poisoning, Jiang Qinyu replied, shaking her head. In truth, this is merely my conjecture. I once heard during my medical studies that there are instances of medications causing amnesia. However, such drugs are exceedingly rare. Even my grandmother has likely never encountered them, so I cannot ascertain the truth of the matter. Su Chun fell into contemplative silence. If his amnesia were indeed the result of some drug, the situation would be far more complicated. According to Jiang Qinyu, medications capable of inducing amnesia are exceptionally uncommon, implying that the organization or force behind possessing and utilizing such a substance must be formidable. Yet, if such a powerful entity existed, why would they merely erase his memory instead of eliminating him outright? Employing such a rare drug would surely be more troublesome than simply killing him. A multitude of enigmas surged through his mind, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The shadow of this unknown mysterious force weighed heavily upon Su Chen's heart. Just as he became ensnared in this tumultuous web of confusion, a sudden clamor erupted from outside the consultation room, jolting him back to reality. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Su Chen felt a pang of unease. That brief moment had caused him to break out in a cold sweat, possibly due to an instinctual response of his body. Jiang Qinyu also rose slightly, and upon opening the door, several figures stumbled in, inadvertently pushing her backwards. Losing her balance, she was on the verge of falling. "Be careful," Su Chen called out softly, instinctively extending his arm to embrace Jiang Qinyu before he could rise. As he was seated and she was being pushed backwards, this unconscious act caused her to land directly on his lap. Her flowing, dark hair brushed against Su Chen's cheek, and a delicate fragrance enveloped him, prompting him to unconsciously take a deep breath. "How lovely," Su Chen murmured softly, just as Jiang Qinyu caught his words, causing a blush to bloom on her ears, her emotions, shyness, anger, and embarrassment, flashing through her mind. "Let go of me," Jiang Qinyu softly chided, feeling flustered that this scoundrel held her without releasing his grip. At this moment, she was seated on Su Chen's lap, and the intimacy of their position was undeniably provocative, leaving Jiang Qinyu, who had never experienced such closeness with a man, feeling both embarrassed and vexed. Su Chen wore a face of sheer awkwardness. His actions were entirely unintentional. As for the instinctive urge to hold on, it was purely a reflex. Hastily releasing his grip, Jiang Qinyu sprang to her feet, instinctively beginning to adjust her clothing. In truth, her attire was not disheveled. This was merely an automatic response. However, this very action led to misunderstandings among those who entered later, especially with Jiang Qinyu's flushed cheeks, which spoke volumes. Consequently, the gazes of several doctors and nurses directed at Su Chen were anything but benign. "Who is this fellow? Jiang Doctor's boyfriend? How come we've never seen him before? Just moments ago, she was sitting on his lap. How could someone be so intimate with a stranger?" It was indeed surprising. Who would have thought Jiang Doctor had concealed such a relationship? Those pursuing Jiang Doctor within the hospital must be distraught now. Whispers and murmurs floated around, leaving Su Chen feeling rather helpless. It seemed a misunderstanding was brewing. Although Jiang Qinyu was undeniably beautiful, her temperament was rather frigid. One could imagine that having her as a girlfriend might be akin to freezing to death. The mere thought sent a shiver down Su Chen's spine. Jiang Qinyu naturally caught wind of her colleagues' hushed discussions, yet she refrained from offering explanations, knowing that such matters would only exacerbate the situation. Taking a deep breath, she once again adopted her icy demeanor and addressed the three individuals who had just entered. "You were quite noisy just now. What is it you need?" The trio appeared to be a family. After exchanging glances, a young man, seemingly in his 30s, stepped forward, scrutinizing Jiang Qinyu with a mixture of anger and recognition. "Doctor, Jiang Qinyu, do you remember me?" Upon hearing his words, Jiang Qinyu examined him closely, feeling a flicker of recognition but unable to place him, and thus shook her head. "I'm sorry, may I ask who you are?" "Ha, Dr. Jiang, it seems you have forgotten little people like me," the young man retorted with a hint of derision. Jiang Qinyu's brows knitted together at the unmistakable sarcasm in his tone, and her expression grew colder. Anyone would be taken aback by such a biting comment. "What is it that you want? It doesn't seem matter if you don't remember me, but do you remember my father? 2 years ago, you personally performed brain surgery on him. His name is Meng Si," the young man stated, his tone laced with accusation. "That was 2 years ago, a time before she had encountered an event that profoundly affected her. With considerable talent and having trained under esteemed physicians, she had made a name for herself in neurosurgery, having performed numerous operations and establishing herself as a rising star in a municipal hospital. Meng Si was one of her patients from back then, who had suffered a severe brain injury due to an accident. Jiang Qinyu had operated on him overnight, successfully saving his life. I remember him. He was my patient. Now, what is it that you need?" she inquired, her demeanor still frosty. Jiang Qinyu boldly acknowledged her acquaintance with Meng Si and, for the third time, inquired about the purpose of the young man before her. Unexpectedly, her words seemed to ignite a fury within him. He erupted in anger, his face tinged with a hint of sorrow, exclaiming, "How can you still have the audacity to admit it? My father is currently in a state of uncertainty regarding life and death, and it is all your fault. You call yourself a neurosurgeon, a renowned physician. Such claims are nothing but nonsense." His words struck like a boulder tossed into a tranquil lake, instantly rippling through the crowd. This individual must be out of his mind, one might think, yet Given his bold confrontation, there must be some basis for his claims. The onlookers began to murmur. Even Su Chen, who stood behind Jiang Qinyu, appeared taken aback. After all, no matter the circumstances surrounding the surgery 2 years prior, it was hard to fathom how the blame could fall on Jiang Qinyu. Truth be told, Jiang Qinyu herself was bewildered, responding with uncertainty. Sir, if your father is indeed in such a predicament, how can you attribute the blame to me? I have not seen him for 2 years. The young man's face flushed crimson, and his anger was palpable, conveying a heartfelt sincerity as he retorted, You claim it is not your fault. It was your surgery 2 years ago that left him with severe aftereffects. My father has endured tremendous suffering over these 2 years and has now finally succumbed to hospitalization, and you dare to assert that you are not involved. You are a quack. As he spoke, 2 other family members of patients joined in, their voices filled with outrage. Indeed, my father is only 56 years old. We do not even know if he will ever regain consciousness due to your negligence. Their declarations caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of everyone present. Chapter 77. I believe you. All eyes turned toward Jiang Qinyu, the focal point of this incident, seemingly awaiting her explanation. Impossible. Your father remained in the hospital for 2 full months post-surgery, during which we conducted thorough examinations. The operation was a success, without any complications, Jiang Qinyu asserted with conviction, recalling all the records pertaining to Meng Si. Surgery is not merely confined to the hours spent on the operating table, especially in the case of neurosurgery. It is among the most complex and perilous of procedures. Thus, following such operations, patients typically require extended hospitalization to ensure the absence of postoperative complications. Jiang Qinyu had been particularly diligent in this regard and was certain that Meng Si had been discharged without any issues. Impossible? Are you suggesting that my father-in-law's suffering over the past 2 years is merely a fabrication? A woman, presumably the young man's wife, interjected loudly. My father-in-law is still in your hospital, and here is the proof issued by your institution. As she spoke, she retrieved a document from her bag. Waving it in the air, as she brandished the document, she continued, Our family has nearly depleted our savings in pursuit of his treatment. This time, Dr. Jiang and your hospital must provide an explanation. With the evidence in hand, the audience, who had initially assumed the trio was merely causing trouble, began to waver in their judgment. Even Jiang Qinyu herself started to feel a tremor of doubt. Could it be that there had indeed been an oversight in her surgical procedure? The brain, after all, is the most intricate organ of the human body, a fact that even the most renowned physicians in the world would wholeheartedly acknowledge. This thought caused Jiang Qinyu to involuntarily recall the incident that transpired over a year ago, an event that had stripped this promising young and beautiful physician of her ability to wield a scalpel. Gradually, her delicate visage became etched with anxiety, and beads of perspiration began to form on her brow. At that moment, the commotion attracted a throng of onlookers. As they absorbed the descriptions from those gathered at the forefront and observed Jiang Qinyu's demeanor, their faith in the words of the youths nearby grew increasingly palpable. This matter may indeed rest upon Dr. Jiang, one murmured. Just look at her countenance. Something is amiss. Brain surgeries are inherently fraught with the potential for mishaps. I heard that Dr. Jiang hasn't performed any surgeries in over a year. Could it be that an unexpected complication during surgery is the reason? The murmurs, though soft, permeated the small space, reaching every ear present. Even some colleagues who had previously believed in Jiang Qinyu began to regard her with a hint of skepticism. At that moment, a chill coursed through Jiang Qinyu's body, the surrounding whispers piercing her skin like daggers. She felt akin to a solitary boat adrift in the vast ocean, utterly helpless. Su Chen, standing behind her, was reminded of the haunting images he had glimpsed of Jiang Qinyu's memories within the MRI room. His heart ached, prompting him to stride forward and grasp her wrist, drawing her protectively behind him. May I see the proof you hold? He asked the woman, his tone resolute. Who are you? The woman instinctively concealed the document behind her, as though it harbored some untold secret. Meanwhile, the young man swiftly positioned himself in front of her. You are not a doctor. This matter does not concern you. We are here for Jiang Qinyu. She alone bears the responsibility, and others are irrelevant. The youth scrutinized Su Chen, noting his plain attire, which suggested he was neither a physician nor a person of significance, and spoke with a brusque tone. Why, if you possess just cause, do you shy away from displaying it to everyone? Su Chen's brows furrowed, a flicker of doubt igniting within him. His words served as a catalyst for the crowd, who began to voice their demands for the families of the patients to present their evidence. Why should we show you anything? Who do you think you are? The young man's expression darkened at the growing unrest. a flash of menace crossing his features as he seemed to caution Su Chen against overstepping. However, a sudden thought seemed to strike him, and he declared loudly, "Fine. If you wish to see, I shall oblige." With that, he seized the document from the woman's hand and unfurled it for all to see. As Su Chen leaned in for a closer look, he discovered it was indeed a hospital document, stating that the patient's symptoms stemmed from neurological sequelae and had persisted for 2 years. Behind him, Jiang Qinyu glanced up, and her expression dimmed as she read the explanation above. The details regarding the timeline and the condition were largely consistent with what the youth had conveyed about Jiang Qinyu's surgical situation with Meng Si. Could it be that the repercussions were indeed a result of Jiang Qinyu's surgical error? Su Chen found himself wavering in doubt. He lifted his head and caught a glimpse of the youth exchanging glances with his wife, a flicker of smugness evident in their eyes, suggesting an air of reluctant concession. Meanwhile, the 2 family members of the patients behind him bore expressions of pitiful helplessness, perfectly embodying the role of victims. If this were not genuine, then their performance was indeed remarkable. Upon hearing the figure of 500,000, no one present seemed perturbed. After all, they had exhausted their savings for this ailment. And the patient, Meng Si, was still in a state of uncertainty regarding his life or death. Frankly, 500,000 was hardly a significant sum in such circumstances. This was the consensus among all, including Jiang Qinyu herself. Only Su Chen's lips curled into a cryptic smile, poised to speak, when a commotion erupted as 4 or 5 seasoned doctors, appearing to hold some stature, squeezed through the crowd. Su Chen's surprise was palpable upon recognizing them. These were the very doctors who had accompanied Professor Wei during his last visit to the hospital. At this revelation, Jiang Qinyu's delicate face turned pale, and she seemed to lose her balance. Observing this, Su Chen instinctively reached out to grasp her small hand, only to find it icy cold. The doctors, however, paid no further attention to Jiang Qinyu and instead invited the family members of the 3 patients for a private discussion. At this juncture, it seemed the matter was nearing a conclusion, as even the hospital appeared inclined towards a resolution. "Hold on." Just as the family members agreed to the private conversation and prepared to leave with the doctors, a sharp voice interrupted. All eyes turned to Su Chen, including Jiang Qinyu's, who regarded him with intrigue. "What do you intend to do?" The youth frowned, his demeanor turning hostile. At this stage, they were on the brink of success, and he dreaded any unforeseen complications. Yet, Su Chen did not focus on him. Instead, his gaze shifted to the young woman behind the youth, his wife. Moments ago, Su Chen's extraordinary ability had finally activated, allowing him to perceive the true thoughts of this woman. Finally, he had succeeded. That old fellow had performed a commendable act. Sustaining an injury just in time, coupled with this fraudulent certificate, they could at least procure 500,000. This was the innermost thought of the young woman. Perhaps her prior anxiety had fortified her defenses, preventing Su Chen from reading her thoughts. However, the arrival of the doctors had led her to believe that success was imminent, lowering her guard just enough for Su Chen to seize the opportunity. "The certificate in your hand is a forgery." Su Chenyan spoke with conviction, his words startling, causing a ripple of commotion throughout the venue. The 3 young men, upon hearing his statement, suddenly displayed expressions of panic. One of the youths quickly regained his composure and shouted, "On what grounds do you claim it is false? Are you a doctor? The physicians at the hospital have not spoken. Who do you think you are?" His outburst garnered immediate agreement, as several doctors present had also reviewed the certification and found no discrepancies. "Thank you, Su Chenyan, but that certificate indeed belongs to our hospital. This matter may truly be my responsibility," Jiang Qinyu said softly, shaking her hand that Su Chenyan had grasped. Her smile resembled a beam of light, leaving Jiang Qinyu momentarily entranced. "I never claimed this certificate was not issued by the hospital. I merely stated that it is fraudulent," Su Chenyan asserted, surveying the crowd once more. However, his statement left many perplexed, and laughter erupted among the onlookers. They questioned the sanity of his claims. For how could a document both belong to the hospital and be a forgery? "You are correct. He seems to be causing an unnecessary ruckus," someone remarked. "Let us not be so harsh. After all, he is Dr. Jiang's boyfriend, and it is only natural for him to defend her." Even the family member of the patient chuckled. "I have no time for your nonsensical ramblings. You are delusional." Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of unease in the depths of the eyes of the 3 individuals. Su Chenyan chose not to engage in further banter and directly clarified. "Though this certificate was indeed issued by the hospital, it does not pertain to their father, the patient Meng Si." His explanation was clear. and the expressions of the three family members shifted to one of uncontrollable anxiety. How could this be? How could he possibly know this? The youth's mind screamed, doubt flooding his thoughts. Simultaneously, he averted his gaze from Su Chenyan, avoiding direct eye contact, yet he continued to argue, do not listen to his nonsense. This certificate was clearly issued for my father. Ah, I see now. You wish to avoid compensation. As he spoke, he redirected his accusations towards Jiang Qinyu, Dr. Jiang. While this incident may be your fault, I have no desire to escalate matters. However, you leave me no choice. I will contact the media tomorrow to publicize this issue. It seems you, as a doctor, will find it difficult to continue in your profession.